The sky was clear and boundless, with a gentle breeze blowing. At the martial arts arena of Linchuan First High School, the atmosphere was tense as the students of Class 3-2 surrounded the stage. On the platform, 2 students were engaged in an intense sparring session. With a sharp whoosh, one figure was sent flying by a punch, landing heavily on the ground, writhing in pain. Medical staff quickly carried the injured boy to the infirmary. The host standing in the middle of the platform announced loudly, "Next up, Zhang Yang and Li Qingqing, please come to the stage for your duel. Su Chen and Jiang Yuwei, please prepare for the following match." So noisy. The young man sitting on a stone bench, Su Chen, opened his eyes. The glaring sunlight made him squint slightly, and the loud commotion around him left him momentarily disoriented. Not far away, a group of boys and girls had formed a circle, seemingly engrossed in watching an exciting duel. Where am I? Su Chen wondered, his thoughts muddled. Then, like a tidal wave, memories surged into his mind. He immediately realized that he had transmigrated into a high martial world. Hundreds of years ago, a spatial rift to another dimension had opened, unleashing countless extraordinary creatures. The world was suffused with yuan energy, and flora and fauna began to mutate. Cities fell, small nations disappeared, and humanity's living space kept shrinking. Only when humans awakened innate abilities and began cultivating martial arts did they narrowly escape extinction. From then on, martial arts became humanity's primary discipline. The original owner's family conditions were ordinary. He had no parents and lived with his aunt, who had a frail younger sister currently hospitalized and in urgent need of expensive medical treatment. Just as Su Chen was piecing together the original owner's memories, a delicate girl wearing a white martial arts uniform and sporting a high ponytail approached him. "Su Chen, I order you to forfeit the match and withdraw from this duel." "You're no match for my boyfriend," said Lu Qingqing, her face sour and her tone filled with condescension and disdain. "I'm telling you to forfeit for your own good," she added. "Even though we couldn't be together, I still consider you a friend. I don't want to see you get hurt by my boyfriend." Su Chen squinted slightly, continuing to sift through the original owner's memories. This girl was Lu Qingqing, and the original owner had been a hopeless simp for her. He would bring her breakfast every day and work part-time jobs just to buy her gifts. Yet Lu Qingqing felt no gratitude, seeing his actions as entirely natural. The original owner was overly honest and naive, easily manipulated by Lu Qingqing. She didn't just lack affection for him, she deliberately kept him on the hook. Later, the original owner awakened a D-grade talent, while Lu Qingqing awakened a superior B-grade talent, creating a chasm-like disparity in strength between them. Not long after, Lu Qingqing accepted the pursuit of a classmate named Jiang Yuwei and officially became his girlfriend. At this moment, the class was holding a martial arts sparring session, and Su Chen's opponent was none other than Lu Qingqing's new boyfriend, Jiang Yuwei. Such sparring matches weren't open to just anyone. Participants were selected after rigorous rounds of qualification, narrowing it down to the top 20 students of the class. Although the original owner's talent was trash, his comprehension of martial techniques was relatively good, allowing him to qualify. Simply stepping into the ring, even in defeat, would earn a consolation prize, a comprehension pill. This was an elixir refined from spiritual herbs found in the wilderness, capable of enhancing the user's comprehension ability for 3 hours. However, forfeiting out of fear of the opponent would result in no reward, which was exactly what Lu Qingqing wanted. Jiang Yuwei had recently been practicing a brand new martial technique. If he obtained 2 comprehension pills, his training progress would significantly accelerate, strengthening his abilities and increasing his chances of becoming a school seed student. This was why Lu Qingqing had come to demand that Su Chen forfeit. "Su Chen, I'm really doing this for your own good," she continued to persuade. "Your comprehension of martial techniques may be decent, but your awakened talent is absolute garbage. With a D-grade talent, there's no way you'll go far on the path of martial arts," she said, her voice tinged with helplessness and frustration. "When the classes are divided, you won't make it into the advanced classes, let alone get into a martial arts university. So why not help Jiang Yuwei instead? Let him earn another comprehension pill and strengthen his abilities a bit more." In her eyes, Su Chen seemed destined to be forgotten. However, a spark of determination ignited in his heart. The original owner's fate would not end here, he would fight for himself. The girl continued to chatter incessantly. If it had been the original owner listening to this, he might have agreed immediately, perhaps even feeling touched by Lu Qingqing's supposed concern for him. This was the self-deluding mindset of a simp. But Su Chen was no longer the original owner. At this moment, he only wanted to laugh, inwardly reveling in his own amusement. "I've said so much, Su Chen, you should understand by now, right? And don't you like me? Can't I at least ask you to forfeit this one time?" The girl tilted her chin arrogantly, her face full of conceit. She was certain Su Chen would agree to her request. After all, he had always obeyed her. In her mind, Su Chen would willingly sacrifice anything for her, even his life. Giving up a mere pill seemed utterly trivial. Ha! Su Chen responded dismissively, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I knew it. Su Chen, I knew you'd agree. Lu Qingqing's words were abruptly cut off. She froze, her face filled with disbelief. What did you just say? I said, ha! Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he looked at Lu Qingqing, his eyes brimming with scorn. Did you finally understand human speech this time? Lu Qingqing's eyes widened, a mix of shock and fury flashing across her face. Her chest heaved with anger. Su Chen dared to speak to her in such a tone, it was unthinkable. Ding! Detected that Lu Qingqing's mental state has been disrupted by your words. Loading the braking defense system. Braking defense system successfully loaded. Your words caused Lu Qingqing to mentally break. Braking defense points plus 200. Whenever someone is mentally disrupted by the host earns braking defense points. In a high martial world, strength reigns supreme. The system especially encourages the host to defeat and humiliate prodigies. Defeating and humiliating prodigies to mentally disrupt them will earn substantial braking defense points. The more talented the opponent, the greater the braking defense points earned through their defeat and humiliation. Braking defense points can be used to cultivate breathing techniques, martial skills, and even enhance innate talents. A pale blue screen appeared before Su Chen, displaying rows of text explaining the system. He froze momentarily, then his eyes lit up as he examined everything carefully. Finally, he confirmed it. He had awakened a golden cheat ability. Disrupting others mentally, especially by defeating and humiliating prodigies? Interesting. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Su Chen's lips as he reveled in his discovery. Su Chen, what are you smiling at? Do you even realize what you just said? Lu Qingqing pointed her finger at Su Chen's face, her expression furious. Her earlier arrogance had completely vanished. This pathetic simp dared to speak to her this way. Su Chen, have you lost your mind? Su Chen glanced at Lu Qingqing with indifference, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. I said, you're not worth a damn. Get lost, you shameless *tch. Stop buzzing around me like an annoying fly, it's unbearable. As he finished speaking, Su Chen casually dug a finger into his ear, his face full of disdain. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, Lu Qingqing's face flushed red with rage, her anger nearly erupting. Su Chen had actually called her a shameless *tch and told her to get lost. You mercilessly insulted Lu Qingqing, causing her to mentally break. Breaking defense points plus 300. Even if you have some aptitude in martial arts training, so what? Lu Qingqing sneered, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Your awakened innate ability is nothing more than a trashy D level. There's no way you can be a match for Yu Hui. I command you to forfeit. Do you hear me? Su Chen's expression gradually turned cold, a glimmer of anger flickering in his eyes. Who do you think you are to order me around? A cold smile formed on his lips. Do you really think you're that important? Your sharp retort to Lu Qingqing triggered her emotional defense break plus 100. Lu Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, her heart burning with rage. She wished she could charge forward and punch Su Chen until his face swelled like a pig's head. But for the sake of her boyfriend, she suppressed her anger, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. Su Chen, are you really not going to reconsider? She asked through gritted teeth, her tone laced with threat. Do you genuinely believe you can be a match for Yu Hui? If Yu Hui injures you severely enough that you can't even participate in the division exams, what then? This statement was laden with clear menace. Seeing that Su Chen was impervious to reasoning, Lu Qingqing had evidently resorted to coercion to force his compliance. If you forfeit, Yu Hui is willing to give you 100,000 yuan. Isn't your younger sister still in the hospital and in need of medical expenses? With this 100,000, wouldn't you be able to save her? Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Qingqing had now resorted to temptation. Combining coercion with enticement, a truly calculated move. Under normal circumstances, these conditions would be hard to refuse. But Su Chen was no longer the original host of this body. He understood clearly that the value of the perception pill far exceeded a mere 100,000 yuan. Moreover, his sister's illness couldn't be cured with just 100,000, it required at least 2 million. Thus, there was no way Su Chen would forfeit. In this world, strength was paramount. With enough power, money was nothing but a string of numbers. Get lost. 100,000? Are you trying to shoo away a beggar? Su Chen retorted bluntly. I'll earn my sister's medical expenses myself. Your retort further broke Lu Qingqing's emotional defense break plus 200. Fine, fine, fine. Lu Qingqing's chest heaved with anger, nearly losing her rationality. Alright, Su Chen. Since you're so stubborn, just wait for Yu Hui to beat you to a pulp. Heh, we'll see about that, Su Chen quipped, a smirk curling his lips. Maybe the one getting beaten up will be your precious boyfriend instead. Ha! Since you're so clueless, I'll go inform Yu Hui right now and have him beat you so badly you won't be able to get out of bed for a month. Lu Qingqing shouted, storming off in a huff toward Zhang Yu Hui. Not far away, a young man had witnessed the entire scene. His mouth hung open in shock, his face full of astonishment. He was Su Chen's friend, Wan Peng. Moments ago, he had heard the host calling for Su Chen to get ready and was about to call him over, only to stumble upon Lu Qingqing confronting him. As Su Chen's friend, Wan Peng knew well that Lu Qingqing was trouble, a classic femme fatale. While dating Zhang Yu Hui, she had strung Su Chen along and flirted with other boys in the class, scouting for her next target. Wan Peng had warned Su Chen multiple times that Lu Qingqing wasn't a good person, but Su Chen had refused to listen, even quarreling with Wan Peng over it. But just now, Su Chen had seemed like a completely different person, standing up to Lu Qingqing with a barrage of sharp words, as if the groveling version of him from before had never existed. Wan Peng was utterly stunned. Still, thinking about the upcoming battle, Wan Peng couldn't help but worry for Su Chen. After all, Lu Qingqing's boyfriend, Zhang Yu Hui, had awakened a B-level talent. Such a talent provided immense boosts to combat strength and power. Meanwhile, Su Chen's awakened D-level talent stood no chance against him. Wan Peng jogged over to Su Chen and patted him on the shoulder. Chen, that was impressive just now. I saw everything. Have you finally come to your senses and stopped being a simp? Su Chen glanced at Wan Peng, recognizing him as the original host's close friend. In this world, everyone awakened their talents at the age of 18. Before awakening, everyone could only practice the general breathing technique and martial arts. Back then, Su Chen's performance had been top-notch, making him a prodigy among the unawakened students. Once, Su Chen had stumbled upon Wan Peng being ganged up on by a group of unawakened students and had decisively stepped in to help. From that moment, Wan Peng became his close friend. Now, Wan Peng's concern warmed Su Chen's heart, though he knew the real test was yet to come. Wan Peng, grateful to Su Chen, had treated him to meals a few times, and the two had quickly become best friends. Su Chen shrugged, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes. I've suddenly realized something. Simping, in the end, it gets you nothing. Wan Peng froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Well said. Simping really does leave you with nothing in the end. However, Wan Peng's laughter quickly faded. His expression turned serious. Chen, I feel like since you didn't agree to Lu Qingqing's terms earlier, she'll definitely have Zhang Yu Hui come after you. That woman holds grudges, she won't let your past relationship stop her. And there's only a week left until the division exams. I think, maybe you should just forfeit? Wan Peng's voice carried genuine concern. If Zhang Yu Hui injures you badly this time, you won't even be able to participate in the exams, let alone qualify for the elite class. Wan Peng knew that with Su Chen's D-level talent, there was no chance of making it into the elite class. D-level talent offered negligible enhancements to a martial artist, meaning Su Chen wouldn't achieve a good score during the exams. The elite class was the school's top class, reserved for students with the potential to get into martial arts universities. Wan Peng was truly worried for Su Chen. A B-level talent provided unparalleled advantages in training speed and enhancement. It was leagues beyond a D-level talent. Even if Su Chen had decent aptitude for martial arts, it couldn't bridge the gap in innate ability. For a martial artist, talent is everything, Wan Peng thought to himself. Talent was like a foundation. A strong foundation allowed a building to stand tall, while a weak one only limited its height. Don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not confident about, Su Chen replied, his eyes shining with determination and his tone brimming with confidence. Alright then, good luck. It's your turn to go up. Hurry. Wan Peng patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Though he wasn't sure where Su Chen's confidence came from, he chose to believe in him and said no more. The two of them strode toward the arena. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing returned angrily to Zhang Yu Hui's side, her face stormy. Honey, what's wrong? Why do you look so upset? Zhang Yu Hui asked with concern, noticing Lu Qingqing's dark expression and sensing that something was amiss. Previously, didn't he tell Qingqing to make that loser Su Chen forfeit? Why does Qingqing look so upset now? The reason he sent Lu Qingqing to persuade Su Chen to forfeit was that he wanted an extra enlightenment pill. With 2 pills, he could push his martial arts skills to a higher level. By the time the class rankings were finalized, he'd have a much better chance of becoming one of the school's elite students. And yet, Su Chen, that useless piece of trash, actually refused Qingqing's request? It was unbelievable. After all, not only was Su Chen a total loser, but he was also a pathetic simp. He'd been fawning over Lu Qingqing for ages without getting anywhere, while Zhang Yuwei had casually confessed and instantly became her boyfriend. Even after Qingqing became his girlfriend, Su Chen kept simping. This guy's devotion was at the level where, if the person he liked went to a hotel with someone else, he'd still be concerned and say something like, "Don't overexert yourself." And now, this same loser had the nerve to refuse Qingqing's request? It seemed utterly impossible. Lu Qingqing put on a sorrowful expression, her eyes brimming with pity as she looked at Zhang Yuwei. "I'm sorry, Yuwei. I couldn't get it done." "What happened?" Zhang Yuwei's face darkened. Could it really be true that Su Chen had refused Lu Qingqing? Su Chen must have lost his mind today. Not only did he say no, but he also yelled at me and called me AB*TCH. He even said, Lu Qingqing trailed off, as if reluctant to continue. Rage flared in Zhang Yuwei's chest, and he pressed her. What else did that loser Su Chen say? He said not only would he refuse to forfeit, but he's going to beat you to a pulp in the ring. How dare he? Zhang Yuwei roared, his fists clenching tightly as an icy aura emanated from him. That loser Su Chen dared to act so arrogantly? Who did he think he was? Just a D-class talent. Asking him to forfeit was actually giving him respect, but he refused and even dared to threaten to beat Zhang Yuwei? It was sheer audacity. A D-class nobody, and he actually thought he was something? This wasn't the time before their talents were awakened. The higher one's talent level, the greater their boosts to power, training speed, and other aspects. Sure, before awakening, Su Chen had been quite impressive, excelling in both breathing techniques and martial arts, a top student in every sense. But so what? After awakening, his D-class talent doomed him to mediocrity and worthlessness. "Yuwei, you have to teach Su Chen a lesson for me," Lu Qingqing said, tugging at Zhang Yuwei's sleeve, her eyes shimmering with expectation. "Don't worry, Qingqing. I'll make sure he pays for this." Zhang Yuwei narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. He looked toward the young man slowly approaching the ring in the distance, his heart growing darker. The ring at Linchuan High School wasn't elevated but flush with the ground. At its center was a massive circular arena made of an exceptionally durable material, designed to withstand any damage during matches. The current match in the ring was still ongoing, but Su Chen had already stopped at the edge. "You claimed you'd beat Zhang Yuwei to a pulp, causing him to lose control. Defense break value plus 200. Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. It was clear that Lu Qingqing had said something to Zhang Yuwei, triggering his emotional breakdown and awarding Su Chen more defense break points. Su Chen summoned his interface. By now, he was well accustomed to it, a single thought would bring it up. The interface was invisible to others. Host, Su Chen. Talent, D-class talent, weak electric. Breathing technique, universal breathing of the Great Xia. Martial skill, Vajra Fist, beginner. Level, Tier 2 warrior. Strength, 300 kilograms. Defense breakpoints, 1000. How should he allocate the points? Su Chen pondered. He knew Zhang Yuwei was a Tier 3 warrior, so to enhance his own strength, he'd need to improve his breathing technique. The breathing technique functioned like an inner cultivation manual, allowing the practitioner to develop source energy within. Martial skills, on the other hand, were combat techniques. To defeat Zhang Yuwei, he would need to upgrade his breathing technique, martial skills, and talent. Su Chen sighed inwardly. His defense breakpoints were still too few. He felt like a broke man in a luxury store, wanting to buy everything but lacking the money. After some hesitation, Su Chen decided to test the waters by upgrading his talent first. System, spend 400 points to upgrade my talent. Congratulations! You've spent 400 defense breakpoints. D-class talent, weak electric has been upgraded to C-class talent, strong electric. Su Chen was overjoyed. It only took 400 points to upgrade from D-class to C-class, which was a decent result. But that was mainly because D-class was the lowest level, requiring fewer points to advance to C-class. Su Chen didn't greedily continue upgrading his talent, his remaining points were limited, and he had to use them wisely. System, spend 400 points to enhance the universal breathing of the Great Xia. Ding! 400 defense breakpoints successfully spent. Your exceptional talent in breathing techniques, coupled with your upgraded C-class talent, has significantly accelerated your cultivation speed. You begin practicing the breathing technique. After 1 month, you've grasped the fundamentals. 3 months of relentless effort later, you've fully understood its essence. Day and night, you tirelessly cultivate, steadily increasing your internal source energy. After 6 months of dedicated practice, you've advanced to Tier 3 Warrior, with your base strength rising to 500 kilograms. Your breathing technique training is complete. Tier 3 Warrior, not bad at all. System, spend the remaining 200 points to train in the Vajra Fist martial skill. 200 defense breakpoints successfully spent. You begin training in the Vajra Fist. Your natural aptitude for martial skills, enhanced by your upgraded C-class talent, further boosts your comprehension. Half a month later, your understanding of the Vajra Fist reaches a new level. You dedicate yourself entirely to mastering it. After 2 months of rigorous training, your Vajra Fist achieves minor accomplishment. Your training is complete. With all his defense breakpoints exhausted, Su Chen reopened his system interface. Host, Su Chen. Talent, C-class talent, strong electric. Breathing technique, universal breathing of the Great Xia. Martial skill, Vajra Fist, minor accomplishment. Level, Tier 3 Warrior. Strength, 500 kilograms. Defense breakpoints, 0. Su Chen was very satisfied with his current attributes. Now that his martial skill had reached minor accomplishment and his talent had been upgraded by a level, defeating Jiang Yuwei would be a piece of cake. Everyone trained with the same breathing technique and used the same Vajra Fist martial skill. However, Jiang Yuwei's Vajra Fist was still at the beginner level. Even though Su Chen's talent was still 1 grade lower than Jiang Yuwei's, the gap between them had become negligible. This slight difference could easily be offset by Su Chen's superior martial skill. The next match, Su Chen vs Jiang Yuwei. Will the two students please step into the ring? Around the ring, the third-year Class 2 students had gathered. Their faces were tense, their eyes shining with excitement as they eagerly awaited the thrilling duel about to unfold. Who do you think will win between the two of them? A student asked excitedly. Isn't it obvious? Jiang Yuwei will definitely win, another student replied without hesitation, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. Exactly. Jiang Yuwei has awakened a B-rank talent. His cultivation speed and strength completely outclass everyone else. The crowd chimed in, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. But Su Chen, though his talent is lacking, his comprehension of breathing techniques and martial skills is unparalleled. Someone tried to defend Su Chen. So what if he's skilled? Without a solid foundation, his progress is as slow as a snail. Another student scoffed coldly, full of disdain. After all, economic foundations determine superstructures. Awakened talent is like the foundation of a building, it sets the ceiling for future achievements. The discussion grew even more fervent. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. Teacher Wang, what do you think? Everyone turned, eagerly awaiting their homeroom teacher's opinion. Teacher Wang, full name Wang Daji, as the class teacher, naturally wouldn't miss such an important moment. He sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Sigh. Teacher Wang furrowed his brow, filled with both hope and regret for Su Chen. Once, this young man had amazed everyone with his grasp of breathing techniques and martial skills. Even in academics, he excelled, truly a prodigy. But who could have predicted that Su Chen would ultimately awaken the lowest-ranked D-level talent? From then on, his fall from being a genius to mediocrity was swift, and some classmates even branded him a failure. Su Chen, this child. Although he has remarkable comprehension in breathing techniques and martial arts, his awakened talent is just too poor. If only he had awakened a C-rank talent, he might have had the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with others. But alas, reality is cruel. He awakened the worst D-rank talent, while Jiang Yuwei has a B-rank talent. The gap in cultivation speed and physical attributes is insurmountable. Teacher Wang's tone was heavy, and the surrounding students fell into silence. Talent truly was crucial, it determined one's future trajectory. In the class, only Jiang Yuwei and Lu Qingqing had awakened B-rank talents. Among the others, only 3 had C-rank talents, one of them being Su Chen's friend, Wan Peng. The vast majority of students had D-rank talents, just like Su Chen. In such circumstances, Su Chen's brilliance only made him stand out more. The crowd couldn't help but focus their attention on him, and some even felt a pang of sympathy. At this moment, on the arena stage, Su Chen and Jiang Yuwei were already facing off. Jiang Yuwei exuded an overwhelming aura, as though he had already ascended to the peak of victory. He stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at Su Chen. Su Chen, I heard from Qingqing that you rejected her request, even refusing 10,000 yuan? Your sister is in the hospital and needs money, yet you only care about your own future. Truly, you're a selfish scoundrel. Jiang Yuwei's voice was sharp, piercing straight into Su Chen's heart. You're nothing more than a D-rank talent. Even if you take a comprehension pill, what difference will it make? In my eyes, you're just a worm on the ground, forever incapable of flying. Jiang Yue sneered, his gaze dripping with contempt. You can't possibly comprehend the power of a B-rank talent. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well, forever unable to gaze at the stars. Jiang Yue's mockery left the surrounding students seething with anger, their fists clenched, faces flushed red. Though Jiang Yue's words were directed at Su Chen, they were also an insult to all the D-rank students present. Despite their fury, they lacked the power to argue back, the helplessness in their hearts weighing heavily upon them. In that instant, they realized they might never surpass the unattainable heights before them. Their futures seemed preordained, shackled by the shadow of mediocrity. The glory of martial artists at the pinnacle, like dazzling stars, was something ordinary people could never hope to reach. Clenched fists tightened and loosened, the blend of anger and anticipation surging within them. Amid the crowd, Lu Qingqing felt secretly pleased. She, too, had a B-rank talent and had long regarded Jiang Yue as her destined companion, believing they were naturally superior to others. Beneath the halo of high-level martial artists, everyone else was merely insignificant mud-dwellers. Su Chen, one of these mud-dwellers, had once dared to speak out against her. Now, it was only fitting for him to be beaten to his knees, begging for mercy from Jiang Yue. She could barely wait to witness Su Chen's defeat, imagining him lying helplessly like a stray dog, wagging his tail in submission before Jiang Yue and herself. Then, she would trample on Su Chen's dignity, grinding his face beneath her shoe, until her satisfaction was complete. After all, anyone who insulted Lu Qingqing deserved such humiliation. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing's lips curled into a twisted smile, her heart brimming with delight. At the center of the arena, Su Chen's handsome face remained calm and emotionless. Even as Jiang Yue hurled insults and taunts, Su Chen maintained his composure. Casually, Su Chen raised a hand and picked at his ear, a faint smirk forming at the corner of his lips. Done yapping yet? Ha? What did you just say? Jiang Yue froze. Su Chen's reaction left him puzzled. How could he remain so calm? After being so thoroughly belittled, why wasn't he angry? I said, you idiot, you've been running your mouth endlessly, it's giving me a headache. Ding. Your words have caused Jiang Yue to lose composure. Composure points minus 200. You dare insult me? Jiang Yue said, his face filled with disbelief, rage boiling within him. So what if I insult you? You really are just a big moron, got that? Ding. Your insult has further broken Jiang Yue's composure. Composure points minus 300. You. Jiang Yue stammered, too furious to speak, his face turning bright red, as if about to erupt. What? Spit it out already. What's with the stuttering? And you call yourself a big shot? You're just a B-rank talent. You think you're an S-rank or something? The surrounding students were left dumbfounded, astonished by Su Chen's retort. At that moment, Jiang Yue's arrogance began to waver. Su Chen's path to a comeback had quietly begun. Was this really the Su Chen they thought they knew? To the students of Class 3-2, Su Chen had always been a kind, honest, and humble classmate. In all their time together, they had never heard him curse. But now, the sharp insults flowing so effortlessly from his mouth left them utterly stunned. Though they were shocked, they couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Su Chen's biting response had shattered their long-held frustrations. Jiang Yue's high and mighty demeanor had always angered them, but they'd felt powerless to challenge it. Now, watching Su Chen fight back, a sense of catharsis washed over them, a wave of satisfaction that was almost intoxicating. It was as if a long-lost joy had returned, leaving them refreshed and invigorated. Even Teacher Wang widened his eyes in disbelief. The boy on the stage, calm and poised, with deep, piercing eyes, was nothing like the silent, honest student he remembered. As Teacher Wang stood in stunned silence, the murmurs of the students reached his ears. What's gotten into Su Chen? How did he get so bold? I know what happened. Lu Qingqing must have rejected him, and now his mindset has collapsed. Exactly. I even saw Lu Qingqing earlier trying to persuade Su Chen to forfeit. It was obvious Jiang Yue wants both comprehension pills for himself. Although Su Chen cursed people, I find his straightforwardness refreshing. When an honest person is pushed to their limit, they will inevitably erupt with terrifying anger. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang suddenly realized the truth. It was all because of Lu Qingqing and Jiang Yue's despicable behavior that Su Chen's personality had undergone such a drastic change. A pang of pity struck Teacher Wang's heart, and he sighed while shaking his head. Although Su Chen had lashed out at Jiang Yue and felt some temporary satisfaction, he would now have to face the wrath of a B-grade talent warrior. Relying on verbal jabs was far from wise. Provoking Jiang Yue might lead to a deadly retaliation during their sparring match, and Su Chen would truly be in danger then. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Lu Qingqing's gaze burned with fury, her heart simmering with anger. This Su Chen was utterly detestable. Not only had he insulted her, but now he had even insulted her boyfriend. He was nothing like the Su Chen of the past, the well-behaved, obedient boy who always understood her. What had caused him to change so dramatically? Could it really be because of her relationship with Zhang Yuwei, pushing him over the edge? A trace of disdain flickered in Lu Qingqing's eyes. Su Chen was nothing more than a D-grade talent, useless trash she wouldn't even consider. Wanting to be with her? What a toad lusting after a swan. Someone like him wasn't even qualified to be a backup option, let alone someone she desired. He was only fit to be a pathetic lapdog no one wanted. Your insult caused Zhang Yuwei to lose composure. Composure break value plus 500. On the stage, Zhang Yuwei's face turned crimson with rage from Su Chen's provocation. Yet his mind was blank, and he couldn't muster a sufficient retort. In the end, he could only laugh angrily through gritted teeth. All right, Su Chen. You've got some nerve. Since you won't appreciate kindness, I see no need to show you any mercy. Next, I'll beat you so badly you won't get out of bed for 3 months. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. If you've got the skill, bring it on. Tough talk means nothing, it's just like farting into the wind. Your words caused Zhang Yuwei to lose composure. Composure break value plus 100. Fine. Just don't beg like a dog later, Zhang Yuwei said, seething with rage as he glanced at the host. Announce the start. The host nodded. I now declare the sparring match between Su Chen and Zhang Yuwei begins. Kid, die. As the host's voice fell, Zhang Yuwei bellowed furiously. His feet stomped the ground, launching himself like an arrow from a bow. His right fist clenched and swung upward, descending like a mighty hammer. Ah! It's the beginner-level mastery of the diamond fist technique, just one step away from minor achievement. Gasps erupted from the crowd. If Su Chen were struck by this blow, it was feared that half his life would be gone. Zhang Yuwei was utilizing the diamond fist technique. At Linchuan High School, a standard public high school, the martial arts students practiced were publicly available techniques distributed by the government accessible to all. In Linchuan High, any advanced breathing techniques or martial arts had to come from either family inheritance or wealth and resources acquired externally. However, the school did possess some low-level martial arts techniques. Yet these were not freely accessible to ordinary students, they were only taught to exceptional, elite students. Moreover, the cost of breathing techniques and martial arts skills was astronomical, ordinary people could hardly afford them. Su Chen, too, was practicing the public version of the breathing techniques in Diamond Fist. In this regard, he was no different from anyone else. You could say everyone started on the same footing. Good timing. Watching Zhang Yuwei charge toward him, Su Chen's spirits lifted, and he silently called out in his mind, "System, allocate all composure breakpoints to my Diamond Fist." Ding, points successfully allocated. You begin to spend large amounts of time training in Diamond Fist. Though this is merely a public martial art, with your C-grade talent, reaching perfection still requires immense effort. After 6 months of dedicated training, Su Chen finally grasped the true essence of Diamond Fist. In the first year, through tireless practice, his Diamond Fist reached the level of minor achievement. In the second year, through continued diligence, he ultimately refined it to perfection. Training complete. Remaining composure breakpoints, 100. This system was incredible, so precise and efficient. Once martial arts reached perfection, it even refunded excess composure breakpoints. It was absolutely flawless. The corners of Su Chen's mouth lifted slightly in a smirk. He felt an inward surge of satisfaction. Finally, he could use his strength to humiliate those self-proclaimed geniuses. And in doing so, he'd earn a wealth of composure breakpoints. At this moment, Su Chen's smile left everyone around him baffled. It seemed to ask, does he even know what's about to happen? Amid the crowd's astonished gazes, Su Chen clenched his fist and threw a punch at the oncoming Zhang Yuwei. His punch was so fast it left only an afterimage, as if time itself had paused in that instant. Whoosh! A deafening sonic boom shattered the air. Teacher Wang gasped from the sidelines. A sonic boom? Perfect level mastery of Diamond Fist? How is this possible? Only with perfect mastery of Diamond Fist could such a stunning sonic boom be produced. Before Teacher Wang could process it, Su Chen's fist collided brutally with Zhang Yuwei's body. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed, followed by a scream of agony as Zhang Yuwei's body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Boom! With a loud crash, Zhang Yuwei slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and sparking a wave of gasps from the crowd. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at Su Chen's display of power. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence, as if time had frozen. Eyes wide with shock, everyone stood frozen, mouths agape in disbelief. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, someone stammered, he knocked Zhang Yue out with one punch. No way, that's insane. Did you hear that sonic boom just now? They say only a perfected diamond fist can produce it. Wait, does Su Chen actually have such strong martial arts talent? But isn't it supposed to be harder to train with lower-level awakened talents? What's going on with Su Chen? Lu Qingqing stood rooted in place, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the stage. This was impossible. It had to be an illusion, absolutely an illusion. How could Su Chen, a useless D-grade talent, defeat Zhang Yue in an instant? Wan Pang, on the other hand, wore a joyful expression, clapping his hands together with delight. As expected, Su Chen hadn't lied to him. Su Chen really could defeat Zhang Yue. What an incredible brother! On the stage, Su Chen paid no mind to the crowd's astonishment as he slowly approached Zhang Yue. At this moment, Zhang Yue struggled to rise from the ground, the arrogance on his face completely wiped away, replaced with utter disbelief. No, impossible. How can a worthless trash like you be this strong? He shouted, clearly unable to accept the outcome. Ding, you defeated the B-grade talent genius Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue's composure broke. Composure break value plus 1000. Tell me, isn't it possible, Su Chen said, his lips curling into a smirk, that it's not that I'm strong, but that you're just too weak? Weaklings like you should train more and stop pretending to be hotshots. Your insult toward Zhang Yue's ability caused his composure to break. Composure break value plus 500. Su Chen cracked his knuckles. Now, it's my turn. What are you trying to do? Zhang Yue's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as his body instinctively retreated. Aren't you pretty arrogant? Didn't you say you'd beat me into a dead dog? Before the words had even fully landed, Su Chen threw another punch. The deafening sound of a sonic boom accompanied the blow as it landed heavily on Zhang Yue's abdomen. Zhang Yue, who had just managed to climb back up, was once again sent flying in a parabolic arc. His stomach completely lost its ability to resist. Su Chen had no intention of stopping there. Like a ravenous wolf, he charged forward. This time, he abandoned the use of martial techniques and relied solely on the strength of his physical body. Left hook, right hook, his fists pounded down on Zhang Yue's face with resounding bang, bang, bang sounds. The blows were crisp and clear. Zhang Yue's once handsome face instantly swelled into a pig's head. Everyone watching felt the pain just by looking. Finally, Su Chen stomped his foot onto Zhang Yue's face, looking down from above, and said coldly, "This is the so-called genius who awakened a B-level talent? What a joke. In reality, you're nothing but trash. What kind of genius are you supposed to be? Meeting me is like a frog at the bottom of a well seeing the moon, like an ephemeral insect catching a glimpse of the vast sky." After delivering his humiliation, Su Chen mercilessly threw Zhang Yue's own words back at him. Your words have shattered Zhang Yue's psyche. Mental defense value plus 1000. Lying beneath Su Chen's shoe, Zhang Yue's face flushed with rage as his entire body trembled. His eyes turned bloodshot before he finally rolled them back and fainted. You defeated Zhang Yue. Lu Qingqing's psyche is shattered. Mental defense value plus 500. That's enough, Su Chen. Lu Qingqing stormed over in a fury, pointing at Su Chen. He's already lost. Why do you need to humiliate him like this? Su Chen cast an indifferent glance at her and lifted his foot from Zhang Yue's face. As if in disdain, he wiped the sole of his shoe a few times on Zhang Yue's pristine training uniform, as though cleaning off dirt. This scene caused Lu Qingqing to tremble with anger. Your actions have shattered Lu Qingqing's psyche. Mental defense value plus 200. Lu Qingqing, you idiot, you're such a hypocrite. Wasn't it Zhang Yue himself who said he'd beat me into a dead dog? If I had lost, I would have been the one humiliated. Would you have said the same thing then? What a joke. This world is one where the strong prey on the weak. The weak are destined to be trampled underfoot by the strong. Your words have shattered the collective psyche of the class. Mental defense value plus 2000. Su Chen's words left Lu Qingqing speechless, and the rest of the class collectively felt their minds break. At this moment, everyone thought the same thing. Big brother, you're not wrong, but why does it sound so infuriating? Unable to come up with a retort, Lu Qingqing could only glare at Su Chen with hatred. Su Chen smirked coldly. If you're not satisfied, feel free to challenge me anytime. After all, if someone challenged him, it would only give him another chance to humiliate them and earn even more mental defense points. Why not? With that, Su Chen turned around and walked away without looking back. The surrounding students all stared at Su Chen with a mixture of awe and fear, instinctively parting to create a wide path for him. Everyone knew that, from this day forward, Su Chen would no longer be on the same level as them. However, Su Chen did not leave immediately. Instead, he found a quiet corner to sit and quietly waited for the impending distribution of the comprehension pill. Before long, medical personnel arrived, carrying a stretcher to take Zhang Yue away. The scene was tense and chaotic. After a series of events, Su Chen finally obtained the comprehension pill as he had hoped. He brought the pill to his nose and sniffed it lightly, instantly captivated by its fresh and unique medicinal aroma. This type of pill was refined and concentrated from spiritual herbs, and its efficacy far surpassed that of directly using the herbs. For ordinary people, this small pill was unimaginably precious. To step onto the path of martial arts, ordinary individuals faced immense challenges. Without good talent or access to top martial arts universities, they had virtually no chance of obtaining any cultivation resources. Resources required for martial cultivation, such as breathing techniques, martial techniques, spiritual herbs, and weapons, were far beyond the reach of ordinary families. Of course, high-ranking martial artists had their own means of amassing wealth, such as hunting extraordinary creatures in the wilderness or searching for spiritual herbs, often earning riches with ease. Staring at the pill in his hand, Su Chen swallowed it without hesitation. To him, spiritual herbs were only truly his once they were digested and absorbed. Keeping them unused would only invite covetous eyes. After consuming the comprehension pill, Su Chen quickly began assigning points. System: allocate 1/3 of the mental defense points to cultivating the breathing technique. He understood that although breathing techniques could be replaced later on, the realms cultivated in the early stages would not be affected. Therefore, he decided to focus on this technique to quickly enhance his level. As for his talent, he planned to find a secluded place to cultivate it in peace. Ding! 1/3 of the mental defense points have been successfully allocated. To elevate your realm, you have begun wholeheartedly cultivating the breathing technique. Due to the use of the comprehension pill, your comprehension has improved. Within a month, you have grasped the essentials of the breathing technique and devoted yourself to cultivation. Unfortunately, due to your current level of breathing technique, your realm advancement is slow. After 2 months, you reached martial artist level 4. After half a year, you advanced to martial artist level 6. After a year of effort, you successfully broke through to martial artist level 8. This cultivation session has concluded. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Martial artist level 8, this in just a single year. He knew he had set foot on the path of the strong. The challenges ahead would only become more thrilling, and he would never stop moving forward. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen's thoughts surged. This leap to level 8 was hard-earned yet exhilarating. He knew breathing techniques were the key to furthering his strength. However, such valuable resources were not easily obtainable, often controlled by powerful factions and top martial arts universities. Su Chen silently vowed that only by enrolling in a top-tier martial arts university could he gain access to even higher-level breathing techniques. Su Chen, no, Brother Chen. Wan Peng nearly jumped with excitement. You're incredible. From now on, you're my idol. Su Chen merely gave a faint smile, his heart calm and undisturbed. The surrounding classmates exchanged glances, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed at him. The image of that single punch taking down Zhang Yue lingered in their minds, and they couldn't help but picture Zhang Yue's swollen, pig-like face, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. At this moment, everyone silently rejoiced. A strong figure like Zhang Yue had been defeated by someone with only a D-level talent. It was like a dream. This victory not only proved Su Chen's strength but also gave everyone an immense sense of hope, as if they had glimpsed the light at the end of the tunnel. However, none of them knew that Su Chen's talent had quietly evolved, rising from D-level to C-level, and perhaps, in the near future, it might even reach S-level or SSS level. Using a low-grade talent to defeat a high-grade one. This secret was something Su Chen did not intend to share with anyone. It's nothing. It's not that I'm strong, it's just that Zhang Yue is too weak, Su Chen said indifferently. Wan Peng and the others were immediately at a loss for words. If even Zhang Yue was considered weak, then what were they? After all, before Su Chen defeated him, Zhang Yue had been the strongest in Class 2 of their senior year, someone everyone respected and feared. Your words have shattered the collective psyche of the class. Mental defense value plus 1,000. Brother Chen, you're way too humble, Wan Peng sighed. But hey, it's fine to be a little humble, who could blame you when you're this amazing? By the way, Brother Chen, what's your current combat power now? Wan Peng asked curiously. Su Chen shook his head and replied, after the recent battle with Jiang Yue, I had a slight breakthrough in my cultivation level, so I'm not exactly sure about my combat power at the moment. What he said wasn't false. After all, he had now reached the 8th level of the martial artist realm, and the improvement in his combat power was definitely more than just marginal. The concept of combat power referred to the maximum attack force one could unleash using martial techniques while fully channeling their yuan energy. Brother Chen, why don't we test it out in the training room? Wan Peng suggested. Alright, Su Chen nodded in agreement. The two headed toward the school's training room, but just as they were leaving, someone called out to Su Chen. Wait, Su Chen. Turning around, he saw it was Mr. Wang, the homeroom teacher of the Senior 3, Class 2. Mr. Wang, what's the matter? Su Chen asked, puzzled. With a broad smile, Mr. Wang said, Su Chen, after you finish your test, come to my office. Alright, Su Chen replied casually and continued heading toward the training room with Wan Peng. The training room at Linchuan High School was specifically designed for students to practice and test their strength and combat power. Though it was just an ordinary high school, the equipment in the training room was top-notch. Every room was equipped with advanced technology that could collect yuan energy from the air and channel it inside, significantly boosting the efficiency of training. By the way, Brother Chen, the training rooms are usually occupied since they're in high demand. Most of the time, the strong monopolize them, because those with average strength can't last long inside, Wan Peng explained. Oh, competition? Interesting, Su Chen's eyes lit up with a spark of excitement. The original owner of this body had rarely visited the training room due to poor talent and weak strength. But now, he could hardly wait to experience it. As Wan Peng had said, the training rooms were meant for the strong. Apart from a session with a teacher-led group test, the original Su Chen had never set foot inside. To him, it was a place where someone as weak as him simply didn't belong. But now, hearing Wan Peng describe the rules for using the training rooms left Su Chen feeling quite satisfied. In a high martial culture, this was how it should be. The weak should be trampled underfoot by the strong, and resources should be fought for. Brother Chen, I know you just defeated Jiang Yue, and that's impressive. But Jiang Yue isn't much in the grand scheme of things at our school. He's only a B-grade talent. Our school still has A-grade talents, and there's even an S-grade talent. Let's go take a look first. If the training rooms are occupied by someone too strong, we can just come back another day, Wan Peng quickly reminded, noticing Su Chen's apparent indifference. Alright, Su Chen replied casually, though he didn't take it to heart. The talents had only awakened recently. Even if some students were A-grade talents, their cultivation levels shouldn't have exceeded the martial artist realm in this short time. As long as they hadn't surpassed the martial artist realm, Su Chen had nothing to fear. Besides, he still had plenty of defense breakpoints at hand. Worst-case scenario, he could just use them to further enhance his cultivation level. Su Chen and Wan Peng stopped in front of the school's training room. Brother Chen, let me go check if there are any vacant training rooms, Wan Peng said, hurrying off to find the teacher in charge of managing the training rooms. A short while later, Wan Peng returned with a disappointed expression. Brother Chen, I just asked. All the training rooms are currently occupied, and the users are some of the school's strongest students. 4 of them are even stronger than Jiang Yue. Although technically, there's no rule against sharing a training room, nobody is willing to share theirs. Got it, Su Chen nodded. I understand. In essence, the training rooms were dominated by the strong. As for the weak, even if they managed to get in, they'd be thrown out by the strong and wouldn't be able to hold their ground. Su Chen didn't find this unfair at all. In a high martial world, strength reigns supreme. Not just in a high martial world, in any world, really. The difference was that, in a high martial world, this rule was simply more transparent. His gaze fell on the heavy metal door in front of him. Taking a few steps forward, Su Chen placed his hand on the nearest training room's door handle. Brother Chen, don't. Before Wan Peng could finish his sentence, Su Chen had already turned the handle. Wan Peng glanced at the room number and instantly looked despairing. We're doomed. He just opened Su Yang's room. If Brother Chen had opened any other door, it might not have been a big deal. But he had to open Su Yang's room. This Su Yang was ranked 10th in the school's strength rankings. He was on a completely different level compared to someone like Jiang Yue, who was just a classroom talent. Moreover, Su Yang was known for his domineering personality. He had repeatedly seized training rooms, even throwing out those already inside. Once, a student tried to stand up to Su Yang and fight for a training room, but Su Yang beat him so badly that he was unrecognizable. Even his own mother couldn't recognize him. Since then, anyone weaker than Su Yang would give him face. If Su Yang wanted their training room, they'd vacate it without hesitation to avoid a beating. Inside the training room, a burly young man was sitting cross-legged, palms facing up, in a meditative posture. His robust physique made his arms look several times thicker than those of an average person. Sitting there, he exuded an overpowering aura. Just by his appearance, it was clear he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Hearing the door open, the burly young man abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed straight at the door. How dare anyone open the door without permission? Did they not know he was occupying this training room? The training rooms didn't have locks, allowing anyone outside to enter at any time. This was a deliberate design by the school to foster a sense of competition. The young man's piercing gaze swept toward the door, where he saw a boy in a white martial arts uniform walk in. The boy had strikingly handsome features and deep, enigmatic eyes, giving him an almost ethereal aura. Pretty boy. This was Su Yang's first impression of Su Chen. He despised guys like this, those who looked good but lacked real strength. Get out, Su Yang said coldly, his voice laced with an undeniable authority, as if he was used to being in a position of superiority. As one of the school's top talents, Su Yang was like a king among the ordinary students, who treated him with the utmost respect, as if he were a god. It's over, Wan Peng thought despairingly behind Su Chen. Su Yang was the undisputed tyrant of the school. He tugged at Su Chen's clothes and whispered, "Brother Chen, let's just leave, alright? This is Su Yang's room, and he's not someone to mess with." Su Chen gave Wan Peng a reassuring look, leaving him no choice but to step back in silence. Turning around, Su Chen locked eyes with the burly young man sitting cross-legged. "Oh?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a faint, disdainful smile playing on his lips. "Are you telling me to get out? If you don't leave, I'll make sure you understand the consequences," Su Yang sneered, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. "As far as I know, the school's rules don't allow strong individuals to monopolize training rooms. Why should I leave? Does that mean you have the right to claim this room for yourself?" Su Yang froze for a moment, evidently not expecting someone to dare challenge him face to face. Rage instantly surged within him, and he abruptly stood up. "Pretty boy, how dare you insult me? You're courting death," he roared, charging straight toward Su Chen without hesitation. Ding! Your words caused Su Yang's mental defenses to crumble slightly. Mental break points plus 100. Su Yang pushed off with his feet, his body lunging forward like a cheetah, his momentum fierce as he pounced toward Su Chen. "Kneel before me," he bellowed, clenching his right fist and aiming directly at Su Chen's abdomen. "Too slow," Su Chen remarked calmly, sidestepping with ease and dodging Su Yang's attack. In that instant, Su Yang's pupils contracted slightly, and he felt a jolt in his heart. So fast, he thought to himself, hurriedly adjusting the direction of his attack. Once again, he swung his fist, this time aiming at Su Chen's chest. His punch sliced through the air with a sharp, whistling sound, clearly exhibiting its immense power. But this time, Su Chen didn't evade. He casually extended his left hand and effortlessly caught Su Yang's fist. The overwhelming force was firmly restrained by Su Chen's single hand. Su Yang was horrified to realize that he couldn't move forward an inch. How is this possible? Su Yang's eyes flashed with shock. "Now it's my turn," Su Chen said coldly, clenching his right fist and striking Su Yang's abdomen without mercy. This punch descended like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a deafening boom. Before Su Yang could react, his body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, smashing heavily into the wall of the training room before collapsing to the ground. "This is the so-called genius of the school? You're nothing but trash." Su Chen sneered with disdain. "If garbage like this can be considered a genius, then our school is truly pathetic." A flush of shame crossed Su Yang's face as he was overwhelmed with regret. His former arrogance and contempt for Su Chen dissipated entirely in that moment. You defeated the arrogant Su Yang. Unable to accept this, Su Yang's mental defenses completely crumbled. Mental breakpoints plus 2000. Pain and humiliation consumed Su Yang before his vision darkened, and he passed out on the spot. Su Chen calmly dusted off his hands, as if brushing away specks of dirt. Meanwhile, Wan Peng, who had been standing at the doorway, was utterly stunned. His eyes widened, and his mouth formed an O shape, clearly unable to process what had just happened. That was Su Yang, the widely acknowledged top 10 genius in the school. It was said that Su Yang had already reached the 7th level of martial practitioner, making him incredibly powerful and conceited. Yet, in front of such a strong individual, Su Chen had effortlessly defeated him, like a predator capturing prey with ease. The scene was simply unbelievable. Su Chen's performance felt like a dream, as if he hadn't even exerted much effort, and Su Yang had been soundly defeated without suspense. Not long ago, Su Chen had been ranked only 30-something in the school. Even after awakening his talent, he hadn't undergone a reassessment yet, but his rank was expected to drop significantly. After all, he had awakened only the lowest grade D-level talent. And yet, this very same Su Chen, with his D-level talent, had first defeated Jiang Yuwei, the strongest in their class, and now had effortlessly triumphed over Su Yang, one of the school's elites. It was simply beyond belief. "What are you staring at?" Su Chen asked when he noticed Wan Peng in a daze. Wan Peng snapped out of it, his Adam's apple bobbing. Brother Chen, I was just too shocked." "There's nothing to be shocked about. This was just basic stuff," Su Chen said nonchalantly, his face full of disdain. Wan Peng was speechless. He had just witnessed Su Chen defeat Su Yang, someone regarded as a school powerhouse. If this was considered basic stuff, then how terrifying would Su Chen be if he went all out? Your words caused Wan Peng's mental defenses to crumble. Mental break points plus 200. Alright, stop spacing out. Take this piece of trash to the infirmary for me. I want to stay here and properly test my strength, Su Chen said, pointing at the unconscious Su Yang. Got it, Wan Peng quickly responded. He hurried over to Su Yang, checking his breathing out of concern that Su Chen's punch might have killed him. After confirming that Su Yang was still alive, Wan Peng sighed in relief, thinking to himself, as long as he's breathing, there's no need to worry about Su Chen getting into too much trouble. The school was quite lenient when it came to such matters. After all, everyone was training, and injuries were commonplace. As long as no one died, no one would pursue it. Wan Peng hoisted Su Yang onto his back and headed toward the door. Brother Chen, you focus on your testing. With that, he closed the metallic door to the training room and quickly made his way to the infirmary. Not long after they left, other students in the school caught sight of the scene. Hey, look! That guy is carrying someone on his back. It looks like Su Yang. What? No way. Su Yang's one of our school's top students, a genius. There's almost no one who can beat him. I took a closer look, it really is Su Yang. He's got the most robust build in the school. How could he have been knocked out? Did he run into one of the top-tier prodigies from our school? A number of students initially wanted to follow and find out what had happened, but at that moment, someone else's arrival made them abandon the thought. A long-haired boy appeared, flanked by a group of students, making his way toward the training room. The boy's hair was parted in a neat 3/7 split, with strands of his fringe curling slightly at the left and brushing against the corner of his lips, accentuating his sharp, handsome features. He exuded a refined elegance that made him the ideal flower boy in the eyes of many girls. The students who had been planning to leave all stopped in their tracks, their gazes collectively drawn to the newcomer. Ah, it's Su Xiaoyun. It's really him. It's Su Xiaoyun, the recognized flower boy among our school's top 10 geniuses. Why is he here? Is he here to use the training room? Probably not. If he were just here to train, why would he bring so many people with him? Puzzled, many couldn't figure out his purpose, but their questions were soon answered. Make way, make way. Brother Su has made progress in his training and has come to test his combat strength, a boy following Su Xiaoyun announced loudly. The crowd suddenly understood. So Su Xiaoyun was here for a power test. And the fact that he had achieved another breakthrough was astounding. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crowd quickly divided into two lines, leaving a clear path in the middle as they respectfully stepped aside for Su Xiaoyun. Su Xiaoyun remained composed, his face calm and unperturbed. This kind of scene was nothing new to him, he had grown accustomed to it long ago. In this world, strength reigned supreme, and the strong were destined to be admired and respected by all. He strode forward steadily, his demeanor as composed as ever. One of the students accompanying him quickly stepped ahead and opened the training room door. He called out to the person inside, Su Xiaoyun is here to test his combat strength. Vacate the training room immediately. Inside was a girl. Initially, seeing an unfamiliar boy at the door, she had been ready to snap. But the moment she heard the name Su Xiaoyun, her eyes lit up, and her anger instantly dissipated. Ah, is Brother Su here to test his combat power? I'll step out immediately. Wait a moment, I need to clean the training room thoroughly. Someone like Brother Su deserves to test his combat power in a clean environment. Leaving it dirty would be an insult to him. The girl wore a radiant smile on her face, as if being chosen by Su Xiaoyun was the greatest honor of her life. And indeed, it was true. Su Xiaoyun was one of the strongest in the school, and on top of that, he was a handsome flower boy, the very type most high school girls dreamed of. The boy standing at the door nodded slightly. All right, but be quick. Don't keep Brother Su waiting. Got it, I'll be very fast, the girl nodded repeatedly, brimming with confidence. She immediately grabbed a broom and began cleaning the training room. After meticulously sweeping the floor until it was spotless, the girl used a cloth to carefully wipe down the testing dummy, polishing it until every inch gleamed. Only after finishing everything did she leave the training room with a satisfied expression. Su Xiaoyun, the training room is cleaned up now. You can use it with peace of mind. She stood in front of Su Xiaoyun, her voice stammering, overwhelmed with excitement. This was Su Xiaoyun, the flower boy Su Xiaoyun, the dream prince of countless girls at Linchuan No. 1 High School. Su Xiaoyun nodded lightly. Thank you. Although his gratitude was expressed indifferently, the girl didn't mind at all. In fact, she was ecstatic. So cool, so aloof, so charming. Her admiration for him only deepened. Su Xiaoyun stepped into the training room with a blank expression, closing the door behind him to create a quiet space for himself. Inside the training room, his goal was clear. He was here to test his combat power, so he headed directly to the area designated for the combat power testing dummy. The combat power testing dummy, as the name suggested, was designed specifically for testing students' combat strength. Its principle was to engage in combat with the student and record their highest combat output as the result. Combat power was influenced by various factors, including breathing techniques, martial skills, personal cultivation, and innate talent. Generally speaking, the higher the innate talent, the better the breathing technique, and the more advanced the martial skill, the stronger the combat power. In summary, combat power was shaped by multiple aspects. Some might train in low-level martial skills but progress incredibly fast, potentially surpassing those who practiced high-level martial skills but advanced slowly. Su Xiaoyun had come to test his combat power this time because his family had recently spent a fortune on purchasing a martial skill that was more advanced than the Vajra fist. Additionally, he had made a breakthrough in mastering the skill, reaching the beginner level. So he wanted to see how much his combat power could increase with this new martial skill. Previously, his combat power was 3,500. That figure was achieved using the Vajra fist. Su Xiaoyun stared at the combat power testing dummy, his eyes flickering with determination. Let's see how much my flaming fist can boost my combat power. He walked over to the metal dummy and decisively pressed the switch on its back. Instantly, the previously lifeless dummy's pitch-black eyes lit up with a scarlet glow, like a beast awakened from slumber. The metal dummy had been activated. Su Xiaoyun took a few steps back, his heart surging with anticipation, his gaze fixed on the dummy's every move. Flaming fist, he shouted, his body shooting forward like an arrow as his fist erupted in blazing flames, striking toward the dummy. The metal dummy reacted immediately, launching a fierce counterattack. It displayed remarkable combat strength, even adjusting its intensity to match its opponent's power. Outside the training room, students gathered to watch, holding their breath in anticipation of the final result. Last time Brother Su's combat power was 3,500, ranking 8th on the training room's combat power leaderboard. I wonder how much it will increase this time. I heard he just started practicing a C-rank martial skill called Flaming Fist. It's a level above the basic Vajra fist we use, and its power is extraordinary. That martial skill cost his parents a fortune, 200,000 yuan. I'm so envious. Not many families at our school can afford that kind of investment. Hopefully, Brother Su can climb higher on the leaderboard this time. It's possible. Brother Su's combat power was 3,500, ranked 8th. The one in 7th place only has 4,000. He definitely has a chance to surpass them. Outside the training room, a giant screen displayed the real-time combat power rankings of the top 20 students. Just as the crowd was fervently discussing, the screen suddenly scrolled. Su Xiaoyun, previously ranked 8th with a combat power of 3,500, rapidly climbed 2 spots, ultimately stopping at 6th place. It moved. The ranking moved. A student who noticed the change first exclaimed. Everyone immediately turned their eyes to the screen. The name once ranked 8th, Su Xiaoyun, was now firmly in 6th place. The screen prominently displayed. Rank, 6. Name, Su Xiaoyun. Combat power, 5,100. An atmosphere of excitement instantly filled the air as the crowd erupted in cheers for Su Xiaoyun's breakthrough, eagerly awaiting even greater miracles to unfold. Whoa, that's insane. Jumping 2 ranks just like that. You know how hard it is to climb even one spot in the top 10. Last time, Brother Su's combat power was 4,500. This time, it went straight up to 5,100. That's such a rapid improvement. This is the power of high-level martial skills. It's so enviable. Too bad my family can't afford to buy martial skills like that. Actually, families like ours don't necessarily need to buy martial skills. If we can get into the rocket class through the placement exam, we can choose a C-rank martial skill. I heard the school is also forming an elite group called the Seed Candidates. Seed Candidates? Does that mean students with the potential to get into top martial arts universities? Exactly. Seed Candidates can directly access the school's library and pick any martial skill they want, regardless of its level. I really want to become one of the school's elite students too. While everyone was engrossed in their discussions, Su Chen had already toured all the facilities in the school's training room. The room was brimming with energy, equipped with a variety of devices. There were machines for testing basic strength, the metal dummies for combat power testing, and even specialized rooms for practicing martial skills. Why not upgrade my innate ability here and now? Innate abilities, as the name suggested, were unique powers awakened by individuals. These abilities differed for each person and varied in level, ranging from D rank at the lowest to SSS rank at the highest. An innate ability was closely tied to a warrior's potential, and an SSS rank ability was the epitome of talent. Whether in breathing techniques or martial skills, someone with such a gift progressed several times faster than others. Moreover, innate abilities function like inherent martial skills. Upon reaching the Grandmaster level, one could project energy externally and kill from a distance. At that point, the awakened innate ability could be unleashed. Innate abilities could also be combined with martial skills. For example, a Grandmaster practicing blade techniques could infuse their ability into their blade, significantly enhancing the weapon and the skill's lethality. System, upgrade my innate ability to its maximum level. Ding! Defense points successfully consumed. Upgrading innate ability. After consuming a large amount of defense points, your C-rank innate ability, Strong Electric Current, has been upgraded to the SSS rank ability, Purple Divine Thunder. Suddenly, Su Chen felt an immense sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. His mind became clear, and it seemed as though any cultivation problem could be easily resolved. This was the effect of improved aptitude. At the same time, he felt a significant increase in his strength and combat power. Looking at his clenched fist, Su Chen thought to himself, a top-tier innate ability is truly extraordinary. Next, I should test my current combat power. Su Chen walked straight toward the metal puppet. Having never used the training room before, he carefully studied it for a while. Interesting, it even has a switch, and it uses special elemental stones as its energy source. Click. After figuring out how to operate the metal puppet, Su Chen reached out and pressed the switch on the back of the puppet. In the next moment, the dull eyes of the metal puppet suddenly glowed red. Its gaze scanned Su Chen briefly. This metal puppet was equipped with a function to assess a warrior's power. Once it determined the level, it would fight using power matching that level. During the battle, the metal puppet would record the maximum combat power the opponent could unleash in real combat. This maximum combat power would be the final test result. Su Chen immediately made his move, unleashing the full strength of an 8th rank warrior, pushing his Vajra fist technique to its utmost. Bang! The metal puppet was sent flying with a single punch from Su Chen, clearly unprepared for the sheer strength of his combat power. Fortunately, the metal puppet was made of specially crafted metal, making it generally difficult to damage. Its eyes flickered with red light as it climbed back up from the ground. This time, it activated the power of a 9th rank warrior. The 9th rank of a warrior was the highest level the school's metal puppet could simulate. Generally speaking, even the top high school students couldn't surpass this range of combat power. Soon, Su Chen and the metal puppet engaged in combat once more. However, the puppet was once again sent flying by Su Chen in no time. Its red eyes flickered erratically, like a malfunctioning light bulb. Did I break it? Su Chen was momentarily stunned at the sight. If he really broke it, he'd be in big trouble. He had no money to pay for it right now. Su Chen hurriedly ran over, helped the metal puppet up from the ground, quickly turned off the switch, and moved it to a corner. Without hesitation, he swiftly left the training room. At home, his younger sister was still undergoing treatment. If he had to pay compensation as well, it would be a devastating blow to his already struggling family. Better to deal with this after he started earning money in the future. Meanwhile, in another training room, the metallic doors creaked open as Su Xiaoyun stepped out, exuding the aura of a battle god descending upon the world. Immediately, a group of people gathered around him, their faces filled with admiration. Brother Su, congratulations! That was incredible! Brother Su, your combat power has improved unbelievably, like defying fate itself. Brother Su, congratulations on climbing 2 ranks in the standings. That's amazing! Compliments poured in like a tidal wave, making Su Xiaoyun smile faintly. He thought to himself, this training session was truly worth it. My martial arts have progressed just as I expected. He walked to the large screen outside the training room, his gaze settling on it, while the others followed him excitedly. Su Xiaoyun's eyes landed on the 6th rank displayed on the screen, and he immediately sought his own information. Rank, 6. Name, Su Xiaoyun. Combat power, 5100. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyun felt a surge of satisfaction. His rank and combat power were among the top 10 in the entire school, and moving up 2 ranks was undoubtedly exciting news. The others also cast envious glances at the screen, their faces revealing their longing. To appear on this large screen was to be among the elite of the school. The glory of being in the top 10 was dazzling, and who wouldn't want a spot on this prestigious list? However, they knew full well how difficult it was to make it onto this ranking. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, the screen suddenly began to glitch dramatically. Su Xiaoyun, who had been ranked 6th, saw his rank drop by 1. Meanwhile, Su Yang, who had been ranked 10th on the first page, had disappeared entirely, clearly falling to the second page. Ah! Brother Su's rank dropped, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with shock and confusion. Everyone immediately turned to look at the large screen. Sure enough, Su Xiaoyun's rank had fallen to 7th. Brother Su's cousin, Su Yang, has fallen off the first page. What's going on? Did someone break into the top 6? The group shifted their gaze upward, trying to identify the newcomer in the top 6. The names for 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd place were all familiar. Then, they saw the most unexpected position, 1st place. When they saw the 1st place, everyone froze. Because the 1st place didn't display a name. At that moment, the screen showed this. Rank, 1. Name. Combat power, 40,000. What the hell is going on? Someone just jumped to 1st place, but why is there no name? Could it be a system error? 40,000 combat power? My god, that's insane. Who is this person in 1st place? Discussions erupted among the crowd as Su Xiaoyun narrowed his eyes, his thoughts churning. 40,000 combat power was utterly absurd. How could anyone in the school reach such an unbelievable level of strength? Coming from a martial arts family, Su Xiaoyun understood the implications. His family owned a martial arts hall, and 40,000 combat power was the upper limit of what a metal puppet could test. How could such a person exist in reality? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Su Xiaoyun thought to himself, his emotions turbulent and his expression growing darker. Malfunction. It has to be a system malfunction. Su Xiaoyun muttered through gritted teeth, already determined to uncover the truth. In Su Xiaoyun's understanding, even at his family's martial arts hall, a warrior who had just entered the martial master realm would have a combat power of just over 40,000. 40,000 combat power was comparable to some low-level martial masters. If someone in this school had truly reached such a terrifying level, it would mean the entire school's hierarchy would have to be reshuffled. This was simply impossible. If a student had really reached 40,000 combat power, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Even Li Shishir, the school's acknowledged top genius, only had a combat power of 20,000. As an 8th-rank warrior, she was already at the pinnacle. How could a student suddenly explode to 40,000 combat power? With these thoughts, Su Xiaoyun's tumultuous emotions gradually calmed. The surrounding students, hearing his reasoning, also nodded in agreement. Brother Su is right. It has to be a system malfunction. Even the name isn't displayed, this definitely means there's a problem with the system. Exactly. How could this be real? 40,000 combat power is practically martial master level. After all, it's a network system. Errors are normal. A glitch in the program makes the most sense. As everyone was fervently discussing, a student came rushing over, his face pale and his expression panicked. Brother Su, something terrible has happened. What is it? Su Xiaoyun frowned. It's like this, your cousin Su Yang has been beaten and sent to the infirmary. Beaten? Su Xiaoyun's mouth twitched slightly, a wave of anger surging within him. What a disgraceful fool, bringing shame to the Su family. Although he cursed him verbally, Su Xiaoyun quickly headed toward the infirmary. Despite Su Yang's shortcomings, he was still a member of the Su family, and as his elder cousin, Su Xiaoyun couldn't just ignore him. Su Xiaoyun's speed, as a martial artist, far surpassed that of ordinary people. It didn't take long for him to reach the infirmary. After asking around, he quickly found Su Yang's room. Standing at the door, he grasped the handle and gave it a sharp twist, creak, the door swung open. Inside the room, beside Su Yang, there was another boy named Jiang Yuwei. At the moment, Su Yang was lying on his side on the bed, staring blankly out the window. Meanwhile, on the bed near the window lay another boy whose face was so swollen it resembled a pig's head, his body wrapped in bandages. His appearance was so pitiful that even his own mother might not recognize him. Su Xiaoyun's mouth twitched slightly, a hint of sympathy flashing in his heart for the boy. It was clear he'd been intentionally beaten to such a state. Shifting his gaze back to Su Yang, he noticed that Su Yang seemed utterly indifferent to everything around him. At this moment, Zhang Yuwei raised his head, his walnut-like swollen eyes looking toward the doorway. His voice trembled. "Su, brother Su. Who are you?" Su Xiaoyun asked, puzzled. "Brother Su, I'm Yuwei, Zhang Yuwei." "What? You're Zhang Yuwei?" Su Xiaoyun's face showed shock. Linchuan No. 1 Middle School combined both middle and high school students, and Su Xiaoyun had also attended middle school here. He and Zhang Yuwei had once been classmates. "Zhang Yuwei, how did you end up like this?" Su Xiaoyun found it hard to believe. Zhang Yuwei ranked among the top 50 in the entire school, yet he had been beaten to such a degree it was simply unbelievable. But when his eyes fell on Su Yang, lying in the hospital bed, his initial shock diminished significantly. Su Yang was ranked in the top 10 in the school, and even he had ended up hospitalized. In comparison, it seemed less surprising that Zhang Yuwei, ranked in the top 50, was beaten into a swollen mess. "Brother Su, it was Su Chen who did this to me," Zhang Yuwei said, his former arrogance entirely gone. He now resembled a bullied child, his demeanor when facing Su Chen starkly contrasting with how he acted around Su Xiaoyun. This dynamic fully reflected the principle of survival of the fittest in this world. "Su Chen? Who's that?" Su Xiaoyun frowned, clearly unfamiliar with the name. "He's a classmate of ours." "All right, then. Train hard, and next time, get your revenge on him," Su Xiaoyun replied indifferently. Zhang Yuwei wasn't someone he particularly cared about, so he couldn't be bothered about the matter of his beating. Zhang Yuwei seemed like he wanted to say more, but in the end, he held his tongue. He understood now, his relationship with Su Xiaoyun was merely that of ordinary classmates. There was no way he could count on Su Xiaoyun to stand up for him. Zhang Yuwei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with rage, as though he could barely contain an outburst. His heart was filled with hatred for Su Chen. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his fury bubbling up like a geyser. "I'll find a way to get back at him, no matter what," Zhang Yuwei thought through gritted teeth. Su Xiaoyun paid no mind to Zhang Yuwei's inner turmoil. He walked straight to Su Yang's side. At this moment, Su Yang remained unnervingly silent, his vacant eyes gazing out the window. He seemed to have suffered an irreversible blow, his entire being resembling a soulless shell. "What happened?" Su Xiaoyun asked in a deep voice, his eyes glinting with concern. However, Su Yang still didn't respond. He continued to stare out the window, his expression dazed, as though he had lost all interest in the world. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyun's brows furrowed deeply, a faint unease rising within him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and gave Su Yang a resounding slap. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the infirmary, even startling Zhang Yuwei, who flinched in surprise. The slap seemed to awaken the fear buried deep within Su Yang, forcing him to recall Su Chen's humiliation. "It's just one defeat, what's the big deal? Who are you putting on this pathetic act for?" Su Xiaoyun scolded sternly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He was growing increasingly disappointed in this cousin of his. A martial artist like this? What kind of martial artist wallows in self-pity after a single loss? Such a person might as well give up and stay home. As a martial artist, winning and losing is part of the journey. True strength lies in rising stronger after setbacks. Su Xiaoyun thought coldly, secretly hoping Su Yang would pull himself together. The slap seemed to have an effect. Su Yang's eyes gradually regained focus, though a glaring red handprint was clearly visible on his cheek, proof that Su Xiaoyun hadn't held back. "Brother, he called me trash. He really called me trash," Su Yang finally shouted, his voice trembling with anger and indignation. "Who called you trash?" Su Xiaoyun's brows knitted tightly, his tone turning serious. I don't even know," Su Yang shook his head, looking even more helpless. "What exactly happened? Tell me everything." Su Xiaoyun's voice was low, laced with urgency. After a long pause to steady himself, Su Yang recounted the events in full detail, every bit of it, from his diligent training in the practice room to the moment someone barged in and humiliated him. Zhang Yuwei listened intently, a sense of déjà vu creeping into his heart. Could it be that Su Yang had also been humiliated by Su Chen? He pondered deeply, confusion and rage intertwining, as though a storm was brewing. This can't be. What am I even thinking? Zhang Yuwei quickly shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. He chastised himself, was he so consumed by anger toward Su Chen that he'd imagined Su Chen defeating Su Yang? Though Su Chen had some skill, there was no way he could have beaten Su Yang. Su Yang was one of the school's top 10 prodigies, his combat prowess unmatched. What could Su Chen possibly have that allowed him to take on someone of Su Yang's caliber? Clearly, Jiang Yue had let his anger cloud his judgment. Thinking it through now, he realized his loss to Su Chen was due to underestimating him. Su Chen's mastery of the diamond fist had reached perfection, which caught Jiang Yue off guard. He hadn't even used his full strength, nor deployed his newly learned martial arts technique, before Su Chen exploited an opening and defeated him. But he was convinced that this was Su Chen's limit. Once Jiang Yue mastered his new technique, Su Chen wouldn't stand a chance. After all, Su Chen was merely a lowly awakened talent with a D-level gift. How could he possibly defeat a genius like Su Yang? With this thought, the frustration Jiang Yue felt after losing to Su Chen began to dissipate. When Su Yang finished recounting the events, Su Shaoyan slammed his hand against the metal rail of the hospital bed with a loud clang, the sound ringing out like a thunderclap. That guy's this arrogant? Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Su Shaoyun's eyes burned with intensity as he questioned Su Yang. Su Yang quickly shook his head. Brother, I swear I'm not exaggerating. His tone was resolute, clearly convinced of the matter. Alright, I got it. I'll help you find this guy. However he insulted you, I'll make sure he gets it back the same way. Su Shaoyun silently vowed in his heart. Daring to hit his cousin was as good as slapping him in the face. With that thought, Su Shaoyun pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. The phone rang twice before being picked up, and a man's voice came through. Hello, Brother Su, what's the matter? Zhang Fan, I need you to help me track someone down. A few hours ago, this person entered training room number 2 and sent my cousin, Su Yang, to the infirmary. Check the school surveillance cameras and find him for me, Su Shaoyun said concisely. Zhang Fan was a student council officer at the school, handling various school affairs with considerable authority, including direct access to surveillance footage. Got it, Brother Su. I'll handle it right away. Zhang Fan's voice was full of enthusiasm. After the call ended, a glint of coldness flashed in Su Shaoyun's eyes. He silently vowed that once he found this person, he would teach them a harsh lesson and crush their arrogance. Beep, beep, beep. Inside Teacher Wang's office, a constant alert tone sounded. Having just returned from the restroom, Teacher Wang froze for a moment, his heart tightening. That sound, someone broke the combat power record. He quickly turned to look at the computer screen. The combat power ranking software in the bottom right corner was flashing repeatedly, displaying shocking news. Teacher Wang immediately opened the software and saw a jaw-dropping figure, 40,000 combat power, standing prominently at the top of the rankings. Holy crap, this can't be real. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and stared at the screen to confirm he wasn't mistaken. The 40,000 combat power still remained, solidly in first place. This isn't a hallucination. He was astonished, then shifted his gaze to see who this terrifyingly powerful student was. When he saw the name displayed he froze. Why isn't there a name? Could it be a system malfunction? Teacher Wang fell into deep thought, filled with confusion. As of now, 40,000 combat power was something no student could possibly achieve. That level of strength was already nearing that of some martial masters. Even the school's most talented genius, Li Shishir, at the 8th stage of martial artist rank, only had a power level of over 20,000. And yet, this mysterious figure didn't even have a name. While Teacher Wang was lost in thought, the school forum was ablaze with discussions. Everyone was shocked and curious about this sudden combat power record. This could only mean one thing: this person simply didn't exist. Sigh, so it's just a system error. Teacher Wang let out a sigh of relief. He had thought someone had surpassed the previous combat power champion, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Shaking his head, Teacher Wang decisively moved his mouse and deleted the top-ranking 40,000 combat power entry. Li Shishir was once again restored to first place on the combat power leaderboard, as if everything had returned to normal. Meanwhile, on the school forum, a post suddenly went viral across the campus. #shocking, Linchuan High sees a 40,000 combat power god. The post included a screenshot of the combat rankings outside the training room, with the figure 40,000 combat power glaringly prominent, like a comet streaking across the night sky. The post was uploaded by someone who had quickly captured a photo when the 40,000 combat power appeared and then posted it on the forum. The students' curiosity flared up instantly, as if they had caught the scent of fresh blood. The school forum became a bustling battlefield, with students flocking to discuss and debate, the atmosphere tense and electric. Props to the poster, the news department needs talents like you. Holy crap, is this real? 40,000 combat power? Damn, Does our school really have such a god? Our school's combat power champion, Goddess Li Shirshir, only had 20,000 power. Where did this 40,000 come from? Unbelievable. This image must be photoshopped, right? Guys, I'm near the training room. I'll go check the combat rankings myself. Go, and don't forget to snap a picture. Before long, a student came back with a photo and excitedly shared the results. Guys, the poster's photo is fake. I just checked the leaderboard on the big screen. Li Shirshir is still number 1, there's no 40,000 combat power god. These words instantly set off a storm in the forum. Angry voices rose one after another, accusing the poster of deceiving everyone. However, the truth always finds its way to the surface. Everyone, I was at the scene when the 40,000 combat power appeared. I can confirm the poster's photo is real. But at the time, no name was displayed, so we assumed it was a system bug. This comment was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing waves of surprise. Everyone suddenly understood it was all just a system error. As the truth came out, the forum gradually calmed down. The discussion shifted to Teacher Wang's handling of the situation. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained unaware of all this. After leaving the training room, he headed straight to his homeroom teacher's office, ready to uncover more secrets. The world of advanced martial arts is full of dangers. I must keep earning defense break points to enhance my strength. And I also need to find a way to raise money for my sister's medical treatment. Su Chen calculated his next steps in his mind. In the world of high martial arts, strength was undoubtedly the most important thing. Living in a world where humans were at a disadvantage, danger lurked everywhere. The border was guarded by high-level martial artists, but if the warriors ever failed, and extraordinary creatures broke into the cities, the consequences would be unimaginable. Many people could be wiped out with just one strike. High-level extraordinary creatures were devastating beings. A single blow could easily destroy an entire city. Therefore, he had to grow stronger as quickly as possible and take control of his own destiny. Caught in these thoughts, Su Chen arrived at the door of Teacher Wang's office and knocked firmly 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came a clear voice from inside. Creak. Su Chen pushed the door open, stepped in, and closed it behind him, silently preparing for his upcoming plan. Su Chen, you're here. Take a seat, Teacher Wang gestured to a nearby chair, his eyes gleaming with approval. Once Su Chen sat down, Teacher Wang began speaking. Su Chen, at your age, to have mastered the Diamond Fist to perfection and even defeated Jian Yuwei, who has a B-grade talent, with your D-grade talent, is truly remarkable. Because of this, I have something important to tell you. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to reveal that he was no longer at a D-grade talent level but had advanced to SSS grade talent. However, he held back, thinking Teacher Wang might not believe him. He decided to wait until the college entrance exams to retest his talent, which would naturally leave everyone in awe. Teacher, please go ahead, Su Chen replied, his gaze steady and ready to listen. Teacher Wang looked at him, feeling a surge of pride. The day after tomorrow, the class division exams will be held. You're aware of this, right? Understood, Su Chen nodded. The class placement exam primarily evaluates a student's combat power. The higher the combat power, the better the results. Students with outstanding results will enter the elite class and have the privilege to choose one C-level martial technique. Moreover, the school will select the top 10 students as seed talents for specialized training. These seed students enjoy greater privileges, including the ability to learn any 2 martial techniques stored by the school. Joy bloomed in Su Chen's heart instantly. This was practically a pie falling from the sky. He had been worrying about not having any martial techniques to cultivate. Relying solely on a common version of the Vajra fist was far too limiting. He desperately needed a movement technique or even an offensive martial technique to establish himself in this fiercely competitive world. To obtain martial techniques, I absolutely cannot hold back during the class placement exam. Only by showing my full strength can I secure more resources. Since that's the case, then I, Su Chen, shall advance boldly and unfalteringly. With this thought, Su Chen's gaze became sharp, as if it could pierce through all obstacles. Beside him, Teacher Wang was startled by his piercing look and thought inwardly, this child's eyes are so resolute. It seems he is not an arrogant person after all. His earlier humiliation of Jian Yuwei was probably because he was pushed to the edge. Thank you, teacher. I understand. I will give it my all. Su Chen expressed his gratitude and left the office. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Teacher Wang shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Su Chen has extraordinary comprehension in martial techniques, but his awakened innate talent is too low. His potential is ultimately limited. Class 3-2. I'm telling you, after Brother Chen defeated Jiang Yue, he went to the school's training room to test his combat power. He opened the training room door and found someone sitting inside. Can you guess who it was? A boy stood on a desk, his face alight with excitement as he spoke animatedly. The surrounding classmates quickly gathered around, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Could it be one of the top 30 academic elites in the school? Someone guessed. Wrong. Wan Peng, standing on the desk, smiled mysteriously and shook his head. You'd never guess. Come on, Wan Peng, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us, who did Su Chen encounter when he opened the door to the training room? This person is someone you would never expect. Wan Peng said mysteriously, deliberately heightening everyone's anticipation. The students formed a tight circle, their eyes brimming with curiosity. As soon as Brother Chen pushed open the metal door, he saw a boy sitting cross-legged inside. This boy was as burly as a calf. Wan Peng finally revealed the answer, his tone deliberately dramatic. This boy had thick eyebrows, large eyes, dark skin, and bulging muscles, as if brimming with explosive power. The moment they heard this, the students' eyes grew even brighter, each holding their breath, as though anticipating a thrilling showdown. Wan Peng's lips curled into a slight smirk. This person is none other than Su Yang, ranked 10th on the school's combat power leaderboard. Hiss! A collective gasp filled the air. Su Yang was a name everyone in the school knew well. Anyone who crossed paths with him was bound to suffer greatly. The classmates were now desperate to know what Su Chen's next move would be. As soon as Su Yang saw Brother Chen, he shouted, "Get out!" Wan Peng continued. "And who is Brother Chen?" "He's the big boss of our class." He immediately retorted, "Get out? Are you talking about yourself?" Some students covered their mouths in astonishment, clearly not expecting Su Chen to be so bold. Furious, Su Yang threw a punch, its force unstoppable. But Brother Chen showed no fear and returned the punch head-on. Their fists collided. Can you guess what happened? Did Su Chen get sent flying and end up in the infirmary? Su Chen must have been injured, that's why he hasn't returned to class. Wan Peng rolled his eyes. Of course not. After their fists clashed, Brother Chen stood firm like a mountain. Su Yang threw another punch, but Brother Chen caught it. Brother Chen then calmly said, "My turn," and punched Su Yang in the stomach, sending him flying. Brother Chen retracted his hand indifferently and coldly remarked, "So this is the school's so-called genius? Nothing but trash." Hiss! Another round of gasps swept through the class, their faces filled with shock. "I don't believe it, Wan Peng. You must be exaggerating," someone said skeptically. "Yeah, how could Su Yang possibly lose so easily to Su Chen? Plus, Su Yang's older cousin is Su Xiaoyun, ranked 6th in the school. If Su Chen really beat Su Yang, Su Xiaoyun would definitely come after him." "Wan Peng, you're definitely making this up." Other students began to chime in, echoing their doubts. "Believe it or not, I don't care," Wan Peng shrugged nonchalantly. At this moment, outside the classroom, Su Chen had been standing there for some time. He hadn't expected Wan Peng to have such a knack for storytelling. Seeing Wan Peng so engrossed in his tale, Su Chen decided not to interrupt and quietly waited. When Wan Peng finally finished, Su Chen stepped into the classroom. The moment he entered, countless gazes fell upon him, some filled with shock, others with envy, and even a bit of fear. Clearly, the incident of him defeating Jiang Yue had already caused a stir in the class. Ignoring the variety of looks directed at him, Su Chen walked straight to the back of the classroom, stopping beside Wan Peng. Wan Peng was still standing on the desk. Su Chen glanced at him and said, "Your storytelling isn't bad. Now that you're done, get down already." "Oh, sure thing, Brother Chen." Wan Peng awkwardly scratched his head and leapt off the desk. The classmates exchanged glances, their hearts turbulent with emotion. Not long ago, many of them had openly or secretly mocked Su Chen, labeling him a failure and believing he'd never rise again. But now, Su Chen, with his D-level innate talent and exceptional comprehension, had mastered the Vajra fist to perfection and even defeated Jiang Yue, completely overturning their perceptions. They couldn't help but see Su Chen in a new light, their hearts filled with admiration. But this admiration was fleeting. Many of them still believed Su Chen was no match for Jiang Yue in the long run. After all, his victory was attributed to his recent awakening and superior martial technique comprehension. Once innate talent was awakened, it determined one's future ceiling. Even though Su Chen had defeated Jiang Yue, they firmly believed Jiang Yue would catch up and surpass him with ease. It was a pity Su Chen's talent in martial techniques wasn't paired with a higher-level innate ability. If it were, his future would undoubtedly be boundless. But reality was cruel, Su Chen was merely a D-level talent. If he were a higher grade genius, he'd already be unstoppable. Despite this, Su Chen had still reached a height many could only dream of. However, Su Chen remained oblivious to their complicated thoughts. Even if he knew, he likely wouldn't care, because, in his heart, the level of his innate talent was no longer an issue. If everyone knew that Su Chen was not actually a D-level talent but the highest level SSS-tier, it would undoubtedly leave them all utterly shocked. As for what Wan Peng had said that Su Chen had defeated Su Yang, the students in the class simply didn't believe it. They thought Wan Peng was exaggerating. Su Yang was one of the top 10 geniuses in the school rankings, and his strength was far superior to Zhang Yuwei's. How could Su Chen possibly defeat Su Yang? On the forested campus path, Su Xiaoyun walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets. The sound of his pristine white sneakers crunching on the dry, yellow leaves echoed softly. He had just visited Su Yang and was leaving the infirmary. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated intensely. Bzz bzz bzz. Su Xiaoyun frowned slightly and pulled out his phone, answering the call. "Brother Su, I've found the person you asked me to look into," came a male voice from the other end of the line. It was Zhang Fan from the student council, whom Su Xiaoyun had previously contacted. "Oh? Who's the person who tipped my cousin?" Su Xiaoyun asked, a faint sense of anticipation rising in his heart. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, causing Su Xiaoyun to frown slightly. "What's the matter? Don't tell me the person who tipped my cousin is stronger than me?" "Oh, no, Brother Su. That person's name is Su Chen, a student from Class 2, Grade 12. He's never had his combat power tested in the school's training room, so he's not even on the rankings," Zhang Fan replied, his tone somewhat hesitant. "Su Chen? Why does that name sound familiar?" Su Xiaoyun's heart jolted as he vaguely recalled the name. He knew it wasn't someone well-known in the school. After all, in Class 2, Grade 12, only Jiang Yuwei and Lu Qingqing had B-level talents. No one else was worth remembering. Suddenly, he thought of something. Earlier, in the infirmary, Jiang Yuwei had mentioned being injured by someone named Su Chen. Unexpectedly, the person who tipped his cousin turned out to be the same individual. Brother Su Chen used to show some aptitude in training techniques and martial arts. Back then, he was considered the top student in his class. Unfortunately, when he awakened his talent, it was only D-level, and he fell to the bottom of the class. Who would have thought that today, this Su Chen actually defeated Jiang Yuwei? I heard his diamond fist technique has been trained to perfection. After that, he went to Su Yang's resting room. Zhang Fan's voice trailed off. Zhang Fan felt there was no need to elaborate on what happened after Su Chen entered Su Yang's training room. "Alright, I got it," Su Xiaoyun nodded. "Oh, by the way, Zhang Fan, go to Class 2, Grade 12, and pass along a message to Su Chen for me." "What message?" "Tell him I'll be waiting for him at the school infirmary. Tell him to come and apologize to Su Yang, and this matter will be resolved." "Understood, Brother Su," Zhang Fan replied. After hanging up, Zhang Fan put his phone back in his pocket and headed straight to the Class 2, Grade 12 classroom. Before long, his figure appeared at the door of the classroom. He didn't knock, instead, he walked in directly. Under the confused gazes of the students, Zhang Fan strode to the podium, his eyes scanning the room quickly, as if searching for someone. "Hey, isn't that Zhang Fan from the student council? What's he doing here? Judging by his behavior, it looks like he's looking for someone. Could it be that someone in our class got into trouble?" The students whispered among themselves, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Zhang Fan looked puzzled. He scanned the entire classroom but couldn't spot anyone resembling Su Chen. He thought to himself, is Su Chen absent today? But he had already memorized Su Chen's face after looking at his photo multiple times. "Where's Su Chen from your class?" Zhang Fan asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Hearing his question, everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward the back of the classroom. Zhang Fan followed their line of sight and saw a student lying on a desk at the back, seemingly lost in dreamland. He could only see the slightly tousled hair of the student, but his heart leapt. This had to be the Su Chen he was looking for. Zhang Fan walked toward Su Chen, while the rest of the class watched with expressions of eager curiosity. Zhang Fan is looking for Su Chen? Did Su Chen do something wrong, and now the student council is after him? Knock, knock, knock. Reaching Su Chen's desk, Zhang Fan tapped lightly on it. "Hey!" The boy lying on the desk lifted his head, revealing a strikingly handsome yet rugged face. He frowned slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain. "What do you want? Didn't your parents teach you it's rude to disturb someone's sleep?" Zhang Fan's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. In the student council, he was accustomed to a certain level of respect, but this Su Chen was so defiant that it ignited a spark of anger within him. However, he quickly reminded himself that Su Chen had defeated the 10th-ranked combatant in the school. He was definitely not someone to provoke. If he clashed with Su Chen, he'd undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Besides, he was only here to deliver a message. There was no need to offend such a formidable figure. Teaching him a lesson? That was a matter for Su Xiaoyun to handle. With that in mind, Zheng Fan suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and said, Su Chen, Su Xiaoyun asked me to deliver a message. He said you injured his cousin Su Yang and wants you to go to the infirmary to apologize. If you apologize, Brother Su said the matter will be dropped. The entire class had been paying close attention. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, they couldn't help but gasp, their eyes widening and their mouths agape. They were shocked to realize that Zhang Fan had just confirmed that Su Chen had defeated Su Yang. Oh my god, Su Yang was ranked 10th in the school's combat power rankings, and Su Chen dared to defeat him? So everything Wan Pang had said was true, it wasn't a lie. At this moment, the atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. Everyone was filled with anticipation, wondering how Su Chen would respond. Now, everyone was grappling with one question in their minds. Could Su Chen really just be a D-level talent? Defeating Jiang Yue, who was ranked in the 30s, could barely be chalked up to luck. But defeating Su Yang, ranked 10th? That left the entire class stunned. Initially, they thought Su Chen's victory over Jiang Yue was merely a fluke. But now, they couldn't possibly say his triumph over Su Yan was luck as well. To defeat the 10th-ranked Su Yang could only mean that Su Chen truly possessed incredible strength. At this moment, the way the class looked at Su Chen had completely changed. Their gazes were now filled with respect and awe. Regardless of whether Su Chen was a D-level talent, his achievements were enough to command their admiration. After hearing Zhang Fan's message, Su Chen simply cast a calm glance at him. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? And who does Su Xiaoyun think he is? Just because he tells me to apologize, I should? He's dreaming. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room was stunned. No one had expected Su Chen to speak so boldly. After all, Zhang Fan was here on behalf of Su Xiaoyun. And who was Su Xiaoyun? That was the infamous flower boy, a ruthless individual ranked 6th in the school's combat power leaderboard. Although Su Xiaoyun was only ranked 6th, it seemed not much higher than 10th place. However, the gap in combat power between the top 6 and the 10th place was insurmountable. The 6th-ranked combatant was far stronger than the 11th. How did Su Chen dare to act like this? Could it be that after defeating Jiang Yue and then Su Yan, the sky started to float with arrogance? He actually disregarded even Su Xiaoyun, who was ranked 6th in combat power. Hearing Su Chen's response, Zhang Fan was startled. Clearly, he hadn't expected Su Chen to have such an attitude. He had assumed that upon learning it was Su Xiaoyun demanding his apology, Su Chen would turn pale and rush fearfully to apologize. But Su Chen's reaction was entirely contrary to what he had imagined. This guy was outrageously bold. He even dared to disregard Su Xiaoyun. Recalling how Su Chen defeated Jiang Yue and then Su Yang, Zhang Fan concluded that Su Chen must have become overconfident, thinking he was invincible. Su Chen, are you sure about this? Aren't you afraid of offending Brother Su? Brother Su's combat power is far beyond Su Yang's. Originally, just apologizing could have resolved this. If you refuse, you might offend Brother Su. When he personally comes for you, can you handle the consequences? Why are you so annoying? Su Chen said impatiently. Just go and do what you're told. Why is someone running errands for others so talkative? Your words have triggered Zhang Fan, breakthrough points plus 200. An errand boy? Zhang Fan froze briefly, rage bubbling up inside him. However, knowing he was no match for Su Chen, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Fine, I'll report this back to Brother Su as it is. You arrogant brat, let's see how long your arrogance lasts after offending Brother Su. When the time comes, Brother Su will definitely put you in your place. With these thoughts, Zhang Fan stormed off angrily to deliver the message. Wan Pang nudged Su Chen nervously. Brother Chen, are you really not going to apologize? I feel like it's no big deal to apologize. It's not like you'd lose a piece of flesh. Su Xiaoyun isn't someone to mess with. Word is, he's recently mastered a new martial skill, and his combat power has broken through again. He's now ranked 6th in the school. Ranked 6th? What's there to fear? If he really comes looking for me, I'd welcome it. When that happens, I'll beat him into submission just like I did his younger brother, Su Yang. Wan Pang stayed silent for a moment before giving Su Chen a thumbs up. Brother Chen, you're awesome. After leaving class 2 of the 3rd year in a huff, Zhang Fan hurried to Su Xiaoyun's class to report to him. What brings you here? Did that guy Su-chen agree to go to the infirmary and apologize? Su Xiaoyun sat in his chair, crossing his legs as he flipped through a book. In Su Xiaoyun's mind, once Su-chen learned it was he who demanded the apology, the latter would undoubtedly scramble to the infirmary to apologize to Su Yang. Su Xiaoyun had full confidence in his own reputation. At this moment, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow on Su Xiaoyun, making him appear even more extraordinary. Several girls in the class were sneaking glances at him, their eyes filled with admiration. Zheng Fan shook his head. No, brother Su. That guy Su-chen refused to apologize to Su Yang. What? Su Xiaoyun paused mid-page, his brows furrowing slightly. Zheng Fan hesitated before recounting, word for word, what Su-chen had said. Su Xiaoyun's expression darkened. Well. This guy is unbelievably arrogant. Since he refuses, don't blame me for being ruthless. I've already given him a chance. If he won't take it, then I'll make him regret it. Zheng Fan eagerly nodded. Exactly, brother Su. You should teach the Su-chen guy a harsh lesson. Show him that there's always someone stronger out there. He's been way too cocky. Alright, Zheng Fan. Go tell Su-chen to meet me at the school arena after school today. If he has the guts, let him come and accept my challenge. Su Xiaoyun's eyes glinted with malice. He was determined to give this Su-chen a lesson he'd never forget. Got it, brother Su. I'll deliver the message right away. Zheng Fan nodded, a smug look on his face. That arrogant Su-chen was finally going to be put in his place by brother Su. Just imagining Su-chen begging for mercy was enough to make him giddy with anticipation. Back in class 2 of the 3rd year. Your words triggered Su Xiaoyun, breakthrough points plus 200. Your refusal triggered Su Xiaoyun, breakthrough points plus 100. The system notifications kept popping up, and a faint smile appeared on Su-chen's lips. He was clearly in a great mood. He wasn't being arrogant on purpose, it was a necessity. To grow stronger, he needed a lot of breakthrough points, and to gain those points, he had to stir up resentment. Only by provoking others could he attract challenges from the so-called geniuses. Then, by defeating those challengers in an overwhelming manner and humiliating them, he could earn even more breakthrough points to strengthen himself. So, whenever arrogance was called for, he had no choice but to embrace it. Before long, Zhang Fan returned, as expected, to deliver another message. The entire class was curious to see how Su Xiaoyun would respond to Su-chen's earlier arrogance. All eyes turned to Zhang Fan and Su-chen. Su-chen, brother Su asked me to deliver a message, meet him at the school arena after school today. Brother Su wants to challenge you. Zhang Fan's tone carried a hint of glee, clearly delighting in the moment. The students in the class perked up their ears, eager to see how Su-chen would respond. Su Xiaoyun's challenge was obviously an attempt to settle things with Su-chen on the arena stage. But would Su-chen dare to accept the challenge? Hey, do you think Su-chen will accept Su Xiaoyun's challenge? I don't think so. That's Su Xiaoyun we're talking about. I think it'd be normal for Su-chen to refuse. After all, he's only awakened a D-level talent. Exactly. Refusing would make sense. It's no big deal. The students murmured among themselves, doubt written all over their faces. Most of them assumed Su-chen would back down. After all, the challenger was Su Xiaoyun, a top scholar ranked 6th in combat power at Linchuan High School, with an awakened A-level talent. He was leagues ahead of someone like Su-chen, who only had a D-level talent. Just as the crowd reached this consensus, Su-chen spoke calmly. A challenge? Fine, I'll give him this chance to challenge me. The crowd? Everyone froze, their faces full of shock. They had thought Su-chen would refuse without hesitation. But instead, he accepted the challenge with the air of someone bestowing a favor, as if granting Su Xiaoyun the privilege of facing him. Has the world gone mad, or is Su-chen the one who's crazy? When Zhang Fan heard Su-chen's words, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't trust his own ears. This Su-chen, amazingly confident, acted as though accepting Su Xiaoyun's challenge was a grand favor he was bestowing upon the latter. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go inform your big brother, Su-chen reminded Zhang Fan, who stood frozen in place. Oh, all right. Zhang Fan walked out of the classroom of Senior Year 3, Class 2, in a daze, his mind in turmoil. Meanwhile, Wan Peng gave Su-chen a big thumbs up. Morning brother, you're incredible. Whether Su-chen could win or not, his aura at this moment had already made itself abundantly clear. The rest of the class was stunned for a moment, but then the room exploded into chaos. Holy crap, Su-chen actually dared to accept Su Xiaoyun's challenge. Not just that, Su-chen accepted it with an attitude of pure disdain. It's like accepting Su Xiaoyun's challenge was doing him an immense favor. If I were Su Xiaoyun, I'd definitely go mad. Mad? "I'd bet Su Xiaoyun's going to demolish Su Chen during the challenge." Some students immediately opened the school forum. News as explosive as Su Xiaoyun challenging Su Chen was bound to attract the attention of the entire school. With that in mind, someone quickly began drafting a post. #breaking, Su Xiaoyun, ranked 6th in the school's combat rankings, challenges Su Chen from senior year 3, class 2. Their duel will take place on the school arena after classes. Who do you think will win? The post even included a voting option. 1. Su Xiaoyun. 2. Su Chen. Su Xiaoyun was a top student, a genius ranked in the top 10 academically, with the looks of a flower boy and a massive fanbase of female admirers. The post immediately stirred up a heated discussion, with votes skyrocketing in Su Xiaoyun's favor. The replies below the post quickly surpassed 1,000 comments. Who's Su Chen? Su Xiaoyun challenging Su Chen? Wait, I've never even heard of this Su Chen. Is this news for real? Why would Su Xiaoyun challenge some nobody? Ugh, who is this Su Chen? How dare he accept a challenge from my darling Xiaoyun? Is this Su Chen just trying to leech off my brother Xiaoyun's fame? Does anyone know who this Su Chen is? And is the challenge even real? Su Xiaoyun's fans flooded the thread, cursing Su Chen, while many students questioned the credibility of the post. After all, almost no one at school had heard of Su Chen. And for someone like Su Xiaoyun, ranked 6th in combat strength, to challenge an unknown nobody, it was almost laughable. At this moment, a few students from senior year 3, class 2 stepped forward and spoke out in Su Chen's defense with firm conviction. "I guarantee you, this is absolutely true. Su Chen is a student from our class. Today, he defeated the strongest student in our class, Zhang Yuwei. Then, in the training room, he even beat Su Yang, who's ranked 10th in combat strength, so badly that Su Yang ended up in the hospital." Su Yang was Su Xiaoyun's cousin, so naturally, Su Xiaoyun felt the need to stand up for him. As a result, he ordered Su Chen to apologize to Su Yang, but Su Chen flatly refused. That refusal had sparked Su Xiaoyun's challenge to Su Chen. The forum participants finally pieced the story together. Oh, so that's what happened. But still, Su Yang is ranked 10th in combat strength. For Su Chen to beat him into the medical ward, this Su Chen must be no joke. Where the hell did this Su Chen come from? How come I've never heard of him before? Even if Su Chen has some skills, there's no way he's a match for my Xiaoyun. Exactly. My brother Xiaoyun is ranked 6th in combat power. They're on completely different levels. Brother Xiaoyun, go beat Su Chen into a pulp. Support brother Xiaoyun. Turn Su Chen into a dead dog. Brother Xiaoyun, we'll be there at the arena after school to cheer you on. Amidst the overwhelming support for Su Xiaoyun, there were indeed a few students who believed Su Chen's victory over Su Yang demonstrated his impressive strength. However, the majority were still Su Xiaoyun's fanatical supporters, hurling insults at Su Chen and rallying behind Su Xiaoyun's challenge. After all, Su Xiaoyun was at the peak of his popularity in school, while Su Chen was a complete nobody, seemingly emerging out of nowhere. The duel between the two after school at the campus arena quickly became the hottest topic on the school forum. The post soared to the top of the trending list within a short time, amassing thousands of replies. Even the school administration soon caught wind of the situation. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed from the principal's office door. In walked a middle-aged bald man, the school's disciplinary director. "Come in," a commanding voice responded from inside the office. Creak. With permission granted, the disciplinary director opened the door and stepped inside. "What's the matter?" Principal Zhong Jiangwo looked at the director with a concerned expression. "Principal, there's been a major incident on the school forum." "Oh? What happened?" "Here's the situation. Su Xiaoyun has challenged Su Chen from senior year 3, class 2, and they're set to duel after school at the arena." "Oh? Who is this Su Chen? Why would Su Xiaoyun challenge him? Did he offend Su Xiaoyun?" A flicker of curiosity crossed the principal's eyes. Here's how it went. The disciplinary director recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, the principal tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, the rhythmic sound resonating in the room. His expression grew serious and focused. "Bring me the Su Chen's records," Zhong Jiangwo commanded calmly after a moment. "Yes, principal. I've already prepared them." The disciplinary director quickly placed Su Chen's file on the principal's desk, silently relieved that his instincts had been correct. The principal was indeed highly interested in Su Chen. The principal nodded approvingly. "Good work." He opened the file and scanned through Su Chen's records carefully. The file revealed that Su Chen was an ordinary student. Orphaned at a young age, he lived with his aunt and had a sick younger sister at home.
The principal paid little attention to Su Chen's family background and instead focused on the crucial data.
As a student at a martial arts-focused high school, the most important aspects were innate talent, cultivation level, physical strength, and combat ability. Su Chen only has a D-level talent, the principal muttered in surprise, thinking to himself how unexpected this was.
That's correct, principal. He's merely a D-level talent holder, the disciplinary director added.
The principal said nothing further and continued reviewing the file. He soon came across details about Su Chen's recent experiences at school.
Before awakening his
talent, Su Chen's performance in breathing techniques and martial skills was relatively commendable, just enough to rank him among the school's top 50 students. But during the awakening ceremony, Su Chen had only awakened a D-level ability, instantly falling from a top student to a so-called waste. He became the target of ridicule among his peers.
Today,
however, Su Chen seemed to have turned the tables, defeating Jiang Yuwei, who possessed a B-level talent, and then going on to beat Su Yang, ranked 10th in combat strength, in the training room. Su Xiaoyan demanded that Su Chen apologize to Su Yang, but Su Chen refused without hesitation. In the end, Su Xiaoyan challenged Su Chen, and Su Chen accepted decisively.
All
of this left the principal filled with doubt. How exactly could Su Chen, with his D-level talent, manage to turn the tables and defeat Su Yang, who possessed A-level talent? Innate abilities largely reflect a person's aptitude.
The higher the talent, the faster one can progress in cultivation, the principal pondered, his curiosity growing.
Closing Su Chen's personal file, Zhong Jiangwo said calmly, "Let's go down and watch this match." "Yes, principal," the dean nodded respectfully. At this moment, Su Chen was still unaware that Su Xiaoyan's challenge had caught the attention of the school leadership.
He was leisurely attending class.
Although this was a martial arts high school, cultural subjects were still taught extensively. This class was history, but not ordinary history, it was the history of this high martial world. The teacher explained, 500 years ago, several spatial-time tunnels connecting alternate dimensions appeared on Blue Star. These tunnels released massive amounts of elemental energy, causing
plants and animals to mutate.
At the same time, extraordinary creatures began crossing through, wreaking havoc on Blue Star.
Many small nations
perished as a result, and only a few large nations with nuclear weapons managed to barely fend off the attacks of these extraordinary beings. Su Chen listened quietly, though his mind was in deep thought. This world remained perilous. Every extraordinary creature that crossed through these spatial-time tunnels onto Blue Star was at least on the level of a martial lord.
Human.
Martial lords could manipulate elemental energy and utilize awakened innate abilities, but these extraordinary creatures also possessed similar capabilities, and some could even destroy an entire city with a single innate skill. This was the reason so many nations had fallen. Humans had been at a significant disadvantage for a long time until the emergence of cultivation practices gradually
shifted the balance.
Nowadays, strong individuals guarded the areas around the spatial-time tunnels, allowing ordinary people to live in relative safety.
But Su Chen did not want to rely on others.
He yearned to take control of his own destiny. What if the Guardians failed and a spatial-time tunnel appeared in the
middle of a city? How would they respond then?
Only by possessing immense strength could he truly seize control of his fate and protect the people he loved.
Ring, ring, ring. As the teacher continued lecturing, Su Chen remained lost in thought until the bell rang, signaling the end of the day's lessons.
"Man Pang, check the forum," Su Chen said, tidying up the books on his desk while urging his friend. Man Pang, looking excited, quickly took out his phone, opened the forum, and his eyes widened in shock.
"Whoa, Su Xiaoyan already has over 2,000 votes.
Oh,
and how many do I have?" Su Chen asked curiously, secretly anticipating the answer. Man Pang's face showed hesitation, as if he had something difficult to say. "It's fine, just tell me."
"I don't mind," Su Chen said with a faint smile, though he felt a tinge of nervousness. He understood Man Pang's reluctance. The older might have been hurt by this, but he was no longer the fragile Su Chen of the past. After considering for a moment, Man Pang finally mustered the courage to speak.
"You've got 33 votes in total. I actually have 30 votes?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised.
He had assumed that, aside from accidental clicks, no one would vote for him. Yet here he was, with over 30 votes.
Well,
Man Pang stammered, seeming like he had more to say.
"What is it? Do you know why I got these 30 votes?" Su Chen asked directly. Man Pang nodded and finally explained, "These 30 votes are probably from Su Xiaoyun's anti-fans.
Because Su Xiaoyun is handsome and strong, he has a lot of female fans at school. But at the same time, there are people who don't like him, so they voted for you." Oh, so that's how it is, Suchen realized, a sly satisfaction rising in his heart. He hadn't expected to become a beacon of hope for Su Xiaoyun's anti-fans.
Let's go to the arena.
Su Chen's eyes gleamed with determination as he stepped out of the classroom, as if he could already envision the thrilling duel ahead. Man Peng followed closely behind, like a devoted sidekick, his heart pounding with excitement. While most of the students in the class had not left immediately after the bell rang, they were all closely watching Su Chen's movements. Normally, they would rush out the moment the bell rang, but today, everyone seemed curious about Su Chen's destination and eager to see how he would rise to the occasion and stand out in this competition. As soon as Su Chen stepped out, the students poured out like a tide, following closely behind.
The atmosphere instantly became electric.
Beyond the students of Class 2, Grade 12, many others in the school who were paying attention to the challenge also headed toward the arena. Su Chen strolled leisurely toward the arena, feeling quite pleased with himself. Behind him, Man Peng's heart raced with anxiety, but he looked at the young man
ahead with admiration. Though Man Peng was incredibly nervous, Su Chen appeared utterly calm, as if this challenge was nothing out of the ordinary for him. Su Chen's composure is really admirable, it seems like he's confident in himself, Man Peng thought to himself. Meanwhile, Su Chen was in an exceptionally good mood, even humming a tune as he walked. Earlier, when Man Peng mentioned that Su Xiaoyun had many fans, Su Chen mused internally, the more fans he has, the more fun it'll be to humiliate their idol. Their reactions will be priceless.
As the evening sun cast its warm glow, painting the sky with fiery hues, Su Chen sat on a stone block not far from the arena, gazing at the dreamlike scene. At this moment, Su Xiaoyun had yet to arrive. He's probably trying to arrive late to create the impression of a grand entrance, Su Chen sneered inwardly, thinking, the flashier he acts now, the more spectacular it'll be when he gets beaten up later. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyun strolled out of the classroom at a leisurely pace, surrounded by a crowd of fans.
Most of them were girls, creating a lively and enthusiastic atmosphere.
Brother Xiaoyun, why did we wait 10 minutes before leaving the classroom? One fan asked curiously.
Are you dumb? Our brother Xiaoyun is one of the top figures in the school. Who is that Su Chen anyway?
He's not even qualified to wait ahead of time, replied Han Lily, another fan, her voice brimming with admiration for her idol. Su Xiaoyun smiled faintly, feeling quite pleased with himself.
As one of Linchuan High School's top students, aiming for the top 3 in the school, how could he show up at the arena early like some minor character?
Though he had initiated the challenge, his aura of superiority had to remain intact. When the dismissal bell rang, Su Xiaoyun deliberately stayed in the classroom for 10 minutes before packing up and heading toward the school arena. By this time, a crowd had already gathered around the arena. The majority were girls, eagerly awaiting their idol's arrival.
Although many
doubted Su Chen's chances, as he was an unknown figure compared to Su Xiaoyun, they still came, drawn by the excitement of the event. Who do you think will win this challenge? A student whispered. Of course, it's our Xiaoyun, another replied firmly. Su Xiaoyun is incredibly strong, having just advanced to rank 6th in the school's combat power rankings.
Su Chen doesn't even compare, the crowd echoed in agreement.
That's Su Chen, he's nothing but a useless guy with a D-grade talent, someone sneered mockingly.
Don't underestimate him.
After all, he did defeat Su Yang, who was ranked 10th, another person retorted.
Who knows how he did it?
Maybe he just got lucky and ambushed him, someone dismissed disdainfully.
Exactly.
If Su Chen truly had strength, he'd already be famous. Why haven't we heard of him before? The crowd began to question. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, Su Xiaoyun is here.
Everyone immediately turned their heads, their gazes locking on the figure walking out of the school building.
A young man with slightly wavy hair parted in a 3/7 style approached, surrounded by dozens of people. His long hair gently brushed against his lips, and his refined features, rosy lips and white teeth, were striking. He walked with an air of confidence, as though he were the star of this arena. While a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd.
Xiaoyun is so handsome. I love him so much. I want to have his babies. Xiaoyun, I love you. Marry me, Xiaoyun.
By the arena, the tidal wave of screams from the girls surged, as if they were witnessing their ultimate idol. Hearing the commotion, Su Chen turned his head and was stunned by the scene before him. On the dark asphalt road, a group of people was heading toward the arena, with a boy of flower boy charm leading the way. The corners of his lips lifted slightly in a confident smile, bearing a striking resemblance to idols Su Chen had seen in TV dramas in his past life. No wonder Su Xiaoyun was so popular at school. For girls in their blossoming years, it was only natural to be drawn to such a figure.
Soon, the boy arrived at the arena's edge.
His friends quickly took on the role of security guards, waving their hands to disperse the dense crowd.
Make way, make way. Clear a path for our Xiaoyun. Although those pushed aside felt disgruntled, they didn't dare to voice their complaints and reluctantly stepped back.
Su Xiaoyun didn't mind this at all, silently approving of his fans' actions. He had experienced such scenes countless times and had long become accustomed to them. In this world where strength reigned supreme, clearing a path for him seemed perfectly natural. Su Xiaoyun believed he deserved such treatment. Soon, a path opened through the crowd. Su Xiaoyun strode confidently to the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping around as he asked imperiously, "Who is Su Chen?"
"That would be me."
A voice drifted out, seemingly from the rear of the crowd.
"Excuse me, ladies, please let me through."
As the magnetic voice resonated, everyone turned to look. A young man in training attire, with chiseled and rugged features, emerged from the crowd. His demeanor was completely different from Su Xiaoyun's, carrying a distinct charm of its own.
"This Su Chen is handsome too."
Many girls couldn't help but have this thought flash in their minds. The atmosphere around the arena immediately grew tense, as the two locked eyes, ready for an unmissable confrontation. However, the girls quickly suppressed their thoughts. In this high martial world, they admired not just good looks but true strength. If someone was merely handsome without any power, he was nothing but a useless pretty face. The reason they adored Su Xiaoyun so much was because he was not only handsome but also overwhelmingly strong.
"So, you're the one who injured my cousin?"
Su Xiaoyun's voice turned cold as he stared at Su Chen, his eyes narrowing. From his phoenix eyes, a piercing gaze as sharp as steel shot toward Su Chen, coupled with a faint yet tangible aura of pressure emanating from his body.
This so-called pressure was the oppressive aura a martial artist exuded.
The stronger the martial artist, the more intense their aura and the more devastating their pressure. It was said that some high-ranking martial artists could crush the internal organs of a lower-ranking one with just their aura alone, killing them on the spot.
But clearly, Su Xiaoyun's pressure meant nothing to Su Chen.
After defeating Su Yang and earning a substantial number of breakpoint points, Su Chen had already elevated his own rank. At this moment, his rank had reached Martial Artist Tier 8. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyun was only at Martial Artist Tier 7.
Seeing Su Chen entirely unaffected, Su Xiaoyun was taken aback.
To intimidate Su Chen, he had unleashed the full pressure of his Martial Artist Tier 7 rank.
Yet Su Chen showed no reaction at all? This was completely unexpected.
Su Xiaoyun scrutinized Su Chen closely but found himself unable to discern Su Chen's exact rank. Such a situation generally indicated one of two possibilities. Either the person was a mere ordinary individual, or their rank was higher. The last possibility was that the person had mastered some technique to conceal their rank. Indeed, such techniques existed on the market, and because they were easy to learn and provided no actual combat advantage, they were quite inexpensive. Given that Su Chen had defeated Su Yang, he was certainly not an ordinary person.
And Su Xiaoyun refused to believe Su Chen's strength could surpass his own. Thus, there was only one remaining possibility. Su Chen had trained in a technique to hide his rank. What an utter fool.
Training in such a superficial thing was a complete waste of time. Su Xiaoyun sneered inwardly.
"Su Chen, I'll ask you again. Are you going to apologize to my cousin or not?" Su Xiaoyun pressed. Su Chen, however, raised an indifferent brow. "Oh, what if I do? And what if I don't? If you apologize, I might go easy on you. If not, I'll make you regret it," Su Xiaoyun declared, standing tall and proud, exuding immense confidence. His commanding demeanor made the onlooking girls swoon.
Some even clutched their faces, gazing at Su Xiaoyun with infatuation.
As expected of their idol, he was simply too domineering. They adored him. Watching Su Xiaoyun's imposing display, Wan Peng, standing outside the arena, grew increasingly uneasy. From Su Chen's behavior today, it was clear he had undergone a drastic change in personality. Faced with Su Xiaoyun's aggressive stance, Su Chen was unlikely to back down. This would undoubtedly provoke Su Xiaoyun into unleashing his full strength. Wan Peng couldn't help but worry. Could Su Chen withstand it?
Sure enough, just as Wan Peng had suspected, Su Chen let out a light chuckle.
"Heh, and you think you're worthy? What did you just say?" Su Xiaoyun's face darkened instantly.
Your words have triggered Su Xiaoyun's emotional collapse.
Breakpoint points plus 300. I said, you're not worthy. Su Xiaoyun, do you really think you're strong? How laughable.
Soon enough, I'll make you realize you're nothing more than a frog in a well gazing up at the moon, like a tiny mayfly looking upon the vast sky. Your words have triggered Su Xiaoyun's emotional collapse.
Breakpoint points plus 200. The classmates from Su Chen's class who were watching were all stunned at this moment. Su Chen's last sentence was exactly what Jiang Yue had said to Su Chen in the morning, wasn't it? However, Jiang Yue's outcome was quite miserable. But now, Su Chen actually used the sentence on Su Xiaoyun. Is Su Chen out of his mind? Does he even realize that the person standing opposite him is Su Xiaoyun, the 6th-ranked academic genius in the school's combat power rankings? Daring to look down on Su Xiaoyun like this, Su Chen must have a death wish. Su Xiaoyun is bound to get angry. Su Xiaoyun rarely gets angry, but once he does, the consequences can be quite severe. As for Su Xiaoyun's fans, at this moment, each of them was glaring at Su Chen with eyes that seemed ready to shoot fire. What kind of thing is this Su Chen, daring to insult their male idol? Xiaoyun, teach him a lesson. Brother, break his leg. Exactly, teach him a harsh lesson. Let him know the gap between him and you. The female fans were shouting in anger. At this moment, a surge of fighting spirit ignited in Su Chen's heart, as if an explosive aura swept over him. He smiled faintly, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at Su Xiaoyun. Come on, I really want to see how strong you truly are. You humiliated Su Xiaoyun, causing his fans to collectively break down. Breakpoint plus 1000. At this moment, Su Xiaoyun's face was dark, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Good, very good. You're arrogant enough, but I want to see if your strength can support your arrogance. Do you really think defeating Su Yan makes you invincible? I will make you understand the vast gap between a true genius and yourself. Genius? Ha, you? Still being stubborn, huh? Anyone can talk big. I hope you have the strength to back it up. Bring it on, I'll let you make the first move. Once I strike, you won't have any chance to fight back. Alright, show me your punch. Su Chen stomped his foot, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. At the same time, his right hand clenched into a fist, the skin on its surface shimmering with a faint golden glow. Vajra fist. Su Xiaoyun initially had no intention of dodging, planning to take Su Chen's punch head-on. However, the moment he saw the faint golden fist approaching, his instincts rang like an alarm, warning him that taking this punch directly would definitely result in injury. Thus, Su Xiaoyun tapped his foot and executed a peculiar footwork, deftly evading Su Chen's attack. The onlooking fans were stunned. They couldn't understand why Su Xiaoyun didn't directly take the punch but instead chose to dodge. Could it be that their brother was afraid to take the punch? No, that was absolutely impossible. Their brother must be testing a new martial technique. The footwork he just displayed must be a movement-based martial skill. As expected of their brother, he actually mastered a movement martial skill. How impressive. In a room filled with surveillance monitors, the principal and the dean were watching the largest screen, which prominently displayed the intense battle on the arena. Su Xiaoyun is indeed impressive. He actually mastered a movement martial skill and has reached the entry-level stage. Dodging Su Chen's punch must have been to test the movement skill, the dean praised. The principal narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, no, he is not testing movement techniques. Ha? Then why is Su Xiaoyun dodging? Because he sensed immense danger from Su Chen's fist and instinctively used his movement technique to evade. Ha? That's impossible, right? Su Chen is so powerful that he can actually threaten Su Xiaoyun? The dean was utterly shocked. His strength is only at the martial master level, making it impossible for him to discern the intricacies, but the principal is a martial lord level expert, whose insight far surpasses that of a martial master. This Su Chen's strength is quite extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, he has already reached the 8th stage of the martial artist level, and his Vajra fist has been cultivated to perfection. The power of a single punch is incredibly terrifying. The principal revealed the key point, leaving the director of education utterly shocked. He actually dodged it? Seeing Su Xiaoyun evade his attack, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This is a movement-based martial technique. Thinking of Su Xiaoyun's unique steps just now, Su Chen instantly understood. Su Xiaoyun's realm, strength, and combat power were all inferior to his own, so logically, his speed couldn't possibly surpass his own, making it impossible for him to evade his attacks. Yet Su Xiaoyun managed to do it, which could only prove that he had mastered a body movement martial skill, allowing him to barely dodge Su Chen's attacks. This battle has only just begun. Swish, swish, swish. Su Chen struck again, his chain of attacks pouring down like a sudden rainstorm. However, Su Xiaoyun moved like a nimble shadow, effortlessly dodging with his superior footwork and martial skills, causing Su Chen's attacks to miss one after another. Although Su Chen's cultivation level was higher than Su Xiaoyun's and his base speed was superior, the opponent always seemed to stay one step ahead. Su Chen grew anxious, realizing that he urgently needed a footwork martial skill to enhance his combat ability.
Otherwise, no matter how strong his power was, it would be meaningless if he couldn't land a hit on his opponent.
The class placement exam is my chance. A thought sparked in Su Chen's mind. If he could become one of the school's elite students, he would gain access to various martial skills. Although Linchuan High School was just an ordinary high school, it still offered a few footwork martial skills. Su Xiaoyun. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as determination quietly took root in his heart.
Since he couldn't take the initiative to attack, he decided to wait and
observe, biding his time until Su Xiaoyun made a move.
When that moment came, he would counterattack in one decisive strike, ensuring Su Xiaoyun would taste his strength. Your agility is indeed impressive, making it difficult for me to land a hit on you.
So now, it's your turn to strike.
Su Chen smiled calmly, his tone brimming with confidence. Despite failing to hit his opponent, Su Chen showed no trace of frustration. Instead, he appeared even more composed. He was well aware that, after his previous training, his raw strength far surpassed Su Xiaoyun's. As long as they engaged in a direct confrontation, he could easily defeat Su Xiaoyun. This was the source of his confidence.
Su Xiaoyun was slightly taken aback, silently pondering.
Su Chen's words made him realize that continuous evasion was not a long-term strategy. His stamina would eventually be depleted. Rather than staying on the defensive, it was better to seize the moment while he was at his peak and launch an offensive, aiming to defeat Su Chen in one decisive strike and restore his reputation. Your strength has truly surprised me, but this is where it ends. Su Xiaoyun's eyes gleamed with determination as he shouted sharply, "Take this blazing fire fist." He clenched his right fist, which instantly turned deep red, as if it contained boundless power. If he could reach the Grandmaster realm, his fist would
ignite with blazing flames.
But even as a 7th-tier martial artist, Su Xiaoyun remained confident, believing this strike was enough to take down Su Chen. The fist roared through the air, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, aiming straight for Su Chen's head. The surrounding spectators were also stirred by the scene, their blood boiling as if they could see the hope of victory.
Fall for me. Beat him to death.
Brother turned him into a dead dog.
Brother Xiaoyun is the best.
The crowd's shouts rose and fell, already filled with dissatisfaction toward Su Chen, eagerly anticipating Su Xiaoyun to knock him down hard.
However, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded.
Su Chen stood firm like a mountain, gripping Su Xiaoyun's unstoppable fist tightly with one hand. This scene left everyone around stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Su Xiaoyun's eyes widened, a wave of unease surging in his heart. The corners of Su Chen's mouth lifted slightly, his face full of confidence. Got you. Now you can't escape. Swish! A pale golden fist tore through the air and slammed fiercely into Su Xiaoyun's stomach.
Blood spurted out as Su Xiaoyun,
like a kite with a broken string, was sent flying with a single punch, tracing a graceful arc before crashing heavily to the ground.
Dong!
A loud crash echoed, dust billowed all around, and the audience's hearts were instantly overwhelmed with shock and astonishment, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. However, Su Chen had no intention of letting Su Xiaoyun off so easily. To him, Su Xiaoyun was the biggest experienced treasure he had encountered since arriving in this world. So, he had to squeeze him dry before anything else. Su Chen's body swiftly dashed out, instantly arriving beside Su Xiaoyun, who was lying on the ground. With one hand, he lifted Su Xiaoyun without mercy. Immediately after, his large hand swung quickly, fiercely slapping Su Xiaoyun's fair cheek. The sound of pa-pa-pa echoed throughout the entire arena.
While slapping, Su Chen arrogantly said, "Is this your strength? Is this the genius of our school? What a joke. To me, you're nothing but a complete waste." That's it. You defeated Su Xiaoyun. Su Xiaoyun's defense was completely broken. Defense breakpoints plus 3,000.
Your words caused Su Xiaoyun to lose composure points plus 200. Your actions caused Su Xiaoyun's fans to lose composure points plus 2,000. Su Xiaoyun was quickly beaten beyond recognition by Su Chen, unable to accept this reality. Coupled with his severe injuries, he directly fainted. Su Chen finally stopped and casually threw Su Xiaoyun onto the ground like a dead dog.
Ah, brother. Su Chen, I hate you. Su Chen, I'm going to fight you to the death.
The surrounding area erupted with the startled cries and shouts of Su Xiaoyun's fans, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Su Chen, however, completely ignored it, calmly wiping his hands as if what he had just done was nothing more than a trivial task. Soon, the school infirmary staff arrived, lifting the limp Su Xiaoyun, who looked like a dead dog, onto a stretcher and hurriedly taking him away. Wan Ping stared at Su Chen in the ring with shock, his heart filled with awe. His good brother is truly incredible, he actually managed to defeat Su Xiaoyun. Previously, he thought Su Chen was just bragging, but unexpectedly, it all turned out to be true.
In the school's monitoring room, the dean stared in shock, muttering, "I never thought Su Chen would actually defeat Su Xiaoyun, and so effortlessly at that."
The principal, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said, "I told you before, Su Chen is no ordinary person. Su Xiaoyun's combat strength is probably not even in the same league as Su Chen's."
If Su Chen hadn't learned body technique martial arts, Su Xiaoyun wouldn't have had any chance to dodge his strike. The director of education was somewhat dazed, puzzled in his heart. Did he really only awaken a D-level gifted ability? Su Chen's performance completely overturned his understanding of talent.
"I'm not sure about that, but one thing I'm very certain of is that our school has produced another astonishingly promising talent. With such a growth
rate, even if he truly has a D-level talent, so what? It's not like there haven't been legends of D-level talent cultivators becoming strong in history." The principal shook his head, a gratified smile appearing on his face.
He understood in his heart that Su Chen's strength completely overwhelmed Su Xiaoyun, leaving him astonished. Even though Su Chen only had a D-level talent, there was no doubt that he was an excellent candidate for applying to Martial Arts University, an underestimated dark horse. Such situations are not uncommon. Many senior students in high school often include some seemingly ordinary classmates who suddenly stand out, growing at an astonishing pace and ultimately gaining admission to top-tier martial arts universities. Principal Zhong Jiangwo felt that Su Chen was one of these individuals.
Director Liu. Sigh.
"Tomorrow, bring this student named Su Chen to my office."
"Ha?" The dean of students looked puzzled. "Principal, why not go now? It's after school now."
The principal reached out and patted the dean on the shoulder. "Old Liu, as school leaders, if we can avoid taking up
students' free time, we shouldn't. After all, they work so hard every day.
That little bit of free time should be left for them to manage themselves."
"Oh, all right. The principal is truly noble."
The dean flattered him, secretly thinking how tolerant the principal was. Over at the arena, after Su Xiaoyun was carried away by the medical staff, everyone on site looked at Su Chen with eyes full of awe.
Some of Su Xiaoyun's
die-hard fans initially wanted to criticize Su Chen, but when they thought of Su Chen's strength and Su Xiaoyun's miserable state, they all fell silent. In the crowd, many people were whispering,
"I think Su Chen is actually quite handsome," a girl said. "Yeah, he's so strong, it's unbelievable. Honestly, I think I prefer Su Chen's looks. He has a masculine charm. Indeed, I hereby declare that Su Chen will be my new husband from now on. From now on, I'm a fan of Su Chen too. Su Chen!"
At this moment, someone shouted loudly, and then the whole venue erupted with more cheers.
"Su Chen! Su Chen! Su Chen!"
In a world of advanced martial arts, the strong are revered, and appearance is insignificant in the face of power.
Su Chen is not only powerful but also handsome. Why not support him directly?
At this moment, many of Su Xiaoyun's fans have quietly shifted their allegiance, secretly feeling relieved that they didn't continue to follow that bottom-ranked idol. Women, by nature, can never stay devoted to just one idol forever. When they see a new powerhouse rise, they immediately feel moved. Just like in Su Chen's previous world, where once a new male star became a sensation, female fans would flock to him in droves. Su Chen paid no attention to the shouts around him and instead opened the panel to check the generous rewards obtained from defeating Su Xiaoyun this time.
Host, Su Chen. Talent, SSS level talent, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Breathing technique, Great Xia Universal Breathing Technique. Martial skill, Vajra Fist, Mastery. Level, Warrior Tier 8. Strength, 1600. Defense breakpoints, 12,000.
This time, over 10,000 defense breakpoints were obtained, bringing the total to 12,000 points. This was simply a huge gain, and Su Chen was very satisfied with it. After closing the personal panel, Su Chen noticed that there were still many people gathered around.
He frowned slightly and said, "Everyone, I've already finished. I'm getting ready to go home. You should go about your business and stop crowding here."
Among these people, quite a few girls left reluctantly, looking back every few steps with faces full of longing.
"Brother Chen, are you going home?" Wan Peng asked. "No." Su Chen shook his head, "I'm going to the hospital to check on my sister."
The family situations of both Su Chen and Wan Peng were not very well off. Their homes were in the old district of Linchuan, while the hospital
was in the new district, so their directions were different.
At the school gate, the two bid each other farewell and took different buses. At this moment, the campus forum of Linchuan No. 1 High School was already in an uproar.
Shocking. Su Chen versus Su Xiaoyun. Su Chen achieves a crushing victory. Damn, Su Chen actually managed to defeat Su Xiaoyun. Wasn't it said that Su Chen only awakened a D-level talent? How could he defeat Su Xiaoyun? Amazing, truly defying the odds. 666, Long life Su Chen. I declare Su Chen as my new male idol from now on. Su Chen defeated Su Xiaoyun, shocking the entire campus, though Su Chen himself was unaware of it as he usually didn't enjoy surfing the internet.
At this moment, Su Chen was sitting on a bus heading to Linchuan People's Hospital, lightly dozing off.
Linchuan People's Hospital. The hospital has allocated 1 vial of the medication to us. I hope you can gather the money as soon as possible. If you can't raise enough to purchase the medication within a month, we'll have no choice but to allocate it to the next patient on the waiting list.
The nurse's cold voice echoed, as if striking Su Chen's heart with a hammer. A doctor in a white coat instructed a middle-aged woman, "The condition is severe, you must gather the funds for the medication."
"All right, doctor, I will do my best to raise the money."
The middle-aged woman nodded firmly, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. She wore an old brown coat, the same one she had worn at her wedding. Time had left deep marks on her, and her haggard appearance evoked a sense of pity.
After leaving the infirmary, the woman stood in the hospital corridor.
The biting cold wind seemed to tear at the despair in her heart. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, then pulled out an old phone and dialed a number.
"Brother, the doctor said today that Yue's illness can be cured, but the medication costs 2 million. Can you lend me some money?"
Her voice trembled slightly, full of hope. Times are tough these days. Mingliang's tuition at the martial arts high school is already a big expense, and the family has been struggling to make ends
meet. "Xiaoju, you should try borrowing from someone else."
The man on the other end of the line spoke coldly, as if avoiding something, and quickly hung up. As if avoiding a plague, Wu Shiju's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and despair surged within her. The wind outside grew even fiercer, and tiny snowflakes, like icy mockery, fluttered down relentlessly. So cold. Wu Xiaoju tightened the old coat around her, a bitter smile appearing on her face.
Borrow from someone else? Who would be willing?
Even her own brother was unwilling to lend her money, let alone those relatives with even more distant blood ties. People, in the end, are unreliable, one can only rely on oneself.
But she was just an ordinary employee at a pharmaceutical factory, where could she possibly gather 2 million? To be honest, even 200,000 would be hard to scrape together.
Yet, this was her daughter's life. If she gave up, her daughter would truly have no way out. Tears slid down the corners of Wu Shiju's eyes, but she quickly wiped them away forcefully. She couldn't let these negative emotions affect her daughter. At this moment, at the door of a nearby hospital room, a young girl dressed in a hospital gown hurriedly returned to the room and
immediately collapsed onto the bed.
Wu Xiaoju did not notice the girl behind her and only walked back to the room after composing herself. Her gaze fell on the bed, where the delicate girl, resembling a porcelain doll, lay pale and exuding a frail sickness. "Mom, you're back," the girl said softly, her voice as gentle as a breeze.
"Yes, Yue, are you thirsty?"
"Mom will get you some hot water," Wu Xiaoju asked with concern.
"Mom, I'm not thirsty. By the way, Mom, there's something I want to tell you."
A trace of complex emotion flashed in the girl's eyes. Wu Xiaoju walked to the bedside and sat down in confusion, her heart full of anticipation, eager to hear what her daughter had to say.
"Mom, I don't want to continue the treatment."
The girl's voice was like a sharp blade, instantly cutting through Wu Xiaoju's heart.
"What? Daughter, what are you talking about?"
Wu Xiaoju was shocked, a wave of unease surging in her heart.
How could this be? How could her daughter have such thoughts? This is absolutely unacceptable. She cannot lose her daughter. A trace of bitterness appeared on Zhang Yue's face.
"Mom, continuing the treatment doesn't have much effect, and staying in the hospital is just spending money. Besides, my brother also needs money for martial arts high school."
"No, I'll figure out the money."
"Promise me, you must never say such things again." Wu Xiaoju's face was stern, her eyes radiating an unshakable maternal love. Seeing Wu Xiaoju's serious and earnest expression, Zhang Yue felt helpless in her heart, but she still nodded and silently made a promise. Wu Xiaoju finally breathed a sigh of relief, but secretly pondered the medicine the doctor had just mentioned.
After some hesitation, she decided not to tell her daughter.
She hoped that her daughter's disappointment later would be the most painful. If her daughter knew the medicine cost 2 million, she would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation. Her daughter had always been so sensible, so when it came to money, Wu Xiaoju decided to find a way herself. As Wu Xiaoju thought this, she was unaware that Zhang Yue already knew the price of the medicine. Turning to look at the sky outside the hospital window, Zhang Yue felt a surge of longing in her heart. She hadn't experienced the outside world for a long time, and the long-lost freedom filled her with deep yearning. After seeing my brother one last time, I'll end all of this, Zhang Yue silently resolved in her heart. Passengers, we have arrived at People's Hospital Station. Please be careful as the doors open, the mechanical female voice announced as the bus slowly came to a stop. Quite a few people got off at this stop. As expected, it was a hospital. Su Chen followed the crowd, stepping off the bus and walking through the gates of Linchuan People's Hospital. Fine snowflakes drifted down gently, and while many people on the street shivered from the cold, Su Chen seemed completely unfazed. As an 8th-tier martial artist, his physical constitution far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even though he was only wearing a simple sweatshirt, he didn't feel cold. The hospital entrance was bustling with people, their expressions heavy. It was understandable. Many people spend their entire lives saving money, only to end up giving it all to the hospital. Under such circumstances, it would be strange for anyone to feel cheerful. Su Chen took out an old phone and dialed his aunt's number. "Aunt, I've arrived at the hospital entrance. Have you eaten yet? If not, I'll bring some food up to you from the entrance." "Not yet. Buy 2 portions. Just get them from the street vendors near the hospital's back entrance, don't go to the shops, they're expensive." "All right, Aunt." Hanging up the phone, Su Chen turned and headed straight for the hospital's back entrance. At the back entrance of the hospital, the street vendors were still busy. Despite the light snowfall, they showed no intention of packing up. These days, making money isn't easy, and even in heavy rain, they might not close up shop. If they can earn a little more, they'll try to earn as much as they can. Su Chen approached a stall run by an uncle wearing a woolen hat. The uncle held a wok in his left hand, quickly stir-frying, and the aroma of the dishes wafted everywhere. Moments later, the uncle scooped the food into lunchboxes filled with rice, layering it over the white rice. "Uncle, how much is this lunchbox?" 12 yuan per serving. "Then give me 3 servings. "All right, but young man, you might have to wait a bit. This pot is for the person ahead in line." "Okay." Su Chen scanned the payment code on the cart with his phone, paid 36 yuan, and waited patiently. At that moment, the chatter of people buying food nearby drifted over. "Hey, have you heard? There have been several missing person cases recently in the Old Town area." "Really? Is that true? What's going on?" "Of course it's true. I rent a place in the Old Town, and the patrol team has already conducted several interrogations." "Who are the missing people?" "It seems they're all young girls in their prime." "Oh my god, could it be the work of human traffickers? I'm so scared." Su Chen turned his head and saw that the girl who claimed to be scared was a little fairy weighing about 200 pounds. He rolled his eyes inwardly. This little fairy was indeed overthinking. Although Su Chen wasn't sure what those human traffickers wanted to do with young girls in their prime, he was certain that this little fairy was completely safe. Just as Su Chen was pondering, the little fairy's gaze was suddenly drawn to him. Her eyes instantly sparkled, as if she had discovered a treasure, and she walked toward him. "Hey, Shanshan, where are you going?" her companion called out anxiously, but the little fairy paid no attention, her eyes fixed solely on Su Chen, the handsome guy. She walked briskly, the fat on her body trembling as if cheering for her courage. Little brother, do you know what I'm missing?" She looked at him expectantly, with a hint of shyness. "Missing what?" Su Chen asked curiously. The little fairy cupped her chin with both hands and said sweetly, "Little brother, can you give me your WeChat?" Su Chen took a slight step back, adopting a defensive posture. "No way. I only have one WeChat account. If I give it to you, how am I supposed to use it?" "Ha?" The little fairy froze, her face full of astonishment, seemingly struck by his response. Your words caused the little fairy to lose her composure points -200. Hee, that's not what I meant. The little fairy let out an awkward laugh, her face tinged with a blush. I mean, I'm missing a boyfriend, you know. Su Chen's heart stirred, his eyes shifted, and he had a sudden inspiration. What a coincidence. Coincidence? Coincidence about what? The little fairy looked puzzled, completely unaware of the hidden meaning in his words. I'm also missing a boyfriend, Su Chen said resolutely. The little fairy was instantly petrified, her eyes widened, and she thought to herself, this guy is actually into men. Your words made the little fairy lose her composure loss points +300. She angrily returned to her companions, and a low chuckle echoed around. The little fairy's pretentiousness instantly vanished without a trace. You tell me, what's wrong with the world these days? All the good-looking ones are damn bent. She muttered, indignant. The girls beside her exchanged speechless glances, secretly thinking, is it possible that he said that just to deliberately reject you? However, this thought was something they only dared to imagine silently in their hearts and did not voice out.
The hospital was crowded with people, and as Su-chen went upstairs, he saw a middle-aged man breaking down in tears in the stairwell, his face full of despair. Ordinary people work hard their entire lives, yet the money they painstakingly save isn't even enough for medical expenses. Who wouldn't break down? In this world, ordinary people can't earn much money in their lifetime, only high-level martial artists can make a fortune. For ordinary people to turn their lives around, the only path is to become strong. I must earn break defense points diligently and become a powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Su-chen silently vowed in his heart, his determination growing stronger. Carrying the boxed meal he had just bought, Su-chen walked to the door of the hospital room, his heart filled with anticipation. Through the transparent glass window, he saw two figures inside the room, and in an instant, he felt a surge of strength. One of them was a long-haired girl, Zhang Yue. Her delicate face resembled a porcelain doll, and her long hair hung loosely, exuding a lively, anime-like charm. However, her complexion was pale and sickly, as if silently conveying to Su-chen an untold sorrow. Another figure was Aunt Wu Xiaoju, sitting by the hospital bed. She was thin, her face haggard, wearing an obviously worn-out brown coat. Her expression revealed endless exhaustion and helplessness. "Yue, Auntie, I'm here." Su-chen walked into the hospital room, his voice carrying firmness and warmth. He placed the lunchbox on the cabinet beside the bed, with a hint of anticipation. Zhang Yue, lying on the hospital bed, saw Su-chen and a smile appeared on her pale face. "Brother. Have you been eating properly lately?" Su-chen reached out and gently ruffled Zhang Yue's hair, silently vowing in his heart to find a solution for her illness. Zhang Yue nodded quickly, a glimmer flashing in her eyes. "That's good. Let's have dinner first." Su-chen took out a box from the meal set and prepared everything. At this moment, he noticed that the hospital bed next to them was already empty. The once enthusiastic elderly lady was gone, and he couldn't help but feel a bit downhearted. "Aunt, where's the elderly lady who was next to us?" Aunt paused slightly, a trace of sadness appearing on her face, and Zhang Yue's expression also dimmed. Sigh. The elderly lady passed away a few days ago. Her body was taken to the funeral home overnight. So that's how it is. Su-chen's heart tightened, but he knew that birth, aging, illness, and death were the natural course of life, so he comforted them. "Aunt, sister, don't be sad. Yes, birth, aging, illness, and death are the natural course of life." Zhang Yue lowered her head, murmuring as if she were pondering something. "All right, silly girl, don't overthink it. Hurry up and eat. Your brother won't let anything happen to you." "I'll find a way to cure your illness," Su-chen said seriously, his eyes shining with determination. Although the two people in the room didn't believe in his abilities, the conviction in Su-chen's heart had already ignited. He would never let his loved ones endure more pain. "Xiao-chun, has your recent training been tiring?" Aunt asked with concern while eating her boxed meal. "Not at all, I feel very relaxed." Su-chen's lips curved slightly upward, an invisible strength supporting him from within. With the system's assistance, Su-chen's path of cultivation was like a tiger with wings. He didn't need to endure the daily grind of arduous training like others but instead focused on acquiring defense breaking points, with a clear goal in mind. "Xiao-chen, don't push yourself too hard. We're just D-level talents, no matter how hard you try, it won't make much of a difference." Aunt's voice carried a hint of worry, as if she felt sorry for him. "Got it, Aunt." Su-chen smiled helplessly, but secretly resolved in his heart that he would definitely break this shackle. After eating the boxed meal, Su-chen tidied up the takeout containers and threw them into the trash can in the hallway, pondering how to find a solution for his sister's illness. The family chatted together as night quietly fell. Zhang Yue might have been tired and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. Su-chen walked out of the ward with his aunt and gently closed the door. "Aunt, has there been any progress with my sister's illness?" Su-chen asked with concern, noticing that his aunt's expression seemed a bit off. A complex expression appeared on Aunt's face, as if she was struggling with whether to tell Su-chen the truth. She wasn't sure if Su-chen could bear the pressure. There was no one else in the family to discuss it with. Her husband had been imprisoned a few years ago, leaving the entire burden of the family on her shoulders. "Aunt, don't worry, I will definitely find a way." Su-chen's voice rang out, firm and powerful, as if igniting a glimmer of hope for the entire family. In the family, Su-chen was the only one she could discuss things with. "Aunt, I am already an adult and can take on family responsibilities. Whatever it is, just tell me directly." Su-chen's voice was firm, like a pillar, bringing a trace of solace to his aunt's heart. His aunt took a deep breath, as if she had made some kind of decision. Her eyes revealed a hint of helplessness, yet there was also a glimmer of hope. I know I shouldn't be telling you this, but your aunt really has no one else to rely on. Your aunt is not well educated and doesn't know what to do.
Her voice gradually choked up, tears welling in the corners of her eyes.
Large teardrops, like broken pearls, fell to the ground, splashing into tiny water blossoms.
Su Chen's heart grew heavy as he gazed at his aunt's tears, silently vowing in his heart, he must not let his aunt down. He gently patted his aunt on the shoulder, offering her silent support. His aunt covered her face, sobbing softly, afraid of disturbing her daughter sleeping in the hospital room. After a long while, his aunt finally calmed down, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and spoke with a slight tremble in her voice. The doctor spoke to me today.
He said, the medication allocated from above will arrive soon.
He hopes I can gather 2 million yuan within a month.
Otherwise, the medication will be given to the next patient in line.
I called your uncle today to borrow some money, but he hung up in a hurry, as if avoiding the plague.
His aunt's voice was filled with disappointment and heartache. That was
her own brother, yet he was so indifferent. It was as if, when Xiao Chen's parents had their accident, he had also been cold-hearted and unwilling to take responsibility.
It's okay, Aunt. Su Chen's eyes sparkled, a surge of determination rising in his heart. Leave Yue's treatment expenses to me. Don't ask anyone else anymore. This won't do.
Aunt quickly shook her head, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes.
You're still just a child. Aunt, I'm already an adult. Su Chen's tone was firm, as if declaring a mission. So what if you're an adult? In Aunt's eyes, you're still a child. You're still in school, what can you possibly do? Aunt sighed helplessly. Don't worry, Aunt. I have a classmate whose family owns a company, and they're very wealthy.
I'm on good terms with him, and he'll definitely be willing to lend me the money.
Su Chen smiled faintly, secretly, calculating how to gather the funds.
He didn't tell Aunt that he also planned to find ways to earn the money himself. He just wanted to reassure her so she wouldn't worry about these trivial matters anymore.
If it were an ordinary person,
2 million would probably be very difficult to earn in a lifetime. But for the martial artists of this world, it's a different story. A skilled martial artist can earn money countless times more easily than an ordinary person. Martial artists in this world, especially those of higher levels, find it increasingly easy to make money.
After all, the resources required for martial artists to train in many large cities can easily reach hundreds of thousands or even millions. Even in a place like Linchuan, the school Su Chen attends provides students with some resources.
Although not much, the price of these resources is beyond what ordinary people can imagine.
In short, it is very easy for powerful martial artists to make money. For example, martial artists can go to the Martial Artist Association to take on tasks. Alternatively, they can hunt extraordinary creatures in the wilderness.
Generally speaking, the rewards for tasks depend on their difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. As for extraordinary creatures, they are categorized as either native or non-native.
Local extraordinary creatures are those mutated species that evolved from ordinary beasts, also known as exotic beasts.
These local exotic beasts generally have relatively low strength. Non-local extraordinary creatures, on the other hand, refer to beings from other worlds that come through spatial passages. These creatures are very powerful, with even the weakest ones typically possessing strength comparable to that of a human martial grandmaster,
able to project primal energy externally and unleash innate abilities. Currently, neither of these two ways of making money is suitable for Su Chen.
Right now, Su Chen is only at the 8th rank of a martial artist, which might still count as strong among the students of Linchuan No. 1 High School.
But outside, that's just a weakling who has just stepped into martial arts not long ago. Maybe I can ask Wan Peng tomorrow and see if there's a way to make some money. Su Chen thought to himself.
Although Wan Peng's strength isn't great, he knows a lot.
He often mingles on the internet and can learn about any new happenings right away.
He also has an uncle who seems to be a teacher at a martial arts school. As a result, Wan Peng knows much more than Su Chen. After hearing Su Chen's words, his aunt seemed to be in a much better mood.
She looked a bit hesitant. Xiao Chun, would it be inappropriate to borrow money from your classmate? Su Chen knew that his aunt was afraid of troubling others.
He smiled. Don't worry, Aunt. 2 million is a lot for ordinary families like ours, but for those wealthy people, it's nothing. Then make sure your classmate knows that we will definitely repay the money as soon as possible, his aunt said firmly. There is still a house in the old town at home, which should be able to sell for hundreds of thousands. As for the rest of the money, she will definitely find a way to pay it back, even if it means taking on several more jobs. After finishing the conversation, Su Chen and his aunt entered the hospital room. Today, Su Chen didn't plan to go home and decided to rest in the ward for the night. The night gradually deepened. The snow outside the window grew heavier, turning from soft flakes to large, thick snowflakes. Outside the window, everything was covered in a blanket of silver. Ant had fallen asleep at some point, while Su-Chen lay on the chair in the hospital room, breathing steadily, seemingly asleep as well. On the hospital bed, the pale-faced girl had unknowingly opened her eyes. She carefully sat up. She cautiously glanced at her mother on the nearby hospital bed, then at her brother lying on the chair. It seemed she was afraid of waking the two up. Zhang Yue slowly placed her feet into the slippers on the floor. She gently stepped onto the ground. Her footsteps softly moved toward the door of the ward. Moments later, Zhang Yue reached the door and gently opened it. Then she carefully closed the door. She walked into the hallway and looked outside. The world outside was covered in snow and ice, a vast expanse of desolate white as far as the eye could see. So beautiful. To die in such a lovely winter could be considered a decent final resting place, I suppose. Zhang Yue softly murmured, her bright, expressive eyes filled with reluctance. She truly didn't want to leave this world. She didn't want to leave her mother, didn't want to leave her brother. But she could no longer burden her family members. She didn't want to see her mother humbling herself to beg for money for medical expenses. She didn't want to see herself dragging down the entire family. The hallway was very quiet late at night, with almost no one around. Zhang Yue struggled to climb onto the corridor railing. She stood on it, closed her eyes, and spread her arms. The slightly oversized hospital gown fluttering in the cold wind. Farewell, this world. Farewell, Mom, brother. Finally, I won't be a burden to my family anymore. Just as Zhang Yue was about to leap, a pair of warm and strong arms suddenly embraced her. In her astonishment, he carried her down and placed her on the corridor floor. Zhang Yue turned her head in confusion and saw that it was her brother. It was her brother who stopped her. Brother, the girl's voice carried a sob. Why did you save me? Just let me go. I don't want to keep dragging this sick body, and I don't want to keep burdening the family. Silly girl, how can you think like that? Su-Chen's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. I will definitely find a way to restore your health. I will never give up on you. But Zhang Yue's tears streamed uncontrollably. No buts. You are my sister, and I will do everything in my power to protect you. Su-Chen's voice was firm and resolute, as if creating an invisible shield around her. At this moment, a strong conviction ignited in Su-Chen's heart. He would never let his sister's life wither away in this cold winter. He must find a way to make money, find a chance to cure his sister, and reverse his fate. We will get through this tough time together, Yue. You have to trust me. A spark of hope seemed to ignite in Zhang Yue's heart. On this cold night, her brother tightly held her hand with his warm palm, giving her endless courage and strength. I will do my best, brother, she said softly, secretly vowing in her heart never to give up easily. Silly girl, if you really leave like this, Auntie would be heartbroken. But brother, the family has no money left. This illness of mine can't be cured. I don't want to wither away like a plucked flower. Silly girl, I won't let you die. Su-Chen reached out to rub the young girl's head, his eyes shining with a resolute light. Aunt told me today that your illness only requires 1 dose of medicine to be cured. You don't need to worry about the money, your brother will handle it. But brother, that's 2 million. I know. I'm about to break through to the martial master realm. You know, it's easy for martial artists to make money. So don't worry, I've got everything covered. Su-Chen's words left Zhang Yue completely stunned. Brother, are you about to advance to martial master? She remembered that her brother had only awakened a D-level talent ability, the lowest level among talents. Generally speaking, with this level of talent, cultivation progresses very slowly, and lifetime achievements are very limited. It's practically impossible to advance to martial lord and reach the extraordinary level. But how long has it been, and her brother is already about to become a martial master? No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem realistic. Su-Chen nodded, a confident smile on his face. I'm about to advance to martial master, so don't worry about the money. But brother, didn't you only awaken a D-level talent? How could you improve so quickly? Zhang Yue still didn't believe Su-Chen. A low talent ability level meant poor aptitude and slow progress in cultivation. This was common knowledge, even ordinary people knew it. Could it be that her brother was lying to her on purpose just to comfort her? Previously, my talent was indeed at D level, but later my talent mutated and turned into SSS level, so my cultivation speed increased significantly. Zhang Yue's small mouth slightly opened, her face full of shock. Can talent abilities really mutate? It was the first time she had heard that innate abilities could mutate. Yes, but this is very rare. Yue, don't go around telling others. If people find out that your brother's innate ability can mutate, they might capture him and use him as a lab rat.
Ah!
Zhang Yue exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth.
Don't worry, brother, I won't even tell Mom. All right. Su Chen nodded, his eyes gleaming with firm determination. Okay, go inside and rest now.
It's cold outside, don't catch a cold. At this moment, Su Chen's phone suddenly vibrated, and a message flashed on the screen.
This is...
He glanced at it, and his expression instantly turned serious. Yue, you rest first, I have something to take care of.
Brother, where are you going?
Don't worry, I will take care of everything.
Su Chen turned around, silently vowing in his heart that this time he must raise the 2
million for his sister. He wanted everyone to know that Su Chen was not just a D-level gifted martial artist, but also a future powerhouse. Zhang Yue obediently nodded and walked back to the ward with a slightly lighter step. Clearly, Su Chen's reassurance just now was like a powerful shot of confidence, greatly calming her previously unsettled heart. I must transfer this money as soon as possible. Watching his sister's figure, Su Chen's gaze was resolute, silently making a vow in his heart. The next day, as the sun rose and its rays spilled onto the floor through the curtains, Su Chen bought breakfast for his mom and sister before heading straight to school. Today, he planned to have a good talk with Wan Peng about ways to make money. Wan Peng's family owned a martial arts gym, so he knew many things that ordinary students didn't. For instance, when it came to how martial artists could quickly earn money, Wan Peng had quite a few methods up his sleeve. This was mentioned by Wan Peng himself to Su Chen on WeChat last night.
However, Wan Peng did not specifically explain the methods for martial artists to make money quickly in the chat. He only said that the details were too numerous to clarify in a few words on WeChat.
He would explain everything to Su Chen in detail face-to-face once they were at school. When Su Chen arrived in class, he was greeted by the same admiring and reverent gazes from his classmates. Su Chen, a D-grade talent, had defeated 2 of the school's top 10 geniuses with his seemingly worthless talent, making him a near-mythical figure.
Although many still believed that Su Chen wouldn't go far in the future, at least for now, they held him in high regard.
Su Chen, however, paid no attention to his classmates' gazes. He went straight to his seat and locked his eyes on Wan Peng.
Old Wan, tell me in detail about the ways martial artists can make money. Wan Peng nodded, rubbed his chin, and fell into deep thought, quickly recalling the information he had learned yesterday. After
organizing his thoughts, he began to explain slowly, as long as we can cultivate yuan power within our bodies, we can be called
martial artists.
The term martial artist is a general designation. Whether it's a first-tier martial artist, a martial king, or a martial emperor, they are all referred to as martial artists.
There are many ways for martial artists to make money.
For example, you can work as a bodyguard, or master a popular martial art and teach at a martial arts school. Another option is to take on tasks from the Martial Artists Association, where completing missions can earn you generous rewards. Wan Peng paused for a moment at this point, seemingly giving Su Chen time to digest the information he had just shared. Then he continued, besides these methods, martial artists can also venture into the wilderness to hunt extraordinary creatures. The meat of these extraordinary creatures has highly nourishing properties that can help martial artists enhance their strength, making each one extremely valuable. Especially the high-level extraordinary creatures, which can fetch astronomical prices. Alternatively, one can search for plants infused with primal energy in the wilderness. These plants are called spiritual herbs and are also worth a fortune. Of course, whether it's hunting extraordinary creatures or searching for spiritual herbs, it requires going into the wilderness, which is extremely dangerous. There's no need for us to consider that. Aside from these methods, there is actually another relatively safer and quicker way to make money, and that is underground fighting.
Underground fighting? What's that? Su Chen's interest was instantly piqued.
Well, as the name suggests, underground boxing refers to those underground arena matches.
This kind of thing is somewhat similar to gambling.
On matches during the previous era of civilization, spectators watching the arena matches can spend money to bet on the contestants they favor. As for the contestants, they can accumulate prize money by winning matches. The more consecutive wins they achieve, the
more prize money they earn.
It's a way to make quick money, but of course, the premise is that you must have enough strength yourself. Su Chen frowned slightly, but my strength is only at the warrior stage, I haven't even reached the martial master level.
This level of strength might be fine in school, but compared to other warriors in society, it's completely inadequate. How could I possibly win like this? Wan Peng shook his head. Chen, it's not like what you're thinking. In this arena, warriors won't be matched against martial masters. Generally, you'll be matched against opponents of the same major level. If you're at the warrior level, your opponents will also be warriors. Unless you've become invincible at the warrior level, then you can apply to challenge martial masters who have just entered that level. If you manage to win such a cross-level challenge, the prize money will be even greater. Moreover, these arena matches are generally much safer than going into the wilderness. Opponents usually show some restraint when fighting. At most, you'll end up seriously injured. I see. Su Chen nodded slightly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He had developed a strong interest in this so-called underground boxing. Defeating a large number of opponents in the arena, even if those people weren't necessarily geniuses, should still provide a considerable amount of breakthrough points. Therefore, this was an excellent opportunity to earn breakthrough points. After all, both money and strength were indispensable. Now at school, there won't always be those who lack judgment coming up to challenge you. But in the arena, that's a different story. In the arena, it's a battlefield with a constant flow of energy. Although the quality of those opponents isn't great, the defense breaking points they provide aren't as much as defeating a true genius. But if quality can't be achieved, then focus on quantity. It's the same principle as those streamers selling cheap goods. Although they're inexpensive, as long as a massive quantity can be sold, it can still yield astonishing wealth. He absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Su Chen had already made up his mind. He was determined to participate in this so-called underground boxing. Old Wan, after school today, take me to check out this underground boxing. Wan Peng hesitated for a moment but still tried to persuade him. Brother Chen, have you really thought this through? Although underground boxing is much safer compared to venturing into the wilderness and rarely results in fatalities, there are quite a few people who end up severely injured or even permanently disabled. No problem. Su Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. If he were to fight against those who are more than 2 major realms higher than him, he would definitely not be their match. But when it comes to battles with those of the same level, he has absolute confidence in winning. Even when challenging those who have just entered the martial master level, he still has at least a 50% chance of victory. He's someone with cheats and the support of an SSS level talent. What's more, his martial skills have been cultivated to perfection. Could he possibly fear those of the same level or even martial artists slightly above his realm? That's absolutely impossible, right? Wan Peng saw Su Chen's resolute expression, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to continue persuading him. He also knew about Su Chen's family situation. Su Chen's younger sister was seriously ill and required a large sum of money for treatment. If it were him, he would make the same choice as Su Chen. Moreover, Su Chen's strength is so formidable. Among the group of martial artists, there should be few who could rival Su Chen. Just as Su Chen was immersed in his plan to engage in underground fighting, he suddenly felt a gaze filled with resentment. He slightly turned his head toward the source of the gaze and discovered it was a woman casting a venomous look. This woman was not unfamiliar to him. She was precisely Lu Qingqing, whom the original host had persistently pursued. His gaze swept over the rest of the class and he noticed that Zhang Yuwei was unexpectedly absent today. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. The level of medical technology in this world was far superior to that of his previous life. Zhang Yuwei's injury only looks intimidating and insulting but isn't actually serious. A day's time is enough for a full recovery. It's likely that Zhang Yuwei feels too embarrassed and doesn't dare to come to class for now. After a brief glance, Su Chen withdrew his gaze. He doesn't care much about others' opinions. Meanwhile, the school infirmary. Zhang Yuwei, your injuries have fully healed. You can be discharged now, said the school doctor in a white coat, holding the examination results. Ah, doctor, I feel like my injuries might not be completely healed yet. I think I should stay a couple more days, Zhang Yuwei quickly responded. He had no desire to be discharged now. The thought of the strange looks from his classmates made his skin crawl. Losing to someone with a D-level trash talent was nothing short of a joke. He could only imagine how his classmates would mock him. It was all Su Chen's fault. If not for him, he wouldn't have become the laughingstock of the class. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuwei clenched his fists tightly, his face full of hatred. This grudge, he must avenge. No, you can't continue staying here. The beds in our medical center are public resources. Faced with Zhang Yuwei's unreasonable request, the doctor mercilessly refused him. Are you kidding? This is martial arts high school. Every day, there are students injured from practicing martial arts, and beds are in high demand. This is definitely not a hotel where you can stay as you please. After a heated argument, Zhang Yuwei could only pack his things indignantly.
While packing, he suddenly thought of Su Xiaoyun. Yesterday, Su Xiaoyun, a top 10 ranked genius, went to find Su Chen. Presumably, Su Chen has already been severely taught a lesson, possibly beaten to serious injury, and is now lying in the hospital room groaning in pain. Thinking of that scene, Jiang Yuwei's mood instantly brightened. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, as your classmate, how could I not come to visit you? With that thought, Jiang Yuwei began packing his things even faster, tidying up in just a few moments, and then started visiting various hospital rooms. The school infirmary doesn't have too many hospital rooms, only about a dozen in total. Checking them one by one wouldn't take much time. Therefore, Jiang Yuwei didn't bother asking others which room Su Chen was in. He planned to search from top to bottom. Soon, he arrived at the top floor where the wards were located and began his search from there. The first ward, no one. The second ward, no one. The third ward, no one. The fourth and fifth wards, still no one. Then the sixth, the seventh, until Jiang Yuwei reached the ninth ward, where he finally saw a man wrapped in bandages from head to toe. The man was covered in bandages all over, even his head was fully wrapped, leaving no trace of his hairstyle visible. When Jiang Yuwei saw this person, his eyes immediately lit up. In his impression, Su Chen must have been beaten terribly by Su Xiaoyun, and this boy wrapped entirely in bandages perfectly matched his imagination of Su Chen's miserable state. This person must be Su Chen. Jiang Yuwei was absolutely certain in his heart. Feeling delighted, he turned around, went to the fruit shop near the school, bought some fruit, and then returned to the door of the ward he believed to be Su Chen's. He was definitely going to pay a visit to Su Chen. Lifting the fruit in his hand, Jiang Yuwei revealed a satisfied smile, puffed out his chest, and walked straight into the hospital room. Inside the room, there was only one boy wrapped entirely in bandages, looking like a mummy, staring blankly out the window. Jiang Yuwei was certain that this person was Su Chen. Only someone as arrogant as Su Chen would end up beaten like a dead dog. Jiang Yuwei walked straight over, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, you need to understand that one. Shouldn't be too arrogant, got it? Although you're indeed strong, you must realize there are always people stronger and skies higher. He placed the fruit on the cabinet beside the hospital bed, smiled faintly, and spoke casually. Jiang Yuwei's demeanor was like that of a senior earnestly guiding a junior, with no doubt that he had placed himself on a pedestal. The boy wrapped in bandages, staring blankly out the window, finally snapped out of his daze upon hearing the voice. Su Xiaoyun turned his head to look at Jiang Yuwei, his eyes full of confusion. He had been pondering how to defeat Su Chen, only to find someone beside him chattering incessantly in his ear. What was even more bizarre was that this person was actually calling him Su Chen. He was wrapped head to toe in bandages, looking like a mummy. How could he possibly resemble Su Chen? How did he look anything like Su Chen? This guy was practically stabbing him in the lungs. Thinking of this, the mummy-like boy's phoenix eyes burned with fury, and a murderous aura shot toward Jiang Yuwei as if it were tangible. Who the hell are you calling Su Chen? Who the hell is Su Chen? Su Xiaoyun was so furious that he even started cursing. If the other students at school saw him like this, their jaws would definitely drop. Usually, he gave off the impression of a refined, eloquent flower boy. How could he possibly swear? Jiang Yuwei was so startled by the murderous look in Su Xiaoyun's eyes that he took a step back, secretly sizing up this mummy-like teenager. You're really not Su Chen? There was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. The person in front of him didn't seem to have the same arrogant tone as Su Chen. Yet Jiang Yuwei was still unwilling to believe it. How could this person not be Su Chen? How could it not be Su Chen? What he most hoped for was that Su Chen was the one in this miserable state. But now, the person in front of him was very likely not Su Chen. Su Chen might not be miserable at all, and this was something Jiang Yuwei found hard to accept. Why don't you just check the name and see for yourself? Su Xiaoyun pointed to the name tag at the head of the hospital bed. Jiang Yuwei followed the direction of Su Xiaoyun's finger, and the three large characters Su Xiaoyun immediately came into view. How is this possible? How is this possible? An illusion, it must be an illusion. His eyes widened in disbelief. Su Xiaoyun, the genius ranked 6th in the school, had actually been beaten so badly. Recalling the incident where Su Xiaoyun stood up for his cousin earlier, and Su Chen had beaten him to the point of looking like a mummy, all of this made it even harder for him to accept. Just as Jiang Yuwei refused to believe that the person in front of him was not Su Chen, a nurse walked in. Su Xiaoyun, you have fully recovered. Next, I will remove your bandages. So please cooperate. After saying this, the nurse stepped forward and began unwrapping the bandages from Su Xiaoyun layer by layer, revealing his delicate and handsome face. This person was indeed Su Xiaoyun.
No matter how unwilling Jiang Yuwei was to believe it, it was the truth. By the way, Su Xiaoyun, who exactly injured you?
He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, his tone carrying a final trace of hope.
Please don't let it be Su Chen. That useless Su Chen. What qualifications does he have to defeat the 6th-ranked genius in the school?
Su Xiaoyun is not someone you can casually call by name.
Su Xiaoyun let out a cold snort, his icy gaze sweeping over like a blade.
Jiang Yuwei's heart tightened instantly, suddenly realizing that the person before him was none other than the 6th-ranked genius Su Xiaoyun, someone he absolutely could not address so casually.
Sorry, Brother Su, I got too worked up just now, Jiang Yuwei quickly apologized, though he was secretly annoyed with himself. Su Xiaoyun, seeing his demeanor, finally withdrew his icy gaze.
I was indeed injured by that guy named Su Chen.
He's very strong.
But I'll settle this score sooner or later.
Jiang Yuwei felt utterly dejected. As expected, Su Xiaoyun had been injured by Su Chen. This Su Chen, why is he so strong? Wasn't he just a useless guy with a D-level talent before? Strength is certainly not solely dependent on talent, but talent is undoubtedly one of the biggest determining factors.
The higher the level of innate abilities, the greater the aptitude of the person, and naturally, their cultivation speed is faster.
Why was Su Chen able to easily defeat the geniuses of his age? Not just them, but even Su Xiaoyun, ranked 6th in the school. Is this still the same useless person as before? Jiang Yuwei couldn't help but question his life.
Thinking of Su Chen's arrogant face earlier, Jiang Yuwei gritted his teeth in hatred, wishing he could stomp that proud face into the ground. But now that Su Chen is so powerful, trying to regain his dignity on his own is simply impossible in the short term. At this moment, the only solution is to ask his cousin to step in.
No matter how formidable Su Chen is, so what? Could he possibly be stronger than his cousin?
My cousin is the top-ranked genius girl in the school, Li Shishir, universally acknowledged as a gap-level prodigy. She is on a completely different level compared to other geniuses. Moreover, my cousin is fully focused on breaking through to the martial master realm.
No matter how strong Su Chen is, he can't possibly be a match for her.
Now, the only option is to ask my cousin to step in. Jiang Yuwei left the ward, quickly thinking about how to ask Li Shishir for help. Although Li Shishir was his cousin, she had always been indifferent and cared little about matters outside of cultivation. If he made a sudden request, she would definitely refuse. He had to find a suitable reason.
What reason should I find to make my cousin take action? Jiang Yuwei rubbed his hands as he went downstairs, feeling anxious.
Just 2 floors down, he suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Got it!
My cousin despises arrogant and conceited people the most. Su Chen is so arrogant, if I exaggerate this matter and tell her, she will definitely step in to teach him a lesson."
Feeling secretly pleased, Jiang Yuwei hurried toward the class where Li Shishir was. However, when he arrived at Li Shishir's class, he learned that she had recently taken leave and was in the cultivation room in seclusion. Jiang Yuwei had no choice but to wait patiently until she was done to ask for her help.
Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyun's body recovered, and he immediately entered the cultivation room.
After being utterly defeated by Su Chen, he lost all face at school and decided not to return to class, opting instead to go into seclusion for cultivation. He needed to focus on improving his martial arts, catching up to Su Chen, and personally reclaiming his lost dignity. At this moment, Su Chen was completely unaware of all this, he only wanted to make money. However, he was not in a hurry to participate in underground fights, as the upcoming class placement test was the top priority. Only by making a stunning impression in the class placement test could he join the school's seed team and gain the opportunity to select martial techniques. Su Chen planned to cultivate another body technique martial skill before going to fight underground boxing.
He didn't want to be powerless when facing experts in body techniques.
Body technique martial skills are a must to practice. As Su Chen pondered, his classmates around him whispered softly in the classroom.
"What do you think Mr. Wang wants to talk about? Asking us to stay in the classroom for a class meeting."
"Not sure, maybe the school has issued new instructions. Perhaps Mr. Wang wants to discuss the class placement test with us." A tense atmosphere filled the classroom as everyone anticipated the upcoming meeting.
The opportunity of the class placement test might change their fate. There is indeed such a possibility. Wasn't it rumored before that the time for the class division test was about to be finalized?
The students were discussing this class meeting.
Teacher Wang asked everyone to return to the classroom, saying there was something to announce.
Almost all the classmates were present, and the atmosphere was tense yet full of anticipation. However, Jiang Yuwei didn't have the face to come to the classroom for the time being. After all, he had lost to Su Chen, and his heart was filled with anxiety and unease. He hadn't found Li Shishir earlier, so he simply went home, wanting to escape for a while. Just as the classmates in the class were chattering away, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a shirt walked into the classroom holding a notebook. This man was none other than Mr. Wang, the homeroom teacher of Senior Year 3, Class 2, at Linchuan No. 1 High School.
Ahem! Mr. Wang coughed, signaling everyone to quiet down. The students immediately understood, quickly stopping their discussions and eagerly awaiting the teacher's announcement. Next, I have something very important to announce.
Mr. Wang's voice was deep and powerful, as if foretelling an impending storm.
Tomorrow, the school will conduct the class placement test.
As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom instantly erupted. Some clenched their fists in excitement, their eyes gleaming with determination. Others looked dejected and uneasy, their faces filled with worry. Linchuan No. 1 High School, as a comprehensive high school, offered both martial arts courses and liberal arts courses. Not everyone could awaken innate abilities, nor was everyone suited to pursue the path of martial arts. Not long ago, the school had already sought the opinions of the students, and many unqualified students chose liberal arts. At the beginning of the class division test, those who chose liberal arts only needed to take a cultural subjects exam, and then they were assigned to classes. Students who chose martial arts, however, had to undergo a rigorous martial arts test. This was similar to the division between liberal arts and sciences in Su Chen's previous life, but in this high martial world, the gap between liberal arts students and martial arts students was as vast as heaven and earth.
Alright, stop discussing and listen to me first.
Teacher Wang's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of authority. Once the students quieted down, he continued, for those choosing liberal arts, the class placement test tomorrow will directly involve a cultural subjects exam.
Next, I want to focus on the class placement test for the martial arts track.
Teacher Wang flipped through his notebook. For the martial arts students, the class placement test is divided into several sections.
First is the innate ability test, followed by the combat power test, and finally the martial arts proficiency test. Only by excelling in these areas can one enter the elite martial arts class. At this moment, the classroom was once again filled with exclamations of surprise. No one had expected the school to establish an elite class. In addition, the school will select the top 5 students in overall rankings of talent and combat power to form the seed team. Teacher Wang's voice became even more enthusiastic. Students in the seed team will have the privilege of entering the school's martial arts room to choose martial arts techniques. At this point, the students were completely stirred up, their eyes gleaming with flames of desire and challenge. This is simply a huge reward, someone exclaimed excitedly.
It must be noted that the price of martial techniques was beyond their reach, and now, the chance to obtain them for free was bound to make anyone's heart race. The classroom was filled with a tense atmosphere, permeating every corner like a volcano on the verge of eruption.
Everyone knew that this test would determine their future fate. After a brief moment of excitement, there was a deep sense of disappointment.
Martial techniques are extremely important resources.
Not only in schools, but even in families that possess martial techniques, not everyone can learn them as they wish. Those qualified to learn these exceptional techniques are often the elite among elites.
Therefore, it is only natural for schools to allow seed players to study martial techniques. However, to become a seed player, one must rank in the top 5 in this class placement test.
The top 5. These are the best of the best, far beyond the reach of ordinary students like them.
Realizing this, many students showed deep disappointment on their faces, a sense of helplessness enveloping them. They knew in their hearts that it was impossible for them to reach such heights, and thus their dreams of martial techniques were shattered.
Many silently hoped to achieve a good score in the placement test and enter a slightly better class. As for the seed team, they didn't even dare to dream about it. Alright, that's it for today. The school has decided to start the holiday early, so everyone should go home and rest. I hope you all achieve good results. Tomorrow, Teacher Wang announced. Despite the early dismissal, the students did not show any joy. Instead, worry was written all over their faces. The class placement test determines whether they can enter a quality class and gain access to good educational resources, naturally making most people feel extremely nervous. Of course, no matter where you are, underachievers always exist. A few of them packed up and left the classroom after Teacher Wang departed. However, many others didn't leave immediately. Instead, they gathered to discuss the class placement test. Do you think Su Chen, after defeating Su Xiaoyun, has a chance to join the school's seed team? One student asked. It's actually possible. Su Xiaoyun is ranked 6th in the school, and if Su Chen can defeat him, he indeed has a chance to be selected for the seed team, another student replied. Come on, that's impossible. Although Su Chen defeated Su Xiaoyun and is indeed strong, the class placement test isn't solely based on combat ability. Didn't you hear Teacher Wang say that the test primarily evaluates talent? Someone calmly analyzed. That's true. Su-chan only has a D-level talent. With that level of talent, it's absolutely impossible to be selected for the seed team. That's true, but Su-chen should have no problem getting into the rocket class. In the classroom, Lu Qingqing, who was originally about to leave, stopped in her tracks upon hearing her classmates' discussions. When she heard that Su-chen had defeated Su Xiaoyun, her eyes widened in shock. Over the past few days, she had been taking care of Jiang Yuwei in the infirmary and hadn't been following the school forum, so she was unaware of Su-chen's astonishing feat. She could hardly believe it. How could the person she regarded as a useless nobody manage to defeat Jiang Yuwei, let alone a genius like Su Xiaoyun? It was difficult for her to accept, but when she heard that Su-chen only had a D-level talent, she finally breathed a slight sigh of relief, and her unsettled emotions calmed down a bit. Lu Qingqing glanced at Su-chen again, sneering inwardly. Su-chen, oh Su-chen, so what if you can defeat Su Xiaoyun? You're just a D-level talent, and you'll never go far on the martial path. Lu Qingqing felt smug, convinced that her choice had been the right one. Although Su-chen's performance surprised her, she firmly believed that with his useless talent, there was no way he could be selected for the seed team. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Qingqing left the school to find Jiang Yuwei. Although the discussions in the class weren't loud, Wan Pang, as a cultivator, still heard them. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Su-chen and said, "Brother Chen, don't mind what they're saying. Even if you don't make it into the seed team, it doesn't mean you're weaker than those who do. Besides, with your strength, you'll at least have no problem getting into the rocket class." Obviously, Wan Pang was somewhat worried that Su-chen might be affected by those criticisms. But Su-chen shook his head, completely indifferent. "Don't worry, I don't care about their opinions." He was not someone who cared about what others thought. With a slight flicker in his gaze, a resolute determination emerged in Su-chen's eyes. He was certain that he, Su-chen, would make it into the school seed team. After tidying up his things, Su-chen left the school together with Wan Pang. He went straight to the hospital to visit his aunt and younger sister. Upon learning that Su-chen would be taking the class placement test tomorrow, his aunt immediately urged him to go back and rest. Su-chen understood that if he didn't go back to rest, his aunt would definitely not be at ease. To avoid worrying his aunt, he did not refuse. After buying dinner for his aunt and younger sister, he returned home. Meanwhile, after some time of fermenting, the topic of the class division test had become a hot topic on the school forum. Especially the topic of the seed team, which sparked countless discussions. This time, in the senior year class division test, the top 5 students in the overall ranking can be selected for the school seed team. Members of the seed team can also enter the school's martial arts pavilion to choose martial arts techniques, an enthusiastic student said excitedly. "Oh my god, I really wish I could become a seed student. Martial arts techniques are simply a dream for me, especially for someone from an ordinary family like mine. We simply can't afford them," another student said longingly. "Although our school's martial arts techniques aren't many, they're at least much better than the Vajra fist we're learning now," a classmate added. "I heard that the highest level martial skill in our school is a B-level martial skill." The students' discussion grew increasingly lively. "Who do you think will make it into the seed team this time?" someone asked. "Li Shishir definitely has a chance," a girl said confidently. "And Tang Young too, his strength is not to be underestimated," another boy chimed in. Suddenly, a voice broke the heated atmosphere of the discussion. "Do you think that Su-chen, who defeated Su Xiaoyun, has any chance?" As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately sparked a wave of rebuttals. "Ha ha, are you joking?" a classmate said disdainfully. "Yeah, even though Su-chen defeated Su Xiaoyun is only ranked 6th. Another person shook their head, their tone full of contempt. "Moreover, Su-chen's talent is only D-level, completely insignificant," a student sneered. "Being selected for the seed team not only depends on strength but also on aptitude." The students present echoed in agreement. "D-level talent, limited future potential, there's no way he can go far in martial arts." More people joined the ranks of opposition. At school, the students who knew Su-chen all believed he had no chance of entering the seed team. After all, Su-chen only had a D-level talent and couldn't even pass the first round of selection. Although Su-chen seemed to have perfected his martial arts training and possessed considerable combat strength, his innate talent remained a major flaw. His poor gifted abilities led to his immediate elimination, and no one would even consider his combat strength or martial arts proficiency. However, who could have imagined that Su-chen's comeback was imminent? He would use his strength to prove that nothing is absolute. The next day, serene and tranquil, Su-chen walked into the campus, and the relaxed atmosphere seemed to hint that today would be different.
He headed straight to the classroom, sat in his seat, but secretly looked forward to the upcoming placement test.
Brother Chen, you're here.
Wan Peng greeted Su Chen with excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation.
Yeah.
Su Chen smiled faintly and responded to him. At this moment, the classmates in the classroom had already gathered, and lively discussions were ongoing.
Many students had put on brand new clothes, while the girls were dressed beautifully, radiating youth and vitality. Today is the day of the class placement test.
The homeroom teacher is about to distribute the admission tickets, and everyone is eagerly anticipating the chance to enter the rocket class. Su Chen noticed that Wan Peng beside him was trembling slightly, seemingly a bit nervous.
What's wrong, De Peng? Nervous? Su Chen asked in a low voice. Yeah, a little. Wan Peng nodded, his face full of anxiety.
Why so nervous?
Su Chen asked curiously.
Afraid my grades will be too poor to get into the rocket class, Wan Peng sighed.
Don't worry, your talent is considered pretty good in the class.
You should have no problem getting into the rocket class, Su Chen comforted. He was indeed telling the truth.
Wan Peng's abilities were considered high level in the school.
Although there was still a gap between him and the top 10 students, making it into the top 100 was definitely not an issue.
Hopefully, Wan Peng still felt a bit uneasy.
At this moment, Teacher Wan walked into the classroom holding 2 bags filled with admission tickets. The classroom instantly fell silent, and all eyes focused on him. Art students, come and collect your admission tickets, find your assigned class and seat, and prepare for the exam, Teacher Wang instructed. Then he turned to the martial arts students and said, Martial arts students, follow me. Voices of discontent arose in the classroom. Why do the martial arts students get a teacher to guide them, while we arts students have to go on our own?
Say no more.
Can our status compare to that of the martial arts students? A classmate said with a helpless shake of the head. This is the world of martial artists, where liberal arts students have almost no place in the upper echelons. Although unfair, the reality is just that cruel. The martial arts students quickly followed Teacher Wang's footsteps, heading toward the training ground specially built for them by the school, their hearts filled with anticipation and nervousness. Linchuan High School's senior year has a total of 6 classes, each with about 50 to 60 students.
Everyone lined up neatly on the training ground, their faces filled with tension and expectation. This class placement test would determine the direction of their future.
The resources of the rocket class are undoubtedly the best, and above the rocket class, there is an even higher elite seed team with only 5 spots, unimaginable to ordinary people.
Many
have only one goal in mind, to enter the rocket class, gain better resources, and advance rapidly on the path of martial arts, ultimately getting into their ideal martial arts university. After waiting for a while in the martial arts training ground, the principal finally appeared, stood in front of everyone, and began his inspiring speech.
Teachers and students, hello everyone.
Today we are gathered here to carry out an important task for the 3rd year of high school, the martial arts class placement test. The principal's voice was loud and firm. However, as his speech went on endlessly, Su Chen's interest gradually waned.
Such speeches seemed equally lengthy no matter the world, and the class placement test mentioned by the principal was nothing more than a way to select outstanding students and allocate resources preferentially.
Finally, after half an hour, several staff members pushed over a massive piece of equipment, and the principal's lengthy speech finally came to an end.
Su Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to the machine.
It was a massive testing device, with a stand at the bottom, a display screen in front of the stand, and a giant transparent crystal ball suspended above the stand.
Is this the talent ability tester? Su Chen speculated inwardly.
It seemed that in the original owner's memory, this device was not exactly the same.
After awakening his talent, the original owner was filled with excitement and couldn't wait to test his abilities.
At that time, the talent tester, though small, was a treasured possession in his heart. However, compared to the imposing and mysteriously glowing talent tester before him now, it was nothing more than an insignificant toy. At this moment, the other students at the school were also drawn in, casting their gazes over. Of course, it wasn't that everyone was particularly interested in the tester itself, but rather because they had just endured the principal's long-winded speech and were utterly
bored in the martial arts field.
Suddenly, someone carried this divine-looking device over, naturally sparking everyone's curiosity and instantly enlivening the atmosphere. The tester was steadily placed in front of everyone, and the central halo seemed to be calling out to each person. At the same time, a teacher stood beside the instrument, his expression serious, appearing to be the authoritative figure in charge of the test. His presence filled people with anticipation, as if the next moment would unveil the hidden secrets of each individual. Talent testing is crucial during high school, especially since every student's future is closely tied to it. The first test occurs during awakening, the second is conducted for class placement, and the final one is the ultimate challenge.
During college entrance exams,
the frequency of these tests is aimed at capturing that fleeting moment of mutation.
Who knows if a teenager with D-level talent might transform into a higher-level genius in an instant of activation?
The instrument used during college entrance exams is even more precise, capable of instantly revealing each student's true potential.
At that moment, innate abilities are almost solidified, no longer changing, becoming a lifelong imprint.
After entering university, no one mentions these tests anymore. Everything is based on the results of the college entrance exam. At this moment, the proctor cleared his throat, his voice booming like thunder. Students, I now announce that the class placement test
officially begins.
First, we will conduct the talent ability test.
This test aims to more accurately measure your innate abilities. He continued, I will read out your names and exam numbers.
When your name is called, please place your hand on the crystal ball, channel the abilities within you, and gather them in your palm. First, Zheng Chuan, exam number 0001. As soon as the words fell, the entire martial arts training ground fell silent, and all eyes focused on Zheng Chuan. Zheng Chuan's heart raced. This moment would be the turning point of his life. Even though Jiang Yuwei still didn't want to come to class today, he had no choice but to show up since it was the class division test. Facing the strange looks from his classmates, Jiang Yuwei cursed Su Chen bitterly in his heart for 10 minutes. At this moment, he looked at the talent testing device ahead, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Su Chen, oh Su Chen, even if I was careless and let you win, so what?
You're ultimately just a worthless D-level talent.
On the path of martial arts, you won't go far.
Today, prepare to embarrass yourself in front of the entire school once again. It wasn't just Jiang Yuwei thinking about Su Chen. Lu Qingqing and Su Xiaoyun were also secretly paying attention to him at this moment. Of course, their attitude wasn't out of admiration but filled with utter disdain. Thinking about Su Chen's upcoming test, which would once again embarrass him, Lu Qingqing's lips curled into a smug smile.
This pathetic simp dared to insult me, serves him right to be humiliated.
As for Su Xiaoyun, after being defeated by Su Chen, he began to seriously investigate Su Chen's background. When he learned that Su Chen had only awakened a D-level talent and was previously universally regarded as useless, a wave of self-doubt rose in his heart. He, Su Xiaoyun, the martial arts prodigy of Linchuan No. 1 High School and campus idol, was actually defeated by such a useless person. What an utter humiliation.
However, Su Xiaoyun consoled himself inwardly, thinking that Su Chen was ultimately just a D-level talent.
Even though Su Chen had an exceptional ability to comprehend martial techniques, his talent level was lacking, which meant his aptitude was poor.
With poor aptitude, no matter how strong his comprehension, he wouldn't go far.
A scene of Su Chen beating him that day surfaced in his mind, and he sneered inwardly.
So what if you're so arrogant? In the end, you're just trash with a D-level talent.
As long as I put in a little effort, I can easily surpass you. When that time comes, I will personally take back everything I lost.
Su Chen naturally didn't care about what these people thought. Instead, he was pondering whether to reveal his SSS-level gifted ability. If I show it, wouldn't that be too shocking?
So far, the most gifted ability in the entire Linchuan No. 1 High School belongs to Li Shishir, and it's only an S-level ability. Everyone else is merely at A-level at best.
Forget it, I'll just showcase an S-level ability for now. Su Chen made up his mind.
As for the SSS-level ability, he planned to reveal it during the college entrance exams. By then, when others witnessed his ability, they would undoubtedly be shocked, and he could harvest 2 waves of astonishment points.
It would be absolutely exhilarating.
One by one, the students were called up to test their gifted abilities. When they learned about their abilities, there was no expression on their faces. They already knew their talents, so there was no suspense, and naturally, they were indifferent. Although the testing process was quick, there were many people, and with only one testing device, it still ended up taking a lot of time. Finally, the teacher next to the talent testing device called out, "Next, Su Chen, exam number 1353.
Hearing this name, quite a few listless classmates suddenly jolted, their attention instantly focused.
Recently, Su Chen had been basking in the limelight at school. He had defeated Jiang Yuwei with a domineering stance, then went on to overpower Su Yang, one of the top 10 academic stars in the school,
with an equally overbearing attitude.
Finally, he utterly crushed Su Xiaoyun, who was ranked 6th, leaving him in a sorry state.
Each of these events seemed like something out of a fantasy. After all, Su Chen had only awakened a D-level talent. In the hearts of many, Su Chen is just SOSO. With his talent and ability level, he won't go far in the future. The path of martial arts becomes increasingly reliant on innate talent and aptitude as it progresses.
It's like studying liberal arts. At the beginning, everyone is about the same, but as the grade level rises and the difficulty increases, effort alone may not surpass those with talent. In the later stages, if one's aptitude is too poor, no amount of effort will help. It simply becomes impossible to learn.
This is what is meant by effort pales in comparison to talent.
As Su-chen walked toward the talent tester, the other senior high school martial arts students looked at his upright figure and began whispering among themselves.
What a pity, this Su-chen is just a D-level talent.
Yeah, I heard he's really skilled in martial arts training, but his talent level is just too low.
If Su-chen were an A rank, oh no, even if he were a B rank, he could go very far.
Maybe he could even join the school's seed team and become a seed player, a student said with a face full of longing.
Too bad he's just a D rank, another person responded with a sneer.
Forget about joining the seed team, he might not even be able to secure a spot in the rocket class, someone chimed in.
Yeah, what a pity, everyone sighed and shook their heads.
In their eyes, for Su-chen to defeat Jiang Yuwei, Su Yang, Su Xiaoyun, and others, he must have put in unimaginable effort. However, effort is the least noteworthy thing in this world.
Jiang Yuwei, Lu Qingqing, Su Xiaoyun, and others sneered inwardly, thinking, Su-chen, oh Su-chen, with a D-level talent, just wait to be ridiculed again.
Not far away, a group of school leaders was gathered, discussing in low voices.
Is that Su-chen? One leader looked in Su-chen's direction. Is he the one who defeated Su Xiaoyun? Another person confirmed.
Yes, his Vajra fist has been cultivated to the perfect level, a teacher said with deep regret.
It's a pity that the level of his awakened innate ability is too low, otherwise, he would definitely be a top university candidate.
Principal Zhong Jiangwo shook his head, his gaze passing through the crowd to fix on Su-chen's back.
Linchuan No. 1 High School is a comprehensive high school, and its martial arts program ranks only mid to lower level in the entire Dragon Nation.
Each year, the number of students admitted to top martial arts universities can be counted on one hand.
If Su-chen's innate ability level were just a bit higher, he would undoubtedly be an excellent candidate for a top university. Unfortunately, Su-chen only has a D-level talent.
On the path of martial arts, he is destined not to go too far. At this moment, Su-chen had already walked up to the talent testing device, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips.
As a martial artist, his hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people. Although the students' discussions were not loud, they reached his ears clearly.
I just hope these people won't be too shocked later, Su-chen thought to himself. Previously, Su-chen had worried that after his ability level increased, he might be taken away as a test subject.
However, he later realized he was overthinking it.
Although talent ability mutations or upgrades are rare, it doesn't mean they don't exist. The authorities wouldn't take him away for dissection over such a minor matter. Place your hand on the crystal ball and fully mobilize the ability within your body, the proctor by the talent tester said indifferently.
Su-chen didn't say much, merely nodded lightly.
His fair and slender hand rested on the crystal ball of the talent tester. At this moment, all eyes were on him, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Su-chen closed his eyes, feeling the surge of ability within him. Although this power couldn't be directly unleashed, he understood that to make it manifest, he first had to achieve the external release
of primal energy.
The foundation of abilities lies in primal energy, and so-called talent abilities are essentially innate martial techniques. To unleash these techniques, primal energy is indispensable. To achieve the external release of primal energy, one must at least reach the realm of martial lord. Only martial lords can release primal energy externally, fully unleashing the power of martial techniques and innate abilities.
Su-chen activated the supernatural power within his body, gathering that energy in his palm.
He did not go all out but controlled it at 1/3 of his strength.
Behind him, most of the students wore mocking smiles.
Recently, Su-chen had been in the spotlight on the campus forum, which had caused dissatisfaction among many. Everyone was eager to see this rising star make a fool of himself. Su-chen's homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, however, looked worried.
He was concerned that Su-chen might suffer another blow during this talent test.
The principal and other school leaders, on the other hand, wore expressions of regret, as if they had already foreseen what was about to happen.
However, to Su-chen, these reactions were unimportant.
He gathered his supernatural power in his palm and gently placed it on the surface of the crystal ball. The color inside the crystal ball began to change slowly.
The talent testing device would display different color reactions based on the level of talent.
Generally speaking, D-level talents will ultimately be classified as green, C-level as blue, B-level as orange, A-level as red, and S-level as purple.
As for the legendary SSS level talent, the crystal
ball will display a golden color.
Unfortunately, SSS level talent is a rarity, seen only once in a century.
To date, the Dragon Nation has only ever produced one individual with such a talent. The crystal ball's color slowly turned green, and many people immediately showed mocking expressions.
A D-level talent was something even many of them looked down upon.
Jiang Yue, Lu Qingqing, Su Yang, and Su Xiaoyun all wore
disdainful looks, thinking to themselves, so what if Su Chen defeated us? In the end, he's just a D-level talent, destined to go nowhere on the path of martial arts.
Before long, we'll surpass Su Chen and reclaim our lost dignity. However, just as they were secretly feeling smug, the color of the crystal ball began to change rapidly.
Blue, orange, red, one after another. The entire school, both teachers and students, widened their eyes, their gazes filled with disbelief. Impossible, impossible.
Lu Qingqing bit her lower lip, her face full
of disbelief. Jiang Yue's expression also changed drastically. This can't be real, it can't be real.
Su Xiaoyun was equally shocked, his face filled with incredulity. Wan Peng was full of excitement, as expected of my brother Chen, so powerful. The color of the crystal ball had already turned red, which meant Su Chen's innate ability was at least grade A. The school leaders also showed shocked expressions. "What's going on?" the director of education exclaimed in horror. The principal's face remained calm, but he fell into deep thought, reaching out to stroke his chin. There are only two possibilities: either the previous talent test was wrong, or Su Chen's innate ability has undergone a mutation. Indeed, there are only these two possibilities. A blue light screen that only Su Chen could see appeared in front of him, with prompts continuously popping up. You tested your talent, causing Lu Qingqing's inner defenses to collapse, defense breakpoints plus 200. Your talent test caused Jiang Yue's inner defense to break, defense breakpoints plus 200. Your talent test caused Su Xiaoyun's inner defense to break, defense breakpoints plus 300. Your talent test caused S inner defense to break, defense breakpoints plus 10. Just as the entire school was in disbelief and several school leaders were discussing the situation, something even more unbelievable happened.
The color of the crystal ball did not stop at red but instead began transitioning toward purple.
A trace of purple started to appear within the bright red crystal ball.
This scene instantly wiped the calm expression off the principal's face, replacing it with shock. The color of the crystal ball is starting to turn purple. Could this guy actually have an S-level talent? The principal's astonished voice echoed across the martial arts field. At this moment, everyone else was unusually silent. This deathly stillness made the principal's voice thunderous, reverberating throughout the martial arts field and striking the hearts of every teacher and student. Silence. Incomparable silence.
Everyone held their breath, their eyes sharp, fixed intently on the crystal ball ahead that shimmered with a mysterious glow.
Lu Qingqing's expression grew increasingly grim, with turbulent undercurrents surging in her heart.
Meanwhile, Jiang Yue, Su Xiaoyun, and the others saw their confidence collapse in an instant, their pride shattering like glass into pieces.
Su Chen's displayed talent was already no less than theirs. What was even more astonishing was that this didn't seem to be Su Chen's limit. The color inside the crystal ball spread rapidly, like ink dripping into water. Purple quickly spread, from the initial trace to covering most of the crystal ball in an instant. Finally,
under the shocked gazes of everyone, the crystal ball's color completely turned purple.
At this moment, Su Chen's talent test final result was set, purple.
A line of flashing red text suddenly appeared on the screen below the crystal ball.
That was the final conclusion of the talent test. Talent level, S-level, lightning type ability.
There are numerous types of abilities on the market, and many common abilities have specific names. But clearly, Su Chen's ability is not among them.
The testing device only confirmed that he belongs to the lightning category and is S-class.
Ha ha ha.
Good, very good. With a hearty laugh, the ecstatic voice of Principal Zhong Jiangwo echoed across the campus.
Moments later, everyone seemed to snap out of their daze, and the entire playground was filled with the sound of sharp intakes of breath.
S-level. Someone stammered, their voice trembling.
Immediately, the campus was flooded with a tide of discussions.
Oh my god, it's actually S-level. Wasn't it said that Su Chen's gifted ability was only D-level? Could it be that the last test was wrong? Oh my god, S-level.
Su Chen's comprehension in martial arts was already outstanding, and now even his innate ability has reached S-level.
He's about to soar.
Lu Qingqing shook her head, her face full of disbelief. Impossible, impossible. Jiang Yue, Su Xiaoyun, and the others were completely shattered mentally. Originally, they thought Su Chen's innate ability was insignificant, and with a bit of effort, they could easily surpass him, even leaving him far behind.
But now, what's the point of chasing anymore?
At this moment, the corners of Su Chen's mouth lifted slightly, a hint of pride flashing in his heart. On the light screen in front of him, prompts kept appearing. Your talent test caused Lu Qingxing's inner defense to break, defense breakpoints plus 100. Your talent test caused Jiang Yue's inner defense to break, defense breakpoints plus 100. Your talent test caused Su Xiaoyun's inner defense to break, defense breakpoints plus 200. Your talent test caused S inner defense to break, defense breakpoints plus 10. Another wave of critical hits collected, simply too satisfying to handle. Su Chen was in an excellent mood as he slowly walked back to his class's location under the gaze of admiration or envy from the crowd, like a hero returning in triumph. Teacher Wang hurried over, patting Su Chen's shoulder, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Good, good.
Excellent, excellent.
His words were like rolling thunder, shaking the entire classroom. Originally, after this round of class assignments, he was supposed to lead the martial arts class.
However, the school had not yet finalized the teacher's class assignments. To lead a top-tier class, the students in his class needed to achieve outstanding results. This time. Now, with a student possessing an S-level talent in the class, he had a great chance of being assigned to the rocket class. The rocket class, it's the gathering place for all the school's elite, the class with the highest graduation rate in the school. He had been teaching for so many years, yet he had never led a rocket class. If he could lead the rocket class this time, his teaching career would undoubtedly gain a brilliant highlight. To put it bluntly, the bonuses he could earn would far surpass those from teaching regular classes. Naturally, this made him incredibly excited. Su Chen saw Mr. Wang's excited expression and gave him a faint nod without saying much. He had merely demonstrated S-level talent, and Mr. Wang was already this thrilled. If Mr. Wang knew that he wasn't S-level but SSS-level talent, wouldn't he faint from excitement? Several classmates standing near Su Chen also showered him with compliments, eager to establish a connection with him. Su Chen still didn't say much to them, responding indifferently, as if he were a lofty king gazing down upon the masses. Elsewhere, in the classroom of Senior Year 3, Class 1, a girl with long, flowing hair as dark as ink and a cold, icy demeanor glanced at Su Chen. Her eyes sparkled with a sharp light, as if she were contemplating something. Linchuan High School had finally produced another student with S-level talent. She hoped this student named Su Chen could bring her a sense of urgency. She needed pressure to unlock her potential. During the talent ability test, the combat power testing devices were already set up not far away. After completing the talent test, students began lining up at the combat power testing area. Under the teacher's arrangement. Although the combat power testing devices were likely less valuable than the talent testing equipment, they represented a battle in the hearts of every student. Su Chen glanced toward the combat power testing area, where 3 devices were set up. After carefully observing them, he noticed that these combat power testing devices were identical to those in the school's training room, likely moved directly from there. These combat power testing devices belonged to the school and had networking capabilities. They could directly upload the test takers' combat power data to the campus combat power leaderboard for ranking. The school ranks students based on their combat power. Last time, Su Chen had conducted a combat power test in the school's training room, but because his combat power was extraordinarily high, comparable to that of a martial master, the teacher in charge of the training room had directly deleted his results. The principal and other school leaders were aware of this incident. A warrior's combat power being comparable to a martial master was, from a common-sense perspective, impossible. Therefore, when people saw a combat power of 40,000 appear on the leaderboard, they assumed it was an error in the school's ranking data. No one even considered the possibility that someone could truly achieve such combat power. Let's go and take a look at that S-level talent kid to see how much combat power he has, the principal said to the school leaders. He had already lost interest in the talent and ability levels of the other students. Except for Su Chen's unexpected case, the talent levels of the other students remained at the same level as when they awakened, without any change. Obviously, the anomaly with Su Chen was unlikely to happen again. Therefore, there was no need to continue watching the talent and ability tests. Alright, I'm also curious about how much combat power this kid has, one of the school leaders echoed. Yeah, I'm curious too, others chimed in one after another. Then, the group stepped over to the combat power testing area. Their main target this time is only one person, Su Chen. Without a doubt, Su Chen has completely entered their sights. They all want to know just how much combat power this dark horse of the school, Su Chen, truly possesses. In this world, as long as one possesses an S-level innate ability during the martial arts college entrance exam,
they qualify to enter the top martial arts schools in the Dragon Nation. Of course, the exam doesn't only focus on this aspect. Besides the level of innate ability, combat power is also an important indicator. High combat power signifies strong practical combat skills. During the college entrance exam, in addition to assessing the level of innate ability, there is also a combat power test. Beyond these two aspects, there is one final component: actual combat. All examinees are placed in a designated area to battle against low-level mutated local extraordinary creatures, competing for ultimate glory. By slaying creatures to earn points, Su-Chen feels his strength is rapidly improving. The higher the combat power, the deeper the mastery of martial techniques, and the stronger the practical combat skills. However, actual combat is not merely a contest of strength, it is also a test of character and courage. Some students may have excellent test data but lack the courage to fight extraordinary creatures. Such individuals, no matter how gifted, will not be admitted to top-tier universities. Linchuan No. 1 High School naturally lacked the capability to bring in a large number of low-level extraordinary creatures to train students. Therefore, the school's tests mainly focused on students' talent, combat power, and the completeness of their martial arts training. As long as there were no issues in these areas, the student's strength generally wouldn't be lacking. For the combat power test, 3 testing machines operated simultaneously, making the process highly efficient and far surpassing the talent and ability level tests. Su-Chen silently calculated in his mind, it would soon be his turn. Next group, Li Shishir. Exam number, Lu Yang, exam number, Shuefugui, exam number. The teacher in charge of the test announced loudly, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Hearing Li Shishir's name, Su-Chen maintained a calm expression, but he noticed that Wan Peng beside him was as excited as a child. Wow, Brother Chen, goddess. Li Shishir is about to take the stage. She's the top genius in our school, with an S-level ice talent. I wonder what level her combat power has reached now. You'll find out soon enough, Su-Chen responded indifferently, his heart completely calm. No matter how formidable Li Shishir was, she couldn't compare to him. His combat power had long surpassed the limits of a martial artist, reaching a level comparable to a martial master. Oh, by the way, Brother Chen, Wan Peng leaned closer to Su-Chen and whispered, it's said that this Li Shishir is Jiang Yuwei's cousin. I heard Jiang Yuwei went to see her yesterday, probably to ask her to back him up. Wan Peng's voice carried a hint of concern. Although Li Shishir was the goddess in his heart, the bond of brotherhood was more important. He always stood by his friend's side. Is that so? No problem, let her come. I'm looking forward to it, Su-Chen said nonchalantly, his eyes gleaming with determination. He wasn't afraid of her retaliation, instead, he eagerly anticipated a showdown with this genius girl. Just imagine, if he could make her cry during the fight, how thrilling that would be. It would definitely earn him a massive amount of defense breaking points. If Wan Peng knew Su-Chen's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely be speechless. That was the school's number 1 beauty, his goddess, and the goddess in the hearts of countless boys and girls at Linchuan No. 1 High School. Yet Su-Chen actually wanted to make the goddess cry. There must be something wrong with his mindset. While Su-Chen was pondering how to make Li Shishir cry, Li Shishir and the others had already walked up to the combat power testing machine. You can use your most powerful and destructive punching techniques or martial skills to attack, the proctor reminded them. This combat power testing machine measures punching strength. Martial skills come in many forms, such as fist techniques, palm techniques, blade techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, and so on. However, during combat power testing, you are not allowed to use martial skills to slash at the machine. Therefore, most combat power testing devices measure punching strength. There's no need to worry about people not knowing fist techniques. Basic martial skills like the Vajra fist are taught to everyone. Of course, if you know other, more powerful fist techniques, you are welcome to use them during the test. Go, goddess! Suddenly, a student shouted, as if opening Pandora's box, and the rest of the students also began to chime in. Goddess! You're the best! Goddess, you're the strongest! Go, goddess! Believe in yourself, you're definitely the most amazing! The shouts rose and fell, fully showcasing Li Shishir's popularity at Linchuan No. 1 High School. Quiet! A proctor called out, and the noise at the scene finally subsided. The principal watched the scene with a cheerful smile. Shishir's popularity at school is really high. Indeed, I've heard she's been training very diligently lately. I wonder how much her combat power has improved now, a school leader chimed in. Before the tester, a long-haired girl let down her hair and removed a blue rubber band from her hand. With one hand, she casually gathered her long hair, while the other quickly tied it into a high ponytail, revealing her cold and delicate face. Such a simple action exuded an air of elegance, making a group of boys stare with hearts aflutter. The girl rubbed her fair fists a few times, then delivered a fierce punch to the attack point of the combat power tester. Boom! A loud sound echoed, drawing everyone's attention to the tester, where a number slowly appeared. The proctor glanced at it and announced, Li Shirshir, combat power, 29,000. Hiss! A collective gasp swept across the entire field, a testament to the shock in everyone's hearts. Oh my god, 29,000, that's incredible. Yeah, 29,000 combat power, that's just amazing. Last time, Li Shirshir only managed to hit 20,000 combat power in the training room. I didn't expect her strength to improve so quickly. She truly deserves to be called the top genius of our school. Li Shirshir has a great chance of getting into one of the top martial arts universities in the Dragon Nation. So envious. Hey, do you guys remember? There was someone on the combat power rankings before, with no name, showing 40,000. Combat power. That 40,000 combat power was fake. It was probably a system error, which is why it appeared. Not long after, the teacher managing the rankings deleted it. The people around were all discussing, the atmosphere tense yet lively. Brother Chen, Li Shirshir's combat power is really impressive. You need to be careful, Wan Peng whispered to Su Chen. With 29,000 combat power, if Li Shirshir really wanted to cause trouble for Su Chen, he wouldn't stand a chance and would definitely be completely crushed. Well, 29,000 combat power, it's alright, Su Chen casually commented. Although 29,000 combat power seemed very impressive to ordinary students, to Su Chen, it was just barely passable. Su Chen's current combat power had already exceeded 40,000, more than 10,000 higher than Li Shirshir's, so naturally, he wasn't too concerned. However, others were unaware of this. Although Su Chen's voice was very soft, it was still heard by several classmates standing nearby. The classmates in the class all had different expressions. A combat power of 29,000 was so impressive, yet Su Chen still called it average. This was simply too arrogant. Although everyone thought this in their hearts, they dared not say it out loud. After all, Su Chen was now someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Most of them could only complain inwardly. However, this did not include Jiang Yuwei. Jiang Yuwei sneered, "Het, Su Chen, aren't you being too arrogant? A combat power of 29,000 is still average? Do you think you can surpass this combat power? Utterly ridiculous, like a frog at the bottom of a well." Ha! Jiang Yuwei, have you forgotten who the real frog at the bottom of the well is? This. Su Chen smiled faintly, like a heavy hammer, directly leaving Jiang Yuwei speechless. Those unbearable memories instantly surged into his mind. The scene seemed vivid, as if it were yesterday. Once upon a time, he had mocked Su Chen as a frog at the bottom of a well, only to be taught a lesson by Su Chen's punch. The truth was, he was the real frog at the bottom of the well. Humph. Recalling those past events, Jiang Yuwei let out a cold snort, his heart filled with unwillingness. He immediately said no more, shaking his hand fiercely, as if trying to cast those humiliating memories out of his mind. The combat power test continued to proceed intensely. Soon, Jiang Yuwei also stepped onto the testing platform, and the result was announced: 16,000. Immediately after, Lu Qingqing underwent the combat power test, with a result of 15,000. Next was Wan Peng, whose combat power test result was 11,000. After the test ended, Wan Peng's mood noticeably improved. He cheerfully walked toward the martial arts testing queue on the other side. This result was already quite decent for him. If luck favored him a bit more, he might squeeze into the rocket class. Even if he couldn't make it into the rocket class, the elite class would still be a good choice. The school's classes are divided into 3 levels. The first level is the rocket class, the second level is the elite class, and the third level is the regular class. Wan Peng has a clear understanding of himself, so he has nothing to worry about at the moment. Next group, Su Chen, exam number. The scene fell silent once again, with almost everyone's gaze instantly focused on the combat power testing platform. Because Su Chen, the most talked about figure in the senior year recently, was about to step up for his combat power test. In the hearts of many students, Su Chen was practically a legend. He had transformed from a bootlicker and a D-grade talent waste into a top student capable of defeating the school's top 10. Today, he stunned the crowd with his S-grade talent. The once insignificant shrimp had now turned into a big shot, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Shirshir. Everyone was eagerly anticipating just how much combat power this legendary figure could display. As someone who had awakened with a once-trash talent, Su Chen's rise inspired a mix of complex emotions among many students.
With average talents,
They hoped Su Chen could rival Li Shishir, proving that even the mediocre could rise, yet they also wished Su Chen wouldn't surpass Li Shishir, as they didn't want to see him become even better. To put it in a common saying, they feared their brother's struggles, but also feared their brother driving a Land Rover. Su Qingqing silently prayed in her heart, hoping Su Chen's combat power wouldn't surpass hers by too much.
Otherwise, wouldn't it completely prove how poor her judgment was?
Jiang Yue, Su Xiaoyun, and others also silently wished in their hearts that Su Chen's combat power wouldn't be overly strong, secretly hoping they still had a chance to catch up to him. Meanwhile, the school leaders and teacher Wang were filled with anticipation, eager to witness Su Chen's combat power performance. The stronger, the better. This way, teacher Wang could claim to have taught a genius martial arts student, and the school might have the chance to nurture a dark horse capable of competing for a spot in a top martial arts university. But Su Chen paid no attention to these thoughts. He stood quietly in front of the combat power testing device, his back straight and his posture upright like a
Pine tree.
Countless eyes were fixed on him as Su Chen took a deep breath, raised his fist, and struck the testing device's target area with a powerful blow. Whoosh! The sound of air being split rang out as a fist heavily struck the testing device. Although Su Chen hadn't used his full strength, the numbers on the testing instrument jumped wildly before finally stopping at an astonishing 30,000.
30,000 combat power.
Teacher Wang stammered, his face filled with utter shock. The school leaders were equally incredulous. They had anticipated Su Chen's combat power to be high, but they hadn't expected him to surpass Li Shishir, the genius girl.
It was simply unbelievable.
Although every year in senior year there are dark horses that rise, Su Chen was undoubtedly the most outrageous one Principal Zhong Jiangwo had seen in 10 years.
In previous
years, dark horses would occasionally break into the top 20, but someone like Su Chen, who directly and dominantly claimed the top spot, was truly unprecedented.
Good, good, good. The principal laughed heartily, saying good 3 times in a row.
Linchuan No. 1 High School had gained another promising candidate with the potential to enter a top-tier martial arts university. Among the crowd, Lu Qingqing, Jiang Yue, and others widened their eyes, their faces full of shock. Although they had speculated that Su Chen's combat power might be high, they hadn't expected him to surpass Li Shishir. They secretly thought to themselves that the hope of catching up to Su Chen in the future was probably slim to none. The other students at the school, upon seeing this combat power, let out a series of exclamations. "Oh my god, combat power of 30,000, this is insane.
Su Chen is actually this strong? So impressive. Why are there so many geniuses, and I can't even be one of them? I want Su Chen to be my idol too. From today on, Su Chen is my idol.
I declare that from now on, my husband is no longer Su Xiaoyun, but Su Chen." The surrounding chatter rose and fell, and even the students who had previously felt uneasy about Su Chen's high combat power now found that their discomfort had completely vanished. They understood that starting today, Su Chen was already a person from another world. They had neither the qualification nor the reason to feel jealous.
When someone's
achievements slightly surpass theirs, they feel envy and wish to pull them down, but when someone's achievements are far beyond theirs, they can only admire and look up to them. A waste with a D-level talent making a comeback to become a legend surpassing Li Shishir is simply a myth.
And Su Chen's legend continues to unfold, exceeding everyone's imagination.
At this moment, Su Chen had already become a deity in their hearts.
The cold and aloof young woman, Li Shishir, slightly raised her eyebrows.
Although she hadn't used her full strength and had only employed basic martial techniques in this combat power test, Su Chen managed to surpass her combat power using the same techniques, which surprised her. At the same time, a trace of nervousness arose in her heart, a nervousness that excited her. Finally, Linchuan High School had someone who could put pressure on her. Perhaps she could use this opportunity to break through to the martial master realm. If others knew Li Shishir's thoughts, they would be greatly surprised. While everyone else hopes not to be chased, Li Shishir alone longs for someone to bring her pressure.
Indeed, people are just different from one another. A genius is truly a genius.
At that moment, the principal walked over to Mr. Wang with a beaming smile and gently patted him on the shoulder.
Mr. Wang's heart tightened instantly. Could it be that the principal was in an exceptionally good mood today?
Normally, he would remain silent and always harshly criticize him.
Such gentleness was simply unbelievable.
Teacher Wang's reverence for the principal was not merely due to their superior-subordinate relationship, but because the principal was the school's sole martial lord, possessing unparalleled strength. With just a casual wave of his hand, he could unleash vital energy, displaying powerful abilities and dazzling martial techniques. The oppressive force of such strength was impossible to resist. At this moment, the principal spoke gently, "Old Wang, not bad, very good indeed. Being able to nurture a promising student like Su Chen is no small achievement on your part. The matter of class assignments hasn't been finalized yet, but I decided that you can take charge of one of the 2 advanced martial arts classes." Instantly, the tension in Teacher Wang's heart was replaced by immense joy. His face bloomed with a radiant smile, and he couldn't suppress the grin at the corners of his mouth. "Principal, are you serious?" "Of course. When have I ever spoken falsely?" The principal smiled faintly, a hint of encouragement in his eyes. "Ah, I didn't mean it that way. Thank you, Principal, thank you." Teacher Wang was so excited that he almost jumped up. The principal patted him on the shoulder again. "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank yourself for nurturing such a promising student like Su Chen. The opportunity to lead the rocket class is something you deserve." After the principal left, Teacher Wang clenched his fists in excitement and silently thought to himself, leading the rocket class. This was an opportunity he hadn't had in years. It meant that his teaching rank could be promoted further. Teaching ranks were closely tied to salary. Ordinary teacher, elite teacher, backbone teacher. The higher the rank, the higher the income. Who could resist being happy about such a pay raise? He decided that tonight, he would go home and celebrate properly with his wife. The students of Class 2, Grade 12, saw their homeroom teacher excited like a child, dancing around the classroom, and curiously asked, "Mr. Wang, are you having a fit?" "Get lost." Mr. Wang responded grumpily, but he couldn't suppress his excitement no matter how hard he tried. Su Chen paid no attention to the chatter around him. With a determined gaze, he walked toward the direction of the final test. At that moment, the clouds in the sky were scattered by a gust of wind, and sunlight poured down like a golden waterfall, draping his tall figure in a layer of mysterious radiance. In that instant, Su Chen seemed like a god descending to earth, incomparably handsome, as if clad in golden armor, leaving everyone present breathless. So handsome. Many people thought to themselves, especially a few girls whose eyes sparkled like stars as they stared at him without blinking. At this moment, Su Chen's charm reached its peak. His appearance and strength inspired admiration in everyone. Su Chen paid no attention to the gazes of the crowd and walked straight to the martial arts training area, waiting for the next challenge. Wan Pang, who had already completed his test earlier, hurriedly approached him. "Brother Chen, you're incredible. Even Li Shishir was suppressed by you. You're practically defying the heavens." Wan Peng praised sincerely. Initially, he had been worried that Li Shishir might cause trouble for Su Chen, but to his surprise, Su Chen's strength surpassed hers, slightly easing his concerns. "Calm down, it's just basic operation," Su Chen said indifferently, his words carrying an air of composure and confidence. Upon hearing this, Wan Peng felt a surge of admiration once again. The current Su Chen was simply incredible. It seemed that after being rejected by Lu Qingqing, Su Chen had awakened, like a phoenix undergoing rebirth through fire, soaring instantly to great heights. "By the way, Brother Chen, I need to remind you not to be too careless." Wan Peng recalled Li Shishir's background and decided to give Su Chen a heads up. Li Shishir is from the Linchuan Li family. The Li family is one of the top martial arts families in all of Linchuan. Not only do they own a martial arts school, but they also have a vast business empire. Although her combat strength might be slightly inferior to yours, she definitely hasn't shown her full power. Wan Peng said seriously. She used the standard version of the Vajra fist to test her strength, but for someone like her, a descendant of a prominent family, there's no way she only practices one martial art. Their family's breathing techniques and martial skills are at least several levels more advanced. So what? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent to Wan Peng's analysis. So, Li Shishir's true combat strength, and even her practical fighting ability, is definitely far stronger than it appears on the surface. Wan Peng continued explaining, his expression gradually growing tense. "Oh, is that so?" Su Chen pondered for a moment, but his tone was unexpectedly relaxed. "In that case, I'm even more looking forward to making her cry." As long as you're cautious, Brother Chen." Wan Peng had thought Su Chen would take this seriously, but upon hearing his arrogant remark in the latter half, he was instantly stunned. Brother Chen, you." Wan Peng was momentarily at a loss for words, his voice trembling slightly. What had he just heard? Brother Chen was actually looking forward to making that perfect goddess cry? What kind of outrageous idea was this? Li Shishir, the goddess in the hearts of everyone at Linchuan No. 1 High School, the dream lover of countless boys and girls, Brother Chen was not only fearless but was even thinking about making her cry. This was simply insane.
Could it be that ever since Brother Chen was rejected by Lu Qingqing, he had been emotionally scarred and developed a hatred for women?
Wan Peng fell into deep self-doubt, remaining silent for a long time. If Su Chen knew Wan Peng's thoughts, he would probably be at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He wasn't misogynistic, he was simply not very interested in
romantic relationships.
His experiences with love in his previous life had taught him that so-called love ultimately amounted to nothing more than that. Now that he had come to this high martial world, Su Chen only wanted to stand at a higher position and overlook everything.
He longed to experience
that feeling of reaching the summit to see all the mountains beneath. Standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, that feeling would be unparalleled. This high martial world was far from safe, filled with countless dangers. The existence of extraordinary creatures was a massive hidden threat.
Su Chen absolutely did not want
to face a situation where he could only wait for death in the face of danger. He wanted to become strong enough to control his own destiny and protect the people he loved.
Moreover, the dangers before him were far from limited to this. What secrets are hidden on the other end of the space-time tunnel in this world? Could it be that only extraordinary beings are waiting for them?
However, Su Chen's current strength is not enough to explore these profound matters. His primary goal is to grow
stronger as quickly as possible and rapidly accumulate breakthrough points.
He absolutely won't let go of Li Shirshir. This big fat sheep, this genius girl, a goddess-like existence, is bound to provide him with a significant wave of breakthrough points. The class placement test was still in full swing, and during the final martial arts demonstration, Su Chen once again became the center of attention.
The
proficiency levels of martial arts are divided into several tiers: beginner, proficient, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection.
Although the Vajra
fist that Su Chen performed was a low-level martial art in its public version, reaching the major achievement level in its practice is extremely difficult for any high school student.
Yet, Su Chen effortlessly achieved the perfection level, leaving the entire school, teachers and students alike utterly stunned.
As for Li Shirshir, who was previously hailed as the school's #1 genius girl, she only reached the major achievement level when performing the Vajra fist. Being from the Li family, a martial arts aristocratic family, Li Shirshir naturally wouldn't focus her efforts on the Vajra fist. She must be training in more advanced martial arts from her family. As for her true strength, outsiders had no way of knowing, as Li Shirshir had never gone all out in any of her matches. The class placement test lasted an entire day and finally came to an end, with all the students' results finalized.
This also meant that the list of members selected for the school's elite seed team had been determined.
Principal Zhong Jiangwo, beaming with a smile, stepped forward to address the crowd.
Phew!
He raised the microphone, confirmed the sound was normal, and then looked at the students as he began to speak. Dear students, after
today's intense class placement test, all results have been finalized. The class placement results will be announced tomorrow morning.
The principal's gaze swept over everyone present, and then he solemnly declared, Now, I will announce the final list of students entering the school's seed team on the spot. He lowered his head to check the list in his hand and clearly read aloud, Grade 12, Class 2, Su Chen. Grade 12, Class 1, Li Shirshir.
Grade 12, Class 3, Tang Yang. Grade 12, Class 6, Su Xiaoyun. Grade 12, Class 4, Xue Jia. Let us congratulate these 5 students.
The principal said this and took the lead in clapping.
The enthusiastic applause instantly echoed across the entire playground, and the atmosphere reached a boiling point. Su Chen's name resounded like thunder, destined to leave a significant mark in the history of this school.
Swish, swish, swish. As the principal's applause rang out, the campus instantly erupted into a wave of excitement.
Other students quickly joined in, and
the sound of clapping surged like a tide. Every face was filled with deep envy, and their eyes sparkled with dreams of the future. The Seed Squad, the top team on campus. Joining this squad almost guarantees a smooth path to prestigious universities, and even a shot at elite
martial arts academies. Making dreams come true is not out of reach.
What makes it even more enviable is the resources enjoyed by the members of the Seed Squad, far surpassing those of ordinary students. In addition to receiving a large supply of cultivation potions, they also gain access to the school's martial arts pavilion, where they can select advanced martial techniques that ordinary people can only dream of. Although the school's martial techniques are slightly inferior to those top-tier ones outside, for ordinary students, they are already an unattainable dream. Even B-level martial techniques are out of reach for many, and purchasing them with money comes at a price so high it's daunting. Yet now, these sky-high martial techniques are like readily available treasures for the members of the Seed Squad, making them the object of immense envy.
Alright, everyone, go home and rest early.
Tomorrow, the class assignment information will be posted on the bulletin board. You can check your respective class assignments there directly. After the principal finished speaking, he paused for a moment and swept his gaze over the crowd. Members of the seed team, stay behind. The rest of you are dismissed. Before the words had fully settled, the students dispersed like a tide, leaving only 5 behind. Among them were 3 boys and 2 girls, the very members of the newly confirmed seed team. Su Chen glanced at Su Xiaoyun, who remained on the scene, raising his eyebrows slightly as he thought to himself, I didn't expect Su Xiaoyun to make it into the seed team. This surprised him a bit. Could the threshold for this team be so low? After all, Su Xiaoyun couldn't even withstand a single move from him. If others knew what Su Chen was thinking at this moment, they would undoubtedly roll their eyes. Do you think everyone is a freak like you? In fact, Su Xiaoyun's strength was already considered outstanding within the entirety of Linchuan First High School. The reason he was able to join the seed team was precisely because he had been defeated by Su Chen's fierce strike a few days ago, which dealt a blow to his confidence. However, Su Xiaoyun did not let this setback crush him. Instead, he turned this into motivation to move forward. The day before yesterday, he practiced a B-level martial skill at home and finally reached the minor achievement stage, significantly boosting his strength, which allowed him to barely squeeze into the seed team. At this moment, Su Xiaoyun's emotions were complex. It could be said that his ability to join the seed team was largely thanks to Su Chen. If not for this trial, he might not have even been able to cross the threshold of the seed team. Therefore, when he looked at Su Chen, his gaze was filled with mixed emotions, both gratitude and a hint of jealousy. This intriguing scene caught the attention of others, instantly sparking various speculations. Tang Yang, the chubby boy, noticed Su Xiaoyun's gaze and seemed to have stumbled upon some big secret. His eyes lit up as he hurriedly said to Xue Zhezhe beside him, Whoa, girl, look at the way Su Xiaoyun is looking at Su Chen. It's ridiculously complex, as if it's filled with love, hate, and resentment. Xue Zhezhe, petite in stature, wore twin ponytails and had large black-framed glasses perched on her nose, giving her a somewhat intellectual appearance. She adjusted her glasses and nodded. In agreement, that's true. There's only one explanation. After being defeated by Su Chen, Su Xiaoyun must have undergone some inner change, which is why his gaze is so complicated. Absolutely right. The chubby boy Tang Yang nodded repeatedly. Hearing their conversation, Su Chen's forehead instantly broke out in black lines. What the heck is this? Starting with one picture, and then relying entirely on imagination? Su Xiaoyun was also utterly helpless, angrily glaring at the chubby boy and the little girl. What nonsense are you two talking about? TSK, he's getting anxious. The little girl Tang Jia was full of excitement. The chubby Tang Yang quickly chimed in, indeed, he's panicking. They were all geniuses of the school, with combat power far surpassing Su Xiaoyun, who ranked last among the 5. Naturally, they couldn't possibly feel any fear toward him. You all, shut up! Su Xiaoyun shouted angrily, his expression slightly changing. He rubbed his hands, his knuckles cracking audibly, and a hint of provocation flashed in his eyes. What's the matter? Want to spar with me? He rotated his thick wrist and looked at Su Xiaoyun with disdain. Su Xiaoyun was momentarily speechless, his heart burning with anger, but in the end, he could only let out a cold snort and fiercely flick his sleeve. He knew that every member of the seed squad was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Any one of them could easily crush him. In front of ordinary students, Su Xiaoyun might act arrogant, but in the face of true geniuses, he didn't even have the courage to resist. Can't afford to provoke him, he could only choose to avoid. Alright, you almost already know the reason I kept you here. At this moment, the principal returned from the restroom and spoke mysteriously. Everyone immediately exchanged glances, their hearts filled with anticipation. The chubby boy Tang Yang raised his right hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Principal, my name is Tang Yang, he introduced himself loudly, as if making an important declaration. Smart. The principal nodded with a smile, that's correct. Alright, follow me. Everyone quickly followed behind the principal, heading toward the martial arts collection room, their hearts filled with excitement. Except for Li Shishir, everyone else appeared incredibly thrilled, even Su Chen. He finally had the opportunity to acquire other, more powerful martial techniques. That common version of the Vajra fist he had already mastered thoroughly. Now, he longed to learn a powerful sword or blade martial technique, along with an agile movement technique. This way, his combat methods would become more diverse, enabling him to earn medical expenses for his sister in the underground black boxing arena. Everyone was a martial artist, and their steps appeared particularly resolute. Under the principal's guidance, they quickly arrived at the 6th floor of the academic building and stopped in front of a door labeled Martial Arts Room. Surprisingly, the martial arts room even had a small chamber, where a stern-looking man in his 50s was stationed behind the window. "Mr. Liu, I've brought a few promising students from the school to select martial arts techniques." The principal knocked on the window glass, speaking respectfully. This scene left the group behind the principal astonished. They hadn't expected the principal to show such respect to this seemingly ordinary old man. This is precisely their new starting point, and the path to becoming future powerhouses is about to unfold. The old man guarding the martial arts room was clearly no ordinary figure. Although everyone was curious, they understood that some questions should not be asked, so no one said much. The old man with the surname Liu glanced at the few students behind the principal and nodded. Then, he opened the door to the martial arts room and turned back to his small room. The principal turned around and said to the group behind him, "The martial arts room is not very large. You will enter in order of your rankings from this time's results to make your selections. Rest assured, good martial arts techniques won't be taken by others, leaving nothing for the rest. Each technique has backups. Remember, after making your selection, you must study it yourself and never pass it on to others." The principal's gaze swept over everyone one by one, asking sternly, "Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone responded in unison, their expressions excited. "Very good." The principal nodded, his gaze falling on Su Chen. "Su Chen, you go first to make your selection. Each person can choose 2 martial techniques, 1 offensive and 1 movement technique. You have 10 minutes. Su Chen's heart trembled, the opportunity had finally arrived. He nodded in agreement and stepped into the martial techniques room without hesitation. The martial arts room was not very large, about 90 square meters. Inside, several rows of bookshelves were neatly arranged with various books. Su Chen glanced around and found that the books here were not all about martial arts techniques. The bookshelves near the entrance also contained many books on advanced martial arts history and herbs. His gaze quickly shifted to the back of the martial arts room, where there was a row of dedicated martial arts bookshelves. Seeing this row of shelves, Su Chen's eyes lit up, his heartbeat quickened. This was exactly what he was looking for. On the shelves, there was an array of offensive martial arts techniques, including blade techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, and palm techniques. However, after careful observation, Su Chen discovered that the levels of these martial arts techniques were not very high. The highest was only B level, with not a single A-level technique, let alone an S-level one. Su Chen felt a slight sense of disappointment in his heart. After all, who wouldn't want to train in more advanced martial arts techniques? The more advanced the technique, the greater its power would naturally be. After careful selection, Su Chen ultimately chose a movement technique called Fleeting Shadows. Although it was only rated as B-level, its cultivation difficulty was extremely high. If mastered to perfection, it could reach the standard of A-level. Holding Fleeting Shadows in his hand, Su Chen continued to browse for offensive techniques. He flipped through several books, intending to pick a sword technique. Just then, his attention was drawn to an old book lying on the ground. "Ha!" Su Chen exclaimed softly, noticing that the book was being used to prop up the base of a bookshelf. The cover was thick and relatively intact. He bent down, carefully pulled the book out, and wiped off the dust on its surface, revealing a few blurred characters. Thunder Blade Technique, surprisingly without a level rating. He opened the ungraded technique book, finding pages filled with illustrations and text describing various moves, which he read with great interest. However, after flipping through a few pages, he discovered that the subsequent content was missing. The last page showed clear signs of tearing, with at least a dozen pages ripped out, evidently to prevent others from learning it. "This martial technique is something I obtained from the battlefield. However, it is an incomplete technique, with only the beginning part and lacking the middle and subsequent sections. No one has ever been able to successfully cultivate it." Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, a voice came from behind him. Su Chen was slightly startled. When he turned around, he saw an elderly man with partially white hair who had appeared without him noticing. What shocked him even more was that he hadn't sensed the old man's presence at all when he appeared behind him. It seemed that this old man was definitely not just an ordinary gatekeeper. His appearance suggested that the martial technique room concealed even more secrets and opportunities. Naturally, it would be impossible to have an ordinary person guard it. "Battlefield? Old man, what kind of battlefield are you talking about?" Su Chen asked curiously, his eyes gleaming with a light of exploration. "You don't need to know about this for now. You only need this martial technique, but you won't be able to master it. You'd better choose another one." The old man's tone carried a hint of disdain. "Old man, I'm actually interested in this martial technique.
I want to give it a try. Su Chen responded firmly, a thirst for the unknown igniting in his heart. From his earlier observations, Su Chen had already realized that this blade technique concealed extraordinary secrets, far from being something simple. Moreover, although this martial skill is incomplete and might be impossible for others to successfully cultivate, Su Chen was unfazed. As long as he had a starting point, Su Chen could use his defense breaking points to cultivate. He firmly believed that as long as he had enough defense breaking points, the system could deduce the complete version of this martial skill. Suit yourself. Old Lu frowned slightly, feeling secretly annoyed, and waved his hand before turning to leave. Initially, seeing this kid come in first, he thought it was this year's top senior student and wanted to offer some advice. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to be so arrogant. An incomplete martial art technique, and he still wants to spend time studying it. What a ridiculous idea. Does he really think he can succeed in cultivation with this incomplete martial art technique? How is that even possible? It's hard to advise someone who refuses to listen, old Lu thought to himself. Perhaps it's better to let this young man suffer some setbacks and hit a wall. Maybe then he'll understand that some things are simply impossible. Su Chen was completely unaware of this. After carefully putting away the two martial art techniques, he turned and walked out of the martial arts room. Su Chen, have you made your choice? The principal asked with concern as he saw Su Chen walk out. Yes, I've already chosen. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Su Chen was anxious, eager to find a place to carefully study the two martial techniques, then quickly train and prepare for the underground black boxing competition. All right, you can head back. The principal smiled gently and waved, as if he had already seen through Su Chen's thoughts. Generally speaking, the principal would have the other seed team members choose their martial techniques together before leaving, but since Su Chen was the school's top student, giving him some preferential treatment was only natural. So, he generously agreed to Su Chen's request to leave early. Leaving the school, Su Chen headed straight to a park near the school without hesitation. He found a pavilion, sat inside, and secretly planned his next steps in cultivation. Casually taking out the movement technique manual Fleeting Shadows, Su Chen carefully read it word by word, as if every move contained endless profound meanings. The system panel instantly appeared before his eyes, with the blue light screen flickering like a dream. Under the personal information section, a new martial skill suddenly appeared in the martial skills column. It was Fleeting Shadows. Immediately after, the blank space in the cultivation progress made his heart tremble. System, start cultivating Fleeting Shadows for me, without restricting the use of defense breaking points. Cultivating martial skills felt as effortless as breathing, and Su Chen decided not to limit the use of defense breaking points anymore. He thought to himself that this time he would completely master this martial skill. Ding! Defense breaking points consumed. Martial skill Fleeting Shadows begins cultivation. You begin to seriously delve into and comprehend the essence of this movement martial technique. Due to your SSS level talent and aptitude, your cultivation speed is astonishing. In one day, you have reached the beginner level of Fleeting Shadows. In 3 days, you have achieved the minor accomplishment level of Fleeting Shadows. In 4 days, Fleeting Shadows reached mastery. In 5 days, Fleeting Shadows achieved perfection. This training session concluded, costing a total of 5,000 break defense points. Su Chen felt a surge of joy, as if he had personally trained for 5 full days to perfect this body technique martial skill. Only 5,000 defense breaking points to cultivate this movement technique to perfection. What an unexpected surprise. He secretly felt proud in his heart. Although the system showed he had trained for 5 days, in reality, he only spent 2 minutes. If others knew he had completed the cultivation of a B-level movement technique at such an astonishing speed, they would probably be dumbfounded. Of course, thanks to the system's power, it saved him countless hours. Now, I will cultivate the Thunder Blade technique. Su Chen carefully put away the flickering shadows and opened the incomplete Thunder Blade technique. He read it carefully, meticulously noting every move, as if paving the way for his own future. Opening the system panel, he saw that the martial skills section now included Thunder Blade technique, and he felt a surge of joy. System, begin practicing Thunder Blade technique, with no limit on break defense points. Ding! Consuming break defense points, beginning practice of Thunder Blade technique. Since this blade technique is an incomplete one, it is quite difficult to practice. After practicing the initial moves of the blade technique, you attempt to deduce and complete this incomplete martial skill. However, due to your limited knowledge, the deduction process is exceptionally challenging. As time flies, 10 years later, Su Chen, now experienced and knowledgeable, finally masters the ability to deduce martial skills. He spent a year successfully deducing the next style of the blade technique. He then spent another 2 years deducing the subsequent blade technique. After 5 years of effort, relying on the incomplete content, he finally succeeded in deducing the complete Thunder Blade technique. Finally, I can start training. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. But this martial technique is of an extremely high level, and the difficulty of cultivation is imaginable. A month later, his Thunder Blade technique finally reached the beginner level. 6 months to mastery, 1 year to minor accomplishment, 2 years to major accomplishment, 3 years to perfection. Training complete. Including this simulation and cultivation, you spent a total of 30,000 break defense points. Su Chen secretly felt fortunate in his heart. Although the cost was considerable, the rewards were immensely rich. His strength was continuously rising, already beyond the measure of ordinary people. I didn't expect this incomplete martial technique to take such a long time to master. If it were an average person, they probably wouldn't be able to cultivate it successfully in their entire lifetime. Su Chen shook his head, feeling secretly grateful. Luckily, I have the system. Otherwise, this incomplete martial technique would have been impossible to cultivate to the perfect level. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache for the consumed break defense points. But on second thought, he realized that if this martial technique consumed so much, the complete version would probably take several years to reach perfection. This indirectly proved that this martial technique was absolutely extraordinary and definitely not a low-level one. As expected of a martial technique obtained from the battlefield, Su Chen praised, then carefully stored the technique away, preparing to head home. After returning home, Su Chen put away the martial arts manual and immediately dialed his aunt's phone number. "Aunt, I have something to do today, so I might come back late. I won't be going to the hospital today." "Alright, make sure to eat well and take care of yourself." On the other end of the line, his aunt's concerned voice came through. "By the way, Xiao Chen, wasn't today your class placement test? How did it go? Which class were you assigned to?" "Aunt, I was assigned to the rocket class." "Ah, the rocket class is great. The learning atmosphere and teaching quality in the rocket class are the best in the school. You'll definitely do well in the future." "Alright, Xiao Chen, you go ahead and take care of your things." After hanging up the phone, Su Chen immediately turned around and dialed Wan Peng's number to ask for the address of the underground black boxing arena. Then, he slung a bag over his shoulder and excitedly headed out the door. First, he went to a shop selling traditional accessories and bought a white fox mask. Then, he visited a weapon store and purchased an ordinary steel knife. With all his preparations meticulously completed, Su Chen set off for the underground black boxing arena with confidence. The martial artist coliseum was located in the outskirts of Linchuan City. Although underground black boxing was not officially legal, there were no explicit regulations deeming the arenas illegal either. In this world, the restrictions on martial artists were not stringent, and such black boxing arenas essentially operated on the edge of the law. As long as the authorities didn't intervene, running the business wasn't difficult. The boxing gym introduced by Wan Peng clearly has a deep background. Although located in the suburbs, the venue is extremely spacious, with a lively atmosphere that stirs one's blood. Su Chen was filled with anticipation. Today, he would showcase his strength here. This arena is a standalone 3-story building, grand and imposing, resembling a temple of combat. The entrance was bustling with people, martial artists hurrying by, and ordinary folks with expectant expressions. Su Chen took out a traditional-style white fox mask from his backpack, put it on without hesitation, and stepped inside. The lobby was luxuriously decorated, with a warm yellow European style that felt cozy. However, the people who came here seemed indifferent to this warmth. Each wore a serious expression and hurriedly entered the elevator. The elevator was a large freight lift, capable of accommodating dozens of people, clearly prepared for the battles about to take place. The elevator doors slowly closed, and as the heavy sound of descent echoed, Su Chen's heartbeat quickened. Soon, the elevator arrived at the basement level, and as the doors opened, a cacophony of noise surged in like a tide. Ding! Basement level 1 has been reached. The electronic female voice was mechanical and cold, as if foretelling the bloody battle about to unfold. Stepping out of the elevator, Su Chen surveyed his surroundings. The space was exceptionally spacious. At the center was a ring enclosed by barriers, and the surrounding spectator seats were packed to capacity. The audience was cheering fervently, seemingly driven mad by the fight on the ring. He took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the door of a workshop. Resolutely, he stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Come in." A robust male voice sounded from inside the room. Wearing a white fox mask, Su Chen pushed the door open and entered, his tone firm. "Hello,
I am a martial artist here to challenge the arena.
How do I sign up?
Inside the room, a slightly chubby man named Su Chang looked up and sized up Su Chen, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Su Chen's voice sounded very young, but that did not diminish Su Chang's
curiosity about him.
Seeing Su Chen's face concealed by the mask, Su Chang vaguely understood that this was an underground arena, where many chose masks to protect their identities.
Young man, are you sure you want to sign up?
Su Chang frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of caution.
Absolutely. Su Chen replied without hesitation. I must remind you, this underground arena is no joke.
While there's no risk to your life, fists and kicks don't have eyes, and injuries are
common if you're not strong enough. Moreover, we don't provide medical services, so you'll have to cover the treatment costs yourself. I understand.
Su Chen's gaze was resolute, his decision made. Seeing this, Su Chang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually looking forward to fresh blood joining in, as it would make the battles
more exciting.
He then took a registration form out of the drawer of his desk, placed it on the table, and pointed to the form, saying,
"This is the registration form.
You can use a code name, there's no need to fill in your real name.
Be sure to carefully fill in your bank card information. You'll receive a bonus for every victory, with payouts settled weekly. The more consecutive wins, the higher the bonus."
A glimmer of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The bonus system was exactly what he needed. As long as he kept winning, he could earn
more money to buy medicine for his sister.
Feeling secretly thrilled, he quickly picked up a pen and began filling out the form. When he saw the code name column, he touched his mask, and a sudden inspiration struck him as he thought of the flying fox of Snowy Mountain from his previous life.
He immediately wrote the 2 characters Snow Fox in the box following the code name.
This code name wasn't important to him, after all. Once he earned enough for his sister's medical expenses, he wouldn't need it anymore. Finally, he carefully filled in his bank card information, double-checking it repeatedly. His heart surged with excitement. The horn of battle had already sounded, and his path to rising was about to begin. After all, it was the card number for receiving money, so naturally, it had to be carefully verified.
Next was the martial artist level. Here, only the major level needed to be filled in. Without hesitation, Su Chen wrote martial artist on it.
Finally, there was a disclaimer stating that contestants must bear their own medical expenses if injured. Su Chen carefully reviewed it, confirmed there were no issues, and decisively signed his real name. After putting down the pen, Su Chen handed the form back to Su Chang. Su Chang checked the form, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes.
He nodded and said, "All right, my name is Su Chang, but you can call me Brother Chang. From now on, you can come to me for anything related to this gladiator arena."
"Okay, thank you, Brother Chang," Su Chen responded with a smile.
"You're welcome. By the way, when are you planning to go on stage?" Su Chang asked. "Can it be today?" Su Chen's gaze was resolute. "It can. Right now, there's a martial artist stage arena competition. If you think you're up for it, you can go straight to the stage. However, I advise you to first observe your opponent's strength and ensure you can defeat them before stepping up. Otherwise, getting injured will be for nothing. If you lose, you won't get the prize money, and you'll have to cover your own medical expenses," Su Chang reminded solemnly. "Thank you." Su Chen took a deep breath, silently making up his mind. He walked to the front of the arena, his gaze sharp. Near the arena, there was a temporary resting area where the contestants quietly waited. Su Chen sat down in the resting area, silently calculating in his mind. At this moment, an intense battle was taking place in the arena. A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, was fiercely clashing with a lean man. The burly man's muscles were as solid as steel, exuding explosive power all over. Every punch he threw carried an intimidating momentum. The lean man appeared extremely exhausted, and Su Chen could tell at a glance that he was no match for the burly man. Each time he withstood an attack, it seemed incredibly difficult. In contrast, the muscular man seemed to be at ease, completely toying with his opponent without exerting his full strength. Stone awakened a strength-based ability, so his power is naturally beyond that of ordinary people, a man beside him said at this moment. Su Chen turned his head and saw a young man with a resolute face. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Brother, why are they only using fists and kicks, and not weapons?" "You're new here, aren't you?" the man asked in return, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Su Chen nodded. "Yes, I just arrived today.
I'm not very familiar with the situation here yet."
"I see. Today's arena is for hand-to-hand combat, and weapons are prohibited.
It's all about the raw power of fists meeting flesh, which some spectators particularly enjoy.
Tomorrow's arena will be for weapon battles, the man explained patiently.
I see, Suchin said, as if suddenly understanding.
His heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness for the upcoming fight.
Why don't you use weapons, he said softly, a trace of confidence flashing in his eyes.
Thinking to himself, those contestants who rely on weapons definitely won't take the stage today. But for Su Chen, it didn't matter.
Although his blade techniques were formidable, his Vajra fist had also reached a state of perfection, making him more than capable of facing opponents at the warrior rank. Moreover, he possessed a perfect-level movement martial skill, and today was the day to let it shine. His opponent, a burly man codenamed Stone, was already waiting impatiently in the ring. With a furious roar, Stone suddenly threw a punch, his fist blasting forward like a cannonball. The slender man's pupils instantly widened. He hadn't expected the power of this punch to be several times greater than before. Alarmed, he realized it was too late to dodge.
Bang!
With a deafening crash, the slender man was sent flying by Stone's punch, landing heavily outside the ring, his defeat declared without suspense.
Oh oh oh! Thunderous cheers erupted from the audience below. Stone, Stone, Stone!
They chanted repeatedly, their voices shaking the heavens. The host of the arena quickly walked to the center, raised Stone's hand, and announced, "The winner of this round is Stone, let's congratulate him." Applause surged like a tidal wave.
Stone, do you want to continue defending the arena? The host asked. Continue, Stone replied, his eyes revealing an unyielding fighting spirit. Is there any contestant willing to step forward? If not, we will randomly assign an opponent. The host's gaze swept across the contestants' area.
However, the scene remained silent, and no one dared to respond. Stone is so strong, he's probably close to the late stage of a martial artist. Who would dare go up and get crushed? The contestants whispered among themselves. Exactly, I don't want to go either, others chimed in one after another. Su Chen heard the murmurs and felt a stir in his heart. I'll do it.
He stood up, raised his right hand.
Although this was merely a habit of the original owner, he was fearless at this moment.
All right, this gentleman will challenge Stone.
Please, sir, come to the stage. The host made a gesture of invitation, and under the gaze of the crowd, Su Chen slowly walked onto the arena.
Voices of discussion came from behind. This guy even raised his hand. What a joke. Look at him, could he be a student?
He looks so young, definitely no match for Stone. The audience at the scene also noticed the young man daring to challenge Stone. He was tall, slender, and wore a white fox mask on his face, with only his lips and chin exposed, unable to hide his youthful aura.
Wow, this guy must be really handsome. He looks so young. Could he still be a student? The audience discussed among themselves. What good is being handsome? This is a fight, not a beauty contest. This kid looks like a pretty boy, he'll probably end up crying after getting beaten up. Someone sneered. Despite the harsh words, many couldn't help but agree in their hearts. A youthful and invincible boy had almost no chance of winning against the powerful Stone. What do you think? How many moves can this boy last against Stone? Someone asked curiously. I estimate he won't last even one move, another contestant responded bluntly. Just as everyone focused their attention on the imminent showdown, Su Chen's heart ignited with fierce determination. He knew that his movement, techniques and martial skills were not to be underestimated. Today, he would prove to everyone in his own way that youth does not equate to weakness. That's not necessarily true. This guy, Stone, likes to toy with his opponents. He never goes all out at the start. On the stage, the host asked with a smile, I don't think I've seen you before. May I ask if you just came to our arena today? Yes. How should I address you? Snow Fox. All right, Snow Fox contestant, do you think you can win? Of course. Su Chen spoke calmly, his tone exuding confidence, as if victory was already certain. This response left the host momentarily stunned, then he chuckled and said, Ha, the Snow Fox contestant is truly confident. I'm looking forward to your performance. Meanwhile, the audience below the stage was completely dumbfounded, wondering to themselves, is this guy truly capable, or just blindly confident? His tone was so matter-of-fact that even the host was thrown off. Such an arrogant kid, I bet Stone will teach him a harsh lesson. Many people thought to themselves, a mocking smile curling at the corners of their mouths. On the arena, Stone's expression shifted slightly, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Kid, you're pretty cocky. I hope you'll still be this cocky in a moment. He rubbed his fists together, a sinister smile appearing on his lips. With your delicate skin and tender flesh, I bet it'll be quite amusing to see you cry. Oh, with your massive build, I think crying would create a more striking contrast. Su Chen showed no fear, his tone calm, as if he were facing a kitten rather than a monster. Heh, I've never cried once in my life.
Stone let out a cold laugh, increasingly convinced that this boy was an arrogant brat who didn't know his place.
Is that so? Then you'll be crying today.
Su Chen's provocation made Stone feel a surge of frustration.
Kid, you'll pay the price for your arrogance.
Stone roared, swinging his fist, the immense force creating a sharp sound as it tore through the air.
The surrounding spectators instantly held their breath. Those familiar with Stone understood that this punch carried his true fury, with no restraint whatsoever. This punch was clearly delivered with full force. Stone intended to settle this arrogant boy with a single blow. Many believed the boy was finished. Some women, even those drawn to Su Chen's charisma, couldn't bear to watch.
The thought of the adorable little brother being sent flying was simply too cruel. The older ladies' hearts couldn't take it, they even closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the tragedy about to unfold. However, the sinister smile on Stone's face quickly froze. The figure of the young man ahead flickered, seemingly transforming into a shadow, disappearing instantly from his original spot, and reappearing on Stone's right side.
Movement technique, flickering shadows. The audience couldn't help but exclaim.
This young man's movements were as swift as lightning, managing to evade a fatal blow at the critical moment.
How is he so fast? What was that just now?
Stone was shocked. He had thought he could easily defeat this young man with a single strike, but everything happened too quickly, and he hadn't seen it clearly at all.
Coincidence.
He kept searching for excuses for his mistake in his heart. It must be a coincidence. This guy just got lucky and happened to dodge my attack. He comforted himself inwardly, unwilling to accept it in his heart.
Kid, you were just lucky earlier. This time, let's see how you dodge.
One more time, and I'll turn you into a dead fox. This time, the stone didn't form a fist but switched to a palm. Martial skill, gale-splitting palm. The audience immediately recognized that the gale-splitting palm was Stone's signature move and the martial skill he was most proud of mastering. Under normal circumstances, Stone would use the popular martial skill, Vajra Fist, to confront opponents. But if the Vajra Fist failed to secure victory, only then would he unleash the gale-splitting palm. However, at this moment, he actually used this palm technique right from the start, which meant he was already going all out. Unexpectedly, a young man could force Stone to exert his full strength, not only because of the young man's unrestrained words but also due to his extraordinary abilities.
The palm wind howled as Stone struck toward Su Chen with a palm. But the palm missed, and Su Chen's figure once again turned into an afterimage, instantly appearing beside Stone. What? Movement technique martial skill. Stone's pupils suddenly contracted, exclaiming in shock.
It turned out that this young man wasn't just lucky, his movement was astonishingly fast. Before Stone's attack landed, the young man had already shifted his position.
Movement technique martial skills aren't something one can easily cultivate.
Stone had tried before but had yet to grasp even the basics. But the young man had already cultivated his movement technique to such a high level, which was astonishing.
Humph.
Shu gritted his teeth and launched consecutive palm strikes, but they were easily evaded by Su Chen.
Can't hit at all. Whoosh. Stone was panting heavily, hands on his knees, gasping for breath.
Big guy, you're not up to it, Su Chen said with a relaxed smile, teasing him.
This remark triggered laughter from the entire audience.
The spectators, who had been worried about the young man, now felt that all their concern had been unnecessary.
The big guy couldn't hit the teenager at all. Who are you saying can't do it?
Stone was furious, his eyes wide open. As a man, the most taboo thing is for someone to say he can't do it. Ding, your taunt has caused the opponent's mental defense to break, defense breakpoints plus 200.
Su Chen's eyes lit up as he continued to activate mockery mode. Getting this tired after just a few moves? Doesn't this mean you're not up to it? I suggest you buy some Luwei Dihuang pills to take. Luwei Dihuang pills? What are those, some kind of elixir?
No, they're just for kidney nourishment.
Perfect for someone like you who looks strong but is actually weak.
Ding, your taunt caused your opponent to lose composure points -200.
Ah, you bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Stone roared and charged at Su Chen.
However, Su Chen dodged once again, leaving Stone drenched in sweat, his face flushed, and panting like an ox.
Big guy, you look like a dog panting from the heat, Su Chen mocked again.
He wasn't trying to be mean, it was just that this was the only way to earn break defense points. And those points were so tempting.
Ding! Your words have caused the opponent to break their defense. Break defense points plus 300.
Stone blared angrily, if you have the guts, stop dodging.
Dodging around like that, what kind of hero are you? Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly under his mask. Alright, I'll grant your wish.
Just now, he was merely testing his movement technique, and the results were very satisfying. He raised his fist and directly punched toward the rock. The rock wanted to dodge but found it utterly impossible to escape. His fist rapidly enlarged in Stone's eyes, and Stone hastily threw a punch to counter. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Stone let out a miserable scream as his whole body was sent flying. The scene instantly fell silent. The audience hadn't expected that this young man codenamed Snowfox would be so powerful. Previously, they saw the young man constantly dodging and thought he wouldn't be a match for Stone in a head-on fight. But unexpectedly, the young man's strength was so formidable. That cracking sound just now, it was like bones were shattering. Just thinking about it makes one wince. This young man is simply too fierce, completely the type to hide his true abilities. Turns out, all their earlier worries were for nothing. This young man was just playing the part of a sheep to catch a tiger. The young man on the stage walked over to Stone, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, groaning. His lips curved slightly. I told you, you couldn't do it, but you wouldn't admit it. Trash. Ding. You defeated your opponent and taunted them, causing a mental breakdown. Breakdown points plus 500. The audience was a bit speechless. This young man was ruthless, not just physically but mentally. After beating someone into a dead dog, he still went for personal attacks. Su Chen had no idea what the audience was thinking. He pondered for a moment. As expected, defeating ordinary people yields far fewer breakdown points than defeating geniuses. But even a mosquito is still meat. Since the quality isn't there, I'll go for quantity. As long as I can cause a large number of people to break down, the breakdown points I earn won't be small. After all, geniuses aren't like cabbages that grow everywhere. Su Chen looked at the dazed host on the stage. Announced the result. The host snapped out of it and quickly raised Su Chen's hand. Congratulations to contestant Snowfox for the victory. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge contestant Snowfox next? After a while, a young man stepped onto the stage. His purpose was to have a proper sparring match with this so-called Snowfox. This was quite reasonable. Some people here weren't competing for money but for real combat experience. And to hone themselves. Such individuals pursued martial arts for self-improvement, not for profit, so they naturally didn't care about winning or losing. However, this young man went up quickly and came down even faster. Su Chen won several rounds in a row, and no one dared to challenge him afterward. There was no way around it. Challenging Su Chen not only meant being beaten like a dead dog but also enduring personal attacks. They wanted to defeat Su Chen, but their strength simply didn't allow it. As a result, they could only dislike Su Chen, yet couldn't take him down, grinding their teeth in frustration. In the end, the host directly let the system match opponents for Su Chen. Since all the matches were against martial artists of the same rank, no one was a match for Su Chen. At this level, Su Chen was completely invincible, exuding an air of "I'm invincible, do as you please." Very quickly, Su Chen achieved his first 10 consecutive wins in the arena, and the audience went wild. That night, many people became fans of Snowfox. At the very back of the audience, a slightly chubby middle-aged man was standing there. This person is Su Chang. He also came over to watch after hearing reports from his subordinates that Snowfox had already achieved 10 consecutive victories. Su Chang was truly deeply shocked. Previously, he had thought Su Chen was just an ordinary student and had even given him a few words of advice. I hope the other party knows when to back off to avoid getting hurt. Unexpectedly, I misjudged. This young man is actually so formidable, he must be a genius at the school. Su Chang muttered to himself. A young man as formidable as Su Chen at the martial artist level is extremely rare. It must be a genius from a school or some martial arts family. However, this has nothing to do with him. The more popular Su Chen becomes, the more benefits the arena gains. You have to know. The audience comes in to watch the battles, and they all have to buy tickets. This is all money. The arena's closing time is midnight, and Su Chen stayed on the ring defending his position until closing time. He achieved a total of 15 consecutive victories. Su Chen accumulated a total of 100,000 Dragon Country coins in his personal account at the arena. He returned to his home in the old town. Su Chen freshened up, letting the warm water flow down his body, washing away the fatigue of the entire day. Su Chen lay on the bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Silent throughout the night. The next morning, Su Chen woke up from his slumber. After freshening up, Su Chen went to school. Today's class placement results will be posted on the school's bulletin board. Arriving at the campus, Su Chen noticed that the bulletin board was already surrounded by students. Presumably, they were all looking at the results of the class assignments this time. Suchin walked toward the bulletin board, and as he got closer, he could hear the various discussions among the students.
Wow, I've been assigned to the rocket class this time, ha! Mom, your son has made it. Although you're no longer here, your son has made it. You can rest in peace with a smile now. Hey, I got assigned to the elite class.
Not bad, not bad, I'm already quite satisfied with this result.
Woo woo woo, I was only assigned to the regular class.
It's okay, as long as you work hard in the regular class, there's still a chance to get into Wuda.
Hey, Suchin is here. The originally somewhat noisy scene instantly fell silent.
Everyone turned to look at Suchin, their eyes filled with awe.
This is the school's #1.
Although many people believe that Li Shishir's true strength is actually the best, Li Shishir did not give her all during the class placement test.
However, Suchin is indeed ranked first.
Even if Suchin's true strength isn't the best, it is at least second.
People naturally respect the strong.
When they saw Suchin approaching, everyone instinctively made way for him.
For Suchin's passage. This is the treatment of the strong.
Brother Chen, you're here, Wan Peng in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. He then quickly came to Suchin's side.
Yes. Suchin responded with a sound. The two arrived in front of the bulletin board. Wan Peng reached out and pointed to the first name on the first announcement sheet. Brother Chen, you're first and assigned to Class 1. Class 1 and Class 2 are both rocket classes. I'm in Class 2.
Wan Peng's tone carried a hint of joy. His score ranked 98th.
In the two rocket classes, he was second to last.
Although he was only second to last, he still barely made it into the rocket class. Being able to enter the rocket class was already a huge surprise for him.
Suchin followed the direction of Wan Peng's finger with his gaze.
He then saw that on the first form, his name was listed in the first position. He continued to look further down.
The second one is Li Shishir. The third one is Tang Yang.
Obviously, this class division is also based on the results of the class division test.
Several top candidates have all been assigned to Class 1. The entire Class 1 is composed of the top 50 students from this division.
Class 2 consists of students ranked 51 to 100. Then there are several elite classes and regular classes. It is worth mentioning that the homeroom teacher of the rocket class 1 this time is surprisingly still Suchin's previous homeroom teacher.
That is Teacher Wang. Obviously.
In this class placement test, Suchin achieved first place, making the school regard Teacher Wang more highly.
It gave Teacher Wang the opportunity to lead the rocket class. What should we do now? Suchin asked Wan Peng after looking at the bulletin board.
At 8 o'clock, the homeroom teachers of each class will come over, and they'll take us to our new classes.
Suchin nodded to show he understood.
He then found a flower bed, wiped off the dust with a tissue, and sat down to wait.
Just as Suchin was waiting, a young girl glanced at Suchin and walked over hesitantly. This person was none other than Lu Qingqing. What's the matter? Suchin didn't even lift his eyes.
Lu Qingqing felt a bit conflicted at this moment. Ever since she saw Suchin achieve first place in the class division yesterday, her heart had already begun to waver.
She decided to choose Suchin again. After all, Suchin liked her so much before.
Now, if she told Suchin she wanted to be his girlfriend, Suchin would definitely agree happily.
However, in recent days, Suchin's indifference toward her had made Lu Qingqing uneasy.
In her view, Suchin's coldness was all because she had chosen Zhang Yue, which had made him angry. Men always care about their pride and tend to have a bit of a temper. As long as she apologizes and sweet-talks him a little, this storm will naturally pass. Then, she can have a boyfriend with S-level talent, ranked first in the school, a status she eagerly anticipates.
Suchin, I'm here to apologize to you. I shouldn't have treated you like that before.
She smiled faintly, her tone carrying a hint of charm.
However, I didn't do anything wrong. Back then, you only had D-level talent, so of course, I couldn't choose you.
She added matter-of-factly.
And then? Suchin raised an eyebrow, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. He wanted to see what this woman was really up to. Lu Qingqing took a deep breath and summoned her courage. I admit I underestimated you before. So I apologize, let's make up. From now on, I'll be your girlfriend.
All the resources you have in the seed squad will be mine, so I can improve and catch up with you as soon as possible.
That way, we can advance side by side.
She spoke as if it were only natural, puffing out her chest, as though she were offering Suchin an incredible opportunity.
Suchin, however, was amused. This woman was simply too full of herself. He thought to himself, expecting him to hand over all the resources in the seed squad to her so she could improve her strength was nothing short of a pipe dream.
Moreover, she actually believed it was only right, as if it were his honor to do these things for her.
You're dreaming. Just as Lu Qingqing was feeling smug, Su Chen sneered and interrupted her fantasy.
Originally, she thought Su Chen would excitedly agree to become her boyfriend, but unexpectedly, Su Chen's response caught her completely off guard.
What did you say?
Lu Qingqing's face was filled with disbelief, her heart shaken.
Did she just mishear? How could Su Chen react? Like this? Shouldn't he be ecstatic to the point of fainting, jumping for joy upon hearing that she was willing to be his girlfriend? I said you're dreaming. A useless person like you wants to be my girlfriend? You think you're worthy? Absolutely ridiculous, Su Chen said mercilessly. Ding!
Your words left Lu Qingqing in disbelief, breaking her emotional defenses.
Emotional breakdown points plus 300.
Originally, Su Chen didn't want to bother with this idiotic woman, fearing that he might accidentally end up scolding her too much.
But since this was a delivered breaking point, it absolutely couldn't be wasted. Lu Qingqing was left bewildered in the wind. What did she just hear? Su Chen called her a useless person. Why does this scene feel so familiar?
It seems that she used to think Su Chen was a good-for-nothing, but now, as time has passed, their roles have reversed.
The good-for-nothing
has now become her. This made Lu Qingqing unable to accept it for a moment.
Ring ring ring.
The class bell rang, and teachers from various classes also arrived one after another, starting to organize the students together. Teacher Wang stood at the front, full of energy, with a proud smile on his lips, as if saying, riding high on the crest of success, I see the flowers of Chang'an in a day.
Su Chen no longer cared about Lu Qingqing's thoughts and walked straight to Teacher Wang.
Teacher Wang, you seem to be in high spirits because of some good news, Su Chen greeted with a smile. The smile on Teacher Wang's face grew even brighter, and his tone was gentle. Thanks to you, I can continue being your homeroom teacher. His fondness for Su Chen was evident, all because of Su Chen's outstanding performance, which had earned him the opportunity to lead the rocket class.
Moreover, Su Chen's current S-level talent in martial arts learning is simply unparalleled.
The status of such a student in Teacher Wang's heart is self-evident. However, what he doesn't know is that Su Chen's talent is far beyond S-level, it is SSS level, and his actual combat power has already surpassed 40,000, reaching the level of an early-stage martial master. If Teacher Wang knew all this, his eyes would probably pop out in shock, and he would be so excited that he wouldn't be able to sleep for several days.
Not at all. Su Chen quickly waved his hand. It's all because the teacher's teaching skills are excellent. He complimented.
Ha! Teacher Wang laughed heartily. You little rascal, I hadn't noticed before, you're actually so good with words. At this moment, among the students assigned to Rocket Class 1, someone sneered disdainfully, muttering under their breath, what the heck, just knows how to flatter the teacher.
Shoo, keep your voice down. That's Su Chen, an S-level talent and the top student in our school's senior year.
I've also heard he's pretty ruthless when he fights, so be careful not to get beaten up by him. Although the two spoke softly, everyone present was a martial artist with extraordinary hearing, so naturally, almost everyone heard them.
Su Chen paid no attention to it.
Only the mediocre are not envied, he thought to himself.
Why would he get angry over others' whispered comments?
Soon, the teachers of each class began gathering the students, followed by roll call. Once everything was organized, Teacher Wang led the brand new rocket class, Grade 12-1, to the classroom labeled Grade 12-1. This was previously the Grade 12-1 classroom, and now it happens to be put to use. After everyone was seated in the classroom, Teacher Wang held a class meeting for the rocket class, focusing on the benefits and teaching arrangements of the rocket class. The rocket class is the school's elite team, composed of top-performing students. Mr. Wang once again called all the members of the seed team to the office to specifically explain the school's special arrangements for them. Teaching for geniuses is naturally completely different from that for ordinary people. Su Chen and the other 4 seed players do not need to attend school every day or go to classes. They only need to receive the resources allocated to the seed team, and the rest of their training time is arranged by themselves. During the college entrance examination, they only need to participate together. Such an arrangement made Su Chen feel very satisfied. The school's teachers are average, and ordinary teaching is simply not suitable for these geniuses. Teacher Wang briefly explained and then handed over the cultivation resources for the first month to the members of the seed team, allowing them to freely decide their cultivation location. They could cultivate at school or together with other classmates. In addition, seed players also have priority access to the school's training rooms. The school's cultivation resources for the seed team in the first month include a bottle of elemental liquid worth tens of thousands of yuan, which is said to be refined from a spiritual medicine filled with elemental energy from the wilderness. Su Chen took the resources and prepared to leave the school, thinking about heading straight to the arena to fight in a few matches and earn some money to buy medicine for his sister. Just as he reached the hallway, a cold voice sounded from behind him.
Su-chen, wait a moment.
Su-chen stopped in his tracks upon hearing the voice and turned to look behind him. He saw a cool and elegant young woman standing against the light at the top of the staircase. Perhaps due to the backlighting, the girl's face seemed to have a filter applied, making her already fair skin appear even more delicate. If an average boy were called out by such a beautiful girl, he would probably be thrilled.
However, Su-chen remained remarkably calm. Just kidding, Su-chen's mind is far from that of a teenager.
The principle he adheres to now is, with no woman in my heart, my blade moves like a god. Women, as he sees it, only slow down the speed of his blade.
He won't act like the characters in
some novels he read in his previous life, who couldn't take a step when they saw a woman. In his eyes, men and women are no different. As long as he can earn points to break defenses, no matter how beautiful you are, you're getting a solid beating. In Su-chen's view, earning points to break defenses is the ultimate priority, the true path to follow.
As for things like being love-struck, they can get lost.
Having arrived in a high martial world and gained a cheat ability, he naturally wants to seize every opportunity to grow stronger, ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, and witness a broader world.
There's a saying, if you stand on the ground, all you see is trash, but if you stand high enough, what you see is breathtaking scenery.
In his previous life, Su-chen was always an ordinary person and never reached great heights. In this life, he is determined to stand in the place with the farthest view.
What's up?
Facing the cold and aloof young woman, Su-chen asked indifferently, his attitude calm, as if he had just encountered an ordinary person. This reaction surprised Li Shishir.
In the
past, whenever she took the initiative to speak to someone, especially a guy, the other party would always get excited, and some would even blush. Li Shishir was well aware of her own beauty.
Su-chen's behavior surprised her because she had heard about him from Jiang Yuwei. According to Jiang Yuwei, Su-chen was an out-and-out love-struck fool, the kind who couldn't move past any woman he encountered.
Jiang Yuwei even mentioned that Su-chen had done all sorts of things for Lu Qingqing. Li Shishir inwardly scoffed at this kind of hopelessly love-struck guy. A man who didn't focus on self-improvement, who didn't strive to progress, and spent
all day being a sycophant was nothing but a waste. However, the Su-chen in front of her seemed somewhat different from the image Jiang Yuwei had painted. At this moment, it happened to be break time. Very soon,
the first and second year high school students gathered one after another, their attention drawn to the situation here. Li Shishir, the school beauty of Linchuan No. 1 High School and an undisputed goddess, was known to almost every student. The third-year boys all admired her, while the first and second-year students also regarded her as the goddess in their hearts. However, everyone knew that Li Shishir was not the kind of aloof school beauty who casually talked to boys. But now, she actually stopped a boy. Who is this boy? What makes him worthy of attracting the goddess's attention? For a moment, many students stared jealously at Su-chen. Students in their first and second year of high school were not familiar with Su-chen. Although his reputation was widely discussed throughout the school, they had never paid attention to him. Just like in Su-chen's previous life, a top student in their third year of high school might be highly celebrated and well known within their grade, but first and second year students would hardly pay any attention. However, the influence of the school beauty was different. Li Shishir, as the school beauty, had long been renowned throughout the campus. Students from all grades knew of her existence.
Who is this person?
The goddess is talking to him, yet he looks completely indifferent.
Is he pretending to be aloof? Trying to attract the goddess's attention this way?
The students were talking animatedly, their eyes filled with curiosity and dissatisfaction. Li Shishir was only momentarily surprised. Whether Su-chen was calm or pretending didn't matter. She had only one purpose in seeking out Su-chen, to challenge him. Although she was very likely to surpass Su-chen, at the very least, he was an excellent opponent for her to sharpen herself against. Now, she had already reached the 9th stage of martial arts perfection and faintly felt that the barrier to the next realm was loosening. She needed a whetstone to sharpen this sharp sword. Yesterday, Jiang Yuwei approached her, hoping she would teach Su-chen a lesson. Although Li Shishir didn't want to take the lead, she knew Su-chen was indeed a worthy opponent, so she agreed to Jiang Yuwei's request. On regular days, she never had the chance to approach Su-chen.
As soon as school ended, Su-chen would quickly leave.
Just as she saw him preparing to leave, Li Shishir immediately chased after him, afraid of missing this opportunity. "I want to challenge you," Li Shishir said directly.
"Oh?" Su-chen raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Do you think you're worthy of being my opponent?"
He began to provoke hostility. The more he stirred up the opponent's competitive spirit, the harder he would defeat them in the end, gaining more points for breaking their defense. This was by no means Su Chen's arrogance, but a strategy to maximize benefits. The students witnessing this scene were instantly shocked, followed by a surge of anger. Li Shirshir, the school beauty of Linchuan No. 1 High School and the goddess in the hearts of all the boys, how could she be ignored by a boy like this? This guy is so arrogant. Daring to talk to the goddess like that, who does he think he is? I know, he's Su Chen. He ranked first in this class division test, his combat powers surpassing Goddess Shirshir. Oh, it's him. But surpassing Goddess Shirshir is impossible. I heard she didn't use her full strength during the combat power test. Ha, the goddess didn't even give it her all, and Su Chen actually thinks he's stronger than the goddess. The onlookers mocked one after another, making the atmosphere even more tense. At this moment, Li Shirshir frowned slightly, her dislike for Su Chen growing even deeper. She had long heard of Su Chen's arrogance, but she hadn't expected him to be so conceited. Su Chen, do you really think you're invincible at school? Li Shirshir asked coldly, her tone full of disdain. I do think so. If you're not convinced, then go all out and challenge me. Su Chen shrugged, completely indifferent. You are being too narrow-minded. The class placement test is just a test, not everyone gave it their all. This contempt made Li Shirshir burn with anger inside. She decided that today she would show this arrogant boy her true strength. Oh, you mean you didn't give your all during the class placement test? But how do you know whether I gave my all or not? Such a sharp tongue. Li Shirshir's face grew increasingly grim. At this moment, her disgust for Su Chen reached its peak. The arrogant and conceited guy in front of her was simply unbearable. Faced with such a challenge, a strong fighting spirit ignited in her heart. She was determined to teach the other party a profound lesson and make him understand there is always someone better, and the sky is boundless. Whether you're just being stubborn, you'll find out soon enough. Alright, let's settle this at the martial arts training ground in our school. Fine, bring your weapon. See you at the training ground later. I'll deal with you quickly, I have other things to do. Li Shirshir was so infuriated that she almost burst into laughter. Resolve her as soon as possible? What kind of statement is that? It's as if she's being treated like a kitten or puppy that can be easily crushed. Li Shirshir, an S-level genius, is definitely not someone who can be dealt with so easily. Since Su Chen is so arrogant, she is determined to give him a lifelong lesson, making him fully understand what true strength is. All right. Li Shirshir responded coldly and turned around to retrieve her weapon. Su Chen was already prepared, with the blade strapped to his back, so there was no need to go back and fetch it. He directly stepped toward the school's martial arts training ground. The students watching immediately became excited, realizing that a thrilling showdown was about to take place, their excitement surging like they were on adrenaline. Hey, old Wang, hurry to the school's martial arts training ground, there's something exciting to watch. Bro, the school beauty Li Shirshir is about to face off with someone at the training ground, come quickly. Sisters, come quickly and check out the commotion. Some even immediately posted on the school forum. Hashtag. As soon as the post went up, it quickly attracted the attention of many students who had been lurking for a long time. No way, is it true? Li Shirshir actually issued a challenge to someone? Li Shirshir is an S-level genius. Who has such prestige to be challenged by her? Li Shirshir's battles are truly rare to witness. Wait for me, I'm on my way. Ha, I'm skipping class to watch directly. Go, goddess. I'll always support you. I'm really curious, who exactly is the one being challenged by Li Shirshir? This matter spread rapidly throughout the campus due to its shocking nature. In no time, almost all the students in the school knew Linchuan No. 1 High School's campus belle, Li Shirshir, had issued a challenge to him. The students flocked to the training ground, eagerly anticipating the thrilling showdown about to unfold. Linchuan No. 1 High School. Countless students were excited because Li Shirshir was going to challenge a male student. Not only the senior students, but even the freshmen and sophomores were stirred by this battle. The entire school, almost everyone, was heading toward the martial arts training ground. The corridors and staircases of the teaching building were packed with people. At this moment, the students were filled with excitement. This battle was undoubtedly a rare and grand event. She was none other than the acknowledged No. 1 goddess of Linchuan No. 1 High School, Li Shirshir. It is truly rare to see her make a move, because no one at school can defeat her. As a result, very few people have the chance to witness Li Shirshir's battles firsthand. This time, they finally have the privilege to witness the goddess's bravery. She could also personally cheer for her. As for the boy being challenged by the goddess, they only hope Li Shirshir would beat him so badly he'd be left searching for his teeth on the ground. At this moment, in the martial arts arena, a handsome young man carried a long blade on his back. standing on the ring with his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of invincibility. Like a peerless prodigy. Is this the person Goddess Shirshir wants to challenge? The students who saw Li Shirshir's opponent were all stunned. This young man was simply too dazzling. No wonder it's someone worthy of being challenged by the goddess, truly extraordinary. On the outskirts of the training ground, a male student gazed at the unparalleled figure of the young man in the center of the arena. A trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. This person was Jiang Yuwei, his face full of smugness, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Su Chen, oh Su Chen. Didn't others say you are a creator of miracles? This time, let me see if you can continue creating miracles. In his view, Su Chen is bound to lose this time. And might even get severely beaten by Li Shirshir. Just like when Su Chen beat him up back then. Li Shirshir would also beat Su Chen into a dead dog lying on the ground. Thinking of this, he felt incredibly delighted. Today, he heard that Lu Qingqing went to find Su Chen, hoping to reconcile with him. Jiang Yuwei felt as if a lush green meadow had grown in his heart. Which man could tolerate such a thing? But he couldn't retaliate against Su Chen. The current Su Chen was no longer the useless one with a D-level talent, but a mighty figure akin to a towering mountain. Let him never be able to surpass. However, as long as someone can give Su Chen a harsh lesson, his heart would be filled with anticipation. Besides him, there were others at the scene who had been taught a lesson by Su Chen. Su Yang and Su Xiaoyuan were also among the crowd. They were also looking forward to Li Shirshir defeating Su Chen, hoping to see that lofty young man trampled into the mud. In addition, other members of the Seed Squad were also present. The chubby Tang Yang took a bite of the chicken leg in his hand. Hey, who do you think will win between the two of them? The twin-tailed lowly Shui Zhejiao pondered for a moment. I think Li Shirshir will win. Although Su Chen's talent mutated and he's now S rank, Li Shirshir was already S rank when she awakened. Moreover, her family is a martial arts clan, so she definitely has hidden trump cards yet to be revealed. Su Chen's family is just ordinary people, and their foundation definitely can't compare to Li Shirshir's. Moreover, the gap in combat power during their class placement test wasn't significant. So the final victor will definitely be Li Shirshir. Saying this, she licked her lollipop again. Tang Yang nodded, I think so too. After speaking, he took another fierce bite of the chicken leg, tearing off a large chunk of meat. At that moment, someone at the scene exclaimed, the goddess Shirshir is here. Everyone in the training ground turned to look toward the direction of the teaching building. A girl dressed in a white training outfit, with a curvaceous figure. Her long legs resembling an elegant cheetah. Holding a spear, the aloof young woman slowly approached. The icy tip of the spear reflected a sharp gleam. It seems capable of easily piercing through any defense. Looking again at the long blade on Su Chen's back. The blade's luster is dim, and its surface is rough, making it appear to be a weapon of inferior quality. In terms of style, Su Chen was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Look, that guy named Su Chen, his knife looks so trashy. Feels like something bought at a street stall. It practically looks like a toy. Carrying such a low-grade weapon and wanting to compete with the goddess, how ridiculous. That sword of his will probably break after a few strikes. Although Su Chen's looks and demeanor are quite good, his weapon is really too inferior. Compared to the goddess, it's like heaven and earth. The goddess's spear is the true weapon of a warrior. Amid the crowd's chatter, the young girl had already stepped into the training ground. The crowd surged like a tide, hurriedly making way for her. The girl, like a gentle breeze, walked straight to the center of the arena. A light breeze brushed past, lifting the strands of hair on her forehead slightly. She looked like a celestial being descended to earth, breathtakingly beautiful. But there wasn't a trace of a smile on her face. Instead, she exuded a cold and stern aura that made people afraid to approach, only daring to admire her from afar. The title of Iceberg Goddess truly lives up to its name. In the center of the arena, the boy and the girl locked eyes, like two towering mountains on the verge of a clash. In the air, there seemed to be faint sparks of electricity flickering as the tense atmosphere spread. I hope your strength matches your arrogance, and I also hope you won't disappoint me. Li Shirshir spoke first, her voice as cool as a chilly breeze. I hope you won't cry if you lose, Su Chen responded indifferently, his tone carrying a faint hint of provocation. Although his tone was unremarkable, in the eyes of the audience, it appeared incredibly arrogant, daring to treat the goddess in their hearts this way. Many of Li Shirshir's fans were burning with rage, almost ready to explode. Goddess, defeat him. Teach him a harsh lesson. Don't go easy on him just because he's handsome, give him a good one. Make him understand that arrogance comes at a price. The onlookers were in high spirits, almost all eagerly anticipating Li Shirshir defeating Su Chen in one fell swoop. Only Wan Peng felt a mix of emotions in his heart. In his mind, Li Shishir was his goddess, but Su Chen was his brother. After a bout of inner struggle, Wan Peng ultimately hoped Su Chen would win.
Go, Brother Chen!
Amid Li Shishir's cheering, a sudden voice shouting for Su Chen rang out, appearing particularly abrupt. Everyone cast unfriendly glances, and those near Wan Peng quickly distanced themselves, leaving an empty space around him. Wan Peng looked around speechlessly, feeling a bit uneasy in his heart.
Brother Chen is my bro, is there a problem with me supporting him? Wan Peng's voice was timid, sounding somewhat weak.
The gazes cast by those people were like blades, making his heart tremble. He vaguely felt that he had provoked public anger, and at this moment, he had lost his confidence in speaking.
Of course, there's no problem with your support, but do you really think that Su Chen can win? A cold laugh rang out. Brother, don't be naive. Su Chen compared to Goddess Shishir is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Su Chen got first place in the class placement test only because Goddess Shishir didn't give it her all. So, brother, you should just give up. Su Chen can't possibly win. Wan Peng fell silent instantly.
He understood in his heart that these people were not wrong.
The foundation of martial arts families was something ordinary students could not even imagine. Ordinary students could
only learn the standard versions of breathing techniques and martial skills, while those from martial arts families studied advanced breathing techniques and powerful martial skills.
Come, the betting is open, the betting is open.
Just as Wan Peng was lost in thought, an excited shout came from ahead.
Su Chen vs Li Shishir, odds 10:1.
Bet on Su Chen to win and get 10 times the payout.
Don't hesitate, take action now. Soon, students around quickly gathered to place their bets.
I bet 100 on Li Shishir to win. I bet 1,000 on Li Shishir to win. I'll bet 500 on Li Shishir to win. I'll bet 100 on Li Shishir to win. A long line of people all placed their bets on Li Shishir to win.
Hey, aren't you considering betting on Su Chen?
If Su Chen wins, you could get 10 times the odds. That guy hurriedly tried to tempt the crowd. However, clearly no one was attracted to him.
I'm crazy, betting on Su Chen. How could he possibly win? Exactly, how could Su Chen possibly win? Betting on Su Chen? That would be a total loss.
Everyone hesitated not at all, completely unimpressed. Seeing everyone pressuring Li Shishir, the boy's mood instantly sank to rock bottom.
He thought to himself, wouldn't he end up at a huge loss?
But oh well, his family had money anyway, so he might as well consider it as supporting his goddess Shishir. At that moment, he noticed Wan Peng in the crowd, and his eyes lit up.
Hey, brother! Me? Wan Peng pointed at himself, full of confusion. The boy quickly nodded. Yes, you. Hey, aren't you Su Chen's buddy? Aren't you going to place a bet to support your friend? Wan Peng hesitated.
Although Su Chen was his good brother, deep down, he truly felt that Su Chen couldn't possibly defeat Li Shishir. After all, in terms of foundation, Li Shishir's strength was far beyond Su Chen's, not to mention that Li Shishir's talent was in no way inferior to Su Chen's, and she also possessed a more advanced breathing technique and more formidable martial skills.
Aren't you Su Chen's good brother? Could it be that you also think Su Chen can win?
The boy continued to use reverse psychology, coupled with moral coercion. Wan Peng remained silent. Indeed, he was Su Chen's brother. If even he didn't support him, then Su Chen would be too pitiful. Surely, he couldn't let his brother have no one to stand by him, right?
Alright, I'll bet 1,000 yuan on Su Chen to win.
Wan Peng gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Although he didn't come from a wealthy family, he was still middle class, and 1,000 yuan was an amount he could afford. While it pained him a little, supporting his brother was his unshirkable responsibility. If he lost this 1,000 yuan, so be it.
Great! The boy was overjoyed, finally finding someone willing to back Su Chen.
Meanwhile, on the stage, the exchange of glances between the two had already ended. You go first, Li Shishir said coldly.
Su Chen shook his head. You go ahead. Otherwise, if I strike first, you won't even have the chance to make a move. Arrogant.
Li Shishir's expression grew even colder.
Since that's the case, I won't hold back.
You'll pay the price for your arrogance. Initially, she had planned not to use her full strength, intending to test Su Chen's abilities and gauge his true level of skill. However, at this moment, she decided to
defeat Su Chen with overwhelming force.
She wanted Su Chen to understand that there is always someone stronger, and there are always greater heights beyond one's reach. She wanted to ruthlessly trample on Su Chen's pride.
For Su Chen's own good, one shouldn't be too arrogant.
At this moment, Su Chen was also somewhat surprised, as the system's defense-breaking notification had yet to appear.
This indicated that Li Shishir's girlish mentality was indeed extraordinary. Despite everything, she showed no signs of breaking down.
If it were someone else, flaws would have likely surfaced long ago.
However, this was
good. It showed that Li Shishir was highly confident in her own abilities and had never thought she would lose. In this way, if Su Chen were to defeat her, the defense breaking points he would gain would undoubtedly be greater. Su Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade, chilling to the core, his eyes slightly narrowed, exuding a dangerous aura. At this moment, Li Shishir felt as though she was being locked onto by a fierce wolf king, and her body hair instantly stood on end.
Could it be her imagination? How could Su Chen's gaze be so terrifying? No, she must be mistaken.
Li Shishir was unaware that her intuition was actually correct.
Su Chen
indeed regarded her as prey, and at this moment, Li Shishir was nothing more than a continuous source of defense breaking points for Su Chen.
Watch the spear!
Li Shishir shouted sharply, her long spear sweeping diagonally, aiming to send Su Chen flying.
But Su Chen's figure flickered, effortlessly dodging the strike.
A hint of surprise flashed in Li Shishir's
eyes. Movement technique?
So that's your trump card.
But it won't help. As long as my attack speed is fast enough, you won't be able to evade my strikes. Besides, you're not the only one who knows movement techniques.
Before her words had fully landed, Li Shishir shifted swiftly, employing the same movement technique as Su Chen, rapidly closing the distance between them.
Swish!
The long spear swept horizontally at high speed, the sound of it tearing through
the air echoing like a fierce windstorm.
Li Shishir's cold and composed face was filled with sharp determination. It had to be said, in battle, Li Shishir resembled a female general, valiant and heroic, inspiring awe in those who watched. The onlooking fans' eyes sparkled, eagerly anticipating how Su Chen would respond.
Even if he had a movement technique, so what?
Li Shishir was equally skilled, and launching a rapid attack at such close range left Su Chen no chance to dodge. He would have to take the hit head-on. And once he faced it directly, Su Chen would undoubtedly be sent flying, with no suspense in the outcome. Just as the fans held their breath, waiting to see Su Chen's defeat, a sudden clang of weapons colliding rang out. It turned out that, at some point, Su Chen had already drawn the long blade from his back, gripping it single-handedly to firmly block Li Shishir's attack.
The long
spear could advance no further. Despite her attack being thwarted, Li Shishir showed no frustration. Instead, her eyes burned with even greater
fighting spirit.
Su Chen indeed had some skill, managing to block the first strike of her family's signature spear technique, Gale Spear.
All right, again.
Li Shishir roared, swinging her spear once more as the sound of clashing metal echoed through the air. Unfortunately, every one of Li Shishir's attacks was steadily blocked by Su Chen's long blade.
Su Chen's
blade speed was surprisingly on par with hers, and the back-and-forth combat between the two created an intense confrontation that left the spectators holding their breath, eagerly anticipating the next thrilling moment.
The battle between the two.
Li Shishir was already giving it her all. She was even performing beyond her usual capabilities. She knew clearly that this was entirely because she had encountered a formidable opponent. This allowed her to act without hesitation and give her all. Li Shishir could feel that the barrier of that realm had already begun to loosen. This also caused her combat power to rise rapidly. It even came infinitely close to the combat power of a martial master. When Su Chen occasionally used his movement techniques to dodge attacks, Li Shishir's strikes landed on the arena floor.
The spear actually left shallow white marks on the surface of the arena. You have to know.
The school's arena is made of extremely sturdy special materials, and generally speaking, warriors at the martial artist level cannot leave the slightest mark on it.
But now, Li Shishir's attack has actually left faint marks on the arena.
If the two were not fighting on this arena made of special materials but on a ground paved with ordinary stones, the terrifying destructive power would have already caused the rocks to shatter and fly apart.
My goodness, Goddess Shishir's spear has actually left scratches on the arena.
Her combat power seems to have faintly surpassed the martial artist level.
Amazing.
As expected of Goddess Shishir,
Su Chen is definitely going to lose.
The onlookers were utterly astonished.
But Su Chen was indifferent.
He had been on the defensive all this time, never taking the initiative to attack. The reason for this was entirely because Su Chen had already noticed that Li Shishir had reached the late-stage perfection of the martial artist realm. There are faint signs of breaking through to the martial master level. With just a bit more effort, the barrier between the martial artist and martial master levels can be broken. Once this barrier is broken, Li Shishir will ascend to the realm of martial master. If an average person were aware of this situation, they would definitely try to end the fight quickly before the opponent could advance.
But Su Chen was different.
Su Chen hoped Li Shishir could directly advance to the martial master level.
Defeating a genius girl at the martial master level would surely yield even more armor breaking points. That's why Su Chen kept feeding moves to Li Shishir.
However, in the eyes of others, it seemed that Su Chen was struggling to cope, completely unable to counterattack while being overwhelmed by Li Shishir.
Only Li Shishir knew.
Her combat strength had faintly surpassed the peak of a martial artist, carrying a trace of the might of a martial master.
Yet Su Chen was still able to withstand her attacks. This shows that Su Chen is indeed extraordinary.
Several more moves passed. Li Shishir only felt that the barrier within her body completely shattered, and her entire aura surged at this moment. She had finally succeeded in stepping into the martial master realm. At this moment, she only felt her whole body brimming with strength.
Your strength truly surprised me. No wonder you're so arrogant, you indeed have the capital to be so.
But that's all there is to it. I've already broken through to the martial master realm.
It's time to end this.
Li Shishir spoke calmly. This once again elicited a wave of astonishment from the surrounding students. Truly worthy of being Goddess Shishir, she really is a genius. Goddess Shishir is undoubtedly the top genius of Linchuan No. 1 High School, no one would disagree with that.
She's truly amazing. Is this what genius looks like?
Breaking through during battle and directly advancing to the martial master realm. It seems Linchuan No. 1 High School hasn't had a high school student reach the martial master realm in many years.
The onlookers were exclaiming in amazement.
Su Chen, however, remained as calm as ever. The corners of his mouth slightly curved up. Oh, you've broken through to the martial master realm, congratulations.
But,
at this point, Su Chen paused for a moment.
He looked at Li Shishir and continued, but do you think you've got me cornered now?
What if I told you that I haven't been fighting back all along, just waiting for you to break through to the martial master realm?
Upon hearing this,
Li Shishir's pupils suddenly contracted.
What do you mean?
Just the literal meaning. I just want to wait until you break through to the martial master realm, and then defeat you.
To show you just how vast the gap between us truly is.
At that time, you will understand that I am not arrogant, but rather confident in my own strength.
Playing tricks and boasting shamelessly.
Li Shishir chuckled softly twice. You probably have no idea how vast the difference in combat power is between a martial artist and a martial master, which is why you're so confident. The frog at the bottom of the well, I will now make you see yourself clearly. Li Shishir thought that Su Chen definitely had no idea just how vast the gap was between a martial artist and a martial master. That was why he was so confident.
As for her, let Su Chen understand.
Li Shishir gripped the spear with both hands, channeling all her strength to slash fiercely at Su Chen. The spear whistled through the air with a gust of wind.
The onlookers were all cheering.
Many people had excited expressions on their faces. That annoying guy was finally going to fail miserably.
This is simply fantastic. Everyone believed that Su Chen would be defeated in one move. After all,
Li Shishir was no longer at the martial artist level but had advanced to the martial master realm. The gap between a martial artist and a martial master was like heaven and earth. Su Chen, this arrogant guy, had long provoked public outrage. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the moment of his failure, wanting to see him in a sorry state, secretly gloating in their hearts, weren't you so arrogant? Why do you look like a drowned rat now? However, Su Chen paid no attention to this. He took a deep breath, gripped the long blade in his hand tightly, and instantly channeled the power within his body to his wrist. Then, he swung the blade, unleashing the Thunder Blade technique. This strike carried an unparalleled ferocity, slashing out as swiftly as a thunderbolt. Li Shishir instinctively sensed something was wrong. Her intuition told her that this strike was extremely dangerous and must be avoided. But she was now at the martial master realm. How could she possibly be suppressed by the blade technique of someone at the late martial artist stage? Unfortunately, it was already too late. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding reverberated, and Li Shishir felt an unstoppable force surge from the spear in her hands. In the next moment, her figure was uncontrollably sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Her spear slipped from her grasp, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, leaving her in a sorry state. The students who had been ready to welcome their goddess's triumphant return were now completely petrified in place. Their eyes were filled with shock. Su Chen, the arrogant one, should have been the one sent flying, so how could it be Li Shishir? Goddess Shishir had clearly already advanced to the martial master realm. How could she possibly lose? This defied all logic. Ding, you defeated Li Shirshir. Li Shirshir's admirers are emotionally shattered. Emotional damage points plus 100. You defeated Li Shirshir. Li Shirshir's admirers are emotionally shattered. Emotional damage points plus 200. You defeated Li Shirshir. Li Shirshir's admirers are emotionally shattered. Emotional damage points plus 100. System prompts kept popping up, and Su Chen secretly felt delighted. Clang, crack. With the sound of metal shattering, the long blade in Su Chen's hand was left with only half of its length, clearly unable to bear the strain and breaking into two pieces. As expected, this trash weapon just wouldn't do, Su Chen thought with a bitter smile, casually tossing the remaining half of the blade onto the ground. At this moment, Li Shirshir had just climbed up from the ground, but Su Chen had no intention of letting her off. He used his movement technique to quickly close the distance, then struck out with both hands, delivering his favorite disfiguring fist straight to her face. Without a trace of mercy, each punch landed squarely on Li Shirshir's stunningly cold and beautiful face. These punches were not martial techniques but simple and brutal attacks. They didn't deal much damage but were extremely humiliating. Moments later, a girl with a completely disfigured, swollen face resembling a pig's head lay on the ground, her eyes vacant and utterly powerless to resist. He was about to receive a 10,000 yuan reward. Wan Peng was overwhelmed with joy, as if golden light was flashing before his eyes. Haha, Su Chen, you are truly my idol. Wan Peng couldn't help but shout loudly, secretly marveling in his heart. He had previously doubted Su Chen's abilities, which now seemed utterly foolish. At this moment, the surrounding classmates gathered around, eager to hear Wan Peng recount his betting story. Wan Peng excitedly described the events, a silly grin on his face, while inwardly thinking that he must closely follow this genius and try to bask in his glory. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already walked out of the martial arts arena, feeling elated, a confident smile on his face. He knew that today he had not only defeated Li Shirshir but also showcased his strength to everyone. Moreover, that string of armor-breaking points had significantly boosted his combat power. This armor-breaking system is truly incredible, Su Chen thought to himself. As he continued to fight, the number of armor-breaking points he gained kept increasing, and his strength kept growing. The future version of himself would be even more unstoppable. His gaze was resolute, as if he could already see countless challengers stepping forward to face him. At this moment, Su Chen's phone rang. It was a message from his friend Su Xiao. The content was just a few simple words. I heard you beat Li Shirshir. Do you have time to celebrate together? Su Chen's lips curved into a smile as he replied, of course, I'll come find you when I'm free. He secretly planned in his heart to challenge even stronger opponents after the celebration and continue improving his skills. I will definitely become a legend of this era. Su Chen silently vowed to himself, his steps growing firmer as he marched toward the pinnacle of the future. Today, the 1,000 yuan he bet directly multiplied tenfold, turning into 10,000 yuan. At this moment, Wan Peng's heart was filled with ecstatic joy, as if he were the king standing at the pinnacle of wealth. He hurriedly ran toward the boy who had hosted the betting earlier, eager to claim this generous reward. In his heart, he kept thanking Brother Chen. It was thanks to him that he earned 10,000 yuan, a treasure he cherished immensely, unable to contain his delight. After a long while, the nurse from the school infirmary finally carried Li Shirshir away, and only then did the crowd disperse. Su Chen's astonishing feat quickly became the hottest topic on campus, with every class, classroom, and even the school forum fervently discussing the incident. The buzz of conversations rose and fell, as if the entire school had been swept up in this wave of excitement. Soon, all of this reached the ears of the school leadership. What? Are you serious? In the principal's office, Zhong Jiangwo shot up from his chair upon hearing the report from the dean, his face unable to hide his shock. It's true. This matter has already spread throughout the entire school. Moreover, principal, you can take a look at the video of their fight on the training ground. I've already sent it to your email, the dean quickly responded. The principal, upon hearing this, immediately sat back at his desk, his hands trembling slightly as he opened his email and clicked on the video. As the footage played, the principal grew increasingly shocked. He hadn't expected that during the battle, Li Shirshir would break through to the martial master realm, nor had he anticipated that all of this was deliberately orchestrated by Su Chen. Even Li Shirshir, who had reached the martial master realm, was still defeated in one strike by Su Chen's full force attack, leaving the scene utterly astonishing. Principal, how do you think Su Chen managed to do this? The dean asked in amazement, his eyes glimmering with disbelief. A mere martial artist was able to defeat a martial master. The dean thought to himself, could his memory be mistaken?
During the class placement test, Su Chen's combat power was almost on par with Li Shishir's, or was it that Li Shishir had been holding back? He had always believed that Li Shishir's true combat power far exceeded Su Chen's, but now the situation had completely turned upside down. The principal pondered for a moment, his brows furrowed. The real reason is that Su Chen's combat power was also concealed. During the class placement test, what Su Chen displayed was likely just the tip of the iceberg. The fact that he could defeat Li Shishir, who had reached the martial master realm, suggests that his true combat power has probably surpassed 40,000. As a martial grandmaster capable of wielding powerful supernatural abilities and various martial techniques, the principal's insight was naturally extraordinary. In an instant, he deduced the truth. The director of education's pupils suddenly dilated. Principal, are you saying Su Chen's combat power exceeds 40,000? His martial artist realm can actually rival that of a martial master? This news was like a bolt from the blue, utterly shocking. To defeat a strong opponent from a higher major realm, this was practically something only legendary prodigies could achieve. I'm afraid that's the case. By the way, didn't the school's combat power rankings previously show a score of over 40,000? At the time, we all thought it was a system malfunction. Now it seems that exaggerated combat power was actually achieved by Su Chen. Since that puppet can only test up to 40,000 combat power, and Su Chen's power clearly exceeds that number, the system must have malfunctioned and failed to display the name. I see. Hearing the principal's analysis, the director of education suddenly came to a realization, deeply shaken. The Su Chen before them was simply a rising star. And, in the office, the principal paused for a moment, his gaze sharp as if he were brewing some significant news. He dragged the video progress bar to the moment when Su Chen first displayed his martial skills, and the air was thick with anticipation. Come here, see if you can notice anything. The dean's heart tightened. He quickly walked over to the principal's side, propping his hand on the back of the chair, bending down to carefully observe the video on the screen. In the video, at the moment Su Chen first dodged Li Shishir's attack, his movements were as swift as lightning, changing positions almost in the blink of an eye. This is a body technique martial skill, and Su Chen's mastery of it seems to be quite good, the director of instruction said. Although doubt flickered in his eyes, he had begun to develop a new understanding of Su Chen's abilities. This is indeed a body technique martial skill. Moreover, it's clear that it has been cultivated to a certain level. But what? The director of instruction was filled with confusion, and the principal's expression made him uneasy. But, if I'm not mistaken, this body technique martial skill is the B-level body technique martial skill Fleeting Shadows from our school's martial skill room. However, the principal's gaze grew profound, his eyes fixed intently on the director of instruction. This body technique martial skill was one of the 2 skills Su Chen selected yesterday after the class division test, when I took the C team to the martial skill room to choose their skills. What? The dean exclaimed, his face showing a look of shock. How is this possible? Su Chen only obtained this body technique martial skill yesterday, and today he can already perform it? His astonishment was beyond words. If Su Chen had indeed mastered this martial skill in just one day, wouldn't that mean his talent and effort had already surpassed the limits of ordinary understanding? The dean's thoughts were racing, and he secretly mused that this was simply unbelievable. Principal, do you think Su Chen might have practiced this body technique martial skill before? The dean couldn't help but ask, feeling that this was the only plausible explanation. The principal nodded. What you said makes some sense. Then, Principal, should we call Su Chen over to ask about the situation? The dean of academics was eager to try. No need. The principal waved his hand, his eyes gleaming with determination. Everyone has their own secrets. We don't need to care about how he cultivates, we just need to know that he will bring honor to our school. That's enough. The bright incandescent light illuminated the office, and the principal's heart surged with excitement. With Su Chen's current strength, he could even compete with Qingbei and Jing University. Thinking of this, the principal's mood soared. Since its establishment, Linchuan No. 1 High School had never produced a student who got into Qingbei or Jing University. If even one student could be admitted to Qingbei or Jing University, the school would surely take off and gain widespread fame. The dean of teaching was also inspired by this beautiful future, his heart surging with excitement, his face flushed. At that moment, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses suddenly walked into the office. Principal, today at our school. Since the office door was not closed, the grade director did not knock and walked straight in. She immediately saw the dean of teaching bending over, with his hand placed behind the principal, and was instantly stunned.
Originally, the Dean of Teaching's hand was resting on the chair, but from the woman's angle, it seemed as if he was holding the principal back. Even more absurd, both of their faces were flushed. Could it be that these two? The woman was startled, and countless questions flooded her mind. Did I see something I shouldn't have? She was greatly shocked, her face growing even paler. She quickly said, "I'm sorry, Principal, Director, I didn't see anything." After speaking, she hurriedly ran out, even twisting her high heel at the doorway, but she paid no attention and quickly disappeared from the entrance of the principal's office. The principal looked baffled. What is she saying she didn't see? I don't know, it's baffling. The director shook his head, feeling a wave of confusion. Today is a good day, everything I wish for will come true. On the way to the arena, Suchin hummed a tune, clearly in a good mood. Having gained a large number of armor breaking points, he calculated that these points were enough for him to cultivate to the martial master realm. However, he did not plan to break through immediately but intended to first challenge a martial master at the arena. As someone in the martial artist realm, challenging a martial master, a level higher than his own, would earn him more prize money if he won. The anticipation for the future filled him with excitement. This way, he could quickly gather enough money to buy medicine for his sister. Arriving outside the arena building, Suchin put on a mask and walked inside, his heart burning with fighting spirit. He headed straight to the basement level and found Su Chang. Seeing Su Chang's face was full of surprise. "Snow Fox, why are you here today?" Today's arena is a martial masters exclusive event. In Su Chang's view, today belonged to the martial masters. Although martial artists could step onto the stage, the gap between martial artists and martial masters was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Generally speaking, few would dare to challenge a martial master voluntarily. "Brother Su, I want to go on stage today too," Suchin said firmly, expressing his determination. "What?" Su Chang could hardly believe his ears, wondering if he had misheard. "I said, I want to go up." Suchin's tone did not waver in the slightest. "Ah, are you crazy, kid? That's a martial master, not a martial artist. Even though you're very strong in the martial artist rank, almost unbeatable, that doesn't mean you can take on a martial master." Su Chang hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Brother Su, I can do it. Just let me give it a try." Su Chen's eyes were resolute, as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. "Ah, fine." Su Chang sighed helplessly. Although he was worried in his heart, seeing Su Chen so determined, he could only choose to support him. Su Chang knew that Su Chen was not the kind of person who acted recklessly without understanding the situation. Those who came to the arena were either there to hone themselves or simply to make money. Clearly, Su Chen was fighting to chase his hopes. Then good luck. Su Chang patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Beneath the mask, Su Chen was brimming with confidence and walked onto the stage without hesitation. Su Chen did not overestimate himself. He was well aware that he was only suited to challenge opponents who had just entered the martial master realm. If they were in the mid or late stages of the martial master realm, they would be beyond his ability to handle. As he stepped onto the stage, the audience was stunned. Those who had been present yesterday were shocked when they saw Su Chen again. "Isn't this the Snow Fox who won over a dozen consecutive victories yesterday? But isn't he at the warrior level?" an audience member exclaimed. "This guy is crazy," another person muttered, eyes filled with disbelief. "Is he planning to challenge a martial master?" someone speculated. "Am I the one who's crazy, or has the world gone mad?" another spectator shook their head, finding it hard to believe. "Has this guy gotten overconfident because everything went too smoothly for him yesterday?" The crowd began whispering and discussing among themselves. But Su Chen's eyes sparkled with a determined light. He had already made up his mind that no matter how difficult the road ahead might be, he would fight for his sister's medical expenses and never back down. Ah, as expected of a young man, so unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Young people like this should just experience some setbacks. Young people should experience some setbacks. The audience chattered noisily, but Su Chen remained completely unfazed. His mindset was excellent, and a few sarcastic remarks couldn't shake his confidence. After all, he was no longer that teenager from years ago. His sales experience in his previous life had long trained him to have a thick skin. On the stage, his opponent was a medium-built martial artist with sharp eyes, staring intently at Su Chen. "Kid, you're quite arrogant, thinking you can contend with a martial artist. Today, I'll show you what a true martial artist is and let you understand that martial artists are not to be insulted." Su Chen secretly chuckled to himself. "You talk too much. That speech just now made you sound like a martial grandmaster capable of externalizing abilities." He didn't take this martial artist seriously, knowing full well that the opponent before him was nothing more than trash among martial artists, not even comparable to someone like Li Shishir, who had just broken through. Su Chen was fearless. His strength was more than enough to instantly defeat this martial artist, but he had no intention of doing so. He understood that if he appeared too dominant, others might grow wary of him and even avoid fighting him, which would disrupt his money-making plans. Therefore, Su Chen decided to put on a good show, making every match seem incredibly challenging. On the arena, the first battle began. Everyone watched as Su Chen seemed to struggle to cope, only managing to secure victory after a prolonged fight. Although his win appeared hard-fought, it left all the spectators in shock. I admit, I was a bit loud earlier. Who would have thought that a warrior could actually defeat a martial master? I heard that only true geniuses can overcome such a significant gap in levels to win. This young man is extraordinary, he's clearly a top-tier genius. Indeed, though the victory was hard-fought, at least he still won. But that's all there is to it. He had already given his all just now. The host announced that the contestant codenamed Snowfox had won and immediately asked if he wanted to continue. Su Chen nodded. And the host then asked if anyone was willing to come on stage. The martial artists in the audience immediately began to discuss. This guy is indeed impressive, a martial artist defeating a martial master. But that's all there is to it. He clearly used up all his strength just now. The next match, no matter who goes up, they will lose. Then I'll go. I want to restore the honor of our martial artists. No, I'll go. I'll go. For a moment, the martial artists scrambled for the chance to step onto the stage, almost coming to blows. In the end, they decided the participant through a game of rock-paper-scissors, selecting one martial artist to go up. They thought it would be easy to defeat the exhausted Su Chen. However, unexpectedly, this martial artist was unable to take him down immediately. He silently urged himself, soon, this fighter won't be able to hold on much longer. Yet, after a bout of combat, the martial artist was defeated by the seemingly faltering young man. Although Su Chen's figure swayed as if he might collapse at any moment, his gaze was so resolute it moved hearts, refusing to admit defeat. This scene deeply touched the hearts of the audience, and many were moved to tears. It reminds me of running under the setting sun that was my lost youth. The emotional spectators began wiping their tears. Someone, I want to reward this young man with a peony flower basket. Someone called out to the staff of the arena. Clearly, those who could come here were not lacking in wealth. I want to reward as well, a baby's breath flower basket. I'll reward with 5 peony flower baskets. I tipped a golden chrysanthemum basket. At this moment, Su Chen became a symbol of resilience in everyone's hearts, inspiring each and every person. I tipped. At this moment, countless viewers were deeply moved by the young man's indomitable spirit and took out their phones to tip. That scene made Su Chang laugh uncontrollably, feeling secretly pleased. These so-called flower baskets are far more than simple flower baskets, they symbolize luxurious gifts of money. A peony flower basket represents 100,000 dragon country currency, a baby's breath flower basket signifies 50,000 dragon country currency, and a golden chrysanthemum flower basket is worth 30,000 dragon country currency. Next, another martial artist stepped onto the stage. The audience thought to themselves that the young man had already given his all in the previous match and would surely be unable to fight again. However, the martial artist confidently made his move. What followed was a scene that left everyone dumbfounded. The young man on stage staggered as if he might collapse at any moment, yet he ultimately won the match unscathed. The one who fell, instead, was the martial artist. Each battle was as intense as the last, and the young man on stage seemed like an indestructible cockroach, impossible to knock down no matter how hard he was hit. With that seemingly fragile stance, he went on to win 10 consecutive victories. At first, the audience was moved by his indomitable spirit and showered him with rewards. However, as the competition progressed, people gradually sensed something was amiss. Wasn't this guy about to collapse in the first match? How could he keep winning so many rounds and still remain standing? Soon after, everyone realized that it was all part of his act. The so-called imminent collapse was nothing but a performance. Damn, this kid's acting is so good, it's a pity he isn't a movie star. The martial artists suddenly had an epiphany, realizing they had been played. The audience also came to their senses, feeling that their earlier tears had been shed in vain. Their resentment toward the young man grew stronger. He was practically selling misery, leaving people both amused and exasperated. If it weren't for the rules of the arena, which stated that once a reward was given, it couldn't be taken back, they would have reclaimed their gifts. At this moment, the audience's breaking points were reached one after another, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. After the battle ended, Su Chang called Su Chen to the office to inform him of today's earnings.
Su Chen was instantly stunned, unable to believe it.
In just 2 short days, he had earned a total of 1.5 million. Although the prize money for the arena fight was only 500,000, the gifts he received amounted to over 1 million. The Gladiator Arena operates on a 70-30 revenue sharing model between the arena and the fighters, and this 1 million was Su Chen's share after the split. Previously, Su Chen had thought those flower baskets were just ordinary decorations, but he hadn't expected them to bring such substantial income, an entirely unexpected surprise. With this, his sister's medical expenses could soon be covered. However, the pace of earning money slowed down afterward. After 5 days of hard work, Su Chen managed to earn just over 500,000. By the end of the week, he had earned a little over 2 million in total, completing his task.
Linchuan People's Hospital. Doctor's Office. Ms. Wu, the medication allocated to the hospital by the authorities will arrive today. How is your preparation for the payment coming along?
Well,
doctor, could you give us a little more time? We will do our best to gather enough money to purchase the medication.
Aunt Wu Xiaoju's eyes showed a pleading look, with a hint of despair flickering within them.
I'll try to delay for a few more days, but if you still can't gather the money, there's nothing I can do.
I can't just keep the medicine there and not let other patients use it. The doctor sighed helplessly, feeling sympathy but powerless. He knew the medicine was extremely valuable, far beyond what ordinary people could afford.
Faced with the astronomical price of 2 million, Dr. Zhang couldn't help but shake his head, thinking this was almost an impossible task.
In this world of martial artists, ordinary people work hard for a month and only earn 5 or 6,000 yuan. They can barely make ends meet, let alone save up such a huge sum, the doctor thought to himself. Moreover, there was another patient in the hospital urgently needing this medicine. That patient had an extraordinary background, coming from a martial master family, with the family head even being at the late stage of martial mastery.
In the entire Linchuan city, who would dare to offend them lightly?
At this moment, Zhang Yue's fate seemed to be sealed. Her condition had reached the most critical stage, and the arrival of the medication to save her life had become almost a luxury.
Wu Xiaoju walked out of the doctor's office, tears welling up in her eyes.
She stood in the hospital corridor for a long time, took a deep breath to barely calm her emotions, and then headed toward the ward.
In Zhang Yue's ward, a new patient had just been admitted, a child with pneumonia.
Clearly from a wealthy family, the mother brought various delicious foods every day, her eyes full of affection.
When she saw Wu Xiaoju enter, the woman in the ward couldn't help but ask, "Sister Wu, did the doctor call you in for another talk?"
Having stayed here for a few days, the woman already had a thorough understanding of Wu Xiaoju's situation. She knew that apart from Wu Xiaoju, there was a relative's child in the family, and there were no men in the household.
Wu Xiaoju worked at a factory, earning only a few thousand yuan a month. Being able to single-handedly support 2 children was already an admirable
feat. Moreover, her daughter suffered from a genetic disease that required expensive genetic medication to have even a slim chance of survival.
Wu
Xiaoju responded absent-mindedly, her heart a mix of complex emotions. Although Xiao Chen had vowed to find a way to cover the medical expenses, she still couldn't shake her worry for the child.
Could a high school senior really manage to raise 2 million yuan?
She looked at the woman in the hospital room, struggling internally, but ultimately shook her head. No, my Xiao Chen said he would find a way to cover the medical expenses.
But your Xiao Chen is just a student. Where could he possibly get the money?
The woman shook her head, her tone tinged with helplessness. Why not use the money to show the little girl the beauty of this world and let her enjoy her final moments? Wu Xiaoju bit her lip, the struggle in her heart growing more intense. She knew deep down that Sister Wang wasn't wrong. Xiao Chen was just a child, completely powerless in the face of such a huge sum. Yet she was unwilling to give up on the pursuit of hope, a trace of bitterness welling up in her heart.
Could it be that she really had to abandon hope for her daughter's life?
At this moment, a surge of strength suddenly rose in Wu Xiaoju's heart.
She absolutely could not give up like this.
She had to fight for Zhang Yue's last chance, no matter what, she had to try.
How's the investigation going on the matter I asked you to look into?
In the luxuriously decorated hospital room, the woman's voice was like the biting wind of midwinter, carrying an air of authority.
This hospital room was clearly different from an ordinary one.
The luxurious decor and complete facilities highlighted her distinguished status.
The iron-framed
beds of regular hospital rooms could no longer compare to this comfortable wooden bed, and the latex mattress on it seemed to proclaim her extraordinary status. In front of her stood a well-built man exuding the aura of a martial artist. However, in the presence of this woman, he appeared somewhat humble. Clearly, her status was extraordinary, and this martial artist was merely her subordinate. The man clasped his fists and replied respectfully, "Madam, according to my investigation, Linchuan People's Hospital has been allocated a drug capable of treating genetic defects. Today, this drug has already arrived at the hospital." "But..." The woman frowned slightly, fixing her gaze on him with a hint of impatience in her eyes. "Who has claimed this drug?" "Madam, it was an ordinary woman. Her daughter also suffers from a genetic disease and needs this drug for treatment," the man answered truthfully, secretly relieved that, as a martial artist, he could retain a shred of dignity in front of this madam. "Oh? What is the other party's identity?" she continued to ask. "The other party is just an ordinary woman living in the old town, working in a factory, raising her daughter, and taking care of a nephew who is in high school. The one who is sick is her daughter," the man explained, trying to describe the other party's identity as unremarkable as possible. "So, just a peasant. How could she possibly come up with 2 million? The woman sneered disdainfully, completely indifferent. The man shook his head. "Her family conditions are very modest. The tuition and living expenses for the 2 children rely entirely on her factory job, and the family has almost no savings. Since that's the case, go contact the doctor and have the doctor use this potion on my son." The woman's tone was cold and ruthless, showing no regard for the child's life or death. That peasant's child doesn't deserve such a potion. If she dies, it would be a release. For her, it's a kind of mercy. Her cold-heartedness sent a shiver through the man's heart, but he understood that he had no choice but to obey. "Yes, madam," the man responded, quietly leaving the ward while secretly pondering, "In this world, it truly is the strong who reign supreme, and the weak can only be at the mercy of others." Wu Xiaoju steeled herself and decided to tell Su Chen about the potion that was supposed to arrive at the hospital today. She knew that if Su Chen really couldn't come up with the money, she would have no choice but to follow Sister Wang's advice: take her daughter back home, and try to fulfill all her daughter's wishes. The phone quickly connected, and Su Chen's concerned voice came from the other end. "Hello, Auntie, is something the matter?" "Here's the thing." Wu Xiaoju truthfully recounted to Su Chen the conversation she had with the doctor. "Aunt, you don't need to worry. I've already earned the money, and I'll come to the hospital shortly." Su Chen's voice was firm and powerful, as if it had given Wu Xiaoju a shot of courage. This time, she made the call without leaving the ward, dialing right beside the hospital bed. Even after the call ended, her face still bore an expression of shock, as if time had frozen at that moment. "Sis, what's wrong? Did your nephew tell you he couldn't get the money?" Sister Wang saw her state and assumed she had guessed correctly. Wu Xiaoju was stunned, her heart surging with waves. Sister Wang continued, "If you ask me, this is quite a normal thing. You don't need to be sad. After all, your nephew is just an ordinary high school student. Where could he possibly get 2 million? 2 million, this figure weighed on Wu Xiaoju's heart like a mountain. Her husband had been in business for years but had never saved up that much money. Wu Xiaoju's nephew was just a high school student. Where could he get such a sum? Forget 2 million, even 2,000 yuan would be no easy feat. Mom, it's okay. Even if brother couldn't get the money, it's okay." Zhang Yue held Wu Xiaoju's hand. Her face grew paler, her worsening condition heartbreaking, like a flickering oil lamp in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. No, that's not it." Wu Xiaoju quickly shook her head. "Sister Wang, Yue, it's not like that. Just now, Xiaochen said he had already earned 2 million and would come over soon to handle the hospital matters. I was just too shocked earlier, which is why I seemed out of it." "Ah, really?" Zhang Yue covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. Her brother was actually so amazing, able to earn 2 million in such a short time? Sister Wang was also stunned, her face full of shock. "Little sister, has your nephew really earned 2 million? Could he be just trying to make you happy?" Clearly, Sister Wang still had her doubts. Who would believe that an ordinary high school student could earn 2 million in such a short time? Wu Xiaoju was convinced. No, Xiaochen wouldn't use something like this to deceive me. "All right." Sister Wang pursed her lips and said no more. She turned around to get some yogurt to feed her son, but in her heart, she still harbored doubts about the abilities of this high school student. On the other side, after ending the call, Su Chen immediately hailed a taxi to the City People's Hospital. Yesterday, he had settled the payment from the arena, and today he had already planned to visit the hospital. Unexpectedly, his aunt informed him that the genetic medicine for treating his sister would arrive at the hospital today. The timing felt like divine intervention, simply perfect. The distance from the old town to the City People's Hospital wasn't short. the taxi ride took half an hour.
Half an hour later, the taxi stopped at the hospital. Entrance.
As the car door opened, Suchin stepped out like a warrior, exuding confidence and determination, resolved not to hesitate in this race against life and time. Walking into the hospital, Suchin headed straight to his sister's attending physician's office without hesitation, a blaze of anger igniting in his heart.
Knock, knock, knock.
He knocked 3 times forcefully, the sound crisp and strong, conveying his urgent mood.
Come in.
A voice from the office immediately responded, clearly indicating someone had been waiting.
Suchin pushed the door open and entered. The doctor's expression changed slightly upon seeing him, a trace of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He was not unfamiliar with Suchin, as he was a frequent visitor.
However, not long ago, another patient's family member had also approached him, the young mistress of the Wang family, whose presence filled him with dread.
Today's gene serum.
The doctor was torn. He had clearly promised Wu Xiaojun to delay for a few days, but now it had become a huge
dilemma.
The Wang family wielded immense power, and although he hoped the serum could be used for Zhang Yue, reality was merciless.
Hello, doctor.
I heard from my aunt that the genetic potion will arrive today.
Is that true?
Suchin's voice interrupted the doctor's thoughts, carrying a hint of unease. The doctor hesitated for a moment before finally mustering the courage to say, "It's true, but it's a bit complicated."
Suchin's expression instantly darkened. Could there be a problem with his sister's potion?
His heart tightened, as if sensing an approaching crisis.
I need to tell you everything that happened today.
The doctor faltered, but ultimately recounted the entire sequence of events, including the Wang family's forceful actions and coercion.
Suchin's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his heart burned with fury.
That so-called young madam of the Wang family dares to dream of stealing my
sister's life-saving potion.
A strong killing intent surged from deep within him, and the atmosphere in the office instantly became unbearably oppressive. The doctor was shaken by this aura, his body trembling uncontrollably, his throat tightening as he stammered, Su, little brother.
Are you okay?
Panic filled his heart, and he didn't even realize that his tone towards Suchin had become much more respectful.
Suchin closed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and made up his mind. No matter how powerful the Wang family was, he would never let his sister's fate be controlled by them.
I'm fine. In the doctor's office, the killing intent that erupted from Suchin's body flashed and disappeared in an instant. He quickly regained his composure, his eyes shining with a determined light. Doctor, I've already earned 2 million. I'll go pay the fee later, and once the medicine arrives, I want to take it. A hint of joy appeared on the doctor's face.
Good, that's great.
He was very fond of Zhang Yue, such a sensible child.
If Suchin could earn 2 million, then Zhang Yue would be saved.
As for the Wang family, the doctor thought to himself that his promise was that if Zhang Yue's family couldn't come up with 2 million, the medicine would
go to the Wang family. The Wang family clearly didn't believe that an ordinary family could produce 2 million in a short time and agreed immediately.
By the way, once the medicine arrives and you've taken it, your family should leave the hospital immediately, the doctor suggested.
In his view, the Wang family was the most powerful martial arts family in Linchuan, second only to the Li family. Rumor had it that the head
of the Wang family was at the late stage of martial master level, and it was even possible that he had already broken through to martial lord. Faced with such a martial arts family, ordinary people seemed extremely insignificant. If Suchin took the medicine, he would inevitably offend the Wang family. With such a powerful martial arts family, who knows what they might do? So the doctor advised Suchin to take the medication and avoid danger as soon as possible.
All right, doctor, thank you. Suchin nodded firmly. After leaving the office, Suchin hurried to his sister's hospital room.
In the hospital room, Sister Wang quickly looked up to size up Suchin. Sister Wang had just been admitted a few days ago, and since Suchin had been busy fighting underground matches all week, he naturally hadn't visited the hospital.
This was Sister Wang's first time meeting Suchin.
In her view, Suchin was nothing more than a burden. After all, Wu Xiaoju, a single mother, was already struggling to raise her own daughter, and now she had to take care of a relative's child as well.
Xiaochen, you're here. Brother. Yes, aunt, sis, I'm here. Suchin nodded toward his aunt and sister.
At this moment, Sister Wang hurriedly said, "Little sister, this is your nephew Suchin."
Ah, yes. Aunt looked at Suchin and then introduced, Xiaochun, this is Aunt Wang. Hello, Aunt Wang, Suchin greeted politely.
Sister Wang's eyes sparkled, her heart filled with gossip curiosity. Well, Xiaochun, I heard you telling your aunt today that you've earned enough to cover your sister's 2 million medical expenses.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true, Suchin answered without hesitation. Sister Wang was instantly stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief.
Xiao Chun, how can a high school student earn so much money? Although I'm a high school student, I'm also a martial artist.
Aunt Wang, you should know that earning money as a martial artist is different from ordinary people.
It's very easy for martial artists to make money.
Sister Wan was momentarily speechless. However, Su Chen's statement does make sense in this world.
Martial artists indeed earn money much more easily than ordinary people. For regular folks, earning 5 or 6,000
a month from a job is considered good, but martial artists can easily make tens of thousands. The more skilled the martial artist, the easier it is to earn money.
But for this kid to earn 2 million so quickly is simply too outrageous. Could it be that his martial artist level is very high? Xiao Chun, tell Aunt Wan, what level are you at now?
Well, warrior peak.
Next, I'll be aiming to break through to the martial master realm. Su Chen pondered for a moment before answering.
As a warrior, he understood that preserving one's strength was crucial. One must always keep a trump card hidden.
However, Su Chen's current panel showed a significant accumulation of armor breaking points, all earned during this period.
With these armor breaking points, he could break through to the martial master realm at any time. He estimated that these points could at least elevate his strength to the mid-stage of the martial master level. In this way, even if others know that his current strength is at the peak of a martial artist, it won't be a problem. Sister Wang exclaimed directly in shock upon hearing Su Chen's words. Although she was just an ordinary person, she knew that the peak of a martial artist was already quite impressive. Moreover, Su Chen being so young and about to break through to a martial master was truly extraordinary. As long as Su Chen breaks through to a martial master, he will become a true big figure. In Linchuan, this small city, a martial master is already someone ordinary people look up to. Hee, little sister, you're really lucky to have such a nephew, Sister Wang said somewhat sourly. She had previously thought that Wu Xiaoju raising a relative's child was like taking on a burden, but now it seemed, this was no burden at all, it's practically a lucky star. Wu Xiaoju's good days are still ahead. At the very least, the road ahead will be brighter and full of hope. It will be far better than what she has experienced. The more she thought about it, the more sour and bitter her heart felt. The thought that the woman she once looked down upon might end up living a much better life than her was like a thorn, deeply piercing her heart. Su Chen's mood grew heavier, and she couldn't pull herself out of it. However, Su Chen paid no attention to the elder sister's emotions and directly told her aunt and younger sister, "You two should head back first.
Why are you asking us to leave all of a sudden?"
Her aunt seemed a bit puzzled.
"It's like this, Aunt.
The doctor said that as long as my sister drinks the medicine, she'll recover, so there's no need for her to stay in the hospital any longer."
Su Chen casually made up an excuse, though her heart was secretly in turmoil.
He absolutely dared not tell the truth to his aunt. If his aunt knew about his sister's condition, she would be extremely worried, and if his sister found out, she would definitely refuse the medication.
Su Chen understood their personalities well, so he chose to keep it a secret. His aunt nodded. "I see. Well, that's good. Staying one less day saves quite a bit of money."
Hearing that her daughter's medical expenses were taken care of, the worry on his aunt's face seemed to lighten considerably, and she even managed a rare smile.
Su Chen quickly packed up the things in the hospital room and completed the discharge procedures for his sister.
He asked his aunt and sister to go home first, while he stayed behind at the hospital to wait for the medication to arrive.
The medication could not be delayed, it was crucial for his sister's future. Finally, the medication arrived at the hospital pharmacy. Su Chen's heart tightened.
He immediately paid the fees, grabbed the medication, and hurriedly left the hospital. Walking out of the hospital, it was already afternoon. The sky was gray and hazy, as if covered by a thick curtain, seemingly foretelling an impending storm. The wind danced wildly around, as if urging him to move forward. Su Chen thought to himself, no matter how many challenges lie ahead, he must fight for his sister's future. No matter how difficult it gets, he will fear nothing.
"What? The medicine has already been taken? Didn't you say that if the other party couldn't pay, the medicine would be given to us? How exactly are you handling things?" A woman's scolding voice echoed from the office, sharp as a blade, sending chills down one's spine.
Her expression was ferocious, as if she could tear someone apart at any moment. The doctor adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and spoke calmly, "Madam, we did indeed agree earlier that if the other party couldn't produce the money today, the potion would go to you. However, the other party has brought the money today. The potion was originally reserved for them, and since they have the funds, there's naturally no reason not to give it to them."
"Useless. Couldn't you have informed them in advance that the potion had already been purchased?"
Lu Qingwen lashed out angrily, her eyes flashing with a fierce glint, before turning and leaving the office. As soon as she left, she quickly found a secluded corner without surveillance cameras, took out her phone, and dialed a number. "Hello, Zhang Hu. Bring a few martial artists and fighters to deal with someone for me. Retrieve the potion. Remember, make sure the matter is handled cleanly." A trace of malice flickered in Lu Qingwen's eyes, and a cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. "A family of peasants dares to compete with my son for the potion? Then they can all just die." When investigating Su Chen's family, she had already gathered all the information about Su Chen. According to the data, Su Chen is a martial artist whose cultivation has reached perfection and is on the verge of breaking through to the martial master level. He once defeated an opponent at the early stage of martial master. Such strength might seem impressive to ordinary people, but in the eyes of the Wang family, where her husband belongs, it is utterly insignificant. The Wang family is a lineage of martial artists, with many martial masters among them. Zhang Hu, whom she contacted, is a martial master whose strength has reached the third stage of martial master, belonging to the peak of the early stage and nearing the mid-stage of martial master. She believed that Zhang Hu alone was sufficient to deal with Su Chen. However, to ensure absolute success, she decided to have Zhang Hu bring along several other martial masters and martial artists as backup. This way, there would be no chance of any unexpected incidents. Once Su Chen is dealt with, his entire family must also be eliminated. When doing such things, it is necessary to uproot the problem and eliminate all potential risks. After all, in the eyes of the Wang family, this family is nothing more than ants. For ants that dare to provoke her, crushing them directly is the only option. "Hey, it's raining. This rain is really heavy." The taxi driver looked at the drizzle outside the window and sighed. "Indeed, this rain is really heavy." The taxi drove across the wet road, turned into a small path, and left a long trail of water behind. This path led to the old town, surrounded by lush greenery, as if it were a hidden retreat from the world. Whoosh! The taxi came to an abrupt stop, almost tipping over due to the sudden brake. Several cars appeared ahead, completely blocking the road. "Damn, where did these idiots come from?" The taxi driver cursed, ready to give the car owners blocking the way a piece of his mind. The doors of 3 cars opposite opened, and several men dressed in black trench coats and wearing sunglasses stepped out, holding weapons that gleamed coldly in their hands. Raindrops hit the surface of the weapons, quickly forming streams that dripped to the ground. These men were all martial artists, and there were even a few martial masters among them, their imposing aura overwhelming and instilling fear. The taxi driver, who was just about to curse, immediately swallowed his words, his face turning pale and his heart filled with panic. "Oh my! Could this be a conflict between martial artists?" he thought to himself. Could it be that the young man he was carrying had offended someone, leading these people to seek revenge? He definitely didn't want to get caught up in such matters and die because of it. The driver's mind raced with countless thoughts, cold sweat dripping down, and his back soaked through. "Master, please return the way you came." Just as he was overwhelmed with fear, a calm male voice sounded beside his ear. The voice was as tranquil as deep water, unexpectedly serene. The young man got out of the car, leisurely closing the door, as if the terrifying situation around him had nothing to do with him. The taxi driver looked at the young man, filled with admiration. Okay. He responded, still feeling uneasy, wondering if the young man could truly leave safely. The driver didn't bother asking Su Chen for the fare, quickly started the car, and sharply turned the steering wheel. The car moved like a dragon's tail, swiftly turning around and speeding away, disappearing into the rainy night in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, those people didn't intend to kill me. The driver, still shaken as he fled, patted his chest and finally felt a bit relieved. At this moment, he noticed a 50 yuan bill of Longwa currency left on the passenger seat where the young man had been sitting earlier. What a good kid, even thinking about not dragging others into trouble. "It's just a pity." The driver sighed. It was clear that the young man wouldn't survive. After all, there were so many martial artists around, each wielding swords and knives in the rainy night, every one of them a killer. How could a young man possibly escape from so many experts? The driver shook his head and continued to accelerate toward home. He decided he wouldn't drive again tonight. The forest path was dark and secluded, with almost no vehicles passing by on a regular day. Most people in the old town were poor and rarely took taxis, let alone the fact that there were many factories nearby, making it almost impossible for residents of the old town to work in the new town. Coupled with tonight's raging storm, the road was even more desolate, as if it were the perfect place for murder and robbery. "Hand over the goods, and I'll let you die a little less painfully," the leading man said coldly. His name was Zhang Hu, and he had 1 foot already in the mid-stage of martial master. He sized up Su Chen, quickly determining that the other party was merely at the martial artist level. It was said that this young man was a little genius, capable of defeating opponents at the early stage of martial master while still in the martial artist realm. But so what? He himself was someone with 1 foot in the mid-stage of martial master. Crushing a martial artist was as easy as squashing an ant for him. Zhang Hu thought to himself that the lady's insistence on him bringing so many people along seemed a bit excessive. She was indeed overly cautious. People from the Wang family? Here to snatch the genetic potion? Su Chen's voice remained calm, rainwater streaming down his hair without affecting his composure in the slightest. Oh, you actually guessed it was us. Kid, you're not entirely stupid. Zhang Hu's lips curled into a cold sneer, his eyes glinting with disdain. Su Chen did not argue, silently calculating the situation in his mind. In his eyes, this kid was already a dead man. What difference did it make if he knew they were from the Wang family? In this world where the strong ruled, the laws between warriors and ordinary people were inherently different. Kid, I advise you not to resist. Just obediently stretch out your neck and let me chop off your head. That way, I can at least make your family's deaths a little less painful. Zhang Hu's voice was like a cold blade, piercing straight into the heart. Are you planning to harm ordinary people? Under the night sky, Su Chen's gaze suddenly turned icy cold, as if a blizzard was brewing in his heart. In this world, martial artists are governed by the Martial Artists Association, and they are not allowed to harm ordinary people lightly. If every martial artist could kill at will, wouldn't the lives of ordinary people be as insignificant as feathers? But unexpectedly, the Wang family was so shameless that they wouldn't even spare his aunt and sister. Anger surged like a tidal wave, leaving Su Chen feeling powerless. He realized that his strength was still far from sufficient. If only he could become a martial sect powerhouse, capable of wielding powerful abilities and martial techniques with a mere wave of his hand, these people would never dare to target his family. Although he was now at the peak of martial artist level, capable of defeating an early-stage martial master, in this vast world, he was still just a small fry. I can't keep going like this, I must become stronger. Su Chen gritted his teeth in determination and opened his personal panel to check his status. Host, Su Chen. Talent, SSS level talent Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Breathing technique, Great Xia Universal Breathing Technique. Martial skills, Vajra Fist, perfected, Thunder Blade Technique, perfected, Movement Technique, Flickering Shadows, perfected. Level, Warrior 9th rank. Strength, 4000. Combat Power, 41129. Breaking point, 122,000. During this period, the total breaking points he earned from school and underground cage fights reached 120,000. Su Chen understood that defeating someone and earning breaking points would yield the most rewards. Only the first time, subsequent gains would be negligible. It was akin to the marketing tactics of certain software. New users always received generous rewards, while rewards for old users gradually diminished. I've almost defeated everyone in the arena over there. It's nearly impossible to continue earning breaking points, Su Chen thought to himself, gritting his teeth and deciding not to waste any more time. He decided to save these breaking points and wait until he found a breathing technique that better suited his talents, which would allow him to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, the current situation was urgent, and he could not afford to delay any longer. System, use 60,000 defense breaking points to cultivate the universal breathing technique. Su Chen decisively commanded in his heart. Ding! 60,000 cultivation points consumed, breathing cultivation technique officially initiated. Since you have already reached the peak of the warrior realm, you can break through to the martial master level at any time. After a week of cultivation, you feel the barrier of that realm starting to loosen. After half a month of cultivation, you successfully break through the martial master realm, reaching martial artist level 1. Since the breathing technique you are using is only the standard version, your cultivation speed is not at its current limit. After a month of cultivation, you successfully break through martial master level 1, reaching martial master level 2. After 2 months of training, you successfully broke through martial master level 2 and reached martial master level 3. After 6 months of training, you successfully broke through martial master level 3 and reached martial master level 4. The surge of power felt like a tidal wave, and Su Chen's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. He knew that he finally had enough strength to protect himself and his family, and would no longer be at the mercy of others. After 9 months of training, you successfully broke through martial master level 4 and reached martial master level 5. After 1 year of cultivation, you successfully advanced from Martial Master Level 5 to Martial Master Level 6. After 1 year and 6 months of cultivation, you successfully advanced from Martial Master Level 6 to Martial Master Level 7. After 3 years of cultivation, you reached the peak of the late stage of Martial Master. All 60,000 defense breaking points have been used up. This cultivation session is over. At this moment, Su Chen felt a surge of powerful elemental energy stirring in his Qi, as if a slumbering beast was about to awaken. However, to release this power externally, he must break through the Martial Master realm and reach the Martial Lord realm. A Martial Lord level expert can not only wield various awakened innate abilities but also unleash the full potential of martial techniques. The imposing aura in their every move inspires fear, far surpassing what the Martial Master realm can achieve. However, the realm of late-stage perfection for a martial artist is quite sufficient in this small town of Linchuan. In this place, experts at the martial sect level are few and far between. Kid, could it be that you've been scared silly? Zhang Hu sneered, his eyes glinting with a playful light. Earlier, he thought Su Chen's expressionless face was due to fearlessness, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be inner terror. With a dazed look on his face. For a high school student in his teens, being scared stiff in such a situation was understandable. Oh, no, I was just thinking about something. Su Chen smiled faintly, reached out to wipe the rain off his face, his gaze as resolute as iron. Zhang Hu's lips curled slightly, and he thought to himself, this kid is stubborn, but he must be scared to death inside. However, moments later, he suddenly felt something was off. The boy standing upright in the rain seemed to exude a different aura than before. Zhang Hu observed carefully and finally discovered the reason. The boy's presence had grown stronger, to the point where he could no longer discern his level. How is this possible? Just moments ago, he could clearly sense that the boy was merely at the martial artist level, yet now, Su Chen's aura was like a towering mountain, making him feel immense pressure. As Zhang Hu was still puzzled, Su Chen's gaze grew increasingly resolute. He silently vowed, even a martial master level expert cannot make him retreat. He would use his own strength to break all shackles and face even greater challenges. Could it be that this young man's level is higher than his? How is that possible? Raindrops pattered down, and under the night sky, the young man stood there straight as a blade unsheathed, exuding an aura as if ready to launch a fierce attack at any moment. Zhang Hu felt a faint sense of unease in his heart, as if some unforeseen event was about to occur. But this was obviously impossible. That handsome young man couldn't have surpassed him in cultivation level in the blink of an eye. This was most likely some rare martial technique for concealing one's aura, seldom practiced by anyone. This was the only explanation he could come up with. Playing tricks, Zhang Hu snorted coldly and waved his hand. 3 men in black trench coats stepped forward from behind him, all early-stage martial artists, each holding a long blade. Knife, small in size, lightweight, sharp, and easy to carry, is very popular in high martial worlds. So many people choose to learn this martial skill. Su Chen glanced at the group indifferently. Are you sure? Sure about what? Sure about seeking death? Facing death, you're still pretending to be mysterious. Go, kill him. Zhang Hu ordered. Is it really necessary? Su Chen sighed. He originally didn't want to kill, but the Wang family members truly deserved it. Tonight, none of these people will escape, and even the Wang family behind them will be eradicated. With a sigh, 3 martial artists raised their blades and rushed forward at lightning speed, the knife edges gleaming coldly in the rainy night. However, all of this appeared like slow motion to Su Chen now. He gently sidestepped, avoiding the first blade that swung toward him. Immediately, he unleashed his full power, and the Vajra fist roared out with unparalleled killing intent. Bang! The fist struck heavily on a martial artist's wrist. The martial artist's eyes revealed disbelief, followed by the sound of bones cracking echoing through the rainy night. Intense pain surged through, causing the martial artist's long blade to fall, which Su Chen tightly grasped with one hand. Swish! Su Chen suddenly swung his long blade, a head flew off, blood mingling with rainwater, staining the ground red. Not far away, Zhang Hu's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. He had thought the 3 martial artists could easily take down this young man, but in just an instant, one of them had already been decapitated. Before Zhang Hu could react, the young man darted through like a phantom, the long blade piercing through a martial artist's chest and being violently pulled out. Then came another slash, striking down from the shoulder of the last martial artist. The blade, like a divine weapon, cut through everything effortlessly, directly splitting the martial artist in two. Raindrops struck the blood-stained long blade in the young man's hand, mixing with the blood and dripping continuously from the blade. The intense killing intent emanating from the young man seemed to freeze even the air of the rainy night. Zhang Hu was utterly shocked, his heart trembling. How could someone at the late stage of a martial artist be this powerful? The three martial artists had almost no ability to resist in front of the young man. Within a few breaths, they all perished.
Is this really a teenager at the warrior level? How can a warrior level be this strong?
Ding, you killed three martial masters within a few breaths. Zhang, whose defense was broken, his heart filled with disbelief. Defense breakpoints plus 300.
Raindrops continuously fell along the teenager's hair. The rain had already soaked his clothes, revealing the solid muscle lines underneath.
The teenager slightly turned his head, looking at Zhang Hu and the others. Now, it's your turn. The plain words fell into the ears of the Wang family members, yet they sounded like a summons from hell. At this moment, many of the martial artists among the Wang family had already begun to tremble. Among the people they brought, there were only 4 martial artists at the martial master level, and apart from Zhang Hu, the other 3 had all perished.
Then how could they possibly resist with just one martial artist level fighter? Boss.
A warrior looked at Zhang Hu, his voice trembling.
Now, if anyone could stand against this godlike and demonic young man, it would only be Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, who had half a foot into the mid-stage of martial master, thought to himself, I can definitely kill this young man. Panic for what?
Zhang Hu scolded, but deep down he felt uncertain.
Killing 3 martial masters within a few breaths was absolutely beyond his capability.
A wave of unease surged in his heart. The young man before him seemed to be even stronger than he was. But what on earth was going
on?
How could someone go from being a sheep at the peak of the martial artist realm to suddenly becoming a tiger so powerful that even he, a martial master, couldn't fathom? This speed was simply like riding a rocket.
Something must have happened.
Zhang Hu's thoughts raced, and suddenly his eyes lit up as a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Ha kid, you must have used some secret technique to temporarily boost your strength.
While such a technique can make your power surge in the short term, it won't last long.
Today, you're destined to die. After your death, we'll go and kill your aunt and sister, and your family will reunite in the underworld. Ha, isn't that delightful?
Zhang Hu's smugness made it seem as though everything was under his control, but Su Chen was somewhat speechless.
These people were truly naive, though he could understand.
After all, going from the 9th stage peak of the martial artist realm to the 9th stage peak of the martial master realm in the blink of an eye was something ordinary people couldn't possibly imagine.
In reality, Su Chen's
strength hadn't improved overnight. He had spent years training in the system, though in the real world, it had only taken a few breaths.
Is that so? Do you think you're so clever, believing you've seen through everything? Su Chen said calmly. What, isn't that so?
Zhang Hu sneered. Fool, a frog in a well knows nothing of the vastness of the heavens and earth. Su Chen's voice was as piercing as a cold wind.
What did you say? Courting death? Kill him for me.
At Zhang Hu's command, all his subordinates charged forward like wolves and tigers. Although he believed Su Chen was merely using some secret technique, to be on the safe side, he ordered everyone to attack together.
Ha!
Watching Zhang Hu's actions, Su Chen let out a mocking laugh, gripping the long blade in his hand tightly, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. A bunch of worthless trash. Today, I'll show you just how grave a mistake your Wang family has made.
Boom!
A bolt of lightning streaked across the pitch-black sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. The young man lightly tapped the ground with his toes, executing a movement technique, gliding like a fleeting light as he swiftly weaved through the crowd. The long blade in his hand swung out, bringing forth a mist of blood. With every swing of the blade, a martial artist fell without even having the chance to scream, their bodies already severed. Severed limbs and remains scattered across the ground, blood pooling into streams, surging like a crimson river. At this moment, the entire battlefield was shaken by Su Chen's overwhelming presence. The enemies were slaughtered like ants, utterly incapable of resisting.
Ding, you have slain the Wang family entourage. Zhang Hu, unable to believe your prowess, suffers a mental breakdown. Mental breakdown points plus 200.
In the forest on a rainy night, thunder roared and lightning tore through the night sky, illuminating Zhang Hu, the last remaining member of the Wang family. His confidence had long vanished, leaving only deep fear and despair on his face.
How is your secret technique for extending time lasting so long?
Zhang Hu's throat tightened as he secretly hoped that once this young man's technique ended, he could seize the opportunity to kill him.
Su Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as if he could see through Zhang Hu's thoughts.
Are you thinking that once the duration of my secret technique ends, you'll be able to easily kill me? Zhang Hu was momentarily speechless, not expecting this young man to be so clever.
Heh, idiot. Su Chen mocked mercilessly, do you really think I used a secret technique to enhance my strength? Zhang Hu widened his eyes. What do you mean? I'm saying, do you really think my strength is only at the level of a martial artist? What you see might just be what I want you to see.
A disdainful glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Zhang Hu's heart trembled, growing even more shocked. Could it be that you're at the mid-stage or late stage of a martial master?
His back felt icy cold as he struggled to imagine Su Chen's unbelievable strength. I don't believe it. You're just a high school student, how could you be that strong? Zhang Hu roared in despair, secretly thinking, if this young man is truly that powerful, does he have any chance of survival? A frog in a well. Su Chen said no more, instantly unleashing the thunder blade technique.
His power poured out like a flood, and the long blade carved a lightning-like afterimage under the dim yellow light. Zhang Hu hurriedly swung his blade to block, still holding onto a sliver of hope in his heart, expecting that Su Chen was merely bluffing and that perhaps he could kill this seemingly strong but inwardly weak youth in just a few moves. However, his fantasies ultimately proved futile. A strong practitioner at the peak of the late martial master stage was absolutely not someone he, who had not fully broken through to the mid-martial master stage, could withstand. With one slash, the long blade in Zhang Hu's hand was jolted out of his grip by the immense force, and his body was uncontrollably flung backward. Su Chen pressed the advantage, his movement as swift as the wind, instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged straight toward Zhang Hu. In Zhang Hu's incredulous gaze, Su Chen slashed out with a single strike. Blood splattered, and Zhang Hu's body was instantly severed in two, collapsing weakly to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness and terror.
Zhang Hu perished. In just half an hour, the entire Wang family entourage met their demise here.
Su Chen stood amidst the chaos, where rainwater and blood intertwined, painting a gruesome scene of deep crimson. He lowered his head to look at the long blade in his hand, its surface gleaming with a cold light, showcasing its exceptional quality. Then he glanced at Zhang Hu's corpse on the ground. The material of Zhang Hu's blade seemed even better. This blade can serve as a temporary substitute. Su Chen picked up Zhang Hu's long blade, silently deciding to replace it when a better weapon became available. He looked up at the sky. The drizzle was falling, just enough to wash away all traces. Fingerprints, footprints, signs of a fight, everything could be cleansed by this heavy rain. As for the corpses on the ground, he was unwilling to deal with them, finding it troublesome. He knew in his heart that he was the victim. Who would believe that he alone could kill so many martial artists and warriors? Thinking of those sinister people from the Wang family who sent assassins after him, Su Chen's gaze gradually turned cold, and he silently vowed in his heart, one day, he would make them pay the price. He would never let any threat go unpunished. He must be eliminated immediately to prevent him from causing more trouble. He's not like those fools in TV dramas who wait foolishly for a chance to retaliate even after being humiliated. Su Chen searched the corpse on the ground thoroughly, found quite a bit of cash, and pocketed it without hesitation, secretly feeling pleased. Consider it as these people treating him to a meal. Afterward, he called home to tell his aunt that he'd be back later. Carrying a long knife on his back, Su Chen avoided surveillance along the way and quickly headed toward the hospital. Now that his strength had reached the late-stage perfection of the martial master realm, he activated his movement technique, gliding through the city like a ghost in the night. Underneath a building, a plush chubby orange cat holding a bunch of balloons was squatting under the eaves to avoid the rain. It was clearly a balloon seller, dressed in a plush mascot costume, looking dejected. Sigh, he let out a breath. The rain was so heavy today, and he had sold only a few balloons. It seemed like he would have to keep eating steamed buns again tomorrow. Suddenly, the boy felt a lightness on his head. A gust of wind swept by, and the orange cat headgear on his head instantly fell off, leaving him stunned. What just happened? He touched his bare head and quickly turned around, only to see a dark shadow disappearing swiftly at the end of the alley ahead. Originally, he couldn't sell many balloons today, and to make matters worse, it started pouring rain. The headgear he had just bought online was stolen, leaving him feeling utterly aggrieved. Woo woo woo. He squatted down, holding his head and sobbing uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. At that moment, he reached into the pocket of his mascot costume to grab some tissues, only to unexpectedly touch something wet. What is this? He couldn't afford to be sad and quickly took out the wet items from his pocket. It turned out to be 2 damp red bills, 2 100 denomination banknotes from the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that the person who snatched my headgear just now left these behind? His mood instantly brightened. This mascot costume was something he had bought online, and the quality was average. The whole set had only cost $100. Even if he bought a new set, he'd still have 100 left. Now he could afford a full meal tomorrow. What a stroke of luck, like a pie falling from the sky. A pitch-black figure darted swiftly through the street,
like a ghost in the night. His speed was so incredible that an ordinary person could not possibly make out his form, only catching a glimpse of a blurry shadow flashing by. Meanwhile, in the VIP ward of Linchuan People's Hospital, a woman was pacing anxiously inside the room. Lu Qingwen's heart was filled with unease. As time ticked by, her sense of foreboding grew stronger. Why hasn't there been any response after so long? Lu Qingwen's anxiety became increasingly evident. Although not much time had passed, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. What kind of mishap could possibly occur, she muttered to herself. Deep down, she knew she had sent several martial master level fighters, along with a few martial artist level ones, to deal with a martial artist level boy. There was no way anything could go wrong. Yet, her eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and a sense of forewarning clung to her like a shadow. "Mom, when can I be discharged?" "I don't want to stay here any longer, it's too boring," asked a boy of about 10 years old lying on the hospital bed. Without lifting his head, he held a large tablet in his hands, operating it as he opened a video. In the video, a young boy tied all four paws of a cat to a chair and approached an orange tabby cat with a sharp knife in his hand. The orange cat, terrified, kept meowing, its eyes filled with a pleading look, as if begging the boy for mercy. However, the boy showed no concern, his lips curling into a smile as he plunged the sharp knife into the cat's eye. Blood splattered, and the orange cat let out a miserable scream, tears streaming from its other eye in pain. The cat's agonized cry seemed to excite the boy in the video even more, and he eventually switched to a sharp dagger. The boy on the hospital bed swiped his finger across the screen, dragging the video's progress bar. Soon, the screen showed only the mutilated corpse of the cat, one eye burst, its skin completely flayed, and blood everywhere. Seeing this, the boy let out a delighted laugh. Lu Qingwen looked at her son indulgently and smiled. "Don't worry, son, your illness will be cured soon." That's good. I can't wait to perform surgeries on the kittens and puppies." The boy's intention was clearly to torture and kill. Lu Qingwen didn't mind this at all. The young master of the Wang family was so noble that for these stray cats and dogs to be tortured and killed by him was practically their fortune. She took out her phone to check the time and thought to herself, Zhang Hu should be done by now. After all, some time had already passed, and with Zhang Hu and his team's efficiency, they should have almost finished. However, after waiting another half hour, there was still no news from Zhang Hu. Lu Qingwen felt puzzled. Strange, does it really take this long? Even if they killed that high school student and then went on to kill his entire family, it should have been done by now. With a nervous heart, Lu Qingwen took the initiative to dial Zhang Hu's number. The call connected, but no one answered. The ringing tone lasted for a long time, but in the end, what came through was, "Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable." Could something have happened? Lu Qingwen frowned deeply, her unease growing. As a martial artist, Zhang Hu's hearing was absolutely sharp enough to catch the sound of a phone ringing. Just as she was feeling anxious, a sudden sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Bang! The surveillance camera in the hospital room suddenly exploded, scattering fragments all over the floor. Accompanied by a dull thud, it was clear that someone had smashed the camera with a heavy object. "Who's there?" Lu Qingwen shouted sternly, her entire body instantly exuding a powerful aura, clearly demonstrating the strength of an early-stage martial artist. Yet, she knew in her heart that her strength was far inferior to that shadowy figure. Her gaze quickly swept around and finally rested outside the window. At this moment, in the corridor outside, a person wearing a yellow-orange cat headgear was standing outside the window. Swish, swish. Two sharp sounds pierced the air, and two agile men dressed entirely in black suddenly appeared beside Lu Qingwen. They moved like ghosts in the night, silently blending into the shadows, exuding an invisible sense of oppression. Clearly, these two were her bodyguards, one at the early stage of martial mastery, the other at the mid-stage. Such a configuration of bodyguards was considered top-tier even within the Wang family, undoubtedly highlighting Lu Qingwen's extraordinary status. Outside the window, the man wearing the orange cat headgear slowly walked to the door, seemingly unwilling to speak. Lu Qingwen's mind raced, quickly analyzing the identity of the visitor. At this moment, anyone who could appear here was certainly no ordinary person. Considering the earlier incident of Zhang Hu's disappearance, Lu Qingwen quickly deduced the origin of this individual. "Are you the person that Kid Su-Chen brought here?" she asked coldly, her tone certain. "He's just an ordinary high school student. There's no way he could know any experts." "Are you his master?" Her assumption was undoubtedly correct. Su-Chen was nothing more than an insignificant nobody, absolutely incapable of dealing with Zhang Hu and the others. Therefore, this person was undoubtedly Su-Chen's master. Su-Chen did not refute her,
and his silence seemed to imply agreement. Lu Qingwen carefully observed this mysterious man and found that the aura around him was unfathomable, clearly far more profound than hers. This realization caused a wave of unease to rise in her heart. She bit her lip and forced herself to appear calm.
Sir, I am a member of the Wang family. Why would you oppose my family for the sake of a poor boy?
Her words carried a hint of threat, and her gaze unconsciously glanced at the mid-stage martial artist bodyguard, noticing that he also had a highly vigilant demeanor. Clearly, this mysterious visitor was an undeniable threat to them. While speaking, Lu Qingwen slowly retreated until she was beside the child by the hospital bed, secretly on guard and ready to respond to any sudden situation. The little boy sitting there, watching videos of himself tormenting cats in the past, also noticed Su Chen at this moment. When he saw Su Chen wearing an orange cat plush headgear, his eyes immediately lit up.
He hurriedly tugged at Lu Qingwen's sleeve. Mom, is that a humanoid orange cat?
Hurry up and catch him, I want to dissect him.
I've never dissected a humanoid orange cat before.
The little boy saw someone standing outside the door wearing a hood and was not afraid at all.
On the contrary, he was extremely excited.
Under the influence of his mother's arrogance and domineering behavior, he grew up to be fearless and unrestrained. He believed that his family was the most powerful in Linchuan, #1 in the world, and no one dared to cross him. Previously at school, he injured a little girl's eye with a pencil, leaving her blind in one eye.
Yet, under the protection of his family's power, he faced no punishment. Instead, the little girl who lost an eye dropped out of school.
This made the little boy feel even more that his family was amazing, capable of solving anything and fearing nothing. All right, mommy will definitely catch him for you, Lu Qingwen hurriedly comforted her son.
The little boy clapped his hands excitedly. Yay, I want to dissect the humanoid orange cat, I want to dissect the humanoid orange cat.
He was almost overwhelmed with excitement. His shouting was also heard by Su Chen, leaving him speechless. Such a young child, only about 10 years old, has already started abusing cats?
Sure enough, bad habits are formed at a young age. To raise such a child, it's no wonder the child's mother would kill an entire family just for a genetic drug.
You should know that although genetic potions are rare, it shouldn't be difficult for the royal family to obtain them. Perhaps it would just be a little troublesome, that's all. But the royal family, in order to save trouble, didn't hesitate to kill an entire family, as if killing people was as insignificant as crushing a few ants.
A poor boy? Poor, without power or influence, does that mean he deserves to die? Su Chen said coldly. Lu Qingwen was momentarily stunned, then retorted, isn't that the case? In this world, strength is paramount.
Family background is also a form of strength.
A lowly nobody with no cultivation level and no background, aren't they just someone you can crush at will? Sir, with your strength, don't you think so?
Those without background, with mediocre strength, merely at the warrior level, what else could they be but ants?
Has Su Chen sneered.
In a high martial world, the strong are revered, and he has always known this. He just hadn't felt it so directly while staying in school. Now, this lady of the Wang family has made him feel the meaning of this phrase so directly. However, Su Chen only agrees with half of Lu Qingwen's words.
Background is important, but one's own strength is even more crucial.
In his eyes, martial arts families are nothing but fleeting clouds. If his own strength reaches a certain level, then the family he belongs to would be the most powerful martial arts family. He himself is his greatest background. Su Chen remembered a celebrity from his previous life who once said, I don't envy wealthy families, I am a wealthy family myself. Although the celebrity who said this later fell out of favor, Su Chen deeply agreed with this statement.
Why are you laughing? Lu Qingwen frowned.
I think what you said is wrong.
Wrong? What's wrong? The so-called background might be useful when facing ordinary people.
But what if you're up against martial artists whose strength far surpasses the most powerful person in your family? At that time, your so-called background is worthless.
I believe one's own strength is the greatest reliance.
As he spoke, Su Chen's gaze coldly swept over Lu Qingwen. For example, you think you have a background, and that I am an ant before you, easily crushed to death. But to me, your background means nothing. Without sufficient strength of your own, even with a background, you will still die. Speaking of this, Su Chen took off the plush headgear from his head. A handsome face appeared in front of the group. This was a young man with a tall and upright posture, sharp features, and hair soaked by the rain, clinging wetly to his forehead. The young man looked somewhat disheveled, but his jet-black eyes were incredibly deep, like an unfathomable dark pool.
It's you! Ding, Lu Qingwen realizes your identity and is emotionally overwhelmed. Breakdown points plus 500.
Lu Qingwen's pupils dilated, her face full of shock. She had previously investigated Su Chen, so she naturally remembered this face. She had always thought that the person wearing the hood would be Su Chen's master or someone like that, but had never associated this person's identity with Su Chen himself. After all, one was a high school student at the martial artist level, whom Lu Qingwen considered nothing more than an ant she could crush effortlessly, while the other was a martial master whose strength even she couldn't fathom. At this moment, upon learning the identity of this powerful figure, Lu Qingwen was utterly shocked. During her previous investigation, this young man was still an insignificant martial artist, but now he has suddenly risen to become a powerful martial master. The transformation of his status happened so quickly that she found it hard to believe. Su Chen quickly put on the hood. The reason he dared to remove it earlier was simply because he had already destroyed the surveillance. Here, to him, everyone present was as good as dead, and the dead are the best at keeping secrets. Naturally, Su Chen felt no fear. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Qingwen quickly regained her composure. Su Chen had come to her personally, leaving no room for reconciliation. At this point, there was no doubt that the situation between the two was a life or death struggle of either you die or I live. Since that was the case, she could only strike ruthlessly to eliminate him. Do it, kill him. Lu Qingwen's gaze was icy, radiating intense killing intent. The two bodyguards, hearing this, immediately lunged at Su Chen from the left and right. They specialized in hand-to-hand combat techniques and carried no weapons. However, just as the two bodyguards launched their attack on Su Chen, Lu Qingwen, holding the child, quietly moved closer to the window. If the two bodyguards were defeated, she would not hesitate to break through the window and escape with the child. There was no doubt that her heart was filled with fear at this moment. Too many unexpected events had occurred today, even with mid-level martial artists. As bodyguards by her side, Lu Qingwen still felt uneasy. This young man, though he appeared youthful, instilled an immense sense of dread in her. What she had initially thought was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at any moment had unexpectedly transformed into the king of the forest, commanding the submission of all beasts. In the eyes of ordinary people, a mid-level martial artist might be considered strong, but in front of the current Su Chen, they were still nothing more than insignificant ants. Although he had not yet tested his combat strength, his power in the martial artist realm had long surpassed that of an average early-stage martial artist. Now, he had reached the peak of the late-stage martial artist level, ready to break through to the martial master realm at any moment. In his eyes, a mid-stage martial artist was nothing more than an ant. As the Thunderblade technique was unleashed, a flash of cold light appeared, and two heads fell to the ground. Lu Qingwen witnessed this and was overcome with panic, while the little boy in her arms was so terrified that he dared not make a sound. How can this young man be so powerful, she thought in shock. The scene before her felt like a nightmare, utterly unbelievable. A beginner-stage martial artist and a mid-stage martial artist had been slain with a single strike. Her heart tightened as she realized the imminent danger. She had to escape immediately, or else she and her son might not survive the day. Lu Qingwen swiftly moved, and with a loud bang, the glass of the window near the corridor shattered. She leapt out, but at that very moment, the sound of metal slicing through the air rang out. A long blade shot forth like lightning, piercing through her body in an instant. Lu Qingwen's gaze dimmed rapidly, and the breath of life gradually faded from her. In her final moments, endless regret filled her mind. If only I hadn't been so arrogant, if I hadn't used my power to oppress others, if I hadn't stolen from others or slaughtered entire families, perhaps today's tragedy would never have happened. Just as her body had not completely broken through the window, Su Chen pinned her to the wall with a single strike, and the child in her arms fell to the ground in response. The little boy looked at Su Chen in terror, his face full of fear. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." He trembled, his face pleading. "Big brother, I beg you, don't kill me, please don't kill me, okay?" Su Chen hesitated slightly in his heart. Just as he was pondering whether to spare the child, a trace of hatred flashed in the boy's eyes. Daring to kill his mother, if he survived, he would surely have his grandfather revenge her, torment Su Chen to death, and then dissect him piece by piece, just like dealing with stray cats and dogs. Su Chen stared intently at the boy, noticing the venomous resentment in his eyes, and he understood. He stepped forward, pulled the long knife from Lu Qingwen's corpse, and then brought the blade down decisively. SSS. The sound of a long blade piercing flesh echoed, blood splattering. Su Chen murmured softly, "Perhaps this is the survival rule of this world. Soft-heartedness is inadvisable." He immediately left the ward, effortlessly leaping down the corridor and directly onto the treetop outside, his figure vanishing into the rainy night. Thanks to the downpour, the pattering sound masked his movements. In the quiet, late-night hospital, the doctors and nurses were mostly resting, and even the on-duty nurse was dozing off.
Suchen's actions were swift and clean, leaving almost no trace. Half an hour later, inside the nurse's office.
Ugh, I'm so tired. I really don't want to do the rounds, especially in that VIP ward, a slightly chubby, round-faced nurse sighed.
It's okay, Fong Fong.
Once we finish the rounds this time, the patients should all be asleep, and we can get a few hours of good rest, another nurse comforted her.
Fong Fong nodded listlessly. Alright, fine. Let's hurry up and do the rounds. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest.
She put on her mask and prepared to start the rounds. The order of the rounds was from the lower floors to the higher ones. The VIP wards were on the top 2 floors, with only a few occupants, and the very top floor had just one patient. This patient had a powerful background, belonging to the Wang family, a martial arts clan from Linchuan. It was also the family member of the patient who had slapped her. This family has a strong background in society, so they confidently occupied an entire floor.
Fong Fong felt uneasy as she walked toward that floor.
As soon as she approached the ward, Fong Fong saw the hallway littered with shattered glass shards.
What happened to the glass? Fong Fong wondered. The hospital's glass is all tempered glass, which normally wouldn't break so easily. Could it be that mischievous kid who did it?
This mischievous kid who had stayed in the hospital for a long time, she had dealt with him quite a bit. He was truly a naughty little rascal. With a nervous heart, Fong Fong cautiously approached the ward. Though it was a short distance, she found it unusually difficult to walk. The main thing was, she didn't know what kind of trouble she would face this time. As the distance shortened, Fong Fong gradually caught a whiff of a pungent, bloody smell. As a nurse, she was naturally no stranger to this scent.
Could something have happened?
Her heart tightened, and she hurriedly quickened her pace, heading to the window. Through the shattered glass window, the scene before her left her stunned bodies strewn across the floor, blood staining the ground red.
Ah! Screams instantly echoed throughout the hospital.
Doctors and nurses on duty rushed over, and the martial artist security guards responsible for safety quickly arrived, all with grave expressions.
After preliminary confirmation, it was determined to be a fierce conflict between martial artists.
Among the deceased lying on the ground, 2 had extremely special identities. One of them is the Wang family's daughter-in-law, and the other is the grandson of the current head of the Wang family. Quick, report to the Martial Artists Association, someone shouted loudly. In this world, the governing body for martial artists is the Martial Artists Association, which is established in every city. Under the Martial Artists Association, the Martial Security Council is specifically responsible for maintaining the order of martial artists. After reporting to the Martial Artists Association, Fong Fong finally calmed down a little. The shock she felt upon seeing the ground littered with corpses gradually faded, and her mood slowly returned to rationality.
However, after calming down, an inexplicable sense of glee unexpectedly arose in Fong Fong's heart.
She secretly thought to herself, that mother and son deserved to die. Meanwhile, on the forest road leading to the old town, one after another, exclusive vehicles of the Wuhan Association came to a stop.
From
them emerged warriors dressed in distinctive uniforms, their faces filled with murderous intent, as if preparing to face a significant storm. These were all members of the Linchuan Wuhan Association. At the forefront was a man with rugged and resolute features, his gaze sharp as a blade, exuding an aura of fearless determination. Examine the traces at the scene, Sui ordered, his voice low yet firm. The professionals acted swiftly, carefully examining the traces at the scene and the wounds on the bodies. For a moment, a tense atmosphere spread. Captain, judging from the wounds on these victims, most of them were killed with a single blow. Moreover, there's hardly any damage at the scene, which suggests that the killer's strength likely overwhelmed these victims, a subordinate reported.
Can you discern anything else?
Sui asked, his brows furrowed, a faint sense of unease stirring in his heart.
The subordinate shook his head. No.
Many of the finer traces have been completely washed away by the rain, making it impossible to find any clues about the killer.
Captain, didn't a murder also occur at Linchuan People's Hospital? Do you think there's any connection between these 2 cases? Another subordinate asked, his eyes flickering with doubt.
Yes. Sui nodded, his gaze growing even more serious. It's possible. Investigate the identity of the deceased as soon as possible and see if there's any connection to the Wang family who died at Linchuan People's Hospital.
Understood, Captain.
After dealing with that mother and son, Suchen rushed back to his home in the old district like a gust of wind. He understood in his heart that he had to be extremely cautious at this moment. Along the way, he deliberately avoided the surveillance cameras on the streets. However, the surveillance system in the new district was exceptionally dense, with a level of technology far surpassing that of his previous life, forcing him to proceed with caution. He wondered to himself whether it was even possible to leave no trace under such surveillance. It remained an unknown. Back at the base of the old district building, Suchen was slightly out of breath. Sprinting through the rainy night using his movement techniques had nearly drained his stamina. But as a martial master level expert, his recovery ability was extraordinary. After just a few minutes of rest, the fatigue in his body had significantly subsided. The hood he had been wearing earlier had already been disposed of in a secluded spot. The sound-activated lights in the old staircase lit up one by one in response to his footsteps, illuminating his path home. Suchen stepped upstairs to the second floor, took out his key, and unlocked the door. The warm yellow light inside the room felt as comforting as home, filling his heart with a sense of ease. Just as the door closed, creak! The door to Auntie's room opened, and Auntie walked out, clearly still waiting for him to come home. "You child, how could you not think to bring an umbrella? Even if the hospital didn't have one, you could have bought one at a small supermarket outside." Auntie fussed with concern, then hurriedly grabbed a towel to wipe the water droplets off Suchen's face. "Go take a shower and change into clean clothes quickly, so you don't catch a cold," Auntie continued to urge. "All right, Auntie. You don't need to worry about me. I'm a martial artist, I don't catch colds that easily," Suchen replied with a smile. "By the way, Aunt, is my sister asleep?" he asked, his heart filled with concern for his sister's safety. "Yes, she's asleep," his aunt nodded. "I brought the medicine back. Aunt, please wake her up and have her drink it immediately." Suchen took out a vial of green liquid from his pocket, his gaze resolute. This potion must not be delayed. Only by drinking it would it truly belong to them. If left there, it could be taken by someone else at any moment. "All right," Auntie said, her hands trembling as she took the potion. "I'll go call your sister right now and have her drink it immediately." Suchen nodded, his gaze resolute. The potion was crafted from spirit herbs infused with elemental energy from the wilderness, making it incredibly precious. Watching Auntie enter his sister's room, Suchen finally grabbed clean clothes and headed to the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, the warm water washed away his exhaustion, and he couldn't help but reflect on everything that had happened tonight. His first time killing, his first time truly experiencing the harsh reality of this world where the strong reign supreme. When Suchen finished showering and changed into clean clothes, his aunt had already given his younger sister the potion. The potion was a genetic agent. Although it wasn't immediately effective, it could gradually repair genetic defects, with results visible at the earliest by tomorrow. "All right, my sister will get better soon. Aunt, you should go and rest now," Suchen comforted, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. His aunt nodded and wiped away her tears. "Thank you, Chen. Aunt is truly grateful to you. If it weren't for Suchen, Yue would have long been in a desperate situation. It was Suchen who saved Yue's life." "Aunt, why are you saying this? We are family, and Yue is also my sister. This is all what I should do." Suchen smiled and comforted his aunt, then escorted her back to her room to rest. Returning to his own room, lying on the bed, Suchen began to contemplate his next steps. Judging from the way this mother and son from the Wang family act, the Wang family's style of doing things is likely not much different. I killed someone from the Wang family, they will definitely not let this go. With turbulent thoughts surging in his heart, Suchen knew that every step ahead would be a life and death struggle. As long as someone suspects me of being connected to the death of the Wang family member, they will definitely come straight for me. Evidence doesn't matter at all, a mere suspicion is more than enough. Why not simply find a time to wipe out the Wang family? Suchen's mind surged with this bold idea. He began to contemplate the feasibility of eliminating the Wang family. However, after a brief moment of thought, he decided to let it go. At present, his strength was not sufficient to silently annihilate an entire family. If the Martial Artists Association were to investigate, it would be troublesome. But this matter absolutely couldn't end like this. If he couldn't destroy the entire Wang family, he would at least make that mother and son's direct relatives pay the price. Only then could he ensure they would come seeking revenge, and only then could they truly experience fear. Linchuan Wang family. Who killed my son? A thunderous roar echoed through the grand courtyard, as Wang Anyu's face burned with fury. He was the eldest son of Wang Ping'an, the head of the Wang family, and the pride of the Wang family. In the martial arts family, a son might not mean much, but Wang Anyu's situation was different. He had once been poisoned, resulting in the loss of his ability to father children. Before losing this ability, however, the children born to him by women outside the family had all mysteriously died young. Now, he was left with this one and only son. He had just received news that both his wife and son had been murdered, and the fury in his heart erupted.
Like a volcano, uncontrollable.
His life would no longer have descendants, and the pain of being left without heirs cut through him like a knife. "I will kill the person who murdered my son, along with his entire family," Wang Anyu roared, his voice filled with boundless hatred and anger.
"Second master, we will find the culprit as soon as possible,"
the subordinates replied nervously, terrified of accidentally provoking this enraged master.
They knew well that second master,
Wang Anyu, had lost his ability to father children, and the deceased child was his only hope. At this moment, the second master's fury was unimaginable, and no one dared to cross him lightly. "Speed up, make sure to find him in the shortest time possible." Wang Anyu's voice thundered like a storm, his furious aura surging like a tide, causing the entire Wang family to tremble.
The next day. Knock, knock, knock.
Su Chen's door was knocked on, and his sister's voice came from outside.
"Brother, get up and have breakfast."
The voice sounded much more energetic. Back in the hospital, his sister always spoke weakly, carrying a strong sense of exhaustion. But today, she was clearly much better. At least, she sounded almost like a normal person. Su Chen opened the door and saw his sister beaming a bright smile at him. He reached out and ruffled his sister's hair. "How does your body feel today?"
"Thank you, brother. I feel much better now.
I feel energized, and my body has regained strength."
"That's good. Brother, thank you. It's all because of you that my body could recover."
Zhang Yue looked at Su Chen with heartfelt gratitude, her eyes shining with sincerity. Without her brother, she would surely have ended up as her uncle said, just waiting to die. It was her brother who saved her life. He is the best brother in the world.
"No need to thank me, we're family, no need to be so polite. Come on, let's eat."
Su Chen smiled, his heart filled with warmth, and went to sit at the dining table in the living room. After taking the genetic potion, his sister's body had mostly recovered, which also lifted Su Chen's spirits. The stone in his heart finally settled down. Next, his goal was to get into a good martial arts university, then continue earning more breaking defense points and becoming stronger. On the dining table were golden, crispy fried dough sticks, plump fried eggs, and steaming, milky white soy milk exuding an enticing aroma.
The family of three sat down at the dining table.
"Auntie, this breakfast you made is really delicious," Su Chen sincerely praised. During this time, Auntie had been staying at the hospital to accompany his younger sister, so Su Chen hadn't had breakfast made by her at home for quite a while.
"If you like it, have some more. By the way, Auntie, I think you could even open a breakfast shop," Su Chen said sincerely.
His aunt not only knew how to make soy milk and fried dough sticks but also buns and steamed twisted rolls, all of which tasted excellent. Su Chen thought to himself that his aunt was indeed talented. He had heard his aunt mention before that her dream when she was young was to open a small shop of her own. Su Chen decided that once he earned enough money, he would buy a storefront and open a breakfast shop for his aunt so she wouldn't have to work at the chemical plant anymore. Working in a chemical plant for a long time isn't good for your health. As for the money to buy a storefront, he believed that as long as he achieved a good ranking in the college entrance exam, he would definitely receive a considerable bonus. "You silly child." His aunt shook her head.
"My skills are just average, and opening a shop isn't that easy." Su Chen didn't think much of it.
He bit into the crispy on the outside, soft on the inside fried dough stick and took a hearty gulp of fresh soy milk. As for opening the shop, he decided to wait until he had bought the storefront before telling his aunt, planning to give her a big surprise then. As for today, he planned to go to the school to return the martial arts techniques he had previously taken from the martial arts room. After all, he had already fully mastered the 2 martial arts techniques he had taken, so keeping them in his possession was of no use. Moreover, he is now at the Martial Master realm and can go to the Martial Artists Association for Martial Master certification. In this world, only martial artists at the Martial Master realm or above can undergo certification at the Martial Artists Association. Every certified martial master is registered by the Martial Artists Association and receives a considerable subsidy every month. The subsidy for martial masters is higher than the monthly salary of an ordinary person, and even exceeds the salary of his aunt for 2 months. Moreover, this is a subsidy you can get just by sitting, essentially free money. Therefore, almost no one would refuse this subsidy. Every martial artist, as long as they break through to the martial master realm, will basically rush to get certified by the Martial Artist Association. However, Su Chen had some concerns in his heart. He wasn't sure if going to the Martial Artists Association for certification would expose his full strength. Moreover, if his strength was exposed, would the Martial Security Bureau trace it back to him? After all, he had killed quite a few members of the Wang family. Forget it, Better not go to the Martial Artists Association for certification for now.
He'd wait until the trouble with the Wang family was completely resolved.
Having made up his mind, Suchen took the 2 martial arts manuals he had obtained from the school and headed to the school.
Linchuan High School. In the principal's office, Teacher Wang was standing in front of the principal. How is the recent training progress of the SEED squad members? Zheng Jiangmo asked.
Not bad. Recently, everyone has been training very diligently. Most of the time, the kids are immersed in the school's training room, Teacher Wang said, his expression slightly hesitant. All the kids are training seriously, especially that girl Li Shishir. Ever since she was beaten up by Su Chen and ended up with a swollen face, she has been training even harder, practically spending all day in the training room, vowing to surpass Su Chen.
However, Su Chen is not among these hard-working students.
Regarding his training situation, Teacher Wang felt it was best not to bring it up in front of the principal, to avoid giving the principal a bad impression of Su Chen.
Principal, how has Su Chen been training lately? The principal's question made Teacher Wang's heart tighten. Teacher Wang's expression instantly twisted.
To him, Su Chen was a benefactor. It was precisely because of Su Chen's presence that he could lead the rocket class and these SEED students. Naturally, he was willing to cover for Su Chen, but the principal's question left him at a loss for an answer.
What's wrong?
The principal, seeing Teacher Wang's difficulty, said in a softened tone, just speak your mind, no need to worry. Teacher Wang had no choice but to answer truthfully, actually, I don't know much about Su Chen's recent cultivation progress.
The principal frowned, how is that possible? As a teacher, how can you not be aware of a student's cultivation status? SEED students require special attention. Mainly, Su Chen hasn't been coming to school recently.
What?
The principal's face showed surprise, his brows furrowed. Could it be that ever since this child ranked first in the class placement test and defeated Li Shishir, he has started to get carried away? Started slacking off?
Old Wang, stay in touch with Su Chen more often. Tell him he must remain diligent and not become arrogant. Although he has an S-level talent and his combat power of 40,000 is strong in our school, he is still not at the top in those more elite high schools. Cultivation requires perseverance and a down-to-earth attitude. He absolutely cannot slack off. If he does, stagnates, he might soon be surpassed by Li Shishir and the others. The principal's face was full of concern, clearly very attentive to Su Chen. All right, Principal Zhong, I will contact Su Chen and have a chat with him. However, I believe Su Chen is not the kind of child who is arrogant and conceited. Just because he hasn't come to school to train doesn't mean he isn't training. Perhaps he has his own method of training and his own pace. Teacher Wan was wholeheartedly defending Su Chen, filled with trust in him. Principal Zhong nodded, what you said makes sense, but we still need to remind these children to always stay vigilant. At this moment, neither the principal nor Teacher Wang knew that the student they were discussing as possibly stagnant had actually already surged ahead, leaving the few members of the SEED team far behind. Su Chen's cultivation had broken through conventional limits, and he was embracing higher challenges in an entirely new way. The school's cultivation room. The 4 SEED candidates had been spending most of their time here recently. At this moment, the door of the cultivation room opened. Several SEED students gathered outside the cultivation room. Recently, they had become quite familiar with each other. They even created a small group specifically for themselves, where they would almost always train and spar together every day. As a result, their martial skills improved rapidly, progressing much faster compared to when they trained alone in the past. At this moment, a few people gathered outside the cultivation room, preparing to head to the school's martial arts arena for some sparring. How has Su Chen been lately? Li Shishir asked, looking at the group. After being defeated by Su Chen last time, she didn't feel any resentment at all. On the contrary, she was even grateful to Su Chen. Previously, to be honest, she was somewhat arrogant. But ever since being defeated and taught a lesson by Su Chen, she instantly realized that there are always people better than oneself and skies beyond the skies. Even at Linchuan High School itself, there are geniuses stronger and more talented than her. Not to mention those better specialized martial arts high schools. In those specialized martial arts high schools, geniuses emerge one after another. Don't even talk about S-level talent, they even have individuals with SS-level talent. Moreover, those true prodigies are not just simply gifted with high innate talent levels. Their cultivation speed, the speed at which they master martial techniques, the resources they can access, and so on far surpass ordinary geniuses. Therefore, she should proceed more steadily and surely. Su Chen hasn't been coming to school lately. It seems like he only shows up when the school distributes cultivation resources, the chubby Tang Yang replied. Ever since witnessing Su Chen's performance last time, he had given Su Chen the nickname Su Shen. Li Shishir frowned slightly. The school has a dedicated training room, and in Li Shishir's view, training at school is very good. Although her family also has a dedicated training room, it lacks that kind of atmosphere. At school, she is accompanied by the members of the Seed Squad, and almost everyone is full of motivation. This is like the difference between a regular class and an advanced class. Although there are people who love to study in a regular class, the majority can be said to not be that enthusiastic about studying. But it's different in an advanced class. Almost everyone is studying seriously. In such an environment, you would feel like not studying is a huge mistake. This is the atmosphere. But ever since the class placement test, they discovered that Su Chen had never practiced cultivation at school. Su Chen's family conditions were also quite ordinary, and the family definitely didn't have a dedicated cultivation room. Therefore, it was impossible for Su Chen's cultivation at home to be better than at school. Although she was thinking about these things, Li Shishir didn't say much. After all, she believed Su Chen wasn't someone who couldn't see the bigger picture. Perhaps Su Chen has his own unique cultivation method. Hey, Su Chen is here. The chubby boy suddenly exclaimed in surprise as he looked into the distance, as if he had seen someone who shouldn't have appeared, making him seem a bit astonished. Su Chen is here? Hearing this, everyone quickly turned to look in the direction of the school gate where the chubby boy was staring. They saw a tall, well-built young man with sharp features walking toward them. The clothes the boy was wearing were quite ordinary, even noticeably a bit old. But this did nothing to hide the unique aura he carried. It really is Su Chen. Why did he actually bother coming to school today? Are you here to cultivate at school? A few people whispered in confusion. Su Chen's steps were very steady, and his pace was quite fast. He quickly arrived in front of them. What are you all standing here for? Seeing a few members of the Seed Squad standing here, Su Chen didn't pretend not to notice. After all, among these people, Li Shishir and Su Xiaoyun had provided him with quite a few breaking defense points. Now they were classmates in the same class and all part of the Seed Squad. Since they ran into each other, he came over to say hello. Several people didn't have a particularly close relationship with Su Chen, and they still felt somewhat restrained when they saw him approaching. God Su, we just came out of the training room and are heading to the martial arts field to spar, the chubby guy replied. Oh, that's great. Sparring more often can help you master your martial skills. You guys carry on, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. All right. Take care, God Su. The chubby boy was incredibly excited at this moment. Su Shen even encouraged him. So excited. Looking at Su Chen's back, Li Shishir's expression was solemn. Su Chen seems even more terrifying than before. Now, I can no longer see through his level. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Are you saying that he has also broken through to the martial master realm? Su Xiaoyun said in a deep voice. Yes, it should be like that. Li Shishir nodded. Wow, as expected of my Su god. Truly impressive. Even without training at school, his cultivation speed is still so fast, the chubby boy exclaimed, clapping his hands in amazement. At this moment, the shock in everyone's hearts kept surging, as if an invisible flame was burning within, making it impossible to control. Su Chen's figure grew increasingly towering in their eyes, as if he had already become an unattainable benchmark in their hearts. That look was just like a little fanboy. Alright, stop worrying about Su Chen. Let's focus on our own training methods and work hard. If we don't put in the effort, by the time the college entrance exams come around, we might be left so far behind that we won't even see his shadow. The group quickly headed to the martial arts training ground to spar, their hearts ignited with a strong sense of determination. They gave it their all, showcasing their individual martial skills like fierce beasts in battle, fighting with everything they had. At this moment, they no longer hoped to catch up to Su Chen, they only wished not to be left too far behind, at least remaining within his line of sight. On the other side, Su Chen had just stepped onto the stairs when system notifications flooded in like a tide. Ding! Li Shishir sensed that you might have become stronger, and her mental defenses were broken. Defense breakpoints plus 500. Su Xiaoyun sensed that you might have become stronger, and his mental defenses were broken. Defense breakpoints plus 400. What's going on? Su Chen, climbing the stairs, looked puzzled. He felt like he hadn't done anything, so why did those people suddenly break down? Upon carefully reading the system prompt, Su Chen immediately understood. Oh, so it was Li Shishir who couldn't discern my cultivation level, concluded that I had grown stronger, and then informed the others. He couldn't help but smile,
this was an unexpected delight. Although the breakthrough points gained weren't many, the fact that he obtained them without doing anything wasn't something to scoff at. Moreover, Su Chen's mindset was never one to aim high but act low. He knew that while the points were few, accumulating them over time would eventually lead to great achievements.
Before long, he arrived at the school's martial arts room, reached out, and knocked on the door, his heart filled with anticipation. Shortly after, a head popped out from the window.
"What do you want?"
The person was none other than Old Man Lu, the guardian of the martial arts room, whom even the principal treated with utmost respect. Su Chen maintained his politeness and nodded slightly. "Sir, I've come to return the martial arts manuals I borrowed from the martial arts room earlier." Old Master Lu frowned slightly upon hearing this, feeling puzzled.
How much time had passed? Su Chen was already here to return the manuals? Could it be that he couldn't understand them, made no progress in his training, and decided to give up? "Come in."
The old master mulled over countless thoughts in his mind but ultimately decided to let him in, opening the door to the martial arts room.
Su Chen quickly stepped inside, a confident smile on his face.
"Sir, I've come to return the 2 martial arts manuals I borrowed
earlier."
He took out the 2 manuals from his chest and placed them on the table, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. This martial art technique, the old man must take a good look at it, he thought to himself, knowing that he was about to face even greater challenges, all of which would serve as stepping stones toward higher realms.
Just put it on the table."
Old Master Lu said indifferently, but his brows furrowed even deeper, as if pondering something.
Su Chen placed the 2 martial art technique books on the table. Old Master Lu couldn't help but continue, cultivating martial art
techniques is not something that happens overnight. There's no need to lose heart just because there's no progress for the time being. In this school, martial techniques are gifted to students.
Once borrowed, students only need to destroy them after successfully mastering them and must never pass them on to others.
Therefore, almost all students never return to the martial techniques room to return the techniques after taking them. After all, mastering martial techniques is extremely difficult and cannot be achieved in a short period of time. However, someone like Su Chen, who returns the martial techniques just a few days after borrowing them, is truly unprecedented. Old Master Lu naturally believed that Su Chen had encountered difficulties in martial arts training and chose to give up, which made him very dissatisfied.
For an ordinary high school student, the opportunity to train in martial arts is incredibly precious. Yet Su Chen gave up so easily over trivial difficulties, which was truly regrettable.
Old Master Lu came from an ordinary family and deeply understood how difficult it was for regular students to gain access to martial arts training. Looking at Su Chen's attire, he could tell that Su Chen's family background was not affluent either. Therefore, seeing Su Chen squander such an opportunity, the usually quiet man couldn't help but speak up.
Normally, he wouldn't bother to say much.
Su Chen, who had just placed the martial arts manual on the table and withdrawn his hand, paused slightly upon hearing Lu Lao's words. After careful thought, he immediately understood Lu Lao's intention, feeling somewhat amused and helpless.
"Mr. Lu, I think you've misunderstood," Su Chen said respectfully.
He knew that Mr. Lu, who managed the school's martial arts room, had retired from the battlefield, once fighting against extraordinary creatures. He was a soldier of iron and blood, and Su Chen held deep respect for him.
"Misunderstood? What misunderstanding?"
Mr. Lu frowned deeply, his tone carrying a hint of anger.
This young man from an ordinary family, not listening to the advice of his elders and contradicting them, was truly disappointing.
Born ordinary, retreating at the slightest difficulty, and not even discerning good from bad, this caused Lu Lao's impression of Su Chen to plummet repeatedly. Usually calm and composed, he was now burning with rage.
"Lu Lao, it's like this. I didn't encounter any difficulties, rather. I've already mastered that body technique martial skill.
As for that incomplete blade technique, I've also practiced a bit of it.
However, since it's incomplete, I can't continue further." It's normal for cultivation to be difficult. Lu Lao's expression suddenly changed mid-sentence. "What did you say? You've already mastered that body technique martial skill?"
That incomplete blade technique couldn't be further cultivated, which was to be expected, but the movement technique was complete, and Su Chen's meaning was clearly that he had already mastered it.
"But how long has it been? He actually mastered it?" "Yes, I've mastered it." Su Chen nodded calmly, his expression composed. "Are you sure?"
Elder Lu looked skeptical, clearly finding it hard to believe. In old Lu's opinion, Su Chen's so-called mastery might just be the entry level, and the gap between entry level and true mastery is vast. He believed that so-called mastery should at least mean the martial skill proficiency has reached the level of minor accomplishment or above. "Absolutely," Su Chen replied confidently, his gaze firm. With the system's assistance, he had already cultivated his movement technique to the perfect level, so he naturally had this confidence. Oh, young people should still be down to earth and not boastful, Elder Lu gave Su-chen a deep look.
Since you say you've mastered it, I wonder if you can demonstrate it for me.
Looking at the young man in front of him, Elder Lu thought to himself that he must be an unreliable, boastful youth. Boasting, after all, is just the upper lip touching the lower lip, no cost involved, and you can brag however you like. But once you ask the other party to demonstrate, they are bound to show their weakness. He thought, this young man would definitely not display his movement techniques in front of him.
However, Elder Lu was mistaken.
As soon as Su-chen heard his suggestion, he showed no sign of hesitation and responded calmly, all right.
Then, Su-chen's figure flickered, seemingly transforming into an indistinct afterimage, weaving through the not-so-spacious martial arts room.
Old Lu saw this and his pupils slightly contracted, his heart trembling. His knowledge was extraordinary, and upon seeing Su-chen perform fleeting light and shadow, he understood that this young man had truly mastered this movement martial technique, and his progress was not insignificant. At the very least, it was at the level of minor accomplishment or above. However, all of this was simply too incredible to believe. How long has it been since the young man took the fleeting shadows technique from the martial arts room? He's already cultivated it to this level so quickly, it's simply unbelievable. In other words, in just a few days, the young man mastered a B-level movement technique. Who could believe such speed? Back then, it took me a whole year to reach minor success with this movement technique. Truly, comparison only leads to frustration. Ding, you performed a martial skill, causing Elder Lu to associate it with the time you spent cultivating this movement technique.
Elder Lu is shocked and mentally shaken. Mental defense minus 600.
After performing the movement technique and traversing the martial arts room in a circle, Su-chen returned to Elder Lu with a confident smile on his face.
Elder Lu, see? I wasn't exaggerating, was I? Elder Lu nodded, then began to carefully size up Su-chen from head to toe.
Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. How is this possible? Your cultivation level has actually reached the late-stage perfection of a martial master. Elder Lu was incredibly astonished, his heart filled with shock. It was only after carefully observing just now that he realized the boy's cultivation level, something he hadn't paid attention to before. But now, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the boy had already reached the late-stage perfection of a martial master. Just one step away from entering the realm of a martial lord. Although this level is not considered very high in Old Lu's eyes, the other party is just a high school student.
Moreover, the last time this young man took the incomplete Thunder Blade technique, Old Lu, out of curiosity, had carefully observed him. Last time, this young man seemed to be only at the warrior level, yet in such a short time, he not only mastered the body technique martial skill but also reached the late-stage peak of the martial master level. Either of these achievements would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens to reach in such a short period. But the boy's progress in these two aspects is so astonishing that it leaves people dumbfounded. What kind of talent is this? What kind of comprehension is this? Elder Lu gasped, his heart deeply shaken, recalling how many years of effort it had taken him to advance from a warrior to the late-stage peak of a martial master. Your cultivation speed has shocked Elder Lu, causing him to recall the time he spent at this stage of cultivation, breaking his mental defenses. Defense breakpoints plus 500.
Su-chen's eyes flickered as he stared at Elder Lu in disbelief, thinking to himself, I never expected Elder Lu's breaking point to surpass even those of the geniuses. But in an instant, he understood the reason Elder Lu's profound strength was what made him so awe-inspiring. You are quite remarkable. Elder Lu pondered for a long time before finally speaking, his eyes revealing a glimmer of appreciation.
In his view, Su-chen not only possessed extraordinary talent and exceptional
comprehension but, more importantly, he never let his abilities make him arrogant, always maintaining composure and humility. In a short time, Elder Lu's opinion of Su-chen had changed significantly.
Thank you, Elder Lu.
Su-chen smiled faintly, though he secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. With a powerful system at his disposal, he was destined to stand out among the crowd.
Wait a moment.
Elder Lu gave a mysterious smile and turned to walk toward his small room. The crisp sound of a lock clicking came from the room, filling Su-chen's heart with anticipation. After a moment, Old Lu walked out of the small room, holding a thin booklet in his hands. He spoke mysteriously, "This is for you. It's a martial technique I acquired back in the day that conceals one's true cultivation level. Once mastered to a profound level, your real cultivation can be disguised as any level lower than your own. Even those several realms above you will find it hard to detect."
Su-chen's heart trembled as he quickly took the booklet, feeling a surge of intense excitement.
His cultivation speed was already astonishing, and those stronger than him could discern his level, while those weaker could only guess. Such exposure was undoubtedly a hidden danger. With this martial technique, he could present himself as being at a lower level, completely overturning his enemy's perceptions. It was the perfect tool for playing the fool to catch the tiger. "Thank you, old Lu," Su Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude, fully aware of how crucial this martial technique was to him. As for how he would repay old Lu in the future, he already had a plan in mind, confident that he would soon reach that level. Old Lu, observing Su Chen's decisive attitude, felt even more satisfied. He appreciated this straightforward and decisive style, disliking those who clearly wanted something but pretended to decline. If you want it, take it; if you don't, refuse outright, no hesitation. "All right, you may leave now." Elder Lu waved his hand, signaling. Su Chen cupped his fists, turned around decisively, and left. A true dragon is about to emerge in Jiangnan province. Elder Lu watched Su Chen's departing figure, his face full of emotion. Such a cultivation speed might not even be matched by the geniuses in big cities, perhaps even surpassing them. Carrying the martial arts technique gifted by Elder Lu, Su Chen did not immediately examine it but decided to savor it carefully after returning home. Carefully tucking the technique into his chest, Su Chen walked straight out of the school. At the bus stop in front of Linchuan High School, Su Chen waited patiently and soon boarded a bus. On the bus, he idly took out his phone and saw a few messages from Wan Peng, but the content was trivial. After casually replying, Su Chen suddenly noticed a group invitation on his phone. "The Lone Wolf invites you to join the group chat matchmaking family." Su Chen frowned slightly, his mind racing as he recalled that the Lone Wolf was his uncle. The same uncle who, when his aunt asked to borrow money, bluntly said no money and feigned poverty. While the act of refusing to lend money didn't seem unreasonable to him, his uncle's arrogant attitude was deeply unpleasant. He often advised his aunt to give up on her younger sister and constantly displayed a superior demeanor. "That's enough," Su Chen thought to himself, deciding to ignore his uncle's invitation. This uncle was always lecturing his aunt, Su Chen, and his younger sister, as if he were some kind of savior. However, even if his lectures had been meaningful, it might have been tolerable, but they were nothing but useless words filled with criticism and belittlement. He acted as if he were a god above all others. Thus, the original owner's disdain for this uncle was entirely understandable. Later, because his younger sister fell ill, this uncle worried that his family might be asked for money, so he took the initiative to cut off contact, fearing that the aunt would borrow money from him. Now, upon hearing that his sister's illness could be cured, this uncle showed up again. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought to himself, what kind of trick is this guy trying to pull this time? Without hesitation, he clicked agree and successfully joined the group chat. A message immediately appeared in the group. "Last night's Stars has joined the chat." This was Su Chen's social media username, chosen by the original owner, and he couldn't be bothered to change it. As soon as Su Chen joined the group chat, messages started pouring in. Lonely Wolf spoke up, "Congratulations, the last member of our family has finally joined the group chat. But Su Chen, you were quite hard to invite. We've been asking you for so long, and you only just agreed." Su Chen gave a faint smile and replied, Uncle, you're joking. I'm in my senior year of high school now, so of course, I need to focus on studying. That's why I only just saw the invitation." However, this remark excited the eldest uncle. The Lone Wolf continued, "Oh, right, Su Chen, you're already in your third year of high school. The college entrance exam is just around the corner, so you should study hard. But there's no need to push yourself too much. Last time, I heard from your aunt that you only have a D-level talent. With such low talent, practicing martial arts is definitely out of the question, so you probably didn't choose the martial arts track but went for the liberal arts track instead, right?" Another cousin in the group, Blooming Wealth, chimed in, "Even if martial arts aren't your thing, it's okay. Xiao Chen, choosing the liberal arts track can still get you into a decent liberal arts university. In the future, working as a clerk or something similar isn't bad either. At least you won't have to work in harsh weather conditions." The words of these two people seemed like a form of mockery, yet they unknowingly ignited Su Chen's fighting spirit. He took a deep breath and silently vowed in his heart that he would break this shackle and prove that those who underestimated him were all wrong. Shan Shan Ruoshui, TCH, what's the use of being good at liberal arts? No matter how good your liberal arts grades are, at most, you'll end up doing some ordinary job. Those high-ranking positions definitely won't go to someone with poor martial arts strength. Half sugar and sweet to sorrow, yeah, this world still values martial arts strength. And liberal arts aren't that easy to learn either. But it's okay, even if both liberal arts and martial arts grades are poor. In the future, the worst-case scenario is working in a factory screwing bolts or delivering food.
Thick virtue carries things, delivering food? Ha, you're overthinking it. If your martial arts skills aren't good, you won't even be able to compete with others in food delivery.
Those with a bit of skill can deliver food much faster. Half sugar and sweet to sorrow. I heard uncle specifically spent money to enroll cousin Suyu in extracurricular classes at the best martial arts school in Linchuan, Wuji Martial Arts School, with dedicated teachers guiding his practice.
Uncle, Suyu's results in the class placement test should be pretty good this time, right? Lone Wolf, ha, not bad. In this class placement test, Yuer's combat power reached 18,000, successfully entering the rocket class at Linchuan No. 2 High School. Half sugar and sweet to sadness, wow, the rocket class. Cousin Suyu is truly amazing. Shangshan Ruoshui, Yuer is such a talented kid, he's definitely material for martial arts university in the future. Congratulations, big brother. In the group chat, as soon as Su Chen was mentioned, the topic quickly shifted to Suyu. Suyu is the son of Su Chen's uncle, a few months older than Su Chen, and his cousin. He is also in his senior year of high school this year. When awakening his talent, Suyu directly awakened an A-level talent, which caused quite a stir in the family. The uncle's family runs a small business and is considered the wealthiest among the Su family. When Zhang Yue was seriously ill, the aunt was
the first to ask for a loan, but the uncle's family made all kinds of excuses and eventually severed ties with the original host's family. This time, the uncle created the group chat, clearly intending to show off. After all, his son got into the rocket class, which is a huge source of pride for him. I really don't understand what's so great about having over 10,000 combat power.
Su Chen shook his head, secretly sneering in his heart.
He didn't continue speaking, knowing deep down that the college entrance exam was the real key. As long as he achieved good results in the exam and got into a martial arts university, he could shut these relatives up. He opened the group settings and immediately selected Mute Group Notifications. The world instantly became quiet. Back home, his aunt was sitting on the old sofa in the living room, stitching shoe insoles. The needle and thread in her hand passed through one stitch after another, steady and meticulous.
"Aunt, why are you still making this?"
"You can just buy it for a few bucks," Su Chen said with some reluctance, knowing that making a pair of insoles takes a lot of time and effort. His aunt shook her head with a smile. "You silly child, the insoles outside that cost a few bucks are of poor quality and break in just a few days. Your pair of insoles is already worn out. I haven't been working recently, so I thought I'd make you 2 pairs to switch between."
Su Chen's eyes instantly felt warm.
Although his aunt wasn't his biological mother, she was even better than one, warming his heart.
"Thank you, Aunt."
He was deeply moved, though not good with words, and ultimately expressed all his gratitude in just 4 words.
Aunt saw his reddened eyes and laughed. "How old are you now, still so sentimental?"
Su Chen chuckled lightly. "No matter how old I am, I'll always be a child in front of my aunt."
Brother's eyes are red. "Are you going to cry? So embarrassing."
The little girl beside him poked his face, teasing mischievously.
"You little rascal."
Su Chen smiled helplessly, but his heart was filled with comfort. Ever since his sister's health improved, she had become more and more lively, which he saw as a truly good thing. The younger sister, who used to be frail and gloomy all day long, lacking the vitality of a little girl, now laughs cheerfully.
That pure smile seems to dispel all the gloom.
"Well, we're out of food for today. I should go out and buy some groceries," Aunt said, putting down the unfinished shoe pad in her hand, her face full of anticipation. Since Yue's serious illness, Aunt has been staying at the hospital every day, barely catching a break. She was even dismissed from her job at the chemical plant due to her prolonged absence, and she has yet to find a new job. The pressure of life forces her to grit her teeth and persevere. Fortunately, Su Chen generously transferred tens of thousands of yuan to her, temporarily alleviating her urgent needs. He told Aunt to take a good rest and not rush to find a job. In truth, Su Chen understood that Aunt had been trying hard to find opportunities, it was just that the timing wasn't right.
"Aunt, I'll go with you." Su Chen was determined to make the most of this time.
He knew his days at home were numbered. After the college entrance exams, he would head to a bigger city to chase his dreams. At this moment, he wanted to spend more time with his family to make up for the time he had missed.
He looked at Zhang Yue. "Yue, will you come with us?"
"No, I'll stay home and study. I've fallen behind a lot in my coursework after being sick for so long, and I want to catch up." The young girl shook her head decisively, her eyes filled with determination.
Su Chen was very pleased with her response.
Despite her young age, she had a clear goal, which made him, as her older brother, feel gratified. He didn't say much but silently supported his sister's choice. "I'll go get a bag." Ant turned around to find a shopping bag, a cloth bag specially sewn with dark fabric, both eco-friendly and practical, saving money for more important things. Not long after, Ant found the cloth bag and walked out the door with Su Chen. The two headed to the nearby vegetable market, where Ant shrewdly selected pork ribs, corn, pork belly, and greens.
The process of shopping was full of vitality.
Su Chen stayed close to Ant the entire time, watching intently as she haggled with the vegetable vendors. Every successful bargain brought confident smiles to their faces, a testament to the battles of life and the hope found in its steady flow. After everything was done, Su Chen still exuded emotional value, a confident smile hanging on his face.
"Auntie, you're amazing." Su Chen gave a thumbs up, his eyes sparkling with admiration.
"You silly child, life is all about knowing how to save." Auntie replied with a smile, although saving a penny or two each time doesn't seem like much, over the years it can add up to a significant amount.
Yes, I've learned something new." Su Chen nodded quickly, feeling secretly delighted, as if every word was giving him encouragement.
The two of them finished buying groceries and headed home. On the way, they ran into their neighbor Aunt Zhang and her son Wang Ji. Aunt Zhang's son, Wang Ji, is about the same age as Su Chen.
Back in the day, they were classmates in both elementary and middle school. However, Wang Ji could never match Su Chen in academics.
His grades were average, and he was constantly compared to Su Chen by his family, which inevitably made him a bit jealous. With the awakening of martial arts in high school, Wang Ji finally ushered in his spring. He awakened a B-level talent, while Su Chen only had a D-level talent. At this moment, Wang Ji felt like a hero turning the tide, brimming with pride. "Hey, Xiao Ju, where are you and Su Chen off to?"
Aunt Zhang greeted warmly.
"Well, Xiao Chen and I went to buy groceries," Auntie replied with a smile. "Oh, I see." Aunt Zhang's eyes flashed with a hint of light as she turned to Su Chen.
"Xiao Chen, you're in your senior year, right? Same grade as my Xiao Ji. The college entrance exams are coming up soon."
"Yes, Aunt Zhang." Su Chen smiled faintly, pondering silently in his heart. "Did you choose liberal arts or martial arts?"
Aunt Zhang continued to ask.
"Martial arts."
Su Chen answered firmly, his eyes gleaming with determination.
Aunt Zhang's smile grew even brighter, as if she felt immense pride in her son's choice. "Martial arts is great. You must work hard to cultivate. My Wang Ji is doing well in his training. I'll have him teach you a few moves someday." As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt Zhang's face was full of pride, as if she had already envisioned Su Chen's progress in martial arts after being guided by Wang Ji. Aunt glanced at Su Chen, wanting to say something, but Su Chen slightly shook his head, signaling her not to intervene.
"Oh, really?"
Su Chen feigned delight, but inwardly sneered. "Mom, the college entrance exams are just around the corner. I'm already too busy to handle everything myself. How would I have time to teach him?" Wang Ji interjected from the side, his tone full of disdain. He rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, a useless person with a D-level talent, teaching him is simply a waste of time, there's no way he could improve.
"Hey, how can you talk like that, child?"
Aunt Zhang pretended to be angry, but inside she was overjoyed. She then turned to Su Chen and said, "Sorry.
Xiao Chen, Aji and the others have heavy study tasks, so they don't have time."
"It's not that he doesn't want to teach you, he's just too busy." Su Chen sighed softly, his tone carrying a hint of regret, as if losing Wang Ji's guidance made him feel extremely disappointed.
"It's fine, the final sprint in senior year is indeed very busy."
Su Chen tried to make his voice sound sincere, but inwardly he was secretly pleased.
"Well, Xiao Chen, keep it up. We'll head back first."
Aunt Zhang smugly pulled Wang Ji away, her heart filled with satisfaction, as if she had finally had her moment of triumph in front of everyone. After Aunt Zhang and her son left, the aunt turned to Su Chen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation.
"Xiao Chen, why didn't you let me mention your current grades just now?"
She knew very well that Su Chen's results in this placement test were truly unexpected, ranking among the top.
"It's fine, Aunt. There's no need.
Even if you said it, they might not believe it, and it wouldn't have much impact."
Su Chen's lips curved into a confident smile, his gaze resolute.
"When the college entrance exam results come out, they'll understand that the things they pride themselves on are nothing but a joke in my eyes." After hearing this, Aunt's eyes sparkled even brighter, and her expectations for Xiao Chen grew immensely.
"Xiao Chen, your idea is fantastic."
During this period, in the family WeChat group, Big Brother and other relatives have been constantly boasting about Big Brother's son, Su Yu.
Their smug demeanor is simply laughable.
What made her even more indignant was that the relatives, while praising Su Yu, always compared him to Xiao Chen, intending to belittle him.
However, ants secretly felt delighted.
Once Xiao Chen's college entrance exam results come out and he gets into a good university, the expressions on those relatives' faces will surely be priceless. Xiao Chen, Auntie is waiting for the day you make her proud.
Don't worry, Auntie. I'll definitely make you hold your head high in front of them, Su Chen said firmly.
Hearing these words, Auntie's heart was filled with comfort, and her smile grew even brighter, her eyes curving like crescent moons. After dinner, the house went dark, and the room fell silent. In the sky, a crescent moon hung high, its silver light spilling down, as if the entire world were immersed in a dream. Su Chen silently picked up the long knife he had taken from the Wang family, carefully put on the orange cat headgear, and opened the window of the room.
Their family lived in an old building with only 6 floors.
The third floor was not high, and outside the window stood a decades-old yellow fruit tree, lush and leafy, where neighbors often gathered to cool off during summer. Su Chen deftly flipped out of the window, his body landing lightly on the branches of the yellow fruit tree like a swallow. His control had reached an exquisite level, making almost no sound as he landed, only startling a few sleeping birds in the tree. The night was deep, and a fearless passion ignited in Su Chen's heart.
He knew that his legend was about to begin.
Su Chen landed lightly on the branch, then with a few agile movements, he descended steadily to the ground. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A few startled sparrows flew into the sky, perching on a nearby cable, watching the boy on the ground warily.
Only when Su Chen's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness did the sparrows return to their nests. Tonight, Su Chen was determined to completely resolve the trouble with the Wang family. If this trouble wasn't resolved, he would always feel uneasy.
If the other party were only targeting him, it wouldn't matter as much, but the real fear was
that the Wang family might continue to go after his aunt and younger sister. Based on the Wang family's way of doing things, this possibility was very high. Therefore, to prevent the Wang family from continuing to cause trouble for his family, Su Chen decided to strike first and eliminate the problem at its root. Acting
preemptively was crucial. He didn't want to wait for the Wang family to make the first move.
If anything happened to his family, it would be too late for regrets. All potential troubles should be nipped in the bud. Soon, Su Chen left the old town and entered the new district.
The wealthy area where the Wang family resided was situated on a hillside, with luxurious villas exuding grandeur and occupying vast spaces.
Su Chen did not know the exact location of the Wang family, but as a renowned martial arts family in Linchuan, the Wang family was well known. A simple online search was enough to find their address.
It was through this method that he headed straight there.
Su Chen's strength had already become formidable.
Even after running through the darkness for several hours, he had hardly expended much energy. A casual meditation and breath adjustment would restore him to peak condition. In the darkness, Su Chen's figure moved swiftly like a ghost. He seemed to have gradually developed a liking for the night. The night could conceal everything, making him feel an unparalleled sense of safety. Wang family's villa basement. No, I don't want to. A teenager dressed in tattered clothes, his face dirty, was being violently dragged out of the cell by several burly men. This cell was specially built by the Wang family for conducting some unspeakable activities. The teenager's pitch-black eyes were filled with fear. He understood what was about to happen next. Previously, the teenager who shared the cell with him had been dragged out by these villains. Later, the stretcher they carried back held his cellmate, whose body had already lost its original shape. From a distance, the teenager saw that his companion's head had been transplanted onto a tiger's body. The tiger's head had been chopped off, and in its place was his companion's head. Then, that companion turned into a monster. The people here are all devils. They dismember perfectly healthy individuals and perform various transplant surgeries. Those who are dragged away undoubtedly turn into monsters. He didn't want to become a monster. He would rather die than turn into one. However, those people paid no attention to the boy's despair. In their eyes, the boy was nothing more than a lab rat raised by the royal family, left at their mercy. The boy was already small and thin, and after being confined here for so long, both his body and mind were utterly exhausted, leaving him with no strength to resist. Soon, he was dragged out of the cell, his despairing eyes filled with fear.
Am I going to become a monster too?
The boy's heart was filled with hopelessness.
Not long after, a towel was pressed over his nose and mouth.
The boy struggled for a moment before passing out, completely motionless. A few people dragged him into an operating room, where several experts dressed in white dust-free suits were busy working.
The room
was filled with various instruments, and at the center was a massive operating table, upon which lay a huge wolf-like creature. This wolf-like creature is almost indistinguishable from an ordinary wolf, but its size is much larger, and its presence is extraordinary.
More importantly, it is currently in a state of unconsciousness.
If it were to awaken, it would likely pose a significant threat. This is an extraordinary creature of the wilderness, but clearly, it is a low-level extraordinary creature. The so-called extraordinary creatures have two origins. One is extraordinary creatures from other dimensions that traverse through spatial tunnels, and the other is ordinary creatures that evolve into extraordinary beings after absorbing primal energy that seeps through spatial tunnels. The former type of extraordinary creature is immensely powerful, while the latter is generally much weaker. This extraordinary wolf is clearly an extraordinary creature evolved from a local wild wolf. Outside the operating room, the senior members of the Wang family were gathered.
Is the transplant surgery guaranteed to succeed? A middle-aged man asked in a deep voice.
He was Wang Anyu, who had recently lost his son. Tonight was a night of critical importance for him.
He was in charge of the Wang family's transplant project. Recently, the Wang family's transplant technology had achieved an unprecedented
breakthrough, and the new technique was about to be used in its first transplant. As the project leader, he naturally had to be present in person.
Second Master, the issue with the transplant surgery shouldn't be significant.
Even if it fails, it would only be due to the lack of proficiency with the new technology. A few more trials should lead to success, the person in charge said confidently.
Wang Anyu nodded slightly. All right, let's proceed. Start the surgery as soon as possible.
Then, he found a corner to sit down, took out his phone, and began reviewing the materials sent by his subordinates today. A photo caught his eye. The young man in the picture was handsome and charismatic, with an extraordinary aura. Wang Anyu continued to browse through the materials, feeling a vague sense of unease.
Su Chen,
he murmured to himself. The information made him realize that his wife, during her time at the hospital, had been trying
to seize the medication meant for this young man's sister. Subsequently, tragedy struck, and both his wife and son met their demise. Of course, Wang Anyu did not believe that Su Chen could be the direct perpetrator of this tragedy.
According to the information, this teenager was quite prestigious at Linchuan No. 1 High School, an outstanding martial arts student. But in his eyes, he was ultimately just an ant at the martial artist level. Among his wife and those Wang family members, several were strong martial masters. How could they possibly be killed by a mere teenager? However, although he did not think Su Chen acted personally, this teenager was clearly intricately connected to the incident. Perhaps he had a powerful master hidden behind him. It was also possible that his wife and son had offended someone else, leading to their fatal disaster. The Wang family had made plenty of enemies, especially his wife, who was always arrogant and surrounded by foes, inevitably courting trouble.
If you are even slightly connected to the deaths of my wife and son, your entire family will pay the price for it.
A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Anyu's eyes as he silently vowed that once the matters here were settled, he would personally wipe out the entire family of this boy named Su Chen, leaving no mercy.
Su Chen quietly stepped into the villa district where the Wang family resided.
He moved like a shadow, easily avoiding the surrounding surveillance, wandering in the darkness as if merging with the night itself. The villa district was sparsely populated, and his figure was like a ghost. No one noticed his presence. This time, the target was Wang Anyu.
Relying on the clues provided by the mother and son, Su Chen quickly tracked down Wang Anyu's whereabouts
and discovered that he was the father of the boy who had been cruelly abusing cats.
Wang Anyu's photos were all over the internet, making him easy to identify.
What made things even more exhilarating was the fact that the most powerful head of the Wang family was currently
in seclusion. Su Chen decided to seize this opportunity and act tonight, sending Wang Anyu straight to hell to reunite with his family.
Since they're a family, they should stay together, Su Chen murmured, a cold and ruthless smile curling at the corners of his lips. Despite his presence being nearly undetectable in the villa district, Su Chen found no trace of Wang Anyu after some searching.
In the
end, he mercilessly threatened a member of the Wang family, extracting Wang Anyu's address to ensure this person wouldn't interfere with his plans. Su Chen swiftly dealt with him, discarding the body into the bushes just a few meters away from the villa district. Having completed this task, Su Chen moved quickly to infiltrate Wang Anyu's villa.
The interior was silent, shrouded in pitch-black darkness, indicating that the family had already gone to bed.
He silently celebrated his good fortune. Now that he'd located Wang Anyu's residence, all he had to do was patiently await the man's return. In the villa's hallway, Su Chen came across a room filled with toys, undoubtedly the child's bedroom. Nearby, the master bedroom exuded an air of opulence, with its luxurious decor and wardrobes filled with expensive clothing. Su Chen chose to quietly position himself behind the door of the master bedroom, patiently waiting in silence. Time passed by second, and Su Chen remained as still as a statue until he heard the sound of a door opening outside.
As expected, Wang Anyu had opened the villa door. Although a complex transplant surgery was underway in the operating room, Wang Anyu's action of returning home to retrieve something was not surprising. Just as Su Chen thought Wang Anyu would return to his room to rest, he noticed him rummaging through something in the living room. The door slammed shut heavily, and Su Chen frowned slightly, secretly curious about what Wang Anyu was busy with that kept him from sleeping. He decided to follow quietly, leaping lightly out of the window. The Wang family villa was situated on a hillside, surrounded by Wang family property. Su Chen followed closely and silently behind Wang Anyu until he entered the depths of a forest. Wang Anyu's figure grew more distant until he finally entered a hidden cave. A surge of excitement rose in Su Chen's heart as he followed closely behind. After traversing a winding path, he finally saw Wang Anyu stop. Wang Anyu placed his palm against a section of the stone wall inside the cave, and with a loud rumble, the ground unexpectedly opened up to reveal a passage leading underground. Su Chen's pupils slightly contracted, and he thought to himself, this place is so hidden, there must be a significant secret buried underground. He felt this might be a perfect opportunity to bring down the Wang family in one fell swoop. Using his movement technique, he quickly followed before the two massive stone doors completely closed. The vast underground space of the Wang family unfolded before his eyes, leaving him deeply shocked. Enormous glass containers filled with green liquid, each holding various colossal extraordinary creatures. This was Su Chen's first time seeing extraordinary creatures. The original host had lived his entire life in the city, never venturing into the wilderness, and naturally had no chance to witness these strange beings. As for the current Su Chen, whose soul came from a different world in the 21st century, he had rarely even seen wild animals. Now, faced with these gigantic beings, he was utterly astounded. The surrounding environment lacked surveillance equipment, clearly indicating this was a secret base hidden from the public eye. Su Chen secretly rejoiced, thinking to himself, today, the Wang family is destined for a major upheaval. So there are no cameras here, but there are many martial artists patrolling. Su Chen's heart stirred. Avoiding these patrolling martial artists was not difficult for him. He quickly took out his phone, adjusted the camera to silent mode, and turned off the flash. Then, he snapped pictures of those extraordinary creatures soaking in the special solution, a mix of nervousness and excitement gradually igniting within him. After taking the photos, he continued to explore the area, his heartbeat accelerating as he anticipated even more shocking discoveries. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he stumbled upon an even more horrifying scene. Soaking in the solution were numerous entities that combined extraordinary creatures with humans. There were human heads on snake bodies, human heads on spider bodies, and even human bodies with beast heads, utterly chilling to behold. In an instant, Su Chen understood what kind of place this was. This was a secret base dedicated to performing transplant and grafting surgeries. The Wang family was actually researching the transplantation and fusion of humans with extraordinary creatures, attempting to create a special kind of human-beast hybrid. All of this left Su Chen utterly shocked. Although he didn't fully understand the rules and order of this high martial world, he knew that the Wang family's actions were absolutely out of line. Otherwise, they wouldn't have established a base in such a hidden place. Splicing humans with extraordinary creatures, how audacious of the Wang family. Were they trying to create a monster army? And where did those people come from? Could they have been live captives used for experiments? Su Chen's heart trembled, and he suddenly realized that dealing with Wang Anyu didn't require him to act personally. The Wang family was practically digging their own grave. All he needed to do was report everything about the Wang family to the Martial Artists Association, and the Wang family would undoubtedly be eradicated. The Martial Artists Association would never allow any faction to engage in such activities. After taking photos of those special human-beast hybrid creatures, Su Chen immediately activated his movement martial technique, swiftly avoiding the patrolling martial artists. He located the switch to open the stone door. Fortunately, the switch to exit didn't require facial recognition, fingerprints, irises, or any other biometric features, just a simple press, and the stone door opened effortlessly. After leaving, Su Chen hurriedly went back to the place where he had previously disposed of the body. Using the corpse's fingerprint, he unlocked the phone and quickly transferred the photos he had taken to the device. Then, without hesitation, he sent a report email to the Martial Artists Association and destroyed the phone afterward. All this happened swiftly and decisively, and Su Chen felt secretly pleased. This way, the Martial Artists Association would never trace it back to him,
as he had already pushed the Wang family's crimes into the spotlight. In the Linchuan Martial Security Association's night duty office, the atmosphere was tense and serious.
Another night of overtime.
"Want some coffee?" asked a woman in a Martial Security Association uniform, her eyes showing a hint of fatigue. The Martial Security Association, as a specialized agency of the Martial Artists Association, is responsible for handling various matters related to martial
artists, much like the police officers among ordinary people.
To deal with emergencies that could occur at any time, night shifts are indispensable.
Coffee?
Where can we buy coffee at this hour? The male colleague looked puzzled, clearly not understanding the nature of working overtime.
The woman rolled her eyes and laughed. "Nonsense, of course it's instant coffee. Did you really think you'd get freshly brewed coffee?"
As soon as she finished speaking, the woman pulled 2 packets of instant coffee from her pocket and handed them to the male colleague.
"Here, just drink this. Add a cup of hot water and it's done. Simple. Make one for me too."
"All right." The male colleague reluctantly took them and turned to walk toward the water dispenser. The woman sat back in front of the computer, her gaze swept across, and she suddenly noticed the flashing new email icon on the screen.
"Ha! What's wrong?"
Her male colleague, who had just made 2 cups of coffee, walked over and asked.
"This is big. I need to call Captain Su immediately."
The woman's expression turned serious in an instant, and she quickly got up and rushed to the landline. The male colleague hurried to check the computer screen as well, his heart tightening as he immediately realized the gravity of the situation. The woman grabbed the microphone and quickly dialed Captain Suyi's number.
"Captain, something big has happened." After hanging up the phone, Su-yi immediately issued orders.
The members of the Linchuan Wuan Association, like a well-trained army, quickly assembled and prepared to set out.
The elites
sped off in their vehicles toward the Wang family, the cars racing through the streets in the early hours of the morning. Occasionally, passers-by who witnessed the scene were all stunned.
"What on earth is happening?"
The passers-by asked each other, their hearts filled with confusion. Inside the car, Suyi's expression was grave, his dark eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Based on the contents of the report email, the Wang family's connection to the beast god cult might not be simple.
If this were true, it would be a major case. However, who could be the one to report the Wang family's secrets? Ordinary people would have no access to such critical information. The photos attached to the email clearly reveal the Wang family's secret base, and such a place would never be left unguarded. The person who managed to secretly take photos and successfully send the email is evidently no ordinary individual.
Has the IP address of the email sender been confirmed? Sui asked in a deep voice, a faint sense of unease rising in his heart. It has been confirmed.
The IP address is located in the Wang family's villa district and has remained unchanged, the subordinate beside him quickly responded.
All right, I understand. Sui nodded, thinking to himself, if the IP address hasn't changed, it likely means the device used to report earlier has already been destroyed.
Under the cover of night, vehicles stopped in front of the Wang family villa district.
A group of armed members of the Wuan Society quickly got out and advanced toward the villa's gate.
Who are you? What do you want?
The Wang family guards, seeing the situation, immediately stepped forward to question them, their faces showing panic.
The Wuan Society is acting. Everyone, squat down and surrender. Anyone who resists will be executed on the spot.
Suyi's voice was as cold as a blade, sending a shiver through the hearts of the Wang family members present.
What? The astonishment on the Wang family members' faces grew more pronounced.
Some attempted to resist, but upon seeing the imposing demeanor of the Wuan Society members, fear instantly took hold in their hearts. In the crowd, a member of the Wang family initially wanted to take action, but upon seeing the resolute man leading the group, the courage in his heart instantly
vanished.
This man was Sui, the captain of the Wuan Association in Linchuan City. As a martial arts master, his strength commanded respect and awe from everyone. At this moment, a tense atmosphere enveloped the Wang family villa district, as both sides were about to engage in an unprecedented confrontation. A martial arts master is a symbol of the pinnacle of martial arts, capable of externalizing their energy with immense power.
Their every move carries formidable destructive force, akin to an unstoppable giant mountain that instills fear. In their presence,
ordinary martial artists and martial masters are utterly incomparable, like the gap between a newborn lamb and a ferocious tiger.
Sui waved his hand grandly, exuding an imposing aura.
Several thick black vines emerged from the ground, resembling agile black snakes, swaying unpredictably as if waiting for the right moment to strike, seemingly capable of delivering a fatal blow at any time. The members of the Wang family were utterly shocked at the sight. These vines were nothing less than deadly blades, capable of piercing through a person's body with ease.
Everyone, squat down.
Those who resist will die.
Suyi's voice was like a cold blade, piercing straight into the heart.
The Wang family members did not dare to resist and obediently squatted down with their heads in their hands.
It wasn't that they didn't want to resist, but they simply lacked the means to do so.
The vines before them were the techniques of a martial sect expert, and the Wang family currently didn't even have a single martial sect level expert, leaving them utterly powerless.
Before long, the members of the Wuhan Association swiftly apprehended these individuals one by one.
Sui selected a few elites to accompany him to the Wang family's secret base, while the others were tasked with capturing the remaining Wang family members. Arriving at the entrance of the secret base within the cave, everyone stared at the two massive stone doors on the ground.
Boss, according to the report email, the Wang family's secret base is located right here, a subordinate reported.
Sui nodded, extended his right hand, and a massive black vine emerged from the ground, its tip fiercely stabbing toward the stone door.
Bang!
Accompanied by a loud explosion, rubble scattered everywhere, and the massive stone door instantly shattered, revealing a passage leading underground. Alarm sounds surged like a tide, buzz, 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 incessantly.
Grab your weapon and follow me.
Sui paid no attention to the blaring alarms, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. The Wang family was already like fish in a barrel, with no chance of escape.
What's going on? What exactly happened? Wang Anyu looked bewildered, the alarms in the base filling him with unease.
Just as he was about to lead his men to investigate, a group of imposing figures in Wuhan Association uniforms suddenly appeared before him, swiftly surrounding them.
Don't move!
A member of the Wuhan Association barked coldly. Rebels will die. Another member's voice sounded like a judgment, carrying an undeniable authority. Wang Anyu was not one to shy away from resistance, but as soon as he picked up a long knife, he was firmly restrained by black vines that emerged from his side, instantly losing the ability to fight back. Faced with the innate abilities displayed by the martial sect, he, at the martial master level, had no power to retaliate.
Despair swept over him in an instant.
The Wang family was finished.
Soon, everyone in the Wang family's secret base was captured, even the servants were not spared.
The entire family, like a candle in the wind, was completely extinguished. The members of the Wuhan Society also found a boy in the operating room.
The teenager was lying on the operating table, having just undergone surgery.
The head of a transcendent creature had been removed, and the nerves on the neck were still clearly visible. The Wuhan Society took the boy away as well, determined to uncover all the secrets related to the Wang family.
Before leaving, Sui went to trace the precise IP address of the person who sent the report email.
After some searching, he only found a shattered phone in the corpse of a
Wang family member.
Clearly, the person who reported the case had used the Wang family's phone and had also silenced the witness, making the investigation impossible to proceed.
The surveillance footage from the Wang family also revealed no clues. It was evident that this was the work of a highly skilled individual, capable of operating within the Wang family without being detected, something even an ordinary martial artist could not achieve. The next day. Have you heard? The Wang family was raided by the Wuhan Society last night.
It is said that several trucks came to take people away, and the entire Wang family was arrested, even the servants weren't spared.
The Wang family is connected to cultists, secretly researching the grafting of extraordinary creatures with humans. Such scum, it's good they were caught. Didn't the Wang family resist? Resistance? With what to resist? Isn't the Wang family a martial arts family? Martial arts family? Although the Wang family is formidable, can they compare to the Martial Artists Association?
The Wang family only has the family head with late-stage martial master perfection strength, but leading the raid this time is Captain Su, a martial lord expert. No matter how many martial artists the Wang family has, in the face of a martial master, they are nothing more than a few strong ants. The news spread like wildfire, and the news of the Wang family being raided instantly swept through the entire Linchuan.
As a martial arts family in Linchuan, the Wang family appeared to many ordinary people as a colossal entity, now collapsing with a thunderous crash, leaving countless people sighing in amazement.
Many speculated behind the scenes about the true reason for the Wang family's downfall. Some said the Wang family had offended a powerful figure, leading to the destruction of the entire family. Some say that the Wang family produced a traitor. Su Qin paid no attention to this, feeling secretly pleased. The downfall of the Wang family had nothing to do with him, instead, it made him feel incredibly relieved.
If he had acted personally, it would have undoubtedly
caused a huge uproar, and the people from the Wuhan Society would have pursued the matter to the end. But now, the Wang family's assets had been confiscated, completely unrelated to him, which greatly improved his mood. What he feared most were those potential hidden dangers. Once any signs appeared, he would act decisively to nip them in the bud. Now, it's time to go to the Martial Artists Association to certify my martial master status. Su Chen's lips curled into a smile, his heart brimming with confidence.
With the Wang family's troubles resolved, he no longer had
to worry about his martial master strength being exposed. Although the martial master status wasn't particularly remarkable, as a high school senior at the late-stage peak of martial mastery, he was still quite eye-catching.
Su Chen had always been cautious in his actions.
When going to the Martial Artists Association for certification, he didn't plan to reveal his full strength. After all, some things were better kept hidden. He knew that once certified as a martial artist, he could receive a monthly stipend from the association, which was significantly higher than the income of an average office worker.
Why not take advantage of it?
After freshening up, Su Chen changed into a tracksuit and headed energetically to the Linchuan Martial Artists Association.
Many
martial artists preferred wearing the combat suits sold by the association. These suits were made of special polymer materials with exceptional elasticity, making them impossible to tear under normal circumstances. Wearing such a combat suit ensured that even during
intense collisions while performing martial techniques, the suit would remain intact, making it the ideal choice for martial artists.
However, combat suits were quite expensive, and Su Chen hadn't purchased one yet. For now, his priority was to get certified as a martial artist. With a few months of stipends, he could afford to buy a set of equipment, a plan he was already formulating in his mind. His goal was to acquire a full combat set to enhance his fighting capabilities before the college entrance exams. After leaving home, he took a bus and, after an hour-long ride, finally arrived at the Martial Artists Association.
The association was an independent and imposing building, no less impressive than any commercial plaza.
The entrance was bustling with people, as martial artists of all kinds came and went, creating a lively atmosphere. The Warrior Association can be said to be the gathering place for warriors in every region. Here, there is not only the Martial Security Council responsible for the safety of warriors but also weapons, martial arts techniques, and various resources used by warriors, including warrior-level certifications. Whether it's resources found by warriors during their wilderness training or extraordinary creatures they have hunted, all can be sold at the Warrior Association. In short, anything related to warriors can be found at the Warrior Association. As a result, the association is bustling with activity every day. Su Chen's eyes sparkled as he sized up the imposing building and walked in without hesitation. I want to sell herbs.
Can you check if this is a spiritual herb? I want to buy weapons. Could you tell me where the weapon sellers are?
Bro, it's been a few days, and you're already at Warrior Level 8.
Hee, just lucky, just lucky.
As soon as he stepped into the Warrior Association building, a variety of voices filled his ears, creating a lively atmosphere. The hall was bustling with people, and the various departments were dazzling to behold.
For a moment, Su Chen couldn't find the location for the warrior test.
After carefully scanning the area, he finally spotted the service desk in the center of the Warrior Association building. Two women dressed in Martial Artists Association uniforms stood in front of the service desk.
Su Chen stepped forward and politely asked, "Hello, may I ask where the martial artist certification is?"
The two young ladies at the service desk sized up Su Chen, and then one of them smiled slightly. "The martial artist certification is straight ahead.
Turn left at the fork up ahead, and you'll see it."
"All right, thank you," Su Chen replied, his heart filled with anticipation for the upcoming certification. After Su Chen left, the two young ladies continued to watch his departing figure and whispered to each other, so full of youthful energy, he must still be a high school student.
Could he really be here for the martial artist certification? One of them said. Another person shook their head, not necessarily.
Maybe they just want to watch the excitement.
Many young people watch the excitement.
At the Warrior Certification Department, getting a preview of the certification process to lay a good foundation for the future.
Maybe.
On the other side, in the weapon sales shop, various weapons were displayed here, including knives, swords, long spears, axes, and more. Long knives were the most popular, as blade techniques were the most common martial skills in this world. At this moment, three boys were standing together, with one of them holding a shiny long knife in his hand. "Deji, this long knife of yours is really impressive."
"Yeah, the material of this knife is quite good. I wonder when I'll be able to afford one."
Looking at the long knife in his hand and listening to the envious voices of his classmates beside him, Wang Ji felt immense joy in his heart. He had scrimped and saved for a long time, even exhausting his family's savings, and finally managed to buy this knife. He thought to himself that this knife would surely give him a significant boost during the college entrance exams. Work hard, and you'll be able to buy one soon, Wang Ji comforted them.
We can just buy an ordinary one. This one of yours is too expensive. Where should we go next? Wang Ji pondered for a moment. Let's go check out the warrior certification.
Warrior certification requires at least the strength of a martial master to qualify. Once certified, one can receive a monthly stipend from the Warrior Association, which is a
national benefit. Wang Ji's suggestion was immediately supported by the other two classmates, and the group quickly headed toward the direction of the warrior certification. At this moment, Su Chen also happened to arrive at the warrior certification site. Warrior is a general term, referring to anyone above warrior level 1, while the warrior certification is specifically for warriors at martial master level and above. Once successfully certified, one can receive a stipend issued by the Warrior Association. Su Chen walked to the front desk. Hello, may I ask where I can get a martial artist certification? The receptionist gave a smile and asked, Sir, are you here for the martial artist certification? Yes. Then please follow me. The receptionist was slightly taken aback and looked at Su Chen. In a small place like Linchuan, martial artists were already rare, and someone as young as Su Chen was even rarer. To be so young and come for a martial artist certification meant that this young man had already reached the martial artist level. The receptionist was secretly amazed. Someone like this, as long as they didn't fall from grace, was destined to become a powerful figure in the future. Thus, she showed him extra respect. Soon, the young lady led Su Chen to the certification location and personally took a number for him. Su Chen checked the sequence displayed on the screen and found that his number was A05. The screen showed that there were only 2 people ahead of him, making him the third. He hadn't expected so few people to be undergoing martial artist certification, and a sense of pride surged in his heart. Su Chen felt slightly surprised but quickly came to terms with it. Although Linchuan was small, the atmosphere for martial arts was vibrant. Martial artists were not particularly numerous, but in this place, strength was everything. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and more enthusiastic, with everyone eager to witness an exciting martial artist certification. Soon, a burly middle-aged man was called up to begin his martial artist certification. The certification process was straightforward, primarily testing combat power. As long as one's combat power exceeded 40,000, even if they were only at the warrior rank, they could pass smoothly and enjoy the benefits of being a martial artist. The middle-aged man passed steadily, and a round of cheers erupted at the scene. Next, a woman in her late 20s also passed the test smoothly. This was nothing unusual. Most people who came for martial artist certification had a clear understanding of their own strength and knew whether they could pass. Only those whose combat power was right at the critical threshold might fail due to nervousness. Next, A05. The certification staff called decisively. From the crowd, a tall and slender young man stepped forward. When Wang Ji saw this young man, he was instantly shocked, his mouth agape, and he froze in place as if rooted to the spot. He had already caught a glimpse of Su Chen in the crowd but hadn't greeted him. In Wang Ji's view, Su Chen was no longer someone from the same world as him. He's definitely here to watch the commotion, Wang Ji thought to himself. How could Su Chen possibly come for the martial artist certification? His skills are so trash. However, reality slapped Wang Ji in the face at this moment. Su Chen actually stepped onto the certification stage. Impossible. Su Chen's trashy skills, how could he possibly undergo martial artist certification? He must be here to show off and attract attention, Wang Ji couldn't help but think. He couldn't associate Su Chen with the title of martial master, and a wave of disbelief surged in his heart. In his eyes, Su Chen's strength was far from qualifying him to participate in this certification. However, the facts kept closing in, heralding an impending shock. Before awakening his innate abilities, Su Chen's academic performance had always been among the top. At that time, Wang Ji constantly lived in Su Chen's shadow. Su Chen was the enviable child from someone else's family. However, when Su Chen awakened a D-level talent, the students began learning martial arts, and Wang Ji finally surpassed him at a certain moment. The shadow of many years completely dissipated, and from then on, Su Chen was trampled under his feet, looked down upon by him. He gave his all to surpass Su Chen. So how could he be willing to believe that Su Chen would rise again? Wang Ji only felt in his heart that Su Chen's performance this time must be to attract attention. The two classmates who came along with Wang Ji couldn't help but start discussing in surprise when they saw the young Su Chen. Brother Wang, this person looks so young, he should be a high school student too. Yeah, Brother Wang, he must be a student from another high school. Already at the martial master level at such a young age? That's just too impressive. I really don't know when I'll be able to become a martial master and go through the certification as gloriously as he did. Several people were chattering, their words full of longing and admiration. Martial master. This is the realm they yearn for the most, and also their current goal. However, the two did not notice that Wang Ji's face was growing increasingly grim as they discussed. Shut up. Wang Ji reprimanded in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of anger. Only then did the two classmates realize Wang Ji's unusual behavior. Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? Yeah, Brother Wang, what happened? The two classmates looked puzzled. Just now, Wang Ji was so happy after buying a new weapon, so why does he look so grim now? Do you really think he's a martial artist? Wang Ji said in a deep voice. This statement left the two classmates utterly confused. How could someone not be a martial artist at a place for martial artist certification? They all looked at Wang Ji, expecting his explanation. Wang Ji scoffed and said, "This person is Su Chen, a student from Linchuan No. 1 High School. He's also my neighbor, so I know his situation very well. He's just a useless guy who awakened a D-level talent. How could he possibly be a martial artist?" The two were stunned upon hearing this. After a moment, they gradually came to their senses. Damn, this guy is actually just a D-level talent. A D-level talent might not even break through to the martial master realm in their lifetime. This loser is way too bold, isn't he? He actually dared to come to the Martial Artists Association too. Before awakening his innate ability, Su Chen had always excelled in academic subjects. At that time, Wang Ji lived in Su Chen's shadow, as if he were constantly suffocated by the pressure of being compared to the perfect child. In others' eyes. It wasn't until Su Chen awakened a D-level talent that Wang Ji finally surpassed him, feeling as though the shadow that had loomed over him for years had finally dissipated, filling him with secret pride. But now, with Su Chen appearing before him once again, Wang Ji was unwilling to believe that the person he had once trampled underfoot could rise again. He simply thought Su Chen was putting on a show, trying to attract attention with empty gestures. The two classmates who came with Wang Ji were surprised to see such a young Su Chen, a hint of astonishment flashing in their eyes. "Brother Wang, this person is so young, he must be a high school student too," one classmate exclaimed. "Exactly, Brother Wang, he must be a student from another high school," another chimed in. "He's so young, could he already be at the martial master level? That's just incredible." Their eyes were filled with admiration and longing. A martial master. This was the realm they most aspired to reach at this stage. However, Wang Ji's expression grew increasingly grim. "Shut up," he reprimanded in a low voice, his tone laced with anger. The two classmates finally noticed Wang Ji's expression, full of confusion. "Brother Wang, what's wrong?" "Yeah, Brother Wang, what happened?" Wang Ji said in a deep voice, "Do you really think this person is a martial artist?" His tone sounded as if he was revealing an earth-shattering secret. The two classmates froze, looking at Wang Ji in disbelief. At a place for martial artist certification, how could someone not be a martial artist? Wang Ji sneered disdainfully and continued, "This person is Su Chen, a student from Linchuan No. 1 High School. He's my neighbor, and I know him very well. He's just a useless guy who awakened a D-level talent. How could he possibly be a martial artist?" The two classmates' expressions instantly turned blank. After a moment, they finally snapped out of it. "Damn, this guy is just a D-level talent holder. A person with a D-level talent might never break through to the martial master realm in their lifetime," another student said with a shake of his head, full of disdain. Such a useless person actually came here for martial master certification, truly overestimating himself. Wang Ji sneered coldly, "He's just trying to attract attention." The two students exchanged glances, and Su Chen's image in their minds completely shifted, from initial admiration to outright ridicule. At this moment, Su Chen had already arrived in front of the combat power testing device. The tester responsible for recording combat power made a pleased gesture. Su Chen nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and pretended to look nervous. He understood in his heart that the martial master certification was merely a formality and didn't require him to be nervous. However, to avoid revealing his true strength, he deliberately acted as if he was well prepared, twisting his neck and shrugging his shoulders. To others, it seemed as though he was relaxing his body, ready to face the challenge. Putting on an act. Wang Ji sneered, and the classmates beside him nodded in agreement. Exactly, this guy is just too ridiculous." Wang Ji's heart was full of pride. He couldn't wait to see Su Chen make a fool of himself. This former rival had now become the biggest joke in his mind.
The few people looked at Su Chen with a gaze filled with 3 parts disdain and 7 parts mockery.
Su Chen clenched his fists, his inner rage burning fiercely. He took a deep breath and threw a punch at the combat power tester. Boom! His fist slammed hard against the tester, and instantly, the numbers on the device began to flicker wildly, as if nervous about the impending result. The numbers kept fluctuating, and finally, a shocking figure appeared on the LCD screen. 41351. Over 41,000 combat power. Heh, just wait to become the laughingstock of everyone. Wang Ji felt secretly pleased, a smug smile appearing on his face. He didn't believe at all that Su Chen could display the combat power of a martial artist and didn't even bother to glance at the numbers on the combat power tester. This young man is impressive. Over 40,000 combat power, not bad at all. I didn't expect this young man to already be a martial artist at such a young age. His future is limitless. The murmurs of the onlookers reached his ears, a mix of surprise and admiration rising and falling. Wang Ji's smile instantly froze on his face. The ridicule he had anticipated did not arrive as expected. Instead, a wave of praise came rushing toward him. What exactly is going on? At that moment, the staff responsible for the martial artist certification stepped forward and announced in a sonorous and powerful voice. Combat power, 41,351. Martial artist certification passed, early stage martial artist. How could this be? Wang Ji's face revealed an expression of disbelief. A piece of trash with a so-called D-level talent, how could it possibly have reached the martial master realm? The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt, and the flames of anger burned in his chest. He finally couldn't help but shout out loud. I don't believe it. How could he possibly be at the martial master realm? The combat power tester must be malfunctioning, that's definitely it. The staff responsible for martial master certification glanced at Wang Ji with dissatisfaction and said in a deep voice. Stop spouting nonsense. The martial artist certification is fair and just, and the combat power testing device undergoes strict inspections before each test, leaving no possibility for errors. His gaze was as cold as ice, exuding a powerful aura that instantly bore down on Wang Ji. Wang Ji's face turned deathly pale, and a wave of panic surged in his heart. The martial artist certification conducted by the Martial Artists Association symbolizes absolute fairness and justice. How could it tolerate being questioned by others? Wang Ji's 2 classmates nearby also looked at each other, their expressions complicated. Wasn't it said that this boy was Wang Ji's neighbor, a useless person with D-level talent? Martial Master Realm, over 40,000 combat power. If this is considered useless, then what are they? Worse than useless? Ding, you have successfully certified as a martial master. Wang Ji is in disbelief, mental breakdown points plus 1,000. Zheng can't believe you're so skilled at such a young age, mental breakdown points plus 400. Wang can't believe you managed to successfully certify as a martial master, mental breakdown points plus 300. Gaining another batch of mental breakdown points, Su Chen felt a surge of unexpected joy in his heart. He hadn't expected Wang Ji to be here as well. Thinking of Wang Ji's utterly disbelieving and unpleasant expression just now, Su Chen felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This Wang Ji used to put on airs in front of both himself and his aunt. That haughty look of his, with his nose in the air, was just asking for trouble. Well, now it's different. Let's see how he dares to look down on others in front of him in the future. Sir, your information has been registered. Please follow me to collect your martial artist badge. Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, a staff member approached and reminded him. Oh, all right. Su Chen responded with a smile on his face. Under the envious and jealous gazes of Wang Ji and the others, Su Chen followed the staff member to a side room. The staff member took out a badge and handed it to Su Chen, smiling as he said, Sir, this is the badge symbolizing your status as a martial artist. Faced with such a young martial artist with unlimited potential like Su Chen, the staff's attitude was very friendly, without the slightest air of superiority, showcasing the professional service of the Martial Artists Association. Thank you. Su Chen reached out to take it, the badge engraved with the 2 golden characters, martial artist. The onlookers all wore expressions of envy, while Wang Ji's face grew increasingly sullen. Humph. Let's go. Wang Ji snorted coldly from within the crowd, his face livid as he spoke to the 2 classmates beside him. Filled with anger, the group hurriedly left. Su Chen put the martial artist badge into his pocket and was about to leave. However, just as he took 2 steps, a staff member wearing a Martial Security Association uniform blocked his path. Excuse me, are you Mr. Su Chen? I am. May I ask what this is about? Even when facing someone from the Martial Security Association, Su Chen remained calm and composed, showing no inner turmoil. We have a few questions we'd like to ask Mr. Su.
Please cooperate with our work, the staff member said politely.
Su Chen nodded upon hearing this. All right, let's go. He behaved unexpectedly cooperative, showing no sign of resistance.
The staff member was momentarily stunned, not expecting Su Chen to be so calm. Usually, people being questioned were nervous, but this young man appeared particularly composed. Bringing Su Chen to the Wuhan Association office space located on the basement level, the staff member led him into a sealed room.
The room was empty except
for a desk and 3 chairs. 2 members of the Wuhan Association were seated on 2 of the chairs, while the third chair was obviously reserved for Su Chen. The entire room had a dark tone, carrying a somewhat oppressive atmosphere, akin to a psychological battle.
Sit. A man with sharp features and an imposing aura said. He was Sui, the captain of the Linchuan Martial Security Association.
Beside him sat a female member of the Martial Security Association, holding a pen in her hand, clearly responsible for recording the content of the questioning. Su Chen moved the chair slightly and sat down directly, his gaze firmly fixed on Sui.
Sir, may I ask what you need to inquire about? I will answer truthfully without reservation. Sui did not respond immediately.
His gaze remained locked with Su Chen's, and the oppressive atmosphere instantly spread. If the person sitting opposite him had a fragile psyche, their inner defenses would have likely crumbled by now.
However, Su Chen seemed utterly unafraid, his resolve appearing unshakably firm.
Sui sighed inwardly, truly a genius with such strong psychological resilience. He couldn't help but start to admire this young man. Seeing that Su Chen was not intimidated by his aura, Sui adjusted slightly and finally spoke. I am Sui, the captain of the Wuhan Association.
The reason I called you here is to ask if you know anything about the Wang family mother and son. The Wang family mother and son? What Wang family mother and son? Officer, what are you talking about? Su Chen looked puzzled, as if he truly had no idea what Sui was referring to.
A few days ago, when your sister was at Linchuan People's Hospital, the Wang family mother and son were also there. In the early hours, the Wang family mother and son were found dead in a hospital ward. The perpetrator avoided all the hospital's surveillance, so naturally, no clues were found in the surveillance footage. Sui spoke while carefully observing Su Chen's expression.
Su Chen's face remained as usual, showing only confusion. Officer, why are you telling me this? What Wang family mother and son? I don't know them at all.
At this moment, Su Chen's calmness and determination were precisely where his true strength lay. Then let me ask you, what were you doing at around 3 a.m. on August 12, 2035, in the High Martial calendar?
Su Chen was slightly stunned, then fell into deep thought.
After a moment, he slowly said, I didn't stay up late that day, I went to bed early. So I should have been deeply asleep at home. Sui secretly observed and then continued questioning, trying to uncover more information, even revealing some of the Wang family's hidden movements. Su Chen, on the other hand, maintained an innocent demeanor throughout, as if completely unaware of these matters.
What do you think? Was he lying? Sui asked eagerly after Su Chen left.
A female member of Wuhan nearby quickly retrieved a device from under the table, and the device turned out to be a lie detector.
This device can remotely detect the heart rate changes of the person being questioned.
When someone is guilty in lying, their heart rate fluctuations become particularly noticeable. She glanced at the heart rate graph on the lie detector and frowned slightly. According to the data from the lie detector, he hasn't lied. The heart rate graph is extremely stable, with no significant fluctuations throughout the process.
However, Captain, this lie detector is not absolutely accurate. It relies solely on heart rate changes to determine truthfulness.
If the person is calm enough to keep their heartbeat steady while lying, then this device won't be able to detect the truth.
Sui nodded, silently pondering.
If this young man can truly lie without his heart rate changing, then he must be an exceptionally calm person.
But he's just a teenager, can he really achieve such a feat?
Even so, Sui still felt a trace of unease in his heart.
He vaguely sensed that this young man and the Wang family were undoubtedly intertwined in countless ways. However, the Wang family's atrocities have outraged both humans and gods.
If this young man is indeed the one who exposed the Wang family, then he has undoubtedly done something remarkable.
This matter does not need to be investigated further. The Wang family deserves their punishment.
Walking out of the Wuhan Association base, Su Chen felt unusually calm.
Many things, the Wuhan society would not continue to pursue, just as he thought.
If the Wuhan society were truly like those sects from his previous life, it would be impossible for them to investigate everything. This is, after all, a high martial world, where conflicts between martial artists are almost daily occurrences, and deaths in battle are all too common. If the Wuhan society had to investigate every single case to the end, they would be endlessly busy. As long as it's not a major case or something heinous, the Wuhan Association is generally not inclined to investigate deeply. Thus, Su Chen naturally had no need to worry. If Su Chen hadn't discovered the Wang family's underground base, killing the Wang family members would indeed have caused him considerable trouble.
However, with the revelation of the Wang family's underground base incident, the Wuhan Association naturally wouldn't uphold any so-called justice for the Wang family. The things Su Chen had done before became insignificant.
This time, questioning Su Chen was merely because Sui happened to learn that Su Chen was at the Martial Artists Association, so he called Su
Chen over to ask a few questions and, incidentally, to see what kind of person Su Chen was.
At first glance, Sui found that Su Chen was indeed an extraordinary figure. Not only had he reached the martial master realm at such a young age, but more importantly, the boy possessed remarkable
intelligence and composure.
If not for his obviously youthful face, Sui would have found it hard to believe that this was just a young man.
Young people are truly impressive.
Watching the boy's departing figure, Sui sighed inwardly. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and a breeze lifted a strand of hair from the boy's forehead.
After leaving the Martial
Artists Association, Su Chen's mood remained calm as he contemplated the major events ahead.
Next up is the college entrance exam. With the Wang family's matter resolved, the next challenge was the martial artist college entrance exam.
He needed to achieve an excellent score to get into the best martial arts university in Longhua. Having already passed the martial artist certification, Su Chen now received a substantial monthly stipend in his account, which brought him great relief. The weight on his heart had finally been lifted. Walking down the street, Su Chen felt as if he were floating. Today is a good day, I should celebrate properly. At the market, he bought a shredded chicken and some other ready-to-eat dishes to take home. Upon returning, he found the house empty.
Checking the time, it was only 3 in the afternoon.
His aunt was likely out job hunting, while his younger sister had gone to school. His aunt would probably wait for his sister to finish school and pick her up before coming back. Su Chen decided to prepare dinner at home so that his aunt and younger sister could eat as soon as they returned. Dinner at home was usually eaten quite early, around 6 o'clock.
Su Chen started cooking a little after 5. He had bought quite a bit of ready-made food, so there wasn't much cooking left to do.
He stir-fried some vegetables and made a tomato and egg soup. Even so, the table was already filled with dishes, looking incredibly sumptuous. After the dinner was ready, he waited for a while. With a click, the door opened. His aunt and younger sister, carrying her school bag,
walked in.
There was a trace of worry on his aunt's face, and she seemed to be in a bad mood.
Su Chen understood immediately. His aunt
must have gone out to look for a job again, and the results were probably not good. He didn't say much about it, nor did he plan to help
her find a job right now.
Once he achieved a good score in the college entrance exams, his aunt's job issue would naturally be resolved. In this world, the college entrance exams for martial artists were held in extremely high regard, even more so than in his previous life.
As long as one achieved a good score,
not only would they benefit, but their family would also receive care and support. It could truly be said that when one person succeeded, their entire family prospered.
"Brother, you're back,"
Yue exclaimed in surprise when she saw Su Chen.
Su Chen nodded. "Yes. Aunt, Yue, I've already prepared dinner. Wash your hands and come eat."
The little girl quickly changed into slippers upon hearing this and ran over with a tap-tap-tap.
Seeing the dishes on the table, her face lit up with surprise. "Wow, brother, what's the occasion today? We're actually eating so well at home. There's something to celebrate today."
"Go wash your hands quickly," the little girl replied with an expectant look. Before long, the family of 3 was seated at the dining table. Auntie asked, "Xiao Chun, I just heard you say there's something to celebrate at home. What's the good news?" Su Chen hadn't told his family about going to the Martial Artists Association for the martial artist certification today, so Auntie naturally couldn't guess what the good news was. Su Chen straightened his posture and took out a golden badge from his pocket. "Auntie, I went to the Martial Artists Association today for the martial artist certification, and I passed.
Look, this is my martial artist badge."
"Wow, big brother is amazing." The little sister clapped her hands, her face showing a big expression of admiration. Aunt was stunned for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. "Xiao Chun, is what you said true?"
"Of course it is. This badge can't be fake."
Aunt quickly took the badge in her hand to examine it, her movements cautious. Looking at the golden badge, it was as if she were gazing at a priceless treasure, and the smile on her lips was impossible
to suppress. Although she was just an ordinary person, she understood what a martial artist represented, an extraordinary figure.
She never expected that her Xiao Chen could become a martial artist.
The Su family must have had incredible luck. Aunt, you don't need to worry about finding a job. Leave the family's financial matters to me.
Su Chen's tone was resolute, as if he could already see a brilliant future. Su Chen waved his hand generously, took out his phone, and transferred 10,000 yuan to his aunt without hesitation. This money was the subsidy sent by the Martial Artist Association on his way back, symbolizing his status as a martial artist. 10,000 yuan is enough for the family to use for quite a while. Thinking back, his aunt used to work in a chemical factory and only earned a few thousand
yuan a month.
Now, he does nothing and can easily receive this much every month.
If he were really short on money, he could always choose to participate
in underground fights, which would bring in money much faster than waiting for subsidies.
However, that was a last resort. The current subsidies were already
enough to support him and his family, and the school would provide the resources needed for his training.
He had no intention of worrying about money.
So, he decided to stay home more, spend time with his family, and wait for the college entrance exams to arrive. After all, once he went to university, the chances to come home would become few and far between.
Xiao Chen, where did this money come from?
His aunt looked at the notification on her phone, her face full of confusion.
Auntie, this is my subsidy.
I'm a martial artist now, and I earn 10,000 yuan a month.
From now on, our family doesn't need to worry about money anymore.
You don't have to rush to find a job, just rest and take it easy. Aunt smiled and nodded, her heart full of relief.
All right.
However, she knew that although Xiao Chen could now earn money, the expenses for cultivation were also
increasing. Finding a job was still necessary, as saving some money was always a good thing.
She didn't voice these thoughts, though, and simply supported him silently. In the days that followed, Su Chen hardly ever left the house, only going out when the school distributed cultivation resources to collect them and bring them back.
Meanwhile, in the Wang family villa district, an elderly man with graying hair returned.
His surname was Wang, and he was the head of the previous generation of the Wang family.
This time,
his trip had only one goal: to break through to the Grandmaster realm. After a long period of training and seclusion, he finally achieved his wish and became a Grandmaster-level expert. As soon as he broke through, he couldn't wait to return to the Wang family, imagining the admiring gazes of the younger generation when they saw him. "I'm back," he shouted loudly, his voice thundering through the villa district, ensuring it echoed into every corner.
He anticipated
the younger generation rushing out to greet him warmly, but unexpectedly, the villa district was eerily quiet, as if no one was there. He frowned slightly, a sense of unease rising in his heart.
This silence was anything but normal. The old man leapt into the villa district, inwardly anxious.
He first went to his own villa, but when he saw the seal affixed to the front door, his pupils contracted sharply. It was the seal of the Martial Artists Association.
What on earth had happened? Why had his villa been sealed? The silent surroundings filled him with a foreboding sense of dread.
He quickly activated his movement technique, vanishing from his spot and reappearing in front of the other villa's doors in an instant. After a series of inspections, he discovered that the doors of all the villas were sealed with the Martial Artists Association's insignia. At that moment, his heart trembled, and he realized that the entire Wang family had likely been shut down.
What exactly happened?
Could it be related to the cooperation with the beast god cult? The old man thought to himself, a faint unease rising in his heart. He raised his left hand, and the communicator on his wrist flickered with light as a faint blue virtual screen appeared. He quickly searched and soon found the information he was looking for. The report confirmed his suspicions: the Wang family was indeed in trouble, and it was closely tied to the incident at the underground base.
The old man's expression grew increasingly grim as he muttered to himself, "Who is it? If I find out, I will make sure you meet a terrible end." He extended
his hand, and a blazing fireball ignited in his palm, the surrounding air distorting from the intense heat, revealing the sheer magnitude of his fury. Time passed day by day, and the college entrance exams drew closer. That night, the young Su Chen sat cross-legged on his bed. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, purple light swirling within them as arcs of violet lightning danced around his body.
"It's done!" Su Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he extended his right hand, a purple electric orb bouncing joyfully in his palm.
After a period of cultivation, he had finally broken through to the martial master realm. All of this was achieved through his own hard work, without relying on the system's critical points. Now, his strength was sufficient to aim for an excellent score in the martial arts entrance exam, perhaps even contend for the provincial top scorer. Confidence surged within him as he resolved to make a grand showing in the upcoming exams. As the exams approached, relatives in the family group chat frequently discussed and boasted about their children's outstanding performances.
Meanwhile, countdowns on television and street advertisements heightened the tense atmosphere.
The martial arts students at the school are studying harder than ever, seizing every moment to train in hopes of making one last push before the college entrance exams. The students of the Seed Squad are also working diligently, with the school's strongest figure, Principal Zhong, sharing his expertise with them. However, Su Chen has not joined them. His training method is unique, relying mainly on breaking defense points, so he naturally prefers not to waste time attending school lectures. During this period, the members of the Seed Squad have made remarkable progress, with almost everyone breaking through to the Martial Master realm. Li Shishir has even reached Martial Master level 3 in one leap, showcasing the strength of her S-grade talent. Su Xiaoyun has also successfully broken through to Martial Master level 1, secretly delighted as he feels a glimmer of hope in surpassing Su Chen. Su Chen, that guy, skipping school, he must be getting cocky, Su Xiaoyun said, unable to suppress the smile on his lips, feeling smug inside.
The chubby boy next to him noticed and asked curiously, Xiaoyun, why are you so happy?
Oh, it's nothing, just thought of something funny, Su Xiaoyun replied, feigning composure.
What's so funny? Tell me so I can have a laugh too, the fat man pressed, seemingly oblivious to the underlying meaning.
In this tense and thrilling atmosphere, Su Chen's strength was continuously improving.
How his future would unfold was something to look forward to.
Su Xiaoyun's face instantly turned as dark as water.
Could this damn fat man not understand human speech? He actually couldn't tell that my earlier words were meant to brush him off?
Yet he kept pressing on, completely lacking any sense of tact. As the countdown to the college entrance examination dwindles day by day, the senior students have finally started to take things seriously. Even those who were usually lazy are now throwing themselves into
intense studying.
They know in their hearts that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There's no such thing as repeating a year in the martial arts track.
If they fail, they fail. There's no second chance.
Under such circumstances, everyone is willing to give their all during this final stretch.
If they don't fight for it now, they won't even have the chance to fight. However, Su Chen appeared relaxed and at ease.
He could be described as the most carefree top student at the moment, occasionally practicing the various martial techniques he had learned as a warm-up to avoid becoming rusty during the exam. On this day, Su Chen went to school to collect the final cultivation resources distributed by the school.
On his way home, he suddenly realized that he was being followed.
The person tailing him, like him, had just broken through to the martial master level. Su Chen's strength was already superior to martial artists of the same realm, so naturally, he could easily detect the tracker. The corners of his mouth slightly curved upward as he headed toward a wooded area near the old town. This place was remote, with hardly anyone passing by on normal days, making it an excellent spot for an ambush. Watching Su Chen walk toward such a desolate place, the patriarch of the Wang family sneered inwardly. This kid was practically digging his own grave. Just as the patriarch of the Wang family was lost in his thoughts, he saw the young man ahead stop in his tracks. Why did this kid stop? The patriarch was filled with doubt. What exactly was this boy planning to do in such a place? He pondered briefly but couldn't come up with an answer. In truth, the answer didn't matter. He had already investigated this boy. At most, he was just a high school student, with strength no more than that of a martial master. To someone like him, a grandmaster, the boy was nothing more than an ant. Why would a giant elephant bother to consider the thoughts of ants? There's no need. The old patriarch of the Wang family stopped pondering and, with a swift movement, instantly appeared in front of Su Chen. After a period of investigation, he had uncovered many things. Although he didn't know who had reported the Wang family, he was certain that this boy was definitely connected to his grandson's death. So, just kill him. Boy, is this the burial ground you chose for yourself? The old patriarch of the Wang family stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of arrogance, his voice booming like thunder. Having just broken through to the martial master realm, he was riding high on his success, naturally adopting an extremely lofty demeanor. In his eyes, Su Chen was nothing more than a mere martial artist, not even worth being called an ant, someone he could crush with a flick of his hand. However, Su Chen looked at the old man in front of him and frowned slightly. And you are? He knew this person had been sent by an enemy, but he had no idea who. After all, he had offended quite a few people. The old patriarch Wang looked helpless, seemingly realizing this kid didn't even know who he was. He snorted coldly, "Was it you who killed my grandson?" Grandson? Su Chen's mind flashed to that psychopathic brat, and his heart trembled. So you're from the Wang family. Previously, he had heard that the Wang family had an old patriarch who had already reached the peak of martial master and went out to train in search of a breakthrough.
It seems this time the breakthrough was successful. That's right, I am the old patriarch of the Wang family. Now that I have broken through to the Grandmaster realm, dying by my hand is your honor. The old patriarch of the Wang family was full of confidence, his face brimming with arrogance. This was his first move after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, enough for this kid to brag about for generations. He was just about to casually unleash a fireball to burn Su Chen to ashes.
Wait! Su Chen suddenly shouted. The old patriarch Wang looked displeased. What is it? He knew it was impolite to interrupt others, but letting this kid say some last words before dying wasn't a bad idea. Ideally, the boy would cry bitterly, beg on his knees, and then he could mercilessly refuse. The corners of Su Chen's mouth lifted slightly.
Old man, why are you so sure you can kill me? Have you never considered that I might turn the tables and kill you instead? Are you serious?
The old master of the Wang family was taken aback, his face full of astonishment.
This kid really dares to dream, huh? Counterattack? Does he even know what a martial ancestor is?
With just a casual wave of their hand, they can unleash powerful abilities capable of causing devastating destruction. The old master of the Wang family narrowed his eyes, unwilling to waste any more words with this boy. Kid, I'll make you understand right now the gap between a martial master and a martial ancestor. The old master of the Wang family gathered a fireball in his hand and hurled it directly at Su Chen. He secretly felt smug. This move was not something a martial master could easily evade. However, Su Chen turned into a blur and disappeared from the spot.
The fireball hit the ground, instantly burning a patch of darkness. Old man, is that all you've got?
A mocking voice reached the ears of the Wang family patriarch, making him so furious that he jumped with rage.
Ding!
Your taunt has broken the Wang family patriarch's composure.
Breakpoint plus 200.
The Wang family patriarch burned with anger, hurling several fireballs in succession, but Su Chen dodged them all, which only made him even more furious.
What is going on with this kid? Could it be that he's using a movement martial skill?
But no matter how powerful a movement martial skill is, it shouldn't be able to evade a martial master's ability attack. He was filled with doubt. You successfully dodged the attacks of Elder Wang, the family head.
Defense breakpoints plus 300.
You brat, if you have the guts, stop dodging.
Elder Wang, the family head, shouted furiously. Stop dodging? If I don't dodge, am I just supposed to let you hit me? Are you stupid? Su Chen retorted without backing down.
Your angry scolding caused the old patriarch Wang to lose his composure. Composure breaking points plus 200.
You're driving me mad.
You brat, die. The old patriarch Wang roared, and the dry trees around him were ignited by flames, blazing fiercely.
However, he was also left panting heavily.
Having just broken through to the Grandmaster realm, his energy had only just begun to manifest externally, and using his abilities consumed a great deal of energy. A martial Grandmaster cannot continuously use abilities, and moreover, his attacks were completely ineffective against Su Chen, as they were all dodged. He had to get close and use martial techniques to kill Su Chen. Thus, powerful palm strikes, punches, and kicks were unleashed in succession, causing the air to tremble and producing continuous sounds of breaking through the void.
But what shocked the Wang family patriarch was that Su Chen could easily fend off his attacks. How is this possible? How can a mere martial artist be so strong?
The Wang family patriarch's mind was in turmoil, even beginning to question the world itself.
Wasn't it said that the martial master realm was an entirely new level, unmatched in power? How could he not even deal with a mere ant in the martial artist realm? Su Chen revealed a mocking smile. You really think I'm just a martial artist?
The old patriarch Wang felt a trace of unease rising in his heart, cold sweat streaming down, his heartbeat pounding like thunder. Suddenly, his pupils dilated sharply, and his face turned pale in an instant. Purple arcs of electricity surrounded Su Chen's body, as if countless serpents were slithering around him, emanating an aura that made one's heart tremble.
You are a martial ancestor. The old patriarch Wang exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling.
The lightning seemed to be filled with boundless power, as if it could tear through everything. The mountain-like pressure surged toward him like a tide, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. At this moment, he finally understood that the young man he had thought of as an ant was actually a mighty lion, inspiring fear in his heart. Such a young martial sect expert is simply a genius among geniuses, truly astonishing.
That's right, do you think being a martial sect makes you so proud? You're already over 70, aren't you? To reach martial sect at this age, and you still dare to be arrogant?
Su Chen sneered coldly, his tone filled with endless mockery. I really wish you'd go buy a block of tofu and smash yourself to death.
You useless trash. He mercilessly ridiculed. Put.
The old patriarch Wang's heart collapsed, blood spurted wildly, his face turned pale, and despair flickered in his eyes. Old patriarch Wang's heart was shattered by your words, defense breakpoints plus 1,000.
Arrogant brat. The old patriarch Wang roared furiously and instantly unleashed his ultimate skill.
His fist was enveloped in raging flames, and the immense power of his ability instilled fear in those who witnessed it.
This was another way to utilize the ability.
The flaming fist, carrying intense heat, charged straight at Su Chen. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he thought to himself, this power is no joke. It seems the old patriarch Wang truly has some skills. He retreated while carefully observing the moves that combined the abilities and martial techniques of the Wang family patriarch. Seeing this offensive method for the first time, Su Chen was filled with curiosity. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't anything extraordinary at most. It was just a combination of abilities and martial techniques to enhance attack power. I'm now at the martial master realm. I can learn this move just by watching it once. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling secretly pleased. He possessed the purple sky divine thunder ability and had mastered several martial techniques. If he combined the thunder blade technique with the purple sky divine thunder, the resulting power would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, he wasn't carrying any weapons at the moment, making it troublesome to experiment with the combination of blade techniques and martial skills. After all, carrying a blade around wasn't exactly convenient, and he was someone who disliked trouble.
If only he had a spatial ring, but such rare storage artifacts were not something ordinary people could possess. As he was lost in thought, the Wang family patriarch roared in fury, "Is dodging all you know how to do?" He couldn't believe that this young man, merely at the martial artist realm, was so elusive. As a martial master powerhouse, he couldn't even touch the hem of the opponent's clothes. This was simply inconceivable. The old patriarch Wang couldn't touch you in the slightest. His heart shattered, mental breakdown points plus 100. As the old patriarch Wang's fury continued to escalate, Su Chen felt it was time to deliver the final blow. He smiled faintly, "Since you insist so much, old man, how could I not oblige?" As soon as he finished speaking, purple arcs of electricity crackled and danced on Su Chen's right hand, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the battlefield. The old patriarch Wang's eyes widened in terror. "What? You're actually at the martial master realm." At this moment, everything became clear. It turned out that this young man named Su Chen had already broken through to the martial master realm. The old patriarch Wang's heart surged with endless jealousy and rage. To think he had only reached the martial master realm at 70, while the other had achieved it in his teens. The elder of the Wang family was deeply shaken because you broke through to the martial sovereign realm at such a young age. Mental defense shattered, defense points plus 1,000. Su Chen's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. "That's right, in my eyes, you, a 70-something old lamp, are nothing but trash. What's there to be proud of?" Electric arcs flickered all over his body. The power of the purple heaven divine thunder and Vajra fist erupted instantly. His footwork shifted, charging straight at the elder of the Wang family. At the moment his fist struck out, the space seemed to tremble. Boom! The deafening sound echoed, and the elder of the Wang family's pupils contracted sharply, despair and fear spreading throughout his body. He had no time to react and hurriedly raised his fist in an attempt to block. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, yet the old patriarch of the Wang family felt no pain. Purple lightning instantly coursed through his body, numbing his nerves and rendering him completely unable to perceive the pain. With a heavy thud, the old patriarch of the Wang family collapsed to the ground, his vitality instantly destroyed by the impact of the divine thunder of purple sky. Even a martial sect expert could not escape this calamity. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen coldly said, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. The matter with your Wang family? I was the one who reported it. You could say your entire Wang family was ruined by my hands." The old patriarch of the Wang family's pupils suddenly dilated, filled with hatred. He understood that not only had he died at the hands of this young man, but the Wang family had also been annihilated because of him. Endless hatred surged in his heart, wishing he could cut Su Chen into 1,000 pieces. Unfortunately, he could no longer do it. In the end, the old patriarch Wang died with a heart full of hatred and unwillingness. Su Chen picked up the old patriarch Wang's corpse, tied it with stones, found a nearby river, and threw it in. This way, the body would remain undiscovered for a long time, and even if someone found it, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. In a world of high martial arts, life and death are as fleeting as day and night, and bloody storms unfold every day. If everyone were to pursue every matter, it would be an endless abyss, impossible to resolve.
Poor old Patriarch Wang, who worked hard to break through to the martial sect realm and had just embarked on the path to dominance, unexpectedly fell like this. Fate is so cruel. Time passed day by day. The college entrance examination finally approached under the watchful eyes of all. Teacher Wang sent a message in the class group, asking everyone to go to school the next day. The school is going to explain the relevant matters regarding this martial arts college entrance examination. This is naturally unavoidable. Early the next morning, Su-Chen went to school. When he walked into the classroom, he found that many of his classmates had made considerable progress. This is also inevitable. Everyone's future depends on this college entrance exam. Each person has put in their utmost effort, trying every possible way to improve their abilities. Getting into a good university means gaining access to different resources. A good university offers more abundant resources. The breathing techniques practiced are vastly different from those at ordinary martial arts universities. Attending a prestigious university provides access to better resources, more advanced techniques, and a superior training environment. All these aspects combined, the gap will only grow wider. Whether one can attend a good university largely determines the achievements they can attain in the future. Therefore, everyone naturally puts in their utmost effort to improve themselves. Watching Su-Chen walk into the classroom, the eyes of everyone in Class 1 fell on him. The emotions in their eyes varied. Some were mocking. Some were envious. There is jealousy. During this period, Su-Chen had not come to school to cultivate, and many people thought Su-Chen was somewhat foolish. Cultivating at home can never compare to cultivating at school. The cultivation environment and various facilities at school are unmatched by what an ordinary student's home can offer. Moreover, cultivating at home largely makes it difficult to maintain self-discipline. Human nature is inherently decadent. Who doesn't want to lie flat? It's just a matter of being forced to. Su-Chen, when at home alone, is very likely not to work too hard either. I have to say, to some extent, these people's thoughts are correct. The classroom was filled with the sound of people whispering. Do you think Li Shishir and her group, with all their hard work recently, have surpassed Su-Chen? I think she has surpassed him. The gap between Li Shishir and Su-Chen wasn't that big to begin with. Plus, Li Shishir and her team have been working so hard recently. But why do I feel like Su-Chen seems even more terrifying now? He was already stronger than us. There's no way he hasn't made any progress during this time, right? Su-Chen's hearing is now exceptionally good, and he clearly heard these people's whispered discussions. He didn't pay any attention, nor did he refute them. Everything will naturally be revealed during the college entrance exam. Su-Chen stepped directly to the back of the classroom and sat down in his seat. Brother Chen, how has your cultivation been lately? Wan Ping, who was sitting beside him, quickly asked in a low voice. Recently, there had been quite a bit of gossip about Su-Chen at school. Those envious of Su-Chen's strength were all spreading rumors about him. They said Su-Chen definitely wouldn't work hard on cultivation at home and would likely be surpassed by others by the time of the college entrance exam. Wan Ping naturally didn't believe it. If Su-Chen didn't work hard, he would have probably given up on the path of martial arts long ago. It would be even more impossible for him to rise from a D-level talent to his current achievements. It's alright, I've made a tiny bit of progress recently, Su-Chen said calmly. Oh, I see. That's not bad. Brother Chen, you'll definitely achieve great results in the college entrance exam. Wan Ping offered some words of comfort. He thought the tiny bit Su-Chen mentioned simply meant a little bit. A little bit, which means not much of a breakthrough. He guessed that Su-Chen had just advanced a small realm. Regarding this, he didn't find it surprising. Su-Chen is now at the martial master realm, which is already quite remarkable. Each minor advancement in this realm is much more difficult compared to the martial artist realm. Even a slight improvement is considered extraordinary in Wan Ping's eyes. Little does he know, Su-Chen was not talking about just a little, but an enormous amount. The classroom was noisy and bustling. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing the college entrance exam, their favorite schools, and the future. Before long, homeroom teacher Mr. Wan walked into the classroom. He stood on the podium and gestured downward with his hand. Quiet. The students gradually quieted down, waiting for Mr. Wang to discuss matters related to the college entrance examination. Classmates, this year's college entrance examination will be different from previous years. This year, the format of the exam has been changed. You will all be taken into the wilderness to engage in actual combat with extraordinary creatures. The students all opened their mouths wide upon hearing this. Their faces were filled with shock. After a moment, everyone started discussing. Wow, this time we actually have to go to the wilderness. Oh my god, Mom, I want to go home.
The wilderness is too terrifying, people could die there. Suddenly thinking about giving up the martial arts college entrance exam, what should I do? What kind of place is the wilderness? That's the territory of extraordinary creatures. A group of small fry like them going to the wilderness, aren't they just throwing their lives away? Teacher Wang gave everyone some time to discuss.
He smiled faintly, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes.
Listen, the challenge of the wilderness is your opportunity to grow.
Only on the edge of life and death can true potential be unleashed.
You must understand, the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The classroom instantly fell silent, and everyone looked at each other in dismay.
This is not a simple exam, but a life and death test. A flame ignited in Su Chen's heart. This was exactly the challenge he had been yearning for. He was determined to prove to everyone in the wilderness that he was far more than they imagined. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the surroundings to ensure every student was paying close attention. Today, I am going to share with you some earth-shattering news, and you might not be able to sleep all night afterward. Everyone immediately held their breath, the atmosphere tense yet filled with anticipation. He knew this news would stir waves in their hearts. This year's college entrance examination will be completely different from what you've seen before. His voice was firm, his tone resolute. In the past, the exam covered a wide range of assessments, including innate ability levels, martial skill proficiency, and combat capabilities. But this year, it boils down to just 2 words: combat. That's right, it's a life and death confrontation with extraordinary creatures. Each of his words struck like a heavy hammer on the students' hearts. The more extraordinary creatures you kill in combat, the higher their level, the higher the score you will achieve. This is a brutal selection, indeed. But this is exactly what the nation demands of you. His gaze was sharp and unwavering as he spoke. Only those who can face extraordinary creatures head-on at the edge of life and death will be chosen. The classroom was silent, the students' faces a mix of tension and excitement, their hearts ignited with an unyielding fighting spirit. He continued, some people may excel in their usual academic performance, but when faced with extraordinary creatures, they lose their courage and fail to demonstrate their abilities. Such students are absolutely not the talents the nation needs. The greatest enemy of humanity today is these extraordinary creatures. What the nation needs are talents who dare to face challenges head-on and are courageous enough to fight. His voice thundered, resonating in every student's heart, as if calling forth the fighting spirit buried deep within them. So, prepare yourselves for this battle. Only in the face of life and death can you truly prove your worth. Although there are risks in confronting extraordinary creatures, they are not insurmountable. The examination areas will be specially cleared by the military to ensure that no overly powerful extraordinary creatures are lurking. The scoring devices worn by each examinee also have a rescue function. In the event of an unmanageable danger, they can directly send out a distress signal. Nearby soldiers will quickly arrive to provide assistance. However, using the rescue function means forfeiting the exam equivalent to submitting the test early. Despite this, risks still exist, and student casualties are unavoidable. Nevertheless, these casualties remain within an acceptable range. Martial arts students are destined to be different from ordinary students. They cannot always live in a greenhouse. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand any wind or rain. Did you all understand the format of this year's college entrance exam? Teacher Wang asked in a deep voice after explaining the exam format. Understood. A unified response echoed from the students below the podium. Teacher Wang nodded. A few of you, come with me to the office to carry the scoring devices. The students below eagerly raised their hands, and Teacher Wang eventually selected a few of them, leading them out of the classroom toward the office. Shortly after, several students returned to the classroom carrying cardboard boxes, placing the fully loaded scoring devices on the podium, while the remaining 2 boxes were left on the floor. Standing on the podium, Teacher Wang began distributing the scoring devices one by one. This was not just a scoring tool, it was highly intelligent, containing information such as the examinee's name and exam number. While schools were busy distributing scoring devices and explaining the rules of the college entrance examination, the atmosphere in the Kyoto military district of Longwa was unusually tense. Bang! The door to the commander's office was suddenly flung open. A woman dressed in combat gear rushed in hurriedly, quickly approaching the desk of a middle-aged man. Her figure was well-proportioned, her skin a wheatish tone, and her muscles beautifully defined, exuding a wild beauty. Despite being a woman, her entire presence radiated explosive power. Commander Lin, I disagree with this college entrance exam model. She pressed her hands on the desk, speaking anxiously, those senior high school students are still just kids.
How can we let them face extraordinary creatures? Even with backup protection, not everyone has the time to call for help. This will inevitably lead to casualties, and the number of casualties will definitely not be small. Her words were swift and intense. Despite being a long speech, she finished it in just a few dozen seconds, which showed her dissatisfaction with the exam model. The middle-aged man sitting across from her revealed a trace of helplessness on his face. Dressed in a military uniform, with thick eyebrows and a broad face, he exuded an undeniable authority. He was none other than the highest commander of the Dragon Nation, Lin Jindong. Ah! Lin Jindong sighed helplessly, reaching up to rub his temples, his expression weary. Lina, this is a measure of last resort. Helpless? Why not give these children more time to grow? Lina asked in confusion. She couldn't understand why the college entrance examination system had changed so abruptly this year. In previous years, the exams assessed candidates' talents, abilities, and proficiency in martial skills. But this year, it simply required students to face extraordinary creatures directly, with scores based solely on the number and level of creatures they killed, leaving almost no other evaluation criteria. This seemed overly hasty. She had been in seclusion recently and only emerged yesterday. It was only today that she learned of this major news, prompting her to rush into the commander's office to question him. I wish I could give the children more time to grow, Commander Lin said helplessly. But we really don't have time. Lina trembled upon hearing this. No time? What do you mean no time? During your time in seclusion, multiple spatial tunnels have appeared across the globe. The forces we have stationed are already stretched thin, and the situation on the front lines is extremely dire. We must quickly train these children, they have no time to waste and must grow rapidly to stand on their own. Lina's face changed drastically upon hearing this, stepping back in shock. How could it be this serious? She finally understood why these children were being made to face extraordinary creatures so early. It turned out the front lines had reached such a critical state. Humanity was already at a disadvantage against extraordinary creatures, with countless cities falling and human living spaces being relentlessly compressed. The spatial tunnel continues to expand, with extraordinary creatures pouring out incessantly, sweeping in like a flood. Humanity is already in dire straits. And witnessing this worsening situation feels like adding insult to injury. Danger lurks everywhere, and the hope for survival grows increasingly faint. In such moments, the brave refuse to retreat, with the flames of resistance coursing through their veins. Everyone understands that this is not just a battle of life and death but a pinnacle showdown concerning the future of humanity. The power of unity is like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the hearts of those extraordinary creatures, making the enemies feel immense fear and oppression. We must never give up, a warrior shouted loudly, his voice like thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone. Under his leadership, the people, united, ready to face the imminent challenge. Their eyes gleamed with unyielding determination, prepared to fight for the future of humanity. The manpower guarding the front lines was already stretched thin, and the increasing number of spatial passages has made the situation even more critical. To counter the threat of extraordinary creatures, the most effective solution is to quickly train a group of warriors capable of standing on their own. This is a choice with no retreat. These children must grow into powerful fighters with formidable combat strength in a short time. Lina sighed despondently. Commander, I understand. By the way, Commander Lin tapped his fingers on the desk, as if something had just occurred to him. He quickly said, Captain Wang, who is responsible for the safety of the examinees in Shu Province, has been injured and is temporarily unable to oversee operations. Lina, you will take charge of the examinees' safety. Understood, Commander, Lina replied firmly. Leaving Commander Lin's office, Lina arrived at the open space downstairs. With a light step, her entire body shot up like an arrow, disappearing instantly into the blue sky. If any martial artist had witnessed this, they would surely understand that her realm had at least reached the level of Martial King. Lina is one of the 9 great Martial King powerhouses of the Dragon Nation, and her ability to fly commands deep respect. Early morning, in an old neighborhood of Linchuan, a family's dining table was set with a hearty breakfast. On Su Chen's plate, there was a fried dough stick and 2 peel eggs, arranged in the shape of 100. His aunt smiled and said, Xiao Chen, today is your big day for the college entrance exam. This breakfast symbolizes that you'll achieve a great score. Thank you, Auntie, Su Chen responded gratefully. A little girl nearby made a cheering gesture. Brother, you can do it. All right, let's do it, Su Chen said to his sister with a smile. After breakfast, Su Chen hurried to school. This year's college entrance exam required students to gather at 6 o'clock and depart for the wilderness at 7. Along the way, the family group chat kept flashing with messages. 2 relatives in the group were also senior high school martial arts students this year. Although they were not in the same city, they were from nearby cities and were also participating in this important exam. The college entrance exam was so significant that the 2 relatives in the group were obviously already awake, exchanging compliments. However, in their words, Su-chen could sense a hint of mockery. Although they appeared to be offering comfort, their words carried a tone of sarcastic, just do your best remarks. Some even said that Su-chen wouldn't be able to get into an ordinary martial arts university. Looking at the group messages, Su-chen's lips curled into a cold smile. I hope that when you're feeling smug now, you won't end up crying too hard after the exam results are out. Not long after, Su-chen arrived at school. A red banner was prominently displayed at the school gate, reading, Linchuan No. 1 High School wishes all senior students success in the exam. Walking into the campus, Su-chen saw several aircraft neatly parked on the playground. These aircraft were circular, resembling 2 discs stacked together, strikingly similar to the alien UFOs depicted in films from his previous life. The original self had once seen this type of aircraft in the sky. The energy they used was something called elemental stones. Ordinary people at the bottom of society had almost no chance to experience such high-tech transportation. In the high martial world, many ordinary people spent their entire lives in the same city, never having the opportunity to ride such advanced aircraft. Su-chen, come over here quickly. As soon as he arrived at the playground, Teacher Wang enthusiastically waved. Su-chen immediately walked over and lined up with his class. Soon after, the school began roll call for all the senior classes, while students from other grades were given a 3-day break to avoid disturbing the senior students' exams. At exactly 7 o'clock, Teacher Wang organized everyone to board an aircraft. It was Su-chen's first time riding such a futuristic aircraft, and he was filled with curiosity. The reactions of the other students were similar. After all, it was the first experience for most of them, and everyone appeared to be brimming with excitement. Soon, everyone took their seats. The interior of the aircraft was similar to that of a plane, with several rows of seats neatly arranged, each equipped with seat belts. After a while, the broadcast on the aircraft reminded everyone to prepare, and the crew began urging passengers to fasten their seatbelts. Once everything was ready, the aircraft swiftly left the ground and shot straight into the clouds. Unlike a plane, the aircraft required no runway, instantly soaring into the sky, leaving everyone in awe. As soon as it started, the aircraft ascended instantly, like an arrow shooting straight into the clouds. Its speed was like lightning, far surpassing any plane, truly a superhero in the world of aviation. 40 minutes later, everyone arrived at their destination, filled with excitement. This time, the examination site was unexpectedly set in an abandoned city in the wilderness, exuding a sense of mystery. Before its downfall, this city was once a strong contender among first-tier cities, boasting vast expanses and unique architectural styles that made one feel as if they were traveling through time. Within these ruins lie countless challenges and opportunities, waiting for the brave to conquer. After the fall, this once bustling second-tier city, filled with towering skyscrapers, became a haven for extraordinary creatures. Hundreds of extraordinary species have made their nests in the city, turning it into a paradise for such beings. Across the globe, countless cities have fallen in the same way. Now, only a few dozen cities remain, and the global population has plummeted from billions to mere hundreds of millions. The aircraft landed on the flat ground at the city's entrance, which used to be the city's highway entrance. What was once clean and orderly has now turned into ruins, with cracks covering the concrete surface. Clusters of wild grass sprouted from the cracks, swaying in the breeze, as if whispering the city's tales of hardship. A temporary site was set up in the partially collapsed highway entrance. Several large screens were placed there, along with a group of staff responsible for the college entrance exams. Nearby, numerous school aircraft were parked on the flat ground, all carrying martial arts students from Sichuan province. The door of the aircraft carrying Su-chen finally opened. "Take it slow, one at a time, no pushing," Teacher Wang's voice echoed inside the cabin. Under Teacher Wang's guidance, the senior students of Class 1 from Linchuan High School disembarked one by one. As Su-chen followed the crowd off the aircraft, he turned his head to look around. The highway entrance was not entirely flat, instead, there were several slopes. On the slightly leveled areas of the slopes, aircraft and people were densely packed. Mr. Wang organized everyone into a line near the aircraft, and everyone was eagerly anticipating the upcoming college entrance examination. After a while, the staff began calling out the names of various schools, confirming that all the schools from Shu province had arrived on site. "Look at the sky," someone suddenly shouted, and everyone quickly looked up.
A woman dressed in black combat gear was seen flying swiftly, exuding an intimidating aura. Oh my god, flying in mid-air, this must be at least a Martial King level expert. Only those with strength above the Martial King level can achieve mid-air flight.
Amazing. There don't seem to be many Martial King level experts in the entire Dragon Kingdom. If only I could reach the Martial King realm. You're dreaming. The Martial King is a legendary realm that requires immense effort and extraordinary talent. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, Martial King, huh? Flying through the air was indeed an incredibly exhilarating experience.
Reaching this level meant that transportation issues were easily resolved. You could fly wherever you
wanted, making it practically an essential skill for traveling.
For most people, this level was hard to attain, but for Su Chen, it was just a matter of earning more break defense points and striving to break through to Martial King as soon as possible. At that moment, the woman spoke up, everyone, I believe your teachers have already explained the rules of this college entrance
exam to you.
I am Lina, the safety officer for the Sichuan Province College entrance exam.
I am here to talk only about safety. She continued, there is a button on your scoring device. If you encounter an extraordinary creature that you cannot handle, you can press the button directly. Once pressed, it not only sends out a distress signal but also generates an energy shield capable of withstanding
the attacks of extraordinary creatures at the peak martial master level for 1 minute, or even 3 attacks from extraordinary creatures at the martial lord level. Therefore, your safety is guaranteed. However, pressing the button means your college entrance exam is over. Lina's words filled the students with joy. They hadn't expected the scoring device to have defensive capabilities, which greatly increased their survival rate, especially for those with weaker abilities. It was incredibly considerate. Of course, if they failed to press the button in time and were killed by an extraordinary creature, they could only blame their bad luck. After Lina finished speaking, the director of the Sichuan Provincial Education Bureau took the stage to explain the rules of the college entrance examination in detail. Students could choose to form teams to take the exam, with a maximum of 3 people per team. The score for each extraordinary creature was fixed, and in team settings, the score would be distributed based on each individual's contribution. If acting alone, the score would belong entirely to oneself. Su Chen naturally leaned toward acting alone, but he was also willing to look out for his good friend.
Wan Peng, do you want to team up with me? Su Chen asked, his eyes shining with determination.
Regardless of the choice, he was ready to face the challenge. As soon as he said this, the classmates in the room immediately showed expressions of envy, their eyes filled with longing and anticipation. This is Su Chen, after all, one classmate murmured, as if saying, this is the legend in our hearts. Although no one knows exactly how strong Su Chen is now, everyone knows that Su Chen used to be the top of the class, as invincible as a god of war. If they could team up with Su Chen, it would practically guarantee an effortless victory. This way, not only could they easily achieve high scores, but they might even have a chance to get into a top martial arts university and turn their lives around. However, Wan Peng pondered for a moment, then shook his head with a resolute tone. Brother Chen, I know you're trying to look out for me, but let's forget it. Wan Peng's voice carried a hint of helplessness.
The gap between our abilities is too wide.
Those high-level extraordinary creatures you can kill, I wouldn't be able to contribute much, and I wouldn't earn many points.
So I'd better act on my own. If I encounter transcendent creatures with high realms, I'll avoid them and definitely won't drag you down.
All right.
Su Chen nodded.
Although he felt a bit reluctant, he understood that Wan Peng made a valid point. If Wan Peng were to team up with him, victory might not come easily. With his own strength, he could deliver a one-hit kill against any transcendent creature, but Wan Peng might become a burden and fail to earn the deserved points.
The best choice for teaming up is still someone with similar strength.
That way, they can support each other, advance together, and face greater challenges hand in hand.
Alright, good luck. Okay, morning bro, you too. As the two spoke, the students around them began looking for teammates. Some sought out close friends, while others chose teammates with strong abilities. Su Chen, can I team up with you? A girl walked up to Su Chen, her face full of anticipation, and asked. Su Chen turned his head and saw his ex-girlfriend, Lu Qingqing.
Ever since Su Chen defeated her boyfriend, Lu Qingqing's feelings had grown increasingly complicated. She had originally thought that kicking Su Chen to the curb would lead to a better life, but unexpectedly, Su Chen seemed to have awakened, his strength surging as he rose against the odds, becoming increasingly powerful. This made Lu Qingqing feel that her new boyfriend no longer seemed appealing, and their relationship was no longer as harmonious as before.
I refuse. I don't want to team up with anyone.
Besides, if your ugly face keeps hovering around me, it'll affect my mood, Suchin said coldly.
How could he possibly let this mediocre woman stay by his side and disgust him? You rejected Lu Qingqing's team-up request. Lu Qingqing's heart is shattered, shatter points plus 300. Suchen, do you have no regard for old feelings at all? It's been so long, and you're still not over it? Lu Qingqing said, burning with anger. She didn't understand why Suchen had become so indifferent. He used to love her so much, but now he was so heartless toward her. It was truly petty to an outrageous degree. Ha! Suchen let out a cold laugh. Don't flatter yourself. There's no old affection between us.
In this situation, there was simply no such thing as old affection to speak of. Your words caused Lu Qingqing to lose her composure, breaking point plus 200. Lu Qingqing still wanted to argue, but her boyfriend Zhang Yuwei suddenly appeared beside her.
Qingqing, why are you looking for him?
Zhang Yuwei's face was full of anger, his eyes flickering with flames of disbelief. Just after the announcement that teams could be formed, he immediately wanted to find Lu Qingqing. Unexpectedly, she went to look for Su Chen instead, which ignited a burning rage in his heart, making him feel betrayed. Li Qingqing looking for you made Zhang Yuwei feel like he was being cheated on, mental breakdown points plus 500. The two started arguing on the spot, while Su Chen happily watched the drama unfold. These two perfectly illustrated the classic scene of dogs biting each other, leaving fur everywhere. The chubby Li Shishir and others also came to ask Su Chen if he wanted to team up, but Su Chen politely declined them all.
Are you kidding?
If so many people really teamed up, the points would definitely be divided clean.
The more people in the team, the more the monster's points would be split, as the monster's points are fixed. Of course, Su Chen could quickly kill those extraordinary creatures and directly grab points.
This way, others wouldn't get many points. Although this behavior might be a bit unscrupulous, he felt it was better to act alone.
At the entrance of the examination venue, various equipment had already been set up.
10 huge display screens were neatly arranged, and several drones were ready. During the martial arts exam, drones would follow and film the top 10 candidates. The exam situation would be broadcast live on the 10 display screens and simultaneously aired on the provincial station. At this moment, a college entrance exam official loudly announced, "I declare the college entrance exam officially begins." Upon hearing this voice, all the examinees trembled slightly, then gradually entered the examination hall. The exam duration is very long, lasting an entire day. Although the students entering the hall were not in a hurry, their steps were firm. Individuals like Su Chen who chose to score alone were rare, most opted to form teams. As soon as they entered the city's boundaries, each team quickly chose a direction and headed toward their respective targets. Within the entire examination field, the extraordinary creatures at the edges were the weakest, and the closer one moved toward the city's central area, the stronger the extraordinary creatures became. In the central area of the entire Lost City, the most powerful extraordinary creature in the examination field resided. If described in gaming terms, the extraordinary creature in the city center could be called the boss.
The boss is powerful and offers the highest score.
Of course, most students are not qualified to confront the extraordinary creatures in the central area head-on.
To enter the central area, one must be among the top-ranked students in the entire region.
Even so, they must form teams, as those bosses are not something most students can handle alone.
Teaming up is the most reliable approach, so the majority of students choose to form teams. Shortly after everyone entered the examination venue with score counters in hand, a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses and a big belly at the entrance asked, "Are there many examinees acting alone this time?"
The man was wearing a striped polo shirt and was none other than Zhang Qingyang, the director of the Shu Education Bureau. The person being questioned was also a staff member of the Education Bureau.
"Please wait a moment, Director Zhang, I'll check."
The staff member quickly took out a tablet and began searching the system. Candidates forming teams can directly use the team formation function on the scoring device to team up.
Successfully formed teams are also entered into the system.
For students who haven't formed teams, their information is likewise recorded in the system and can be easily retrieved. Soon, the staff member replied, "Director Zhang, most of the candidates have already formed teams.
Currently, there are only 3 students who haven't teamed up." While speaking, the staff handed the platform computer to Zhang Qingyang. Zhang Qingyang took the platform and quickly glanced at the screen.
At this moment, the screen displayed the names of several ungrouped examinees.
Wu Di, Zhang Manman, Su Chen. Seeing the last name, Director Zhang frowned slightly. Who is this Su Chen? He knew the first 2 names. Wu Di and Zhang Manman were both top geniuses in the entire Shu province. He wasn't surprised by their solo actions. But Su Chen, this name made his heart tighten, as if it concealed some unknown secret. Retrieve Su Chen's records immediately. I want to know what background he has. Zhang Qingyang's voice carried a hint of urgency, as if a powerful energy was surging within him. The staff immediately took action, their fingers swiftly gliding across the screen. At that moment, a thought flashed through Zhang Qingyang's mind: if this Su Chen is a hidden gem, then this assessment will be even more exciting. Upon hearing this, the staff quickly pulled up Su Chen's detailed information. Director Zhang, this Su Chen is a student from a comprehensive high school. A student from a comprehensive high school. Zhang Qingyang's face darkened. This is simply ridiculous. Comprehensive high schools, where liberal arts and martial arts coexist, typically have lackluster martial arts performance. The chances of producing outstanding talents from such schools are extremely slim. Even the occasional genius that emerges can only be considered a rare stroke of luck. And now, there are actually students bold enough to act alone without forming a team, truly confident to the point of fearlessness. Linchuan No. 1 High School. Zhang Qingyang stared at the information on the tablet, his gaze sharp as a blade. Sweeping across the group of school leaders, he asked sternly, "Who is the principal of Linchuan No. 1 High School?" I am. A middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly stepped out from the crowd. It was Zhong Jiangwo, the principal of Linchuan No. 1 High School. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he quickly wiped it away with his hand. Zhang Qingyang's gaze was as piercing as a hawk's, directly targeting Zhong Jiangwo. "Your school student actually has the audacity. What kind of strength allows them to act alone? If they were students from a martial arts high school, perhaps they would have the confidence. But a general high school, ranked at the bottom. In martial arts across the province, how could they have such courage? Aren't they afraid of being slapped to death by extraordinary creatures?" Zhong Jiangwo trembled slightly upon hearing this, feeling uneasy but suppressing it forcefully. "Director Zhang, acting alone does not violate the college entrance exam rules. I know Su Chen well. He's a steady and reliable kid. He must have his own considerations for doing this. Alright, then I'll take a good look at this Su Chen and see what kind of results he can achieve." Zhang Qingyang was burning with anger inside but refrained from saying more. He knew Zhong Jiangwo was right. Acting alone was not against the rules. However, he had a faint feeling that such confidence must be built on absolute strength. Could a general high school really produce such talent? Seeing that the director no longer spoke, Zhong Jiangwo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and left dejectedly, silently praying in his heart, "Su Chen, oh Su Chen, I hope you can bring glory to Linchuan No. 1 High School." On the other side, Su Chen carried a long blade and walked straight into the examination hall, heading directly toward the center without hesitation. Amid the crowd, his figure appeared particularly conspicuous. "Hey, look at that guy. The direction he's heading, why does it look like the center of the examination hall? What is this kid trying to do? Isn't he going to scout the strength of the extraordinary creatures on the outskirts? Heading straight to the center of the examination area like this is way too reckless, too naive." The candidates were all discussing Su Chen's actions. At this moment, having just entered the examination field, the wisest choice was to break through from the periphery, gradually approaching the center to ensure safety. Recklessly charging directly into the central area and encountering powerful extraordinary creatures would be dangerous. Pressing the rescue button would instantly end the exam, and the score would be frozen. Therefore, everyone thought Su Chen was a fool and even believed he would be eliminated sooner or later, so they stopped paying attention to him. However, Su Chen paid no mind to their opinions. He knew that these extraordinary creatures were not endless but needed to be contested for. Only by seizing enough monsters could he achieve a high score. Under the sunlight of the rising sun, the young man carried a long blade on his back, his figure resolute yet solitary. "Goo goo, goo goo, goo goo." Before long, Su Chen heard grunting sounds resembling those of pigs, and a group of boar-like creatures appeared on the grass ahead. Their tusks were not the usual white but had a metallic, dark sheen, marking them as extraordinary creatures evolved from wild boars. The hardness of those tusks was comparable to alloy. If pierced by them, they would undoubtedly leave a gaping hole in the body. Su Chen gripped the long blade on his back tightly. The 5 boar-like extraordinary creatures had also noticed him. Originally omnivorous animals, they were not picky about their diet. At this moment, Su Chen's challenge had only just begun. Now, they had finally spotted Su Chen, each grunting and snorting, their eyes gleaming with a fierce red light. To them, this 2-legged creature was nothing less than a delicious prey. An extraordinary wild boar gathered its strength for a moment, then suddenly charged at Su Chen. Due to its buildup of power, its speed was astonishing, and the air was filled with the sound of a sharp whoosh, as if heralding the arrival of a bloody battle.
Su Chen lightly swung the long blade in his hand, and the blade's light carved a chilling, fan-shaped arc through the air, resembling the scythe of death. Slash! The charging extraordinary creature was instantly cleaved in two at the waist, with blood and entrails splattering outward. However, as the flying debris approached within half a meter of Su Chen, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, falling heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Chen remained spotless, as if a war god had descended. Seeing their companions brutally killed, the extraordinary wild boars showed no fear, seemingly intent only on tearing this young man to pieces. This time, the extraordinary wild boars did not attack one by one but charged at Su Chen together, their assault like a raging storm. They carried a fierce gust of air, menacingly crashing toward Su Chen. But Su Chen remained completely unflustered. The earlier battle had already confirmed to him that these extraordinary wild boars were merely low-level extraordinary creatures, with strength equivalent to 5th or 6th tier human martial artists, posing no real threat to him. Su Chen wielded his thunder blade technique, the blade slicing through the air at sharp and cunning angles, striking directly at the extraordinary wild boars. In an instant, as if slicing through melons and vegetables, all the extraordinary wild boars struck by Su Chen's long blade were cleaved in two. After landing on the ground, they let out a couple of grunts before breathing their last. The score counter on his wrist kept jumping, finally freezing at 100 points, indicating that he had killed a total of 5 extraordinary wild boars, with an average of 20 points per boar. Su Chen wiped his long blade back and forth on the boar carcasses. Only after cleaning off all the blood did he leave, satisfied. However, not long after leaving, Su Chen encountered a pack of gale wolves. These wolves were twice the size of ordinary wolves, exuding a ferocity that sent chills down the spine. Most importantly, wolves are pack animals, and a group doesn't just consist of a few individuals but rather dozens. They all stared at Su Chen, their eyes gleaming with greedy green light. In their view, humans with traces of elemental energy were undoubtedly the most delicious prey. Well, quite a lot, huh? Looking at the approaching wolf pack surrounding him, Su Chen's eyes revealed not fear, but excitement. Such a large pack of wolves was practically a wave of high exam scores delivered to his doorstep, waiting for him to harvest. Su Chen moved like the wind, instantly charging into the wolf pack, resembling a war god descending. The long blade in his hand gleamed with a cold light, creating afterimages as it swung, each strike deadly. Blood splattered, and wolf corpses fell one after another. At this moment, he did not use any special abilities, relying solely on martial skills and physical strength. He easily dealt with these gale wolves. The extraordinary creatures before him were nothing more than the lowest-level beings, evolved from beasts, posing no threat to Su Chen. He knew that conserving his abilities could maximize the preservation of his internal energy, so he chose to use the least physical effort to achieve the highest score. Although the gale wolves were incredibly fast, they seemed unimpressive in front of Su Chen. His reactions and speed far surpassed those of the wolves, encountering almost no obstacles. Before long, a pack of gale wolves was slain one by Su Chen, their corpses scattered across the ground. After dealing with the wolves, Su Chen gently placed his long blade on one of the relatively intact wolf corpses and carefully wiped it clean. These bloodstains are really unpleasant to look at, Su Chen murmured to himself. His inner obsessive-compulsive tendencies made him feel extremely irritated by the blood on the blade. After finishing all this, he continued advancing toward the city. Along the avenue leading straight to the city, Su Chen's approach appeared exceptionally decisive, while others dared not venture directly into the city's depths. Most chose circular routes to proceed cautiously, increasing their chances of encountering lower-level extraordinary creatures. This also meant that Su Chen encountered almost no other students on the cracked avenue. Even when extraordinary creatures appeared along the way, Su Chen was too indifferent to take the initiative to attack. He only wielded his blade to deal with them if they blocked his path or actively attacked him, and after resolving the situation, he would meticulously clean the blade. His obsessive-compulsive tendencies made him unable to tolerate bloodstains on the blade. Because of this, Su Chen encountered very few extraordinary creatures along the way. It wasn't until he entered the city that he faced a large gathering of extraordinary creatures, especially in the city center, where powerful extraordinary creatures emerged one after another. As a result, Su Chen's score increased at an extremely slow pace. In contrast, the choices of others proved far more efficient, especially those students with formidable strength, whose scores skyrocketed in no time. Wu Di and Zhang Manman, who chose to act alone, have surpassed many students and are far ahead. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the test site, the director of the Education Bureau sneered, as expected, the students from comprehensive high schools are mediocre. Acting alone with such abilities is truly a foolish choice.
The staff nearby echoed, "The director is right, they are indeed a bit overconfident. Young people are too impulsive. Do they think they are geniuses like Wu Di and Zhang Manman?"
Director Zhang's gaze fell on the two large screens ahead, where the martial arts exam of the top 10 students was being broadcast live.
The rankings of Wu Di and Zhang
Manman fluctuated on the first two screens, with Wu Di leading at times and Zhang Manman taking first place at others. Clearly, the two were evenly matched in strength. Zhang Manman's weapon was a long spear, which she wielded with fluid grace, as if it were an extension of her body. Facing extraordinary creatures, she dispatched them
effortlessly and decisively.
The long spear, a weapon typically challenging to maneuver flexibly, seemed incredibly natural in her hands, as though it were her third arm. Zhang Manman's spear technique is truly impressive, Director Zhang thought to himself, though he said nothing, his heart brimming with pride.
Zhang Manman was none other than his niece, the direct niece of Zhang Qingyang.
Although the Zhang family was one of the most prominent families in the entire Shu province, producing a genius like Zhang Manman was still a rare and remarkable feat.
Zhang Manman possesses an SS-level talent, Infernal Molten Fire.
This type of gifted ability is outstanding even among SS-level talents, and is only one step away from
the current SSS-level gifted abilities.
In the Zhang family, such talent is a rarity seen only once in decades, destined to become the hope and pride of the family. The Zhang family naturally spares no effort in nurturing her. Upon hearing Zhang Qingyang's words, the others nodded in agreement, their faces brimming with expressions of admiration.
Indeed, Zhang Manman's marksmanship is truly stunning.
She has probably already reached the late stage of martial master. Achieving this level at her age is nothing short of legendary. Even compared to the geniuses in those top-tier cities, she is in no way inferior.
Zhang Manman's future is absolutely worth looking forward to.
Everyone showered her with praise, sparing no compliments. As staff members of the Education Bureau, they naturally knew Zhang Manman's identity. She was
Director Zhang's niece, a member of the Zhang family.
Complimenting her was more than reasonable. After all, who wouldn't want to hear good things?
Sure enough, upon hearing the flattery, Zhang Qingyang's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. She's not that extraordinary.
Compared to the geniuses in top-tier
cities, there's still some gap.
But I've heard that some students from this year's cohort in a few top-tier cities have already broken through to the martial lord realm.
Ah, Director Zhang, are there really high school seniors who have broken through to the martial master realm? That's just too incredible. Zhang Qingyang nodded. Indeed, there are. Just from what I know, there are too.
It's quite normal. The children of those prominent families start practicing martial arts earlier than ordinary students.
Moreover, they
come from the most powerful families in the country, with resources that are unimaginable to regular people.
As long as they have talent and receive focused training, they are naturally stronger than the average person. True, their starting point is probably the end point for 99% of people in their lifetime. That's not right.
Many people's lifetime endpoint can't even reach the starting point of others. The best breathing techniques, the best martial arts skills, the best teachers, how can ordinary people ever catch up?
For a moment, everyone sighed deeply, secretly lamenting in their hearts.
The entire Sichuan province was insignificant on the national martial arts stage, far behind those regions where martial arts thrived. The students here naturally couldn't compare to the geniuses over there. Among the crowd, Principal Zhong and Teacher Wang, though shocked by the genius mentioned by the Education Bureau director, had their thoughts entirely occupied by the students of Linchuan No. 1 High School, especially that absolute top student, Su Chen. Su Chen, as a student participating in the college entrance examination alone, while this could increase his chances of achieving a good score, it
also meant significant risks.
The two silently prayed in their hearts, hoping Su Chen could remain safe and successfully complete the challenge. Meanwhile, Su Chen was rushing at full speed toward the city. He didn't encounter many extraordinary creatures along the way, focusing only on dealing with those that blocked his path or actively attacked him, while ignoring creatures far from the highway. Although his kill count was not as high as the top-ranking students, since he alone claimed the points for each kill, his ranking still remained at an above-average level. However, this situation was only temporary. The extraordinary creatures in the city were much more densely packed.
Once Su Chen entered the urban area, he would no longer be in such a hurry.
He would take the initiative to attack, striving to eliminate all the extraordinary creatures one by one to gain more points.
After half an hour of sprinting at full speed, Su Chen finally reached the outskirts of the city. He passed by a dilapidated high-speed rail station, his gaze sweeping over the outer walls already covered in green vines. The cracks in the walls and the moss seemed to tell the story of the glory of a bygone era.
As he reminisced about the past, a rustling sound suddenly came from inside the high-speed rail station, and the leaves of the green vines began to sway.
Something's happening. Su Chen's eyes sharpened, gripping the long blade tightly in his hand. Although he felt a bit anxious, he knew that as the examination venue for martial arts students' college entrance exams, the authorities would never let the students face too much danger. As Su Chen waited quietly, a basin-sized emerald green snakehead emerged first, its mouth spewing a massive forked tongue. Its golden vertical pupils were like lifeless stars, coldly staring at Su Chen. Soon after, various giant snakes appeared one after another, their figures covering the outer walls and exits. The scene was as terrifying as a nightmare, with countless giant snakes, the smallest as thick as a large bull. If someone with a fear of dense clusters were present, they might faint on the spot. Su Chen swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this is truly a calamity of pythons. He couldn't help but recall the snake disaster movies he'd watched before, once scoffing at their special effects, but now forced to confront a real snake den. Could this be heaven's punishment for my sharp tongue?
Su Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Facing this group of giant snakes, his challenge had only just begun.
Su Chen's heart tightened as a wave of intense fear surged over him.
Before his eyes were hundreds of snakes, densely packed and rushing toward him. Anyone in such a situation would find it hard to remain calm. Swish, swish. With a thunderous roar, purple gold lightning burst forth from Su Chen's body, as if a deity had descended. His hair stood on end, and the lightning rapidly spread to the long blade in
his hand, its surface glowing brilliantly.
At this moment, Su Chen seemed to transform into the god of thunder, commanding lightning with an imposing aura that inspired awe and fear. Come on, try my strength, he roared, suddenly swinging his blade. Purple gold lightning converged on the blade's edge, forming a massive current that slashed downward. In an instant, the surrounding swarm of snakes was torn apart by the lightning, reduced to dust, and the air was filled with the scent of scorching. Su Chen's heartbeat pounded like a drum, the thrill of battle surged like a tide. He knew he was no longer the boy shackled by fear. Countless purple gold divine lightning enveloped Su Chen's body, and for a moment, it seemed as if the god of thunder had descended, his aura overwhelming, stunning everyone present.
Thunder blade technique.
Su Chen swung the long blade in his hand, the purple gold blade light tearing through the air like lightning. The blade light carried his SSS level ability, the purple gold divine lightning, its power so immense it made hearts tremble.
In an instant,
wherever the blade's light passed, the giant snakes were severed in two, blood splattering everywhere, instantly covering the ground and pooling into winding streams. The scene was both gory and shocking. Near the blade's light, the giant snakes that weren't directly struck were also attacked by Su Chen's purple gold divine thunder arcs. With just a slight touch of the arcs, the snakes immediately convulsed, then fell heavily like kites with broken strings, losing all ability to move. Upon closer inspection, all the giant snakes on the ground that had been struck by the thunder had already lost their lives. Under Su Chen's full power, the destructive force was unparalleled. The thunder blade technique is not a single explosive martial skill but a perfect technique for using the blade. When cultivated to the extreme, every strike rivals the power of any other martial skill.
Su Chen's long blade danced in his hand, its flashes resembling a cold and ruthless war god.
The giant serpents couldn't get close at all, some even fell instantly in mid-air as they lunged forward. Blood pooled into streams, and the corpses quickly piled into small mountains. The scene was incredibly spectacular and suffocating. Meanwhile, Su Chen's score was rapidly increasing.
Outside the examination hall.
The examination hall was equipped with numerous tablets connected to the exam system, and teachers from various schools were closely monitoring the students' scores.
Principal Zhang and Teacher Wang
occasionally checked, their eyes constantly fixed on Su Chen's results. However, no matter how closely they watched, Su Chen's score increased at an extremely slow pace, almost like a snail's crawl. The other students from the school's seed team had scores far surpassing Su Chen's, which sent a chill through the hearts of the two.
Su Chen is the most outstanding talent in our school. How is it that after so much time, his score is still so low? Could it be that he hasn't actively hunted extraordinary creatures? Teacher Wang asked in confusion. Principal Zhong shook his head. Not necessarily.
The distribution of extraordinary creatures is dense here, even with bad luck, it's
impossible to score so little.
Perhaps his path overlapped with that of more formidable geniuses, so he couldn't compete for the creatures.
Teacher Wang nodded after hearing this.
The principal's analysis seemed the most reasonable. Perhaps Su Chen was indeed facing such an awkward situation, unable to compete against those powerful geniuses.
In this case, Su Chen's college entrance exam results are really in jeopardy, Teacher Wang sighed. No need to worry too much.
The exam lasts a total of 8 hours, and only half the time has passed. Principal Zhang stopped abruptly as he spoke, his eyes widening in shock, his voice stuttering. This.
Principal, what's wrong? Teacher Wang asked hurriedly.
They had just been discussing Su Chen's college entrance exam, but now the principal seemed startled.
Su Chen's score. Principal Zhang stammered. What happened to Su Chen's score?
Teacher Wang asked anxiously, snatching the tablet from the principal's hands, her eyes quickly landing on the screen. At this moment, the tablet displayed only one name, Su Chen.
Obviously, this was specially arranged by the principal.
Behind the name, Su Chen's school, class, exam number, and most importantly, the score and provincial ranking were displayed. The score was constantly fluctuating, rising significantly every few seconds, making it hard to keep up.
This. Teacher Wang was stunned, utterly shocked. After a long while, he finally regained his composure. What on earth is happening here?
Previously, Su Chen's scores and ranking were pitifully low, but suddenly, it was as if he had gone mad, skyrocketing upward. There are a total of 120,000 martial arts college entrance exam candidates in the entire province, and Su Chen's previous ranking was actually over 90,000, placing him at the bottom. But at this moment, his ranking kept climbing.
85,000. 80,000, 75,000, 70,000, 65,000. The principal was a bit stunned at the moment. Su Chen's score and ranking had risen too quickly, it was simply unbelievable. Especially that score, it was truly outrageous. Su Chen's score increase is just too outrageous. Could it be that he can take down several extraordinary creatures in one strike? But how is that even possible? The principal looked utterly bewildered, with countless question marks flashing through his mind. Su Chen's skyrocketing score was simply a testament to his ferocity.
His kill rate was absurdly high, making him seem like the nemesis of
extraordinary creatures.
To be able to instantly kill countless extraordinary creatures in such a short time, this was simply unbelievable. Given the current strength of these high school students, they had to tread carefully even when facing a single extraordinary creature, and many
didn't even have the courage to get close. Su Chen's abilities were indeed impressive, but could he really possess such heaven-defying strength?
The principal and Teacher Wang stared intently at the tablet screen, hardly able to believe what they were seeing. Their hearts were about to leap out of their chests, as if they were in the middle of a tense and thrilling competition. Then, they witnessed Su Chen's score continue to soar like a rocket, seemingly challenging the limits, unable to stop. His ranking also surged forward like an arrow breaking through the wind. About 10 minutes later, Su Chen's various stats finally stopped their frenzied rise, with his final ranking settling at over 10,000. In such a short time, his ranking had skyrocketed by nearly 100,000 places, leaving everyone utterly astonished.
It all felt like the unfolding of a breathtaking legend. Su Chen's rise was destined to become a tale on everyone's lips.
Although a ranking of over 10,000 isn't particularly impressive, the rate of improvement was shocking.
Su Chen's performance had leaped
from the bottom of the province to beyond 10,000 in such a short time.
The speed was like riding a rocket, no, even faster than a rocket.
Principal Zhong and Teacher Wang exchanged glances, then simultaneously broke into delighted smiles. Earlier, they had been worried about Su Chen's performance, fearing that he might have been overshadowed by other geniuses, causing his scores to plummet.
Now, those worries dissipated like clouds.
It seems that Su Chen wasn't giving his all before, but now he's finally starting to exert himself, the principal said with a face full of joy.
Teacher Wang also nodded and smiled, saying, yes, this kid Su Chen is finally putting in the effort.
I hope he can bring us an even bigger surprise later.
Well, let's hope so.
Principal Zhong's eyes sparkled with happiness, then he glanced at the provincial director. This director had previously looked down on their
school and belittled Su Chen.
He hoped Su Chen could prove himself and leave the director utterly astonished, showcasing the strength of their comprehensive high school. In this world, many important positions were held by martial arts experts, and the director's strength was naturally not low, far beyond what a
principal could compare to.
With the heightened senses of a high-level martial artist, the director immediately noticed Principal Zhang's glance. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, why is the principal of this comprehensive high school staring at me?
Could it be because I just criticized the students from their school? He gently
touched his nose, pondering that it shouldn't be the case. Even if subordinates secretly curse him in their hearts, as a leader, it doesn't matter to him, and he remains indifferent to it. The director's attention quickly returned to the top 10 students. At this moment, the screen was broadcasting a live feed of the top 10 students. It had to be said that, with half the time already passed, the scores of the top 10 were remarkably stable. Only the 10th place had changed, while the top 9 remained virtually untouched.
This was understandable.
As the college entrance exam progressed, the stronger students gradually stood out, leaving the others unable to catch up.
At the entrance to the exam venue, students were
occasionally escorted out by staff, clearly having encountered extraordinary creatures they couldn't handle, triggering their wristbands to activate automatically and being removed from the field. These students, upon exiting, all wore unpleasant expressions, with many girls even secretly wiping away tears.
Ending the exam early meant
their scores were already fixed, and most of them were destined to fail to get into even a third-rate martial arts university, effectively
signaling the end of their path as martial artists. Without admission to a martial arts university, their future would likely involve finding ordinary jobs, such as working in factories assembling screws, delivering food, or doing construction work like bricklaying.
In such a high martial world, technology is advanced, and many young people have chosen to work as screwdrivers. In short, their entire lives are almost impossible to transcend their
social class, leaving them to struggle for survival at the bottom of society.
The path of martial arts is so realistic and cruel. Failing the exam means a lifetime of remaining the same. Inside the examination site, Su Chen mercilessly eradicated this snake den completely.
The scene was a chaotic mess, with countless giant snake corpses severed in two, while the intact ones were slain by Su Chen's thunderous innate ability.
Blood stained the abandoned station red.
After wiping his long blade clean, Su Chen left the stronghold and continued advancing toward the city center.
He no longer held back. The closer he got to the city center, the more evident the strength of the extraordinary creatures became.
However, for the current Su Chen, this posed no significant problem.
He didn't even need to release his elemental power, simply using his blade techniques combined with his physical strength was
enough to easily kill the extraordinary creatures he encountered.
During this process, his mastery of the blade grew increasingly proficient. After quite some time, someone finally passed by the high-speed rail station. When they saw the ground littered with giant snake corpses, they gasped in shock.
Holy crap, what did I just see? So many snakes were all killed with a single strike.
The students present gathered around the snake corpses on the ground, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, Wu Di, ranked first in the college entrance exam with a score far ahead of the others, stepped forward to carefully examine the bodies of the giant
snakes.
His expression gradually grew serious, his brows furrowed tightly. All these giant snakes were killed by the same person, and the wounds indicate the same blade technique.
But how did these intact snake corpses die? Could there be someone else involved?
Wu Di was puzzled, never considering the possibility of a martial grandmaster. As the province's top genius, his score was also first, far ahead of the second place.
Brimming with confidence, he thought to himself, I've just stepped into the grandmaster realm. How could there possibly be a student who has already achieved mastery and possesses the ability to release yuan energy externally?
Maybe a student encountered danger, pressed the distress button, and then the staff took care of these snakes, a classmate beside Wu Di cautiously analyzed. Afraid of angering him, he followed closely behind Wu Di, his heart uneasy, as the threats from extraordinary creatures grew greater the further they ventured. Wu Di had already agreed with him that following behind him would allow him to pick off weaker extraordinary creatures and strive for more points. He nodded in agreement. At the moment, this is indeed the only possibility.
Let's go, keep moving forward.
Drones shuttled above them, live streaming everything in real time. At the entrance of the examination venue, the students and parents watching were constantly amazed. Almost all of these snake corpses were killed by the same person. This student's strength is truly remarkable.
Exactly.
The strength of these extraordinary giant snakes is at least at the early stage of martial master, and with such a large number, one can imagine how dangerous it is.
Moreover, almost
all of them were killed in one strike. Being able to dispatch them so effortlessly indicates that this student's strength is at least at the late stage of martial master, without a doubt.
Upon hearing this analysis, the staff from the Education Bureau and principals from various schools nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing the assessment.
Their hearts were filled with
anticipation for Wu Di's abilities.
At this moment, Wu Di seemed to have become the focal point of the entire examination venue, with every move he made capturing everyone's attention.